My nephew, with that mighty Skywalker blood, and in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened? What do you want? You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, you guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
You might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary.
'Tis but a scratch.
A scratch? Well, what's that then?
I've had worse.
You liar!
Come on, you pansy.
Victory is mine.
Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
I have you now. What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Right here.
Cocainum. Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it. May the force be with us.
Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Disney's second quarter fiscal year 2021 earnings results. Not My Star Wars live reaction. I hope everyone is great today. We shall see what the House of Mouse has to say. It will be interesting. Who knows? They might just play it very by the book, give some numbers, and try to get out of there. These usually last about an hour. They do have questions at the end. However, keep in mind that these quarterly reports are the calls are very much monitored ahead of time. So I wouldn't expect any wild questions or wild answers today, but you never know. Unlike the investors call that we reviewed months ago, that's where people can kind of come in and just say what they like. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully we do get some news of something, but just be advised, you know, they very much are, you know, they screen these calls beforehand. So we'll see what Mr. Chapek has to say. Who knows? Bob Iger might show up. I don't know if Kathleen is going to be mentioned or be there. Who knows? But just a heads up, you know, I wouldn't expect anything too juicy. Now, what will be juicy is to see Disney's earnings, their numbers, what they're claiming for subscribers on Disney Plus. So we'll see. We will get something out of this. You know, naturally, we're going to see where they're at. But as far as, you know, news on Kathleen or Star Wars or stuff like that, I don't expect we're going to get much on that front. But again, we shall see. All right. So it starts at 4:30. I wanted to start a little earlier so we can hang out for a few, get warmed up, and yeah, we'll see. All right. Everything is fine or fine? I believe you meant to say fine. Hello there, Arctic Haze. I don't recognize your name, but welcome. Hold my breath. Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything too juicy. We're going to hear, again, their numbers. We're going to see how much money they've lost and things like that. But we're not going to really see, I really doubt we're going to hear anything about Kathleen or what shows are coming or stuff like that. But hey, anything's possible. If we do hear stuff, it's going to be, hey, we've got 6 new shows and everything's great. And, you know, Book of Boba Fett is amazing and stuff like that. But we'll probably get an update on Black Widow. Maybe some Marvel stuff as far, you know, because these aren't really to announce things, although if things are coming, they will mention it. But, you know, again, don't expect too much on the KK front. But, hey, you never know. You never know what they could say today. So, good class. I'll be staying after school. Okay, yeah, well, we're here. This stream will probably last about 4 hours, I guess. If something juicy, when the call starts, I'm going to start recording it. I'm going to do this differently than I usually do. So if something juicy does come up, what I might do is after the call, you know, I'll hang out, we can chat and stuff, and I'll live edit whatever little juicy stuff, and I'll make a video for today talking about whatever news comes in this live call. So that could be fun. We'll see how it goes. If there's nothing really to talk about, then we'll just hang out. But if there is something juicy, rather than ending the stream and going over to edit and all that, I will be recording it. And then as soon as the call ends, if there was something juicy, I'll just pull up the editor and we can have some fun. And I'll talk to you guys while I edit in real time, whatever news is there. So we'll see what happens. Hello there, Julian. Nice to see you, buddy. We'll see what they say. Yeah, I wouldn't expect too much. I've said it many times, guys, and believe me, when I say this, I hope I'm wrong. But Kathleen is not going anywhere. She will be getting promoted October, September, early next year. So just don't set yourselves up for heartbreak and headache. She's not going anywhere. So just know that. Now, I hope I'm wrong. I don't have an insider. I don't have a crystal ball, but if you know me, you know I do research. You know that I look at everything objectively and I look at everything. I don't look at one piece or another. I look at all of it. And I can tell you she's not going anywhere. So just be prepared, because I know in October, September, everybody's going to be like, ah, you're very impatient. Like a horse. Yeah, well, we'll see. You know, again, anything could happen today. They could literally say, hey, we're restructuring Lucasfilm and Kathleen's out, you know, and I'm all for that, but I'm just realistic, and I wouldn't expect too much as far as that is concerned. Greetings, programs. Greetings, Wes. Nice to see you, brother. Yes, we are all friends here. Well, I can't say all, because there's people that come in here and just want to hate and, you know, interrupt and disrupt the streams. But I would say for the most part, yes. You know, if you're new or even if you're not, this is a very friendly community. I come on here to share knowledge, to talk with you guys, to learn from you guys as well, and share the love for Star Wars. Just unfortunately, there's always some, you know, smart ass that wants to come in here, and but it is what it is. It comes with the territory. I'm a big boy. I can take it. He saved us. He really did. Star Wars will be saying that when it gets off of Mickey's hands. Yes. And I hope that I've been a big part of that rebellion. Greetings. Anakin Vader borderline personality disorder was interesting to watch. Huh, interesting. I don't think he had any kind of disorder. He just, you know, we've talked about it in the deep dives. He went through a lot. And people a lot of times make fun of him or the acting or the dialogue. But I challenge any of you to go through what Anakin went through, starting off with being born a slave and living on a 150-degree planet of sand and seeing all that scum and villainy, knowing that you're bigger than most of everything that you see around, deep down inside, knowing that there's something special or odd about you, having your mother die in your arms, getting slung around the galaxy and being a part of an entire Clone Wars. There's so many things. You know, remember, Padme's older than him. That's a woman. He's a boy, like, trying to not mess up what he's saying. There's so many facets to Anakin that, again, I challenge most people to go through even one of those things, never mind, you know, all those things. The weight of the galaxy on his shoulders, literally. But yeah. Awesome if they had Trump. Okay, that would be awesome. It never happened, but it would be funny. That's a good idea for a little video. Thank you. 4:30. Yes. What's up, Kino dude? Nice to see you, bro. Yeah. So about 7 minutes. Heart of the Jedi re-release. What, Disney saying that? I doubt it. They're going to bury that as far as they can. By the way, I found other stuff, more references to Mandalorian. I have not had a chance to read the book cover to cover. I'm so busy. There's a lot of stuff going on. I will have an announcement as early as Friday, but if not, look early next week. Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. If everything lines up correctly, I'll do a stream probably earlier. A couple things going on. All good stuff. So a few surprises coming. A really big video is about to drop. So stay tuned. Fade in. Hello there. Thank you. Nice to see you. I did it. Then I always love to see you guys. Thank you. I don't know about that, but okay. He's not that handsome. Should be promoted to customer. Yeah, well, promoted to. I think she should be a sanitation worker like Finn. See how she likes it. I think that people are just trolling with the KK rumors. It's easy to fabricate a leak. Yes, absolutely. And to be fair, some people are getting fed information and they're just reporting on it. Doomcock is a perfect example. Doomcock, I know him. He does not lie. He does not exaggerate. He's been right most of the time. So you have to always consider something because some people get mad with him. He's being fed information. So that information could be total BS. You always got to take that stuff as a rumor and, but don't get mad at him. He's just the messenger. He's just trying to give us stuff. I don't believe everything that he says, not because it's him saying it, but because of what, things that are being fed. But just remember that you have to be fair, that it's not him just saying, well, hey, this is what I think, or this is what I say. But yes, things are very easy to fabricate. And nice to see you make one, David. What's happening today? Well, we'll see. Muzz Light here. Disney's quarterly report. So we're going to see where they're at with their money, their earnings, their losses. Maybe there's some news. We'll see. We shall see. With that shirt. Well, remember he always wears like plaid. Be a total defending. Yeah, well, here's the thing. Everyone has a right to like what they like. I don't tell anybody what to watch or what to like. And yes, it is pretty ridiculous that people defend Disney. But remember something. There's a percentage of those people that are just being dumbasses. They just want to argue. They just want to troll. There is that. Okay? But there's a percentage of people that are newer to the franchise or not that deep of a fan. So you have to be a little bit, remember that and be considerate of the fact that they just don't see it. They just don't understand. They don't know all the old books, or they didn't watch the OT. Maybe they came in the PT, or maybe they just, a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old today sees those movies and thinks that's what Star Wars is. So we have to be fair. So that's why I don't come on here like trying to dictate and press people on how to think or what to do. I come on here with knowledge, experience, and heavy, heavy research. I will never lie to you guys. I always tell you the facts of what's happening. So sometimes I get loose information or a rumor or something, but in general, I don't do that. I don't do theories. I don't do rumors. I come with heavy research and experience, being there from the beginning. So I try to give you solid information. Some people see my name and they assume you just hate Disney. You're just a hater. You're just biased. No, I'm not. You haven't bothered to listen. I come here with facts. And that's a big part of it, is to open people, enlighten people as to what's happening. Because some people are a little bit slow, some people are a little bit ignorant, and some people are just newer to the franchise or didn't get into it that deeply, so they see it from an outside. So sometimes, rather than getting angry and like pressing them like you're stupid and you this and that, you have to sometimes say, hey, did you realize this? Did you see that? Do you understand that Luke is not consistent with this Luke? Those types of things. So, all right, couple minutes. Let me get through a few more chats here, and we're going to start here in just a minute. 2022 debutante costume ball has been canceled due to Spitty. Yes. By the way, last time these calls, the volume isn't usually super loud on them. So for what it's worth, let me know. Last time some guy said if I turned down my mic, it was a little bit better. So I'll start. We'll listen to the call. I'll talk, and you guys let me know how the volume is. I can only turn up the Disney part so much, but I can turn down my mic if necessary. 22, yeah. Greetings, scum villains, and everyone else in chat. Hey, D, nice to see you, brother. Life as a House, starring Hayden. No, I did not. Let me write that down because I don't know it. But I will check it out. Thank you. Disney, 50 billion in debt. Now I wonder how far it is. Yes. According to my very researched, factual, I have the documentation to prove it. Because some people say there are 100 million and they're just pulling numbers out of their ass. I have the physical proof. They are at 50 billion. Okay. Now there's stuff they don't report that we don't see. But physically, right now, I can for a fact prove to you they were at 50 billion. We shall see where they're at today. Hey, I think that's the promotion she deserves. Mike Zero is reporting. Yeah, again, he's funny. He makes great videos, but all of it is just made up. So remember that. Heavy losses. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they're going to have some, at least a few billions. The parks are just now opening. Star Wars stuff isn't selling. I mean, WandaVision didn't do all that great. They're suffering. I agree. Yeah, it kind of does. Happened last year. Heart of Jedi, Jon Favreau reading the book to help out. I think that's sort of bullshit. Absolutely not. Jon Favreau had nothing to do that. We'll talk about that later if you guys want to remind me, but no, he had nothing to do with that. From the panel, nothing yet. We're going to find out here in a moment because it's about to be in. Let me see. Okay, hasn't started yet, but here, let me refresh. Okay, looks like it's begun. So we're going to jump over. I got 2 chats left and we'll jump over. Hey, Wes. Good question slipped in. At least the radical programming they are supporting. Well, we'll see. Apologies for recent absence, not being able to recent streams, but I have to try to catch up with the latest videos. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Gordon, thank you. It's always nice to see you. And I appreciate the things that you write. It's a book. I don't mind by all means. I always want to be 100% accurate. I'm human. I can make mistakes. I don't know everything about Star Wars. I know much more than 98% of people on Earth. I can guarantee that. But I don't know everything. So there's old books and references and stuff that I don't know or I don't have access to. So by all means, if you guys ever have a question or a doubt, or you say, hey, I caught this, and show it to me. I'll look at it. I can reconfirm it, look at it, whatever. I don't pretend to know everything. I'm only human. So by all means. Now, when it comes to what we all publicly have seen, yeah, I know it. I know it very well. But there's all kinds of books and guides and dictionaries and right? I don't have them. So by all means, I appreciate that stuff. Bottom of the stream description is the link. You can go there and you can also listen to it simultaneously over there if you like. News we get, I seriously doubt KK renewed. She's got bad company. Well, we'll see. Want next for Star Wars sequel or something? I was wondering. Quick answer, wipe out everything and start back from October 30th, 2012 and make real Star Wars. We can talk about it some more, but that's what I would. If I own Lucasfilm right now, it's all getting deleted. Bye. Rebels Resistance, Mandalorian, Clone Wars, all of it. Bye. So that's my personal answer. We can talk about it some more if you like. All right, let's get to this call and see what Disney has to say. So I'm going to hit record here. Give that a second to start up. Come over here and just a moment. Let me open it first. Okay. Share the screen. Should be this one. It says live, although I don't hear anything. Okay.
Feels the excitement here.
Okay.
It's been fantastic to see cast members back at work. Most recently,
you guys
in
can hear everything
Disneyland,
okay?
we were able to quickly recall more than 10,000 furloughed cast and retrain them to be able to operate to the state of California's new health and safety requirements. We continue to see strong growing demand from consumers as we are at or near our reduced capacity levels at both Walt Disney World and Disneyland for the current quarter. It's clear our guests are excited to get back to experiencing the magic of Disney, and they also have extraordinary confidence in our safety protocols. At Shanghai Disney Resort, where they just kicked off their year-long 5th anniversary celebration,
Let me know, do you still have an echo?
the park
Can you
is
hear?
operating at or above FY19 levels. We're also encouraged by what we're seeing at Hong Kong Disneyland, and we are hopeful we will be able to announce a reopening date for Disneyland Paris soon. Despite the pandemic, we continue to make progress on a number of highly anticipated projects at our parks around the world, including the all-new Avengers Campus, which is set to open at Disney California Adventure on June 4th. I had a chance to visit it recently, and the attractions and local state-of-the-art experiences are truly phenomenal. We recently unveiled our newest cruise ship, the Disney Wish, to the public with a virtual live stream presentation that has been viewed nearly 1.2 million times. The ship is amazing, and it includes the Aqua Mouse water ride, the first ever Disney attraction at sea. The Disney Wish will set sail on its maiden voyage in 2022, and bookings open to the general public on May 27th. On the studio side, we are pleased to be nearing full production levels, and we are also significantly ramping up content creation at our studios, consistent with the guidance we provided at Investor Day. An example of this is 20th Century and Searchlight Pictures, where they are gradually increasing output and will reach a steady state of 15 and 20 films respectively to fuel our general entertainment offerings across all of our distribution platforms. We're incredibly proud that Searchlight's Nomadland took home Oscars for Best Actress, Best Director, with Chloe Zhao becoming the first woman of color to win the award, and Best Picture. That's 5 Best Picture wins since 2009 and 43 Academy Awards in total. Additionally, Pixar's stellar record of award-winning films continues with the studio's animated masterpiece, Soul, which took home Oscars for Best Animated Feature and Best Original Score. And I'm happy to say that now millions are able to enjoy Soul on Disney Plus and Nomadland on Hulu. As we have consistently stated, flexibility is a key component of our distribution strategy, and we have outlined 3 approaches for distributing our films: releases in theaters with a simultaneous offering via Disney Plus Premier Access, releases straight to Disney Plus, and traditional exclusive theatrical releases. Here's how this translates to our tremendous upcoming film slate. Cruella will be released in theaters and via Disney Plus Premier Access on May 28th, followed by Pixar's Luca, which will be released exclusively on Disney Plus on June 18th. The highly anticipated Black Widow will be in theaters and on Disney Plus via Premier Access on July 9th. And Disney's Jungle Cruise, a hilarious adventure-filled expedition, will be available in theaters and on Disney Plus via Premier Access on July 30th. I'm pleased to announce today that amidst recent signs of increased consumer confidence in moviegoing, 2 films, 20th Century's exciting comedy, Free Guy, and Marvel's action-adventure, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, will be released with a 45-day exclusive theatrical window on August 13th and September 3rd, respectively.
They won't mention that.
Regardless of where they originate, all of our films and episodic series will end up as part of the robust library of content on our DTC platforms. Like our films, our Disney Plus original series have become must-watch events, starting with the success of The Mandalorian, followed by Marvel's WandaVision and The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. These not only became immediate hits, but part of the cultural zeitgeist. And the anticipation for Marvel's newest series, Loki, which debuts on June 9th, has been through the roof. The second season of High School Musical, the series, the all-new The Mysterious Benedict Society, based on the popular young adult book series, and the animated series Monsters at Work are also coming to Disney Plus in the next couple of months, just to name a few. We are uniquely positioned with the most compelling brands and franchises in entertainment, and we continue to deliver the high-quality, one-of-a-kind content that consumers want. That's clearly reflected in the success of Disney Plus, which amassed nearly 104 million paid subscribers as of the end of the second fiscal quarter. We are on track to achieve our guidance of 230 to 260 million subscribers by the end of fiscal 2024.
Never in his life.
Looking at our entire portfolio of streaming services, we expect that as full production levels resume and we get to a more normalized cycle, the increased output will help fuel additional sub growth across Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, Hulu, and Hotstar.
These usually last an hour.
Hulu and ESPN Plus had 41.6 million and 13.8 million paid subscribers respectively at the end of the quarter. On Hulu, buzzworthy content continues to boost performance, including the award-winning Hulu original film, The United States vs. Billie Holiday, and Season 4 of The Handmaid's Tale, which premiered to the biggest audience ever for a Hulu original. And there's lots more coming to Hulu, including Marvel's new animated series, MODOK, Season 2 of the hit series Love, Victor, and Season 10 of the wildly popular anthology American Horror Story on FX on Hulu. In March, we launched ESPN Plus on Hulu, and we are very pleased with its early progress. Viewers who subscribe to both Hulu and ESPN Plus are able to watch and engage with the great content that's available on ESPN Plus without leaving the Hulu environment. ESPN Plus programming includes thousands of live sporting events, original shows, series, and documentaries, with the UFC lightweight championship fight airing live on ESPN Plus pay-per-view on May 15th. The final match of the FA Cup also on May 15th, followed by the PGA Championship, Wimbledon, and the highly anticipated third UFC matchup between Dustin Poirier and Conor McGregor on pay-per-view July 10th. Not to mention the incredible additions to our lineup, including NHL and more college football in the fall. Live sports are a very important component of our content business. And even amidst the challenges of the past year, we have continued to build our unrivaled portfolio of sports rights in a disciplined way. While our overall strategy is still very supportive of our linear business, given the important economic value it drives for the company, we are also building out our ESPN Plus direct-to-consumer offering. And with every deal we make, we are considering both the linear and DTC components. With this strategy in mind, we've reached a number of long-term creative deals that each play a very specific role as part of our sports portfolio.
He's a CEO, though.
Some are weighted more towards linear with a significant digital component, such as the NFL and SEC deals.
There's a lot of things
others reflecting an emphasis on direct-to-consumer. These include agreements with the UFC, the PGA Tour, Bundesliga, and the NHL. For example, as part of the 7-year rights deal with the NHL, 75 of the league's live national games will be available exclusively on ESPN Plus and Hulu. And ESPN Plus will be the sole home for more than 1,000 out-of-market NHL games, further cementing the service as a must-have for hockey fans. And today, I'm excited to announce 2 additional sports rights deals. We've reached a renewal deal through 2028 with Major League Baseball, with 30 exclusive regular season games, which include 25 Sunday night baseball games and opening night annually. Coverage of the highly anticipated potential expanded wildcard series.
Was it a year to the
and
day?
The option to
or was it just it
simulcast
ended
all
now?
live MLB coverage from ESPN Network.
When I first saw your little avatar, I was like, oh, she's cute. And then I noticed.
We've also signed a historic
Pardon.
rights agreement with the top division in Spanish club football, La
Welcome,
Liga.
Mrs. Spooky.
La
I don't
Liga
recognize
is
your
one
name,
of the
so welcome.
world's best and most popular soccer leagues, including a number of the top clubs in the world and one of the best
Not
players
yet.
in the world, Lionel Messi. And this 8-year deal covering both English and Spanish language rights brings 380 La Liga matches and a host of La Liga 2 matches per season to ESPN Plus, beginning in August.
That's
And this
smart.
deal bolsters ESPN Plus's position as a top destination for soccer in the U.S., offering fans more than 2,900 matches per season. When you combine the
That's pretty big.
unparalleled assets of the Walt Disney Company, ESPN, ESPN Plus, ABC, and Hulu, plus our highly engaging digital and social content, it's clear that Disney is the absolute leader when it comes to serving our sports fans in the most effective way possible. We believe in the power of live sports and are confident our multi-platform rights deals we've made will provide us tremendous value now and into the future. Overall, we are pleased with the encouraging signs of recovery across our businesses, and we are confident we continue to move in the right direction for our future growth. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Christine, and she'll talk more in depth about our results for the quarter.
Thank you, Bob, and good afternoon, everyone.
Now we're going to hear about the money.
Excluding certain items, diluted earnings per share for the second fiscal quarter increased 32% versus the prior year to 79 cents per share. We are beginning to see progress in many of our businesses after more than a year of adverse impacts from the pandemic.
It will be.
While we are not out of the woods yet, we are pleased with our results this quarter at both our DMED and DPEP businesses. I'll walk through our results by segments, starting with Media and Entertainment Distribution. Operating income at the segment increased by 74% in the second quarter versus the prior year, due to higher results across all of the segment's lines of business. At Linear Networks, the increase was driven by growth at both our domestic and international channels. At domestic channels, both cable and broadcasting operating income increased versus the prior year. Higher results at cable were driven by lower programming and production costs and higher affiliate revenue, partially offset by lower advertising revenue. ESPN's results were in line with the guidance we gave last quarter, and ESPN was the most significant contributor to cable's growth this quarter.
Probably not to the end of the year.
The decrease in programming and production
And it
costs
will be renewed.
was
She's getting
largely
promoted.
due to the timing of the college football playoffs. As we mentioned last quarter, fiscal Q2
Yes, I will.
included only one CFP bowl game, the national championship, compared to 4 in the prior year quarter, 3 CFP bowl games, and the national championship game. Cable programming and production costs also benefited in the quarter from lower production costs for other live sporting events and lower programming costs at Freeform. Lower advertising revenue at cable was primarily due to lower average viewership. At ESPN, domestic advertising revenue decreased significantly in the quarter, driven by lower ratings for key programming in addition to the timing of the college football playoffs.
American
Quarter
football,
to
I
date,
assume?
domestic advertising revenue at ESPN is currently pacing up significantly versus last year, benefiting from the prior year's lack of significant
many
live
things.
sports programming due to COVID. At broadcasting, higher results were driven by growth at ABC,
Yes.
partially offset by a decrease at the owned television stations. At ABC, lower programming and production costs and higher affiliate
I gotta put these
revenue
away.
was partially offset by lower advertising revenue. Programming and production costs were impacted by the shift in timing of the Academy Awards, which took place in the third quarter this year compared to the second quarter last year. Lower advertising revenue was primarily driven by lower average viewership and the timing of the Academy Awards, partially offset by higher rates. On our Q1 earnings call, we said we expected the Academy Awards timing shift and lower political advertising at our owned stations would negatively impact broadcasting results in the second quarter versus the prior year. While we did see those specific adverse impacts play out, overall broadcasting results were higher than we expected, driven by lower marketing spend due to timing shifts of some new series, in addition to a number of other smaller factors. Total domestic affiliate revenue increased 5% in the quarter. This was driven by a benefit of 8 points of growth from higher rates, offset by a 4-point decline due to a decrease in subscribers. Operating results at international channels increased due to a decrease in programming and production costs and an increase in advertising revenue, partially offset by lower affiliate revenue. Lower programming and production costs in the second quarter were driven by a higher percentage of content cost being allocated to our DTC business rather than our networks business as we continue the international expansion of Disney Plus and Star, in addition to channel closures over the past year. Advertising revenue increased primarily due to the timing of BCCI cricket matches, which generally take place in the first quarter, but were in the second quarter this year due to COVID-related timing shifts.
Careful what you ask for.
Lower affiliate revenue at our international channels was due to channel closures as well as an unfavorable foreign currency impact.
Non-binary mouse.
At our direct-to-consumer businesses, operating results in the quarter improved by over $500 million versus the prior year due to stronger results at Hulu and ESPN+.
That's it?
The increase at Hulu was due to subscriber revenue growth and higher advertising revenue, partially offset by higher programming and production costs related to the Hulu Live TV service. Hulu ended the second quarter with 41.6 million paid subscribers, up from 39.4 million in Q1, inclusive of the Hulu Live digital MVPD service. Paid subscribers to Hulu Live declined modestly to 3.8 million from 4 million at the end of Q1, which we attribute primarily to the $10 price increase we took in December, in addition to a modest impact from seasonality. At ESPN+, improved year-over-year results were driven by subscriber growth and an increase from UFC pay-per-view events. ESPN+ had 13.8 million paid subscribers as of the end of the quarter. At Disney+, results were comparable to the prior year quarter, as an increase in subscribers was largely offset by higher content, marketing, and technology costs. As Bob mentioned earlier, we had almost 104 million Disney Plus paid subscribers at the end of the second quarter. At our annual meeting, we announced we had reached 100 million global paid subscribers.
They've gained 4 million subscribers.
We reached that milestone in early March, so we added subs at a faster pace in the last month of the second quarter than we did in the first 2 months. And that was despite no major market launches, a price increase in EMEA, and a domestic price increase toward the end of the quarter. We attribute this success to the strength of our overall content slate, the launch of the Star General Entertainment offering in many markets, and the continued growth of Disney Plus Hotstar. Between Q1 and Q2, Disney Plus Hotstar was the strongest contributor to net subscriber additions, making up approximately a third of the total Disney Plus subscriber base as of the end of the second quarter. However, ARPU at Disney Plus Hotstar was down significantly versus the first quarter due to lower advertising revenue as a result of the timing of IPL cricket matches and the impact of COVID in India. As a reminder, the majority of the prior IPL tournament took place in fiscal Q1, and there were no games in Q2. The current IPL tournament began on April 9th in fiscal Q3 and was suspended last week given the COVID situation in India.
They gained 4 million subscribers on Disney
overall
Plus
ARPU this
in the past
quarter was $3.99. Excluding Disney Plus Hotstar, it was $5.61. As we
Yep.
move through the remainder of the year, we should start to see the benefit on Disney Plus ARPU from price increases we've taken around the world. Last quarter, we guided to second quarter direct-to-consumer operating income improving modestly versus the prior year. Actual results came in significantly better versus the prior year due to Hulu advertising sales upside, lower content and marketing expense at Hulu and Disney Plus, and better than expected ESPN Plus pay-per-view results. Content sales, licensing, and other operating income at DMED increased in the second quarter versus the prior year due to higher TV SVOD results and lower content impairments, partially offset by lower home entertainment results. Higher TV SVOD results were primarily due to an increase in income from sales of episodic content, driven by sales of more profitable programs in the current period and lower write-offs.
And
This
they'll
was partially
unsubscribe when
offset
Bad
by a
Batch is
decrease
over.
in
So
sales of film content. The decrease in home entertainment
Not even
results
close.
was driven by the absence of significant title releases in Q2. Moving on to our Parks, Experiences, and Products segment. DPEP's operating income in the second quarter decreased by $1.2 billion year over year, as growth at Consumer Products was more than offset by lower results at Parks and Experiences due to the impacts of COVID-19.
blah, blah, blah.
At Consumer Products, growth in operating income was due to increases at our merchandise and games licensing businesses. At Parks and Experiences, results were again adversely affected by COVID-19 related
making
closures
excuses.
and reduced operating capacities versus the prior year.
Stop making excuses. What's the number?
Disneyland Resort, Disneyland Paris, and our cruise business were closed for all of the second quarter,
Blah,
whereas
blah.
these
What's the
businesses
number?
closed in mid-March of the prior year quarter. Hong Kong Disneyland Resort was opened for approximately 30 days during the second quarter, compared to approximately 25 days in the prior year quarter.
Good to see you, Deck Tunics.
Walt Disney World Resort and Shanghai Disney Resort were both open for all of Q2. In the prior year quarter, Disney
All
World
empires
closed
fall.
in mid-March and Shanghai closed in late
All
January.
empires fall.
Our parks and resorts that were open during the quarter operated at significantly reduced capacities, yet
Stop making
all
excuses.
achieved the objective of a net positive contribution, meaning that revenue exceeded the variable costs associated with opening.
We don't want to hear that. What did you
At
make?
Walt Disney World, attendance trends continued to steadily improve throughout the second quarter, and guest spending per capita again grew by double digits versus the prior year.
We'll look at
Disneyland
the physical
Resort
report
reopened
after.
on April 30th, and as Bob mentioned earlier, we are very encouraged by the initial guest response.
They can't.
Forward-looking bookings for park reservations at both of our domestic parks are strong, demonstrating the strength of our brands as well as growing travel optimism as case counts decline, vaccine distribution ramps, and government
Listen,
restrictions
she's going on for 5
loosen.
minutes making excuses.
Looking
It's going to be
ahead,
bad.
there are a couple of
I'll
items
be
I would
right
like to mention.
here.
At Linear Networks, we expect a significant decline in operating income year over year in the third quarter, largely due to higher sports programming and production
That was
costs at
fast.
ESPN, which we expect to increase by $1.2 billion versus prior year. This year's Q3 includes marquee events such as the NBA, Major League Baseball,
Nobody's
the
watching.
Masters,
Nobody's
Wimbledon,
watching.
and the European Football Championship,
Nobody's that, yes.
which compares to Q3 of last year, during which we had a limited slate of events due to COVID. At our direct-to-consumer business, we now plan to launch Star Plus, our standalone general entertainment and sports streaming service for Latin America, on August 31st. Moving the launch to late summer allows us to leverage a strong sports calendar, which includes the return of European soccer leagues, including La Liga and the Premier League.
Those are big.
Championship games
We'll talk about
for
it.
the Copa Libertadores, the prominent regional international soccer competition,
I'll show you the
along
reports after
with
and where you
Grand
can get
Slam
them.
tennis. As Bob mentioned earlier, we remain right on track to reach our fiscal 2024 guidance of 230 to 260 million subs, powered by the addition of 30 million paid Disney Plus subs in the first half of the year. And notwithstanding our expectation for fewer net sub adds in the second half of the year, given the COVID-related suspension of the IPL season, and our decision to move the Star Plus Latin America launch to the fourth quarter, we remain very optimistic about our future.
Sure you do.
And with that, I'll now turn the call back over to Lowell, and we would be happy to take your questions.
Okay, thanks, Christine. And, as we transition to the Q&A, let me note once again that since we are not all physically together this afternoon, I will do my best to moderate by directing your questions to the appropriate executive. And with that, operator, we are ready for the first question.
Thank you. As a reminder, if you would like to ask a question, press star, then the 1 key on your touchtone telephone. Our first question comes from Ben Swinburne with Morgan Stanley. Your line is open.
Thanks. Good afternoon. Maybe just starting on the direct-to-consumer side, for Bob, could you talk a little bit about how the price increases have landed relative to your expectations,
You won't be seeing that.
both internationally with Star, but also in the U.S., kind of the impact on churn and how that might inform
You
your
won't be seeing that
decision-making
either.
process going forward on price. And then I just wanted to ask, I think you guys generated maybe $700 million or so of free cash flow in the quarter. Normally, we don't talk a lot about quarterly free cash flow, but it's been a while. I'm just wondering, Christine, if you think at this point, we're back in free cash flow positive mode going forward and expect to generate free cash flow for the year. Thank you both.
Okay, Ben, thanks for the questions.
Yes.
Bob, you'll take the first one on price response, and then Christine, you'll take the cash flow question.
All right. Of course, these were our first price increases since we launched. I have to say that we're extremely pleased.
It's coming
with how
if
the
they
market
continue on this
reacted to
route.
both. In the U.S., we've not observed any significantly higher churn rate since the price increase. In EMEA, as we added Star as a 6-brand title, we've actually seen an improvement in our churn rate. So we seem to be fairly resilient to those price increases. And as such, I think it makes us feel relatively bullish going forward that we still offer a tremendous price value relationship across the world for Disney Plus.
Hi, Ben, and thanks for the free cash flow question. We don't usually get those. But I would like to comment on it because it's something that we're tracking not only this year versus last year, and we look at it actually weekly, but I'm also looking at it versus
we'll
fiscal
talk about it
19, which I consider a more normalized year. I would say that the upside that we're really seeing, and we're quite pleased with it, is since we've reopened Walt Disney World, and we really don't have the impact of Disneyland yet, but we're seeing, as I mentioned, a strong per cap growth in the parks, and that's flowing through the parks cash numbers. And we're also seeing good, strong cash flow from our direct-to-consumer businesses. So those two elements are kind of upside to what we had planned for. And I would also say that there is some choppiness year over year because of some of the shifts in sports rights expense timing from last year to this year. But we expect that to be more normalized this year as we get through the year. But we're looking at a more favorable free cash flow than we did when we started off the year.
Thanks a lot.
Ben, thank you. Operator, next question, please.
Our next question comes from Alexia Quadrani with JP Morgan. Your line is open.
Thank you. One on streaming as well, and then one on the parks. How should we think about really Disney Plus subscriber growth going forward? I know you give a lot of great color in terms of how to think about the cadence for the balance of the year, and details on the growth we've seen so far, on the impressive growth we've seen so far. But I'm wondering, if you look at what you see internally as major drivers for the step up or, step-ups until you get to your long-term target. Is it really around certain content drops? Is it around, eventually moving more into Eastern Europe or other markets in Asia? I guess what do you guys see as sort of, the main drivers for sub growth? And then just a follow-up, if I can, on the parks, any color you can provide on how we should think or how you're thinking about, when it's okay to start raising capacity, attendance capacity, particularly at Walt Disney World.
Okay, Alexia, thanks for both questions. Bob, do you want to attack both of those?
Yes, I'll take them both. So on the first one, in terms of the drivers for sub growth going forward, we really see 4 different elements. First of all is our content slate.
They are.
As you know, we're spending a lot of money across our variety of franchises in order to create the content that's going to keep consumers coming back and keep not only our sub number growing, but also our engagement growing across all of our platforms. So the first one is content slate. The second one is our general entertainment international growth driven by our Star brand, and we think that's going to continue to fuel growth for our international territories as well as Disney+. The third one is continued market expansion in markets where Disney+ has not yet been launched. And as you see, we're announcing Malaysia today as June 1st and Thailand as June 30th. So market expansion will continue to be a piece of it. But one thing that continues to impress us is the opportunity to have the bundle in the US be even larger. All the metrics that we see, all the performance factors are extraordinarily positive for that. So I would say those are the 4 components that continue to drive us and our bullishness in terms of our ability to continue to project that we're going to hit between 230 and 260 million subs by the end of 24. In terms of the parks and when we're going to sort of be able to raise our capacity limits, we've actually already started that, given the guidance that just came today from the CDC and earlier guidance that we got from the governor of Florida. We've already started to increase our capacities. Those obviously today's guidance that we got from the CDC in terms of those that were vaccinated do not necessarily need to wear masks anymore, both outdoors and indoors, is very big news for us, particularly if anybody's been in Florida in the middle of summer with a mask on. That could be quite daunting. So we think that's going to make for an even more pleasant experience. And we believe that, as we're now bringing back a lot of people back to work, that it's going to be an even bigger catalyst for growth and attendance. And we've been quite pleased to date. So I think you're going to see an immediate increase in the number of folks that we're able to admit into our parks through our reservation systems that we recently implemented. So we're very, very excited about that.
Thank you.
No, they're not going to say any of this, Finn. Of course not.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Michael Nathanson.
We'll talk about it after.
Nathanson, your line is open.
Yeah, true, Wes.
Thanks. Well, I have 2. One is on the gross addition side of
that I don't know.
Disney Plus. We heard from Netflix that there may have been a pull forward, that maybe perhaps
not
the
saying it
reopening
didn't.
is impacting gross additions. Can you talk a bit about what you're seeing in some of the more mature, or I guess developed markets on the gross addition side? And then you guys have consistently beat us on OI profits or lack of losses, I'd say, on DTC. Which of the platforms is providing the biggest surprise? And does it make you rethink maybe some of the guidance you gave around break even, given how strong the year has been so far on the limitation of losses? Thanks.
Bob, why don't you start and then we'll go over to Christine.
Okay, I'll take the first one. In terms of the additions, we've really seen it across our geographies. When you look at it from mature versus new, every single market that we've launched in has exceeded our expectations so far in terms of the new. But in terms of the mature, keep in mind that we added 30 million households in the first 6 months of the fiscal year, which is in line with our expectations. And domestic continues to contribute to that. The addition of the Marvel content, and not only the Marvel content, but how strong it's been and the cadence of additions. And as you know, we'll soon be announcing, or soon be launching Loki. That is a tremendous catalyst for growth for us. And in the future, as we get to more new content and serial content coming from Star Wars, we're really, really encouraged by what that's going to mean in terms of engagement. Because as you know, engagement is sort of the precursor for net sub ads. And so we're very pleased with both our domestic as well as our, let's call it, more mature markets, those that we've been in the marketplace for at least a year, but also our new markets as well.
Okay, and I'll take the second part of your question, Michael, and nice to hear your voice. The biggest drivers for direct-to-consumer were coming out of Hulu and Disney+. They're a little bit different. Disney+, we saw some lower content costs, and that was due to some lower allocated costs for some of our own titles compared to what we had expected. And at Hulu, there was also some lower content costs, but for a different reason. It was from their third-party content that is coming, that were delayed because of some COVID issues. So content coming in is not coming in as quickly as that they had thought. But the most important driver for Hulu is the addressable advertising strength. That continues to be a real upside, and it's going strong, and we expect that to continue. There's real demand for that addressable advertising.
Thanks, Christine.
Okay, Michael,
my other question was, sorry, Lo, thanks.
Oh, well, go ahead, Michael.
No, and does that make you rethink your guidance on break-even, timelines, given how strong Hulu's been? No.
No, the only guidance that we have reaffirmed was the 2024 total Disney Plus global subs. Bob mentioned it, I mentioned it. That's at 230 to 260. All the other guidance we have not reaffirmed or changed at this point. We're still going through our long-term planning cycle, so we're not making any changes now.
Okay, thank you, Christine.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Jessica Reif-Ehrlich with BofA Securities. Your line is open.
Thanks. I have the same parks and DTC. Some of the pictures from the parks look like it's totally full, even with this reduced capacity. So now with capacity increasing, how does that relate to kind of normal attendance? Even though you don't have international visitors, it still feels like from what we can see that it's fairly full, and you said demand's strong. I just wonder if you can comment on that, and also any update you can give us, given the strong demand, how that overlays with some of the things you've talked about in the past and didn't really discuss today, but the yield management, some of the cost changes you've put in place. And then, sorry for such a long-winded question, but given the tight labor market, are there any issues that you're seeing there, either on the cost side or in hiring? And then finally on DTC, I mean, the slower net adds in the second half sounds like it's coming from India, which of course is understandable given IPL as well as COVID. But there's also, likely to be an impact on ARPU, a positive impact on ARPU, and I'm just wondering, how does that all translate into the operating results, OI?
Thanks, Jessica. So, Bob, why don't you take the parks questions, and then if you want to start on the Disney Plus question, Christine may want to jump in at the end.
Okay, so in terms of the parks demand domestically, our intent to visit at Walt Disney World is growing and is actually already flat with 19, which is obviously our last pre-COVID year. So that's really good news for us. And since we've opened up Disneyland Resort, intent to visit is actually growing as well. So we're thrilled with the guest response to that. So as capacity limits increase, we don't think we're going to have any problem at all, sort of increasing our attendance to match that capacity. That is not something that keeps any of us up at night. In terms of our yield management, as you know, we've been practicing yield management for a while, and it's really become an art form with this extraordinarily limited capacities that we've been operating at. But you've seen the margins very healthy. Our yield is growing up from a very healthy standpoint. Consumers are spending more, and we're doing it under some tremendous cost management parameters because everything's become automated. And so we've sort of got the perfect positive storm, if you will, where we've got plenty of demand, we've got really great yield management gains and the cost management at the same time. And in terms of labor, we've had about 80% of our cast members return that we've asked to return. And obviously one of the gating factors for us to continue to increase capacity is to continue to get more and more cast members back. It thrills us to be able to do that, but we've had no problems whatsoever in terms of trying to get our cast to come back and make some magic for our guests. Christine? I think you're muted.
Mute me. I'm going to talk about, hi Jessica, I'm going to talk about direct-to-consumer and the slower net ads expected for the second half of the year. That is in fact the case, and it is largely due to the COVID-related suspension of the IPL and also that decision that we made to move the Star Plus Latin America launch into the fourth quarter. And once again, we did that because of the strength of the sports calendar that we would have upon launch. The other thing that's going to happen here is with the absence of the IPL games in India, that'll also have an impact on advertising revenue. So you could see a decrease in the ARPU and the subs in India if that plays out like we just said. But the other thing is we did take price increases for domestic US as well as EMEA for Disney Plus. So our overall ARPU could benefit. So we just took the price increase in the US at the end of March, and we'll see how that plays out in our ARPU in the upcoming quarters.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Operator, questions.
Our next question comes from Doug Mitchelson with Credit Suisse. Your line is open.
Oh, thanks so much. Thanks for taking the question. So, Lowell, I would say sort of two areas of focus. The first, you started touching on it a bit with the last series of questions, but I think one of the core theses is that coming out of the pandemic, the potential that the parks at Disney are more profitable than pre-pandemic. And you've talked about some of those drivers. One of them, perhaps, you know, when the parks return to 100% of capacity, is that capacity different than it was pre-pandemic? Is it bigger? Are you smarter on pricing? Are margins structurally higher? So, one, I'm just curious if you agree with that thesis that the parks could end up being more profitable coming out of the pandemic than it was going in. And then the second area is the NFL deal was obviously super interesting, and I'm curious under what circumstances would you consider doing what some peers are doing, simulcasting your football games, Monday Night Football games, from either ESPN or ABC onto ESPN Plus. Thank you.
Doug, thank you. Thanks for the questions. I will turn both of them over to Bob.
Okay, in terms of park, in terms of the relative profitability, as you know, there's a lot of negative impacts, of course, with COVID, but one of the things that it gave us a chance to do as we were forced to stop operation was to completely re-examine how we priced and programmed our tickets. And as you all know, we ended our current annual pass program at Disneyland. And that gives us a chance to sort of create a modern version of a park loyalty program, an affinity program that isn't necessarily governed by legacy. And as you know, the net contribution back to the company varies tremendously, and was one of the levers that we used to grow yield over the past several years, depending on what type of ticketing structure a particular guest came in. With the ability now for us to sort of completely reconsider how we go about our loyalty programs and our frequent visitor programs, we have the chance to make even more advancements, not only in terms of the guest experience, and make sure that guests have a tremendous experience no matter what day of the year they come, whether it's a high demand day or a relatively low demand day, but also the ability to increase our per caps and our yields. And we've already seen tremendous growth in those, as you're seeing over the last couple quarters. But I don't think we've even scratched the surface in terms of what we can do when we finally restart with some of our programs, in terms of making sure again that not only do we improve the guest experience, but at the same time get an adequate return to our shareholders for the type of experience that we do give to our guests. So very positive on those factors. In terms of the ability to simulcast with ESPN Plus and ESPN,
we can talk about it after.
That's actually been envisioned in the deals, and we've gotten a lot of flexibility, not only in terms of our ability to take our programming to our DTC platforms and things like Hulu and ABC. So that's actually been envisioned, and we plan on being fairly aggressive in that way. I think that one of the advantages of the Walt Disney Company in sports is that we've got so many ways to reach our consumer base, and I think the leagues understand that, and we certainly do as well, and I think our guests do as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Operator, next question, please.
We'll talk about it.
Our next question comes from Canon Fanashawar with Barclays. Your line is open.
Thank you. So a couple, if I could. I mean, firstly, I guess, Bob, when you look at the vision for sports streaming, you now have digital rights across all the major sports that you carry on ESPN. And you've made some hard choices on the other businesses when it comes to licensing and studios and so on, in order to pivot, make a hard pivot to streaming. But that choice with respect to sports streaming feels like it's still a couple of years off in terms of pivoting ESPN as a business completely towards streaming. So could you just talk about the longer term vision now that your sports portfolio is in place? How should we think about ESPN relative to ESPN Plus, and how you're thinking about the transition being accretive overall? And secondly, I guess, Christine, the guidance around the second half cadence for DTC subs, the IPL suspension, I guess, could change. I think they're looking at other geographies to run the tournament. If that was to happen, would the outlook change for subscriber growth in the second half? Thanks.
Okay, Canon, thanks. Bob, I'll hand the sports question to you, and then Christine, you can talk a little bit about IPL impact on subs.
They won't. We've talked a lot about, excuse me, we've talked a lot about flexibility when it comes to pivoting between linear and more traditional legacy platforms and our digital rights direct-to-consumer platforms. And the reason we want that flexibility is because we know things are going to change. And as we've always said, when the right time comes for us to make a step function increase, as we've done with our entertainment platforms to our sports platforms, and it's accretive to our shareholder proposition, we'll go ahead and do that. Our longer term vision is to parallel path both ESPN and ESPN Plus. But if there's any indication of where we're going with this, I think our recent deals and the flexibility that we've negotiated in to go to these direct-to-consumer platforms, and specifically ESPN Plus or whatever follows ESPN Plus in terms of a direct-to-consumer platform, I think that's 100% indicative of our bullishness of not only our capability of doing that, but the viability of doing that.
Hi, Canon. And your question around if they move the IPL. About half of the 60 IPL matches that were expected to be played this season have already taken place. So you're looking at the back half, 30 games to be played. So sure, if they were able to successfully relocate
probably not
the tournament, we would hopefully see an impact, especially on advertising. And so there would be a positive, what we're expecting. It would be better than if there were no rescheduled. The big issue is going to be when in the quarter and if it overlaps into Q4, or if it goes into the first fiscal quarter, which starts for us in the beginning of October. So we would have it would have an impact on it. It just depends on when it would come in. Let's hope they are able to relocate it.
Thank you both.
Hey, Canon, thanks for the question.
It is a good question. I don't know.
Operator, next question.
I would think they have to, but I
Our next question comes from John Hodulik with UBS, your line is open.
Great. Thank you, guys. Maybe keeping with the sports rights question, it does look like you guys are sort of bulking up on sports rights. Would you say you still have demand for additional rights if the economics make sense? And I'm thinking sort of Sunday Ticket or the EPL, or is there sort of a level that you get to in terms of spending where you feel you need to cut it off? And then, given all the rights and the digital platform, does sports gambling become a bigger opportunity for the company and something that you expect it to go deeper into? Thanks.
There's no hope for Star Wars as long as Mickey Mouse owns it.
Thank you. In terms of the sports rights,
force them to
we
sell.
just recently closed MLB, La Liga, NFL, NHL. So we certainly, as you have suggested, have a full
shareholders are who get to call in.
Sports to please almost anybody. And then you take that in addition to the NBA rights that we have, and yes, we've got a full house there. In terms of our appetite for going further, in terms of what's really left, there's not much. You mentioned Sunday Ticket, and that's something that we're in conversations with, and we're considering and we're thinking about it. Obviously, it's an attractive property, but we'll only do it just like our other rights if it is something that adds shareholder value. And that's the filter that we'll continue to look for. And we're really happy with, frankly, the deals that we've got in terms of representing things that are accretive to our shareholders so far. And we'll take that same approach going forward. In terms of the gambling opportunity, as you know, we stuck our toe in this water in the last couple of years in terms of sports books, links with a few of the players out there. And I think going forward, we see this as an opportunity. We see it as an opportunity. We know that it represents very little risk to the company and very little risk to ESPN. As a matter of fact, it's actually, it builds the brand equity from the research that we've had in terms of some of the younger audience that follow sports, because it's such an integral part of the experience. And so we think it's actually a growth vehicle for us, but we'll walk into it carefully and monitor it carefully, but we have a greater appetite to doing more and more in that area.
Great, thanks, Bob.
We, the customers, control it.
Thanks, John. Operator, we have time for one more question today.
Not the shareholders.
We have a question from Brett Feldman.
If everybody says no to Disney and stops watching their trash,
yeah, thanks for taking the question. You mentioned during your prepared remarks the three primary ways you look to release theatrical content, whether it's in the theaters or on your direct-to-consumer platforms. And, one of those methods is a simultaneous release in the theaters and premium access. And I can understand, during COVID, when it was very unlikely that people would be in theaters.
Not a whole lot. I'm going to recap.
It seems like it's a little trickier to make a decision
not
on
really
when a film
anything.
has the right characteristics.
Just embarrassing numbers. We'll talk about it
going forward. So I was hoping you can maybe give us some insight in terms of what you're weighing when you make that decision, and in particular with your big franchises. For example, you'll be doing this with Black Widow. What gives you conviction that you can, build and nurture and create a lot of enthusiasm around those mega franchises without at least some limited theatrical window?
You don't want.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brett. Bob, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I'm going to take the second one first. If there's any marker in terms of our ability to continue to build franchises, we know theatrical is a proven way to do that. But our merchandise sales on Mandalorian that never had a theatrical release is certainly one extraordinary marker in terms of the fact that while theatrical continues to be a great way for us to build franchises, our first big data point using our Disney Plus platform to sell merchandise has been extraordinarily successful for us as well. In terms of the Premier Access, you're absolutely right. As we get into a situation where, we're trying to monitor our consumers ready to go back into theaters. Of course, 90%, let's say, of the domestic marketplace is open right now. And we're encouraged in terms of polling, in terms of that growing going forward. But if you look at last weekend's box office, for an example, and you compare it versus an average of the last 3 years of pre-COVID box office, it was 85% below domestically and 63% below, or 67% below internationally. So we know the market's not quite there yet. So the Disney Premier Access strategy, one of the things it gives us right now, and we're grateful for this, is the ability to go ahead and try to release things into the market and try to reprime the pump, if you will. But at the same time, know that for those consumers that are a little leery still about going into a packed theater, that they can go ahead and watch it in the safety and convenience of their home. In terms of, going beyond this fiscal year, we've not announced exactly what our strategy is going to be in terms of, which titles will be theatrical plus Disney Premier Access, which ones will be direct to Disney Plus, or which ones will, go into theaters. But know that we'll continue to watch the evolution of the recovery of the theatrical marketplace, and we'll use that flexibility to make the right call at the right time. But right now, we've only called those films that are in this fiscal year because of the relatively fluid nature of the recovery of exhibition.
Did the rebels win? 30 ships attacked the Death Star.
Brett, thanks for the question. And thanks again, everyone, for joining us today. Note that a reconciliation of non-GAAP measures that were referred to on this call to equivalent GAAP
Don't be
measures
afraid of the big mouse, the big Death Star.
Website.
We have the
Let
power.
me also remind you that certain statements on this call, including financial estimates or statements about our plans, expectations, beliefs, or business prospects, and other statements that are not historical in nature, may constitute forward-looking statements under the securities laws. We make these statements on the basis of our views and assumptions regarding future events and business performance at the time we make them, and we do not undertake any obligation to update these statements. Forward-looking statements are subject to a number of risks and uncertainties, and actual results may differ materially from the results expressed or implied in light of a variety of factors, including factors contained in our annual report on Form 10-K, quarterly reports on Form 10-Q, and in our other filings.
And we'll look at the actual financial report. I was already pulling stuff up and looking at. Oh boy, wait till you guys see this.
A very pleasant good evening. Thanks.
Okay.
This concludes today's conference call. Thank you for participating. You may now disconnect.
First things first.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Brendan, I have tried. I have invited you and allowed you to be on the big people table, but you want to act like a child. You think you're funny. You think, what, you're going to make me look bad? No, you're not. You're only making yourself look bad. I've given you many chances, and you continue to show your ignorance. So, I tried, buddy. Bye-bye. We won't be seeing him again. I have no time for children. Well, I do have time for children, but not when you're acting like a jackass and a child. I always have time for children. Let's see. Probably KK. She loves KK. Or she loves Ryan. Remember why I not wanted to study management? Yeah. Yeah, KK. Don't blame him. Who? Ryan? Oh, Lord. No, they didn't say anything. He just said that, Mando is selling amazingly, but no numbers, no, they don't show us that. So, which, obviously they're making money off of Baby Yoda. But how much, realistically, are they making off of that TV show? They only gained, I don't know if you heard earlier, Steph, if you were here, they only gained 4 million subscribers on Disney Plus since the last quarter. So it ain't looking good. No, not really. This is the war room. Listen, I always have an open forum. You're welcome to question me, bring out, some information that you have. If you're unsure about something, whatever. As long as you're respectful, I will give you an open forum and I will be respectful. But when you come in here acting like a dumbass and constantly, that's one of the few people I've ever had to ban. But, he kept up at it and I gave him several chances. So I will smack your ass down if you try me. Ridley Scott publicly excoriated her for Johnson. Yeah. Exorcised her. Is that what you meant? Or excoriated? Yeah, they didn't really say anything. So, okay, thanks for stopping by, Steph. Have a great day. So let's talk about it. I took some notes. First of all, will the rebels win? Well, again, 30 ships took on the Death Star. So remember that. We have all the power. Yes, if you smell it. Okay, I'll go in the order of the notes I took. The Wish Cruise coming in 2022. That's going to have this big Star Wars theme thing and all this. Okay, what they're not telling you is that for a few days, like a weekend on that cruise, it's $3,000+. So number one, they're hyping it up. Oh, this wonderful Star Wars experience and all these Marvel and all these different experiences. It's going to be an amazing cruise ship. Most people will not be able to afford to take that cruise, number one. Number two, it's pretty ironic because just the other day they came out with this big thing about racial equality and their whole privilege thing. And you need to learn that being white is bad. And they're pandering. They're saying you shouldn't be privileged, but yet their cruise and the parks are increasing, and Disney Plus is supposed to be going up $1. Everything that they're selling at ridiculous prices to the privileged. So it's very hypocritical and ironic, as typical Disney fashion, that they say one thing but do the other. Clownfish TV just came out with a video about this a couple days ago. I didn't really get a chance to watch it. I skimmed like a couple minutes of it, but literally, yes, they are selling ridiculous amounts of or ridiculous price increases, and the price of that cruise is going to be astronomical. And they're saying they want people to not be privileged, but yet they are pandering to and creating products for the privileged. Most people will never get on that cruise. So that Disney magic and kids and all that is out the window because that's for rich families. Don't be privileged, but you must be privileged to come into our parks and cruises. Oh, I'm sure they will. They've ruined everything else they've touched. Probably. Exactly. Correct. Okay, they mentioned ESPN with the football, real football, not American handball, but football. Understand something for those that do not know. The Super Bowl at its peak, now it's all sports are crushed in the US. Nobody cares, nobody's watching them. But at its peak, had millions of viewers. Real football that's been around since like the 1300s and played by people all around the world has billions of viewers. The NFL is this big next to real football. So I would have to go back and listen to the details, but he did say that they got some contract deals with La Liga and that Lionel Messi, I don't think they have a direct deal with Messi. I got to go back and listen, but he is in that league and in that region. So if they're going to be getting some exclusive or at least broadcast of Messi, that's huge. He's bigger than Michael Jordan. So that's huge because it will get eyes all over the world. So that is a big thing for Disney. I had to block him again. I might have to. There he's blocked. If he keeps popping up, I'll just ban him altogether. So just ignore Brendan. He's an idiot. Wants colored folks to work and serve privileged folks. Oh yes. By the way, Clownfish, part of what I did catch in their videos, they have like a white glove service on those cruises and special events. What they don't tell you, it's like several $1,000s to have that white glove service. So if you're in a large group, like let's say your company, 30, 50 people, and you all chip in, it's not bad. But for a family, for a couple people to do that, yeah. All right, so let's look at a few things. we're going to close this. There wasn't anything really hot off the press there, so I'm going to end the recording on the other end. There wasn't really anything for me to edit, nothing too crazy. So I just got to save that file real quick. And we'll continue it. With what I found. All right. So first, let's look. Hold on. I got to close this thing. The recorder wants to pull up the. All right, just a moment. Save it just in case. Case. Come on. Are you going to close or what? All right. A lot of resources running right now, so just a second. Okay, just a moment, guys. Just a moment. Okay, so let me pull. All right, good. Let me pull this up, and if you go to the link at the bottom of the description, you can go to where this financial report is and the recording we just listened to. But I'm going to show you a couple things. I believe it's here. Let me just double check. Okay. You see here's where the webcast was, and here's the reports. We're going to look at it here in a moment. But I want to show you guys a couple things. If you come to WaltDisneyCompany.com, that's where you find this. All right. So you can either go up here, Investor Relations, or you can come down here. All right. First things first, we're going to go to Investor Relations. If you haven't already caught it, Investor Relations, they always have the stock report. Now, this is the lowest I've seen it in months, maybe the past year. It's always around 180. I haven't checked in a few days. But as you can see, today, when they're announcing their reports, their financial standings, look how it dropped. And in fact, it got down to 175. That is the lowest I've seen it easy in a year. Okay. Stocks dropped big time today. Let's look at a month. Here you see 181, 181. Then it keeps going up like 180, 185, in between there, 183. And then here you can see, it'll highlight it. Come on. Being a pain, it doesn't want to highlight. But on the 11th, it was at 181. Doesn't want to highlight that one. Let's look here. Actually, let's look over the past year. 104. Okay, wow, that was low. 5/12/2020. Okay, I stand corrected. But still, here it started going up. It started going up here November of 2020. What happened in November 2020? Mandalorian season 2? Okay. So, anyways, today it went down to 175. That's the lowest it's been in quite some time. 175. Let's look here. So, since January-ish. So it's been going up, but now it's coming back down again since the last report. All right. So if you come here, there's the webcast that we just looked at. And then if you guys come down, there's news. And then here's always the PDFs. There's the annual. And then if you go to the next, there's the quarterly. We're going to look at this one that just came out. This was the first quarter we did months ago, just so you guys know where it's at. All right. I'll close that. And we're going to look at... let's see. All right. Give me a second. Share this page. Check the random music. Yeah, they always put some random music at the end. Arsenic, yes. Hello there. Nice to see you, Ryan. Oh, I let everyone speak. I give everyone an open forum if you have a question, if you have a rebuttal, whatever. But when you want to be disrespectful, then never use the force unless you have to. The ring is mine. Okay. So, okay. This is the report that came out today, second quarter, right? Let's read through the top here. Earnings per share from continuing operations for the quarter increased to 50 cents from 26 cents in the prior, okay? So overall picture, the earnings per share are only 50 cents. Regardless of how much or how little they went down, they're only 50 cents. And they're only, what is that? 24 cents up. Okay. 32%, blah, 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 blah. All this doesn't matter too much. Encouraging signs of recovery, blah, blah, blah. Reopening of the parks, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now we're going to look at some hard numbers. Now, we're looking at March of last year compared to April. So it's roughly 1 year, okay? The 2 quarters. Revenue. Now, keep in mind, when it's a comma, this is billions. 15,613 million. When there are parentheses, that is negative. All right? So, from last year, they were at 18 billion. Now they are at 15. This is not talking about their debt. This is what they have brought in. They have brought in $3 billion less in this quarter compared to last year, this quarter. Income from continuing operations. Here, by the way, that was 13% down. Here they're at 17%, $200 million difference, which is nothing. $200 million for Disney is electricity for a day. It's nothing. They can't do anything with that. Operating income, look, 60 million, 2% change. From continuing operations, 912, they're up from 468. So about double, but either way, $912 million ain't going to do nothing for Disney, especially not when you're 50 billion plus in debt. Diluted EPS. Okay, so here you can see it was 26. Now it's 52. Or 50, rather, sorry. Here it was 52. We'll look at that in a minute. Certain items, whatever. Cash from continuing up. This is minus 56, okay? Negative. Here you can see 3,157,000,000. And here they are, 1,393,000,000. Free cash flow, as in there are assets. You own a home, you own a car, you own the park, you own Disney Plus, you own a cruise, and then there's cash. They have $623 million. Guys, that doesn't cover their costs for a month. Down 67%. It was 1,910,000,000. Now, this is 6 months. So you look at the overall picture because they like to confuse you. At the same time, the 6-month report, or 6-month report, half a year report, here you can see 623, right? But overall, 6 months, they're minus 62 million. Here, last year, they were at 2 billion, 2.2 billion. Now they are down 19. All right. Now, quickly, I'm going to show you so you get a bigger, broader view. I wonder if it'll let me. Okay, no. Just a moment. Got to switch back and forth, but we can do that. Okay, this is quarter one, February 11th of 2021. Want you to see something here because they like to skew things so that you don't. Here, 685. As a matter of fact, if I didn't it show it? I thought it did. Hold on a second. Let me go back to the. Just a second, guys. Shoot. Just one moment. I think I had a better. Give me just a second to show you. Okay, it's kind of the same, but it's since it's together, it'll maybe make a little more sense. So just one second, just so you guys see like the big picture. Here we go. This is a reconciliation report. Reconciliation report. Can you guys see that? Yes. Okay. So here, so you see the numbers side by side, and you get a better kind of big picture. You see here, April 3rd, from compared to the quarter and the 6 months. 1393, it's down negative 1,700 or 1,764,000,000. It was at 3 billion. Now it is 1.3, right? 3.1 billion. And now it's at 1.3. Here, last year, or over the 6 months, look, 47, 4.7, well, 4.8 billion. And now it is at 1.4 billion. A change, negative minus 3,383,000,000. $19 million. All right. Provided by operations with investments. Now, free cash flow. Keep in mind, Disney has roughly $30 billion in cash loans that we know about, plus debt, plus losses. So actual cash on hand, $623 million. It was last year $1,910 million. A change of negative $1,287 million. 6 months. Here, so you get a bigger scale of it all. April 3rd, negative $62 million. Whereas last year, March, they were at $2,202,000,000 with a change of negative $2,264,000,000. Okay? You don't have to be a mathematician. You don't have to be an accountant. You don't have to be a genius to understand what I am telling you here. This number is a lot smaller than this number. And it's a lot smaller than this number. And this is no bueno. So Disney tries to paint it like everything's okay, everything's good, but they are down. They are in massive debt, and they have a third, well, about a half of what they had in cash from a year ago. All right, let's go back to the, but I wanted you to see that side by side because they show you, it's 685, and I'll show you just for posterity because that's what I do at Not My Star Wars. All facts here, no opinion, no feelings. Facts are here. 685, you guys should see that. See this here? Minus 685 is where they were at January 2nd, 2021. And 292. This is, okay, they were at 292 million. Now in January, December of 2019, just months later, negative 685 million. All right, remember that number, 685 negative. So now we're going to come over to the Q2 report because that was Q1, all right, just months ago. Now we're going to come to today's report, Q2. Just a second. All right. So you see here, 623. This is where they're at. Okay. So you see the change. 67 negative. 62 negative. All right. Let's look at some more numbers here. Segment operating income last March, $2,400,000,000. Here, $2,465,000,000. So they're up, 60 million roughly. $60 million is like half a day of operating costs at Disney at one park. That's like the morning shift, the breakfast club. Look here. Over 6 months, $6 billion. It is now 2. In April, $4 billion roughly. Here, 2.5. All right. Negative 41%. Here, a positive change of 2%. Oh, Disney Media. Here, March, $12,365,000,000. Here they are up less than 100 million. Again, $100 million to me and you is a lot of money. To Disney, that's their employee cost for the day. 1% change. Look at the numbers from 6 months. Double. Okay, you see, -2. So they had a 1% in the quarter, but overall in the big picture, they have a -2. Total revenues, look, 18 billion. Now it's 15 billion. Negative 13%. 6 months, look, 38, and here it's at 18. Here in April, it was 31, and look, it's half, 15. Media and entertainment, less than what do you got? $200 million. Okay, 74%. So that might be what they were talking about with The Mandalorian, but if you consider it, $200 million again, that doesn't even cover the cost to run Disney Plus for the month. Disney parks, experiences, and products. Last year, 756 million. Now, April 3rd, minus 406 million. Okay? And understand that this isn't 400 million less, like 756 minus 406 leaves you 3. No. What they're saying is March last year, they had 756. April right now, they have minus 406 million. Over the 6 months, last year, 3 billion, 200 million. Here, minus 525 million. Total segment operating income, 2% change. That's not going to make the shareholders happy. 6 months, looking at the big picture, minus 41%. It was at 6 billion. It is now at 3.8. Direct to consumer. Last year, 2.5 billion. Now 4 billion. So it is up 59% from last year, which that's pretty normal. That's to be expected. It's not as good as they would like, but $2 billion over a year to run all the Disney parks, pay all the employees, pay the executives, pay taxes, fines, marketing, and just to run Disney Plus. $2 billion ain't going to do it. They're spending and losing much more than they are making, guys. Content sales, licensing, that's like third-party stuff. Linear, direct-to-consumer. Okay, look. They are a little bit better because last year they were at minus 805 million. Now they are minus 290. That is a big part because here they were spending a lot of money to get Disney Plus up and running, plus marketing. So that's come down some, but still, it's still negative 300 million. Direct to consumer is Disney Plus, by the way. That's Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, all that. Hulu. Okay. Content sales, blah, blah, blah. Minus 25. 74% change, which sounds good, but look at the numbers. It's not that great. Last year, 1.6 billion, and it is now 2.8 billion. So you're talking about a billion, 1.2 billion difference. Again, to me and you, that sounds like I could buy a country. To Disney, $1 billion ain't going to get it. It does not cover, even if they weren't in debt with cash loans and losses, $1 billion does not cover them for the month, guys. Understand this. So you compound that by their debt and loss. You see, because here they're not showing the equation of we got this from content, but minus our loss. No, they're just showing you this segment of what they got. They're not counting the losses, the debt. Anyways, supplemental revenue. Here you can see very little change, 400 million, 15%. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Okay. March last year, they're claiming they had 33.5 million subscribers. I think that's bullshit. I seem to remember it being like 53, 55 in April. I don't think they gained 20 million in a month, but okay. Now they're at 103.6. So we'll say 100. You see, it's not even 4 million like they said. It's 3.6. They don't even give you the honest number. But okay, we'll round up. 104 million. Now, big picture, that sounds like a lot of subscribers. Netflix has doubled that. This is Disney Plus that owns Marvel, Pixar, Star Wars, goes on and on. They should have hundreds of millions of subscribers. They do not. And they also have Hulu and ESPN, and they are just barely over 100 million subscribers. Is there a total down here? No. But if you do some rough math, it doesn't have the total. Why don't they do the total here? Anyways, 100 plus 41. So you're talking about 104 plus 41. So 145. Roughly 145 million subscribers on all of their stuff. Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, Hulu, Star. Netflix alone has double their subscribers. So big picture, it ain't doing that good. It does look good from here, but even then, it's only up 70 million subscribers. That's not anything. But more important, let me see if I have it here. I should. Just a second. Okay. Again, for posterity, because Not My Star Wars doesn't rumor, doesn't think, doesn't facts. Just a moment. You see here, fiscal year 2021, quarter one from February 11th. Remember I showed you? Here's Disney Plus, 94.9, which they said 100 million, but really it was 95 million. Okay, so that's what's most important. Remember this, 94.9, 12.1, 35. This is 39.4. So these two are not that important. Sports are woke and dead. Hulu is a side thing. So remember, 94.9 and 39.4. Now I'm going to go back to quarter two. The numbers do not lie. Quarter two, you see up here, fiscal year. Come on. Fiscal year, quarter two. All right, same thing. Remember what I just told you. 94.9. Okay, so let's say 95 million. Subtract 95 million from 104 million. Okay, so what is that, a 9 million subscriber change? It ain't gonna do it, Disney. It ain't gonna get it. What was the other number? 39.4. Here we are, 41.6. So total, let's look at the big picture, not even Disney Plus. All their networks are from 39.4, so 39.5 to 40, we'll say 42. So you're talking about a 3 million subscriber difference amongst all of their DTC, direct to consumer. Hulu, ESPN Plus, Disney Plus, and this should be including, because SVOD, it should be including Star. I don't know. The Star numbers might be separate, but regardless. You see, in the big picture, they've made 3 million subscribers out of all their streaming. not just Disney Plus, which that wouldn't get it anyways, just 3 or 4 million on Disney Plus, but all of their streaming has pulled in 3 million subscribers in the last quarter. Now, to a little YouTuber, that's a lot. To most people, that's a lot. To Disney, that owns ESPN, Hulu, Disney Plus, Star Wars, Marvel, Pixar, on and on and on. And you've gotten 3 million subscribers? What happened, WandaVision? What happened, Falcon and the Winter Soldier? What happened, Soul? What happened, Mandalorian Season 2? What happened, Bad Batch? 3 million subscribers. Oh, that's right. Gina Carano happened. Woo! Disney is sinking hard. They can smooth talk it all they want on their streams, but the numbers don't lie. Here we go. What's this? Jedi consumer business, blah, 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 mini. Let's look at this. At our consumer, hold on. Parks experiences. Okay, I'm going to read this. Disney Parks experiences and products revenues for the quarter decreased. You see how they don't mention that? Decreased 44% to $3.2 billion, and the segment operating results decreased $1.2 billion to a loss of $406 million. Lower operating results for the quarter were due to results of our parks experience and business, blah, 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 blah. COVID. Excuses. Hong Kong, blah, 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 blah. At our consumer products business, operating income growth was driven by increases of merchandise and games licensing, not by the parks, not by Disney Plus, not by their shows, not by their racial equity, blah, 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 lecture document they put out the other day, not by firing Gina Carano, and not by making cartoons. Increases of merchandising and game licenses. So basically, Baby Yodas and games. Growth in merchandise, because they're not selling Wanda dolls, now are they? And they certainly aren't selling Rays. Growth in merchandise licensing revenues was driven by higher income for merchandise based on Star Wars, including The Mandalorian, there you go, Disney Princesses, and Mickey and Minnie, partially offset by a decrease in revenues from merchandise based on Frozen. The increase in games licensing revenues were primarily due to the fiscal 2021 release of Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales and higher royalties from Twisted Wonderland, partially offset by lower royalties from Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Interesting. Why would they have lower royalties if they own? Probably, okay, this makes sense. That game was put out under EA, I believe. I could be wrong. But remember the recent, we're making Lucas games, Lucas Arts again. It's coming back. And we're deleting the contract with EA exclusivity. Here's why. Because they were losing royalties. They were getting a part through that contract. They were getting a bunch of Disney's money. And that's why they said, oh, we're going to bring back Lucas games and all that. Or Lucas Arts. That's why they did that. They're re-establishing that corporation on the legal end so that they can disconnect from anyone having royalties and licenses from previous. All right? Because it was hurting them. Their number one game they've made as Disney, and they were losing a bunch of money from it because of royalties. Interesting. Now we know why Lucas Arts came back. Right there. Offset by lower royalties from their best-selling Star Wars game. We estimate the total adverse impact of COVID-19, blah, 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 blah. All right. Here, last year, March, 5 billion, 6 million, 600 million. Here, 3.1, minus 44%. Supplemental operating income loss details. Here, they were 756 million positive. Here, remember, this is March last year. Here, April, right now, they're 406 negative. So when you take 756 away and you're at zero, then you take another 400 away. What is that? Woo-wee. You're talking about almost 12. So 756. So $1.2 billion, rough, loose math off the top of my head. $1.2 billion. They're down consumer products from just last year. Okay, you can see minus. All right, minus 11, roughly 1.2 down from again merchandise. All right, interest. Look here, last year there were minus 300 million. Look, now they're worse, minus 320. 7%. Oh boy, Disney makes it too easy. Equity and income of investees. All right, 58. But if you look here, Disney parks, experiences, and products. Okay, media and entertainment, yeah, because they got Disney Plus, so they're having some success. Here, parks, experiences, cruises, hotels, minus 50%. They were at minus 6, and now they are at 9. You notice how what I'm showing you is from last year, everything's dropping. Not costs, but what is dropping is their revenue. Cash flow. Oh boy. Cash provided by operations and free cash flow in millions. Again, when there's a comma, that's billions. Cash provided by operations last year, March, 4.7 billion, 4.8. Here, 1.4, a change of negative 3.320 billion. Investments in parks, blah, blah, blah. 26. Here, 2.6 billion. Here we are at negative 1.5. Now that's a positive change, but nonetheless, negative 1.5 billion. Free cash flow. Here's where we get to the nitty gritty. Last year, they had 2.202 billion. They now have today negative $62 million. With a change of 2.264 billion. Let me repeat. Last year, March, they had $2.202 billion cash. They now have negative 62 million. When I tell you guys, sell Lucas from. When I tell you guys, squeeze Mickey by the nuts, guys, they are drowning. The water is here. They are like barely, like they've got their mouth. They got a straw out, and they're barely, because the numbers don't lie. They get in their conferences and are like, hey, everything's great, and we're going to do all this, and we got all these shows, but the numbers don't lie. Okay, we have them where we want them. You guys can support Bad Batch and all that nonsense, or we can squeeze Mickey's nuts and end this game. Capital expenditures. 426, now 369. Total investment in parks, resorts, and other properties. Last year, they invested 2.6 billion. Now they have only invested 1.5. Why? Because they don't got many. 6 months, it's about the same. 1506, 1531. Let's see what else. If there's anything else here. That's all relatively even. Here we go again from the other 6 months. Okay, so here, free cash flow. This is financial measures. 623. All right. Number one, from last year, it's half. This is two. Let's just say 2 billion. Okay, we'll just round up the little bit. 2 billion, and it's now 623 million. So again, if someone asks Disney, what is your free cash flow? And they're like, oh, well, we got 623 million. We're great. Okay. Yet last year you had 2 billion. The shareholders see these numbers, guys. You're less than half. Not to mention 50 billion plus in debt. Not to mention, big picture, $600 million is not going to cover the month for Disney. They're in big trouble. Look at the change. Negative $1,287,000,000. Here, last year, in the 6-month forecast or outlook, here, see, it sounds real good, 623 positive, but in reality, over the 6 months, you're negative 62 million with a change of, I showed you earlier, 2,264,000,000. Oh, wow. All right. That's most of the stuff. That's reconciliations. This is just more technical stuff. This is more accounting, taxes and whatever. We saw the hard numbers. We saw what's important. All right. You can see these PDFs. You can look for yourself. You saw it here first. Not My Star Wars, as always. Bring in the pain. And there you have it. So let me get through these last little notes and we'll chat. Mickey. No, I haven't seen Mickey in a million years. Now, I haven't been to Disney in a long time. I'm assuming Mickey and Minnie are walking around. I don't know. But I can tell you, anytime I see somebody's video, anytime I see their marketing, anytime I see anything, Mickey doesn't exist. They're canceling Mickey like they are trying to cancel Walt himself. I don't think in the next few years, Mickey's even going to be the symbol of Disney anymore. Furthermore, why aren't they making a bunch of Disney cartoons and exploiting their number one asset, the face of Disney? And they don't. But they have the time to do all kinds of woke nonsense and put out, these documents where you're not, you can't act privileged and you're white, so you're bad. We'll probably see a blackface Mickey soon. So I don't know where Mickey's at. Poor guy. I used to love that little rat. 500 million. What is it that they said 500 million? Was it one of you that said something about 500 million? I don't remember now why I wrote that down. Long and short of it, $500 million to you and to me is a shit ton of money. $500 million to most companies, corporations, is a lot of money. To Apple, IBM, Sony, gaming companies, porn companies, LG, the big boys, real money. $500 million is like a day's operating cost, guys. That's nothing. So Disney trying to say, well, we're up 500 million or we've got 500. That's like a month, maybe a day of operating costs. They need to be making that or 2-3 times that a day to stay above water. So again, to me and you, it sounds like, whoa, see, they made it 500 million. And you're not realizing that, that's the salary of their employees for the day. Maybe the week, maybe the month, but that's it. We're going to do a Disney Plus number here in a minute, but language. Why did I have language? Oh, because the way they talk. If you listen carefully to every one of these, listen in the future, and if you go back and you listen to this or any of my previous streams on this, if you listen, you're going to hear them say, oh, but things are great because we're spending less on marketing and less on production. But then right behind it, they'll come up and say, well, but COVID, and we had all these extra costs, and there's less people, advertising. And they always first try to set you up with this delusional image, and then they have to drop the real facts and numbers, and that's where it bites them. 4 million subs. So Disney, all of their networks have gained 3 point something, we'll say 4 million subscribers. It's not going to do it, Disney. Gina Carano. Okay, somebody was asking if Gina's going to come back. Listen, I don't know her personally. I don't know what she's going to do. But let's take yourself. You're beloved. You love the show. You get along with the crew. Everybody loves the character, or at least most people. Some people are like, "Yeah, she's a terrible actress. She was awful." No, she wasn't. I'm not saying she was the greatest thing, but she was fine. You fire her. You don't even have the respect to call her or let her know. Jon Favreau, Dave Filoni, do not stick up for her. Do not do nothing publicly to, I'm sorry, we're with you, we miss you, this is wrong, nothing. Cowards. The company calls her abhorrent publicly to shame and cancel her. They start removing all of her toys. They erase her from a poster. The Mandalorian, if you haven't, you can seen it, you can go back to one of my videos. She was in the poster, they erased her and put it in Ahsoka. Okay? It wasn't even like a different poster, or it wasn't commissioned. Now, it was commissioned with Cara Dune. I have the video. He physically erased her and redrew in Ahsoka. They pulled her toys. They pulled her Bear Grylls. They pulled all these things. They have tried to delete her. They pulled the Mandalorian art books. Nobody wants to talk about this, but they canceled all the books for the Mandalorian because now they had to make this big shift change of what are we going to do now that we fucked up and fired Gina. They wanted to change things and delete her. They bring back the Bear Grylls. Her name is nowhere on this episode. They refused to say her name or acknowledge that it was Gina. So them bringing it back is because they already paid for the episode, guys. So they're not going to let that go. Plus, if you go from, I forget it, I think it's like episode 7. Don't quote me, I could be wrong, but let's just say episode 7. I think that's right. So if you're looking on National Geographic and you see episode 6 and then it jumps to episode 8, that's going to bring up more questions than it's worth. So now everybody's going to say, well, what's happening here? Because remember, we are Star Wars people. We are people that pay attention to Disney. We all know about Gina, but a lot of people that don't look at this nonsense don't understand what happened, don't know what happened. And that's what Disney doesn't want, because now a lot of people that don't even have Disney Plus are going to go on National Geographic and say, episode 6 and then 8, what happened to 7? Now they start doing searches. They find out, well, Gina Carano, why? So now they find out what Disney did, and they're like, oh, really? So now it brings up a lot of questions. So it's better for them to release it than to have that whole backlash of why that episode is missing. But notice that episode does not have her name on it. So if Disney really was sorry and wanted her back, her name would be in big bold letters. Her name is not there. The Oscar or whatever, Emmy nomination, whatever, I don't pay attention to that crap. Of course they're going to do that. If they have a chance to win an award, because at the end of the day, if she wins that, it's, see, Disney, we're great. Look at what we did. We created The Mandalorian and we got another award for Disney. That's pandering. They're not doing it because they're like, we're sorry, Gina, we want you to win. No, they're doing it to increase the nominations, the number of nominations, to look good in the public eye, and to, hey, if they get an extra award, they get an extra award. Because at the end of the day, they're going to take credit. Jon Favreau, KK, they're the ones that are going to take credit for it. Well, we casted her. We've created her. She's our character. So look how great we are. So everything, their behavior, their treatment of her, everything that they've done, I can't imagine in a million years that Gina Carano would come back. Especially when Jon Favreau himself did not publicly defend her. Some people are like, she's loves Jon and she's devoted. Oh, really? Why didn't Jon come out and say something? Why didn't Jon that day say, KK, you bring her ass back or I walk? So keep dreaming that Jon Favreau's on your team and that he cares. Keep on believing that crap. He's not even on Team Gina. He's not going to be on your side. What's up, Theory? I don't know that you've ever been in one of my streams. Welcome. I'm going to look through everybody's chat, but I just caught this, and I want to see what you were saying. If we got a fact to start, Empire Strikes Back was filmed in Nigeria, not Norway. Okay. I don't know that that's really you, but it is important, dude. It is important when you're having conversations, whether it's you or not. When you're having conversations about getting people together to buy Lucasfilm and who's going to run it and who's going to curate it, you need to know those types of things. That's why it's important. It's okay to make mistakes. That's another thing. It wasn't on a stream. It was a video. You should have researched and you should have made sure before you said that. If in fact it's you. Anyways, I don't hate on you. I'm not like trying to be mean or make you look bad. I'm just saying if that is in fact you and you think no one cares, then that is solid proof that you should be nowhere near controlling Lucasfilm, because we do care and it is important. Know that. Even though I don't think it really is theory, but and anyways, it wasn't me attacking you, or I have nothing against you, or don't ever wish you any ill will. If you ask anyone, you look at my streams, never have I spoken negatively. I'm just saying those kind of things show it is important. That's why the canon's all fucked. Where are we at? Ruin, Alien. Streaming, Ring is mine. Okay. This is probably Brendan, but regardless, And if you ever wanted to talk anything privately or come on my stream or, by all means. Again, I have no ill will towards you. On the contrary, I've wished you much success many times. And by the way, I'll say it if it is you. Something I promised many months ago, that if you get to the point of passing Star Wars channel in subs, I will subscribe to you to help that make happen. About last week, I said my stomach was hurting. I really had to leave. So I left and sent a message. The reason why I was hurting was probably because of... Oh, I thought you were feeling bad about Star Wars. Bad start. That's why I don't really believe you, because first of all, that not bad start, that's Brendan. And second of all, you would have looked into it by now. Plenty of people called you out on it. So unless you're just being silly and having fun, and that's okay, I don't believe it's you, but okay. You're always welcome here. And again, if you ever want to talk about anything, it wasn't because of the conversation we had about, okay. Hello there. So I tried to catch up on where I left off, and I noticed someone in the chat with the same profile. Yeah, there's dumbasses, Brendan and others, that will make new accounts and like the fake Star Wars theory that's probably here right now. Yeah. Filoni's bad batch so far. Yeah, I don't, but right. You enjoy it? Enjoy it. Sending messages after I left the stream, after I said that. Listen, guys, it's important. Well, I mean, do what you want, but when you have a very common avatar or no avatar at all, you run the risk of someone making an account. Unfortunately, I really wish YouTube would not allow that. You shouldn't be able to make a Star Wars theory or not my Star Wars or any account, because then you got people that are going to, you know what I mean? So the smart thing to do is make your name distinctive and have an avatar that's very distinctive. In fact, something that only you could come up with, or that is, very unique. Just saying. I very much doubt it. Either way, if it is or not, he's always welcome here. I've never had anything against him. He's naive. He's young. He's a Disney Star Wars fan. And, it's okay. That's what he likes, what he does. But I have nothing against him. I don't wish him anything bad. But I very highly doubt that was him. He's not going to come to a channel like mine. When you ride the fence and even borderline shill, you're not going to come to a channel like mine because you don't want to hear the truth. Star Wars Theory should know where they film. And yes, if you have 3 million subscribers and people think you're such a big Star Wars YouTuber, you better goddamn well know where Empire Strikes Back was filmed. The real Star Wars Theory is still pretending he hates. Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, if you go back through his old videos, I like The Rise of Skywalker. I like The Last Jedi. I liked Solo. And it's okay to later realize you don't or whatever, but he plays the game. He panders to get those views, guys. Know that. I'm not mad at him. I'm not saying to cancel him. I'm not saying I think he's probably a pretty nice kid, but there's a reason why his channel's that big. Not because he's so great or so knowledgeable, because of how he plays the game. You should always be open-minded. Shade in front. Real Theory, he did have a... okay, yeah. It's probably blended. Which, I don't care if King Kong walks in the door. You're not going to impress me. I'm the professor. I'm Yoda. That's a student. You're not going to get me nervous or, you know... Oh boy. But anyways, he's always welcome. You know, I don't wish him anything. The Force is bankrupt, and so is Disney. $400 million alone on Captain Marvel movie tickets. There you go. That's true. Oh, that reminds me. Thank you for reminding me. 104 million subscribers. Just a moment. As it's rough, I think Disney Plus is going to go up $1, and it's not exactly 104. It's like 103 point something. Okay, we're going to say just rough, very closely rounded. 104 million subscribers times $7 a month is $728 million a month. Disney can't even pay to run the servers for Disney Plus. Never mind all the employees, insurance, new content, travel, stipends, executives, travel, hotels. That 700 million is like a day, a week at best of maintaining Disney Plus. So Disney Plus, and remember, they're plus 50 billion in debt. How many times do you need to make 700 million to equal 50 billion? Okay? So don't think that The Mandalorian or WandaVision or Black Widow or any of that is even putting a dent in their drowning, because it's not. It's not going to get it. Even if they had the 200 plus million subscribers that Netflix has, they still are 50 plus billion in debt. It's not going to get it. Disney's in bigger trouble than you guys know or want to admit. Also, keep in mind, out of that 728 that they make, half of those subscribers are through Verizon and other offers. So now you can third or half that total. Is Disney going to survive off of 350 million a month? Right. Oh. Kylo Ren is the name of God. Who? Theory said that? He thinks Kylo's a badass. the biggest bitch character in all of Star Wars. Theory thinks he's great. Okay, I mean, to each his own. But if you can look at Kylo, you saw Darth Vader, Darth Maul, Sidious, Dooku, and you look at Kylo Ren and you think he's a badass? Okay. I only see one. So, to a big corporation, not just Disney, like I said, Apple, Sony, guys, that's nothing. That doesn't cover your bills, the lights, employees. I could be mistaken, but if I remember correctly, Disney was making about $2 billion a month off of just the parks, if not just one park like Disney World. So imagine you've gone from $2 billion from just the park to $700 million from everything. Oh, they are screwed. I'm using it now. But you said yes. I forgot what I said. Oh, that's funny. Oh, they sure do. They lie through omission. You know what I mean? They can't lie because the shareholders are there. They have to report the numbers, federal law. But they lie through omission. They paint a pretty picture, try to settle you down, everything's under control. Then they tell you that is the least damaging stuff they can, and they omit things. But when you look at the PDF, that it's public to everyone, anyone right now can go and double check what I said. The numbers don't lie, guys. The numbers don't lie. What was it from last year? We can look at that in just a second. I can pull that up. Don't use the swords in public unless you have to. WIMKIN dead, yes. Yeah, I can't argue that. Literally of hundreds of YouTubers with more subscriber growth. Yeah, well, that too. There's, you know, YouTubers with more than that. The fact, okay, Star Wars, the biggest IP in the past 43 years, has 3.5 million subscribers. And there's unknown YouTubers that have more subscribers than that. One person without an entire IP in 43 years of it. Haven't even been alive 40 years. Been alive half that and have 2, 3, 10 times their subscribers. How embarrassing. And remember something, that when Lucas sold it, the internet was still pretty young. YouTube was still pretty young. Okay? YouTube wasn't even 10 years old. Internet, social media. If back when the prequels came out, we were equal ground with YouTube, Odyssey, social media, cell phones, Star Wars channel would have over 10 million subscribers without even thinking about it. But people don't equate that, don't remember that Star Wars channel didn't have a lot of content in 2012 because there wasn't that much stuff except for a few behind the scene things. If in today Lucas was running it and had all these properties going on, and had Star Wars Plus, that channel would probably have 50 million subscribers. 10 minimum. So the fact that modern day Disney, the modern day Star Wars, with all the benefits of technology and communication, under Disney, with their massive name, power, and money, only has 3 million subscribers. 3.5. Okay? What remains is when Disney will sell, not if, because we know at this point the sell is coming just when. Yeah, and this is why I keep telling you guys, hashtag sell Lucasfilm. Pressure them. That is the first one they're going to have to sell because it's been nothing but a thorn and they still haven't made their money back. So the first logical one they would have to get rid of is Star Wars, Lucasfilm. And at this point, they're going to have to sell it for half of what they bought it for. Sell Lucasfilm. I don't know how old you are. This Forge is pretty ancient, though, for a reason. Yeah. Kosher to know what the Forge is, correct. 4chans. YouTube is pulling a Disney. There's other alternatives, which, like I said earlier in this stream, I have a couple announcements coming. maybe Friday. If the announcement, everything goes through, Friday stream will be that. If not, we will do part 2 of Return of the Jedi, and early next week, middle next week, I'll do maybe a day stream or an earlier stream, and we'll talk about some stuff that's going on with Not My Star Wars. All good stuff. Hey there, Mega Jetty. Good to see you, bro. How's it going? I got my second shot today. I'm doing great. Today is a wonderful day. Disney is way drowning in debt, and it's awesome. Second shot. Oh, sorry to hear that. You might feel sick for a day. Bigger than yours. Disney Corporation forced to sell their major brand. Oh, it's coming. They continue down this path. It's coming, guys. They got no choice. They bought too much, spent too much, ran themselves in. Now, granted, the COVID is no one's fault. It just happened. But what is their fault? And many corporations is all these corporations are always just barely floating, teetering on what they have. And instead of them creating collateral and capital and putting stuff away, they're paying and spending like crazy. Oh, money's coming in. It's going to keep coming in. We're projected for more next year. They just blow money. And then what happens? A pandemic comes. Then layoffs come off, people fired, all this stuff, because you can't keep yourselves above water. And a company like Disney should have minimum of $20 billion cash just sitting in a vault. Never mind paying bills and everything. They should just have cash sitting for any emergency. None of their employees should have been laid off. None of this stuff should have happened. And if the employees couldn't be there because of the pandemic, you can't physically work, it doesn't matter. They all should have gotten a check every month and a big thank you, and we're sorry. We're going to help you survive through this. And as soon as everything lifts, you've got a job and you'll be right back. That's the correct thing to do. That's the smart thing to do. And instead, Disney, like all corporations, is blowing money out of their ass. And then when the shit hits the fan, now they don't got nothing. And guess what? They're billions of dollars in debt. It's always going to come back and bite you in the ass. And so then, therefore, now they're going to be forced to start selling stuff off. They're not going to, they probably won't sell off Fox, although they could, because they still owe hundreds of millions of dollars on that one. Or I'm sorry, not hundreds. They owe, I think, roughly 50 billion. They bought it for like 73, something like that. I think they've paid about 23 off. So, Star Wars has been a total loss. They haven't made back their money they bought it for, and it's been nothing but a problem. Marvel, that's done. They're not going to make much more off of Marvel. So that's probably the next one. Predator, they're probably about to lose the rights to. So expect soon, guys. They're going to start selling shit off. They have no choice. But never see Spaceballs. I don't know. Oh boy. Maybe you do have someone else. Brandon, how sad, dude, that you would even come here in the first place, and now you're making fake names. And I mean, dude, get a life. I know it's frustrating that you're at the big boy table and you're looking from the outside and like, I want to be in there, but get a life. At Plaid. Yeah, see. Oh boy. Well, fair is fair. Yeah, see that you're not Julian, so good luck. Good try. You're so clever, dude. You're gonna trick me. Dumbass. I'm 100 steps ahead of you at all times, Brendan. Get a life. Yeah, I see. That's why, again, I tell you guys, be careful. Enough rope. Oh, that's true. No, people do that, so just be careful, you know. And if you see it happening, point it out to me, because we can get confused. I don't want a mod to, like, you know, me or Mod to get confused. So if you see that, I'll usually pick up on it. But if you see that, you got to say something, because I don't want to ban or block anyone that's not, it shouldn't be. Yeah, it's because you got dumbasses creating fake accounts and no idea. They don't release those. They don't show Disney Plus numbers. Why? I wonder. Well, do the math. If they only got 4 million subscribers, not all of them are going to be for Bad Batch. Now, I'm sure the show got 1 million views. I would hope. I don't know. Look, I mean, then again, if you go to the Star Wars YouTube channel, here, I have YouTube open. Look at this. Now, not everybody knows what the Bad Batch is. Not everybody's going to go watch the YouTube video. But in general, if you're into the Bad Batch, you will be checking YouTube and you will be aware and anxious to see whatever trailers or whatever. So 90% of people that are, by the way, a video came out today that I haven't even watched, but well, let's see what, it's almost ratioed. Uh, 315. Here, let me see. Just a second. We're going to take a look here. The movies all have 100 or 10 million, stuff like that. 19 million. The movie videos on Star Wars YouTube. Let's see. 4.8. Wow. High Republic announcement. 4.5 million views. Holy shit. Really? Huh. 3.5. Okay, the highest Bad Batch I see is 2.6 million views. March 30th, 2021. All right. I'll show you just for posterity. You guys should see that. Okay. Right here, March 30th, 2,659,000 or 2 billion. No, I'm sorry. 2,659,283. They have 3.56 million subscribers. So if, again, not all Star Wars fans even know about the books or cartoons or whatever. Most Star Wars fans are interested in the movies. Now, if you truly are into Bad Batch, then you know what's going on online, and you know about Disney Plus, and then therefore you're going to be anxious to online know about the Bad Batch. So that means 95% of Bad Batch fans are going to obviously watch this or any video on the Star Wars YouTube. So right here you're seeing 2,659,000. Now, I know that this has a lot of love. A lot of people do want to see it, but there's at least 10,000, including myself, that don't give a shit about this nonsense. So this 2,659,000 is probably closer, like a third or a half less, because a lot of people just came to look at it and laugh at it or downvote it or just curious. Not really people that want to see it. Some of those views are not even there, a third to half of them. So let's say, I'll take away the 659,000. So let's say 2 million people are actually into Bad Batch. All right, like legitimately want to see it and are going to sign up for Disney Plus. 2 million people. Now, they just made 4 million, so that's half of their subscribers. And as soon as Bad Batch ends, what are they going to do? Unsubscribe. So there you go. Now, those are very rough numbers, But you see what I'm showing you. Yes. Vice gripped them. I wish. Oh boy. I hope they see these numbers. Yeah, well, they do. The stockholders do look at this stuff. Hey, James. Yes. That's why they want to ban math. Abandoned ship. I'm on my bus. Turns out I'm not staying after school. All right. Give me a moment to catch up. You guys are chatty, chatty, chatty. Oh boy, I saw another. Lord. Hey, James. Now, what's funny is Brendan and all these other guys making accounts. I know you can make an account pretty quick, but guess what? It takes you minutes to make a new email, create a new account, make a new avatar. Me, in all of 2 seconds, I can ban you. So go ahead, waste your day. It literally takes me under 2 seconds to remove you. So part of the patriarch, white and male, yes, until they blackface him. If they do that, I know a company that will be very happy to take care of the mouse better than Disney today. Oh, lots of people would suck going to Tumblr. Yeah. Yes. Are the countries of the world? Yeah. United States is a corporation. United States Corporation, by the way, 1871. Private eye, but his and the true definition of citizen is employee of the corporation. Study some old law books, you will understand. Private eye, by his face, is white. Just look at his slaveholder ancestors. A quarterly shareholder meeting breakdown could be so entertaining. Well, there you go. I strive to deliver. Star Wars Theories videos. Why didn't Cut execute Order 66? Because he left the clone army and lived in the middle of nowhere. How is that no reason why? I wouldn't. Yeah, they sure did. They sure did. They pulled it, and then like a month ago, a few weeks ago, they're like, oh, look, it popped back up. But it doesn't say her name. Exactamente. It's on National Geographic. The Bear Grylls that's on Disney Plus is like older seasons, which is dumb too, but nobody accused Disney of being intelligent. Yeah, I mean, she's an awesome person, I think. So, Temple during Order 66, Anakin would have killed her. He'd ask her to join. She'd say no. Then Anakin would kill her. Yeah, he would have no. That was he would not even have thought about it. His prerogative was to call the Jedi, so he wouldn't give two shits about Ahsoka. Yes, she does. I quit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I really doubt it is. But, you know, in case it is, or he hears this, or somebody wants to talk to him, whatever. I got nothing against him. I'm not a fan. I'm not subscribed. I think he has much to learn. But I don't have anything against him. That's the problem with theories. You start to get all mixed up. Now you're making up. You're confusing yourself. Now you're confusing all your 3 million viewers. See you later, Nightwish. Thanks for coming in. The other day, I heard someone say, I'm not going to mention the name, and I don't mean to insult this person, but it just goes to show, one, you got to think, and two, most people see the body, I see the whole room. How did Omega come around? Well, remember in Star Wars when Leia was locked up in the cell and the interrogation droid came in and had the needles? They took her DNA. Leia wasn't born until decades after Omega. You see how confused Disney gets people? And this is why this channel exists. This is why I tell you guys. This is why when Theory makes videos that are Star Wars comic, Darth Vader comic, canon, this is why people get all fucked up. This is why people argue and say dumb shit, because they're not thinking. He did. And he does. Whether he realizes it or not. That's why his channel's so big. Because he rides the fence and because he shields for them. And again, I don't mean to attack him or be mean. I'm not telling you guys to say anything or unsub, or I'm not saying any of that. All I'm saying is real. Because if I did the same shit he did, my channel would be much bigger. He also has been around for a few years. Would it be as big or bigger than his? I don't know, but I'm just saying. It would certainly be bigger than it is now. At what price would you buy more Disney stock? I would never buy Disney stock that's worthless. So I can't tell you. Even if it was 10 cents, I don't want that crap. And it's not only because it's not worthless, but because I wouldn't ever support or want to be associated with such fucking trash. Dodgson. We've got Dodgson here. See? Nobody cares. Star Geek. I think I've heard of it. He hasn't posted in over a year, though. His last video with comparison Mandalorian and Holiday Special, and then he disappeared. And maybe he got a lot of shit for it. I don't know. Yes, he is a fool. Yeah, well. Not arguing. He's Canadian. I'll check the stream out tomorrow. Unfortunately, I forgot it was today and watched LO2 Two Towers for the first time with a friend. It's kind of late now. Hope you're doing good. LOTR is fantastic. I hope you enjoyed it. Glad to see you. Thanks for stopping in. You will see the replay. Hopefully, I'll see you Friday. So you have a good day or night or whatever the case is for you. I think it's probably night. So good to see you, Rich. Red hair. My account, I will rain a holy firestorm on them. I will massacre them. I will fuck them up. Yeah, well. Which is doubly dumb. Because first of all, you got banned for acting like a child and an airhead. And then you take it a step farther in the children's department, and now you're portraying yourself like as a coward under other people's accounts. You also look even more foolish because you think you are going to outsmart me. YouTube used to require unique names, but now they just let you use whatever. Yeah. I was Captain Elico for a bit. Tried to play the part. Empire Strikes Back. I'm all for being honest and consistent. Yes, it's important. Jellicoe was maybe my favorite captain. Jellicoe or Jer? I don't know Jellicoe. Watch all of it. Wow, that's a pretty tall order in one day, buddy. I will do a stream on the 20th. We will be celebrating Star Wars fucking Day on the 25th. So, just heads up. What grade are you in? Nice. Hola. 10th. May 25th. We should do some. Yeah. Well, I don't know what we'll do. Watch party or news or something, but I will be doing a stream. We will be celebrating Star Wars Day. 12th. That wasn't you? Yeah, I see the black rim around your. Yep. So again, the time you took to do all that. I got you, James. Oh Lord, how stupid. We got him. We got him. I see him. Don't worry. I'll fix that in just a second. Okay, good. Yeah. Well, good for you, Krylo. And I mean that wholeheartedly. Good for you. Ben Wren, of course, Star Wars Theory would think emo. Oh, he loves him. He said he's a badass. Trying to remember 10th grade. Brave New World, maybe. Yes. Sure would. Anyone would. Little emotional little bitch. Destroying his own ship. Angry all the time. Leia would kick his ass. Yeah, I suppose so. Krylo going out with jackass who's homophobic. Yeah. Well, that's part of the high school and stuff, man. It sucks, but you know, you just do you, man. You worry about you. You do your thing. You know, you can't compare yourself or worry about others because. Yeah, don't worry about it, dude. I hope so. That would be the ultimate. Star Killer Arena. The Brooks cat. Raylo shipper. Nice. Yeah, you know, if that ever happens, just say something so, you know, nobody. But that also remember your brothers and sisters that if you start seeing stuff like that, don't assume, you know, on the contrary, assume that it's somebody else being a dumbass. Happy birthday, Nick Gurr. Greetings. By the way, I do know how to read English, so your attempt is pretty freaking weak. That's why I even read it. You got to do better. You got to do better. Greetings, Wayfinder. Only thing they got going for Star Wars. Yeah. Doesn't do nothing for me. That's not Star Wars. Want to watch The Bad Batch. Gina's not coming back and KK isn't leaving, so I don't think you're going to watch Bad Batch. Each his own. They should have kept Kylo at 19, not Adam Horseface Driver. Yeah, he was 30. Can't accept it as real Star Wars. Same with anything that contradicts George Lucas's 1 through 6 is not Star Wars. I mean, it is what it is. It doesn't matter if you want it to be. The fact is that it's not. You cannot contradict what has been previously established. Nothing. Star Wars ended in 2012. Everything before October 30th, 2012 is what is real Star Wars. It's just that easy. You don't have to get confused or upset or decipher or distinguish. It was over the day George Lucas sold it. That's what Star Wars is. It's very simple. So smart. Mistook Bad Batch for Bad Bitch. Anything that respects the lore of the Star Wars universe. Everything since October 31st, 2012 has disrespected the lore. So, like I just said, everything up until October 30th, 2012 is what Star Wars is. Games, EU, all of that. It's not canon, but at least all of that was Star Wars. It was respectful. It was part of that universe. But everything Disney's done has been disrespectful and contradictory. So not just contradictory to Lucas, but to themselves. So it's not Star Wars. Love Jurassic Park. Yeah. The moment you separate creator from creation. Yep. There you go. Very well said. Disney's fan fiction. View on the video when they make it new. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. They're only helping, you know. No. It could have been. It should have. But October 30th, 2012, that's done. Disney chose to disrespect, to throw away the EU, change things. Just the other day on the Bad Batch, they broke their own canon, their own lore. Kanan escaped a different way. He has an adult voice. That what Depa said to him is different. They already are contradicting themselves just days ago. Never mind everything they've done over 9 years. So while lore should be expanding, had they respected and made real Star Wars, it would have continued to expand. But under Disney's fan fiction, no, it doesn't expand. Well, Disney's fan fiction lore, I guess, expands. But Star Wars lore ended October 30th, 2012. Well, one exception. Because that was recent. This is Star Wars lore. This is EU. Whether it officially got accepted and published and all that, this is EU. Because it was supposed to happen. It was commissioned by George Lucas himself to create this story. So this is the only thing since October 30th, 2012 that is legit. They got a thing. It's just a different thing. Actually, a lot of them got two things you could pull out. Yes, if it should have, but rewatch Deadpool. Gina, yeah, she's in a lot of things. A lot of people like that's what's funny to me too. Like she's a terrible actress, but bro, she's been in so many movies that people are just not even thinking or remembering or acknowledging. I'm not saying she's like an amazing actress, but she's plenty good at what she does. Yes. They're expanding the lore of any franchise. You better damn well love and respect it. Exactly. Disney has done exactly opposite. I may be a fan like theory, but at least my fan fiction, what ifs are logical and make sense in terms of the characters. Yep. They're absolute garbage. And they all contradict themselves. I'm sure most of you know about the newest one. Vader was on Exegol. The Emperor already had that whole fleet of Sith Star Destroyers. I mean, the shit is it's just stupid. Absolutely ridiculous. Cry on Cam? Who, me or? Oh, you mean like to get 3 million subscribers? Yeah, I guess. If you've really been paying attention, I've cried on like 2 of my streams. And one of them was, did Luke Skywalker turn to the dark side? I didn't have snot flying out of my nose. But, the fool or the fool? Yes. Requiring nicknames is what led me to use Mega Jetty 1. I was a little nervous putting my identity out there to the whole world. Yeah. Or the fool who follows him. Yeah. Yeah. At first, you don't know what to do on YouTube. Should I show my face? Should I put my name? But eventually, you're just like. Stargeek likes the Last Jedi, doesn't attack or try to get arguments with people who disagree with him. He's one of the shows that doesn't hate others' opinions. Kryla, Chain of Command, or Sorrow. Yes, he sure should have. A few spankings, he would have behaved. I think I was, in no way would Han Solo and Princess Leia, of all people, abandoned their son, let him go, not properly loved him or parented him. Ridiculous. Kidnap and put on Camino without knowing it. He made Spanish me and female me. Wait, could Omega be the clone of Yes, possibly at this point. Ask Dave Filoni, I'm sure Omega is your clone. With a blaster, no force could totally whoop. Oh, yeah. She doesn't even need a blaster. She'd be like, boy, I brought you in this world and I will take you out. I get when I beat you with until you understand who's in command. Galen. Sir, yes, sir. I'm glad you're having fun there. I don't know what your name is. What? Anyways, I'm glad that you're listening and you're having an open mind and you're having a conversation and that you're having fun. Because too many people come to my channel thinking you're stupid, you're just hate, blah, blah, blah. Come here, you will learn a lot, and you sure will have fun because we have fun. Spanish clone, it's coming. What is Star Wars to me? It's not what Star Wars is to me. It's what it's factually Star Wars. Episodes 1 through 6. Now, the EU, Ewoks, the holiday special, all that stuff is Star Wars. But what is canon is 1 through 6. Everything from May 25th, 1977. Just a moment. This is what Star Wars is. What is canon is 1 through 6, the movies. Period. No more, no less. What is Star Wars universe, officially Star Wars? May 25th, 1977 to October 30th, 2012. Not to me, but to fact. That is what Star Wars is. What 30-year-old acts like that? I don't think he's a terrible actor. I also don't think he's very good either. A lot of people are like, "Oh, he carried the franchise. He was great." And are we watching the same movie? I didn't see any brilliant acting there. But when you're looking at a pile of shit, and there's one turd that's just a little less shitty than the big pile, I suppose. Okay. It doesn't help that the stories were ridiculous, horrible fucking character development, no world building, no respect, just nonsense. So no, it didn't help him or Ray or any of them. Top secret, okay. Geode. Yes, you never seen my Geode tombstone? There's a shirt of that as well. Maybe you'll see it Friday. And remember, May 25th, we will be celebrating. I will do a live stream. I'll try to come up with something for us to talk about and screw around with. We will be celebrating Star Wars Day on May 25th, which is Star Wars Day. Imagine that. He's younger than Kylo. Yeah. Bring the original heroes and kill them off. Yep, they sure did. And that's why that is not Star Wars. You wouldn't disrespect your own children. You wouldn't just change your own story. Gonna bomb. The more it gets pushed back, the more people lose interest. The only people who will see it are the ones who watch Scarlett Johansson. Yeah, now, I admittedly, well, first of all, it'll come out as premium $30. No, hell no, would I be paying? But as I now get Disney Plus for free, and I have a VPN, I'll watch Black Widow just out of curiosity. But honestly, because I want to see her ass in that black suit. Because I could care less. I don't even know the story of Black Widow. I mean, I know a little bit because of, like superheroes and comics and stuff, but I don't really know her story, or I could care two shits about Black Widow. So, but I'll probably watch it just to, see her ass in those black tight pants, honestly. Oh, gee, you're going to fool us. Ooh. Pictures. Again, the time it takes you to make the profile, get the avatar. You don't want to waste your time. EU in 2014, yes, April 25th. Didn't respect the lore technically, and when Clone Wars was created, Lucas Filoni rewrote the Mandalorian Night Sisters and named Korriban Morriban before Disney came along. Yes and no. Number one, the Clone Wars movie was still aligned and respectful. Number two, Lucas's intention was for it to be canon. But remember, George Lucas was not directing, producing, writing. He wasn't there supervising. He hired Dave Filoni for that. He was hoping Dave and everyone else would respect it. But over time, it kept breaking canon and breaking canon and breaking canon. And George Lucas, I have the interviews, wasn't even around. Dave didn't even see him. Where he would see him is at the end of the season, he would sit down and watch it. And at that point, the shit's done and it's whatever. It was never canon to begin with. So George, at the end of the day, was like, well, fuck it, it's done. So really, no, George didn't do all that. Dave, phony, baloney, macaroni did that. George Lucas never broke his own canon. Did he let, that's the point with the EU. Did he let other people create their own stories that didn't align with canon, therefore they never were truly canon? Yeah. But at least those authors loved Star Wars and tried to be a part of the universe and respected. Maybe they told a different story than what George would have told, but they respected the characters. They respected the story, and they did their best to stay within the bounds of, right? You didn't have Luke all of a sudden, flying and lifting mountains, and right, Disney, right, Ryan Johnson. But remember that if it's not in exact line with what George's story is, then it's not canon. That's why the EU was never canon. Never was. What you say? You're a Freddie Prinze fan?
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Yeah. That's the only reason people are going to see it, let's be honest. Men and women like to look at her. She looks great in that suit. Okay, we'll see her flip around and do a couple cool things, and nobody's going because they're taking it seriously or want to know the story or are in love with her character. Scarlett Johansson on the big screen, tight clothes, fun, action. Okay. That's why people are going to watch it, because it's not for... That movie is way late. Communistic. Oh boy. Butch, Mutant, and Deadpool. Gina, yes, she had kind of a flat top. She's like Russian or something. That's Gina Carano. From I Know What You Did Last Summer was killed off. He and other pressured Jennifer Hewitt's character into covering up the accident. Broken Universe, correct. Yep. Force Skype, Force Resurrection, Force Healing, dumb as shit, breaks cannon, heal a minor wound. Okay. Vader could have force healed himself when he was a marshmallow. Yeah. Everything would be different. Just force heal. Never mind all the other stupidity. That's not very nice. Grand Admiral Thawne, yes. Did cry on camera. It was very civilized cry, though. Yes, I have. Admittedly, I have. I love Star Wars. I love Luke Skywalker. Yes. But not like a fanboy. True 1977 love. And understand something. I love the EU. I always defend it. It's real Star Wars. It should have never been made into that Legends bullshit. If I own Lucasfilm, EU is coming back. The only thing I ever say about the EU is that it never was canon, because that's a fact. But outside of that, the EU is beautiful, fantastic, and it's a goddamn shame that Disney's so fucking stupid. And it's also a goddamn shame that they have billions of dollars marketing and have been desperately trying to sell that fucking High Republic. And this book that never even was officially published outranked all of their bullshit. Even the new Thrawn. Real fucking Star Wars. So it's a reminder that the little Disney Mickey Mouseketeers, it's only a small percentage of people. The majority of people, real Star Wars fans, see through that bullshit. It's just that a lot of them aren't on YouTube or don't speak up or don't waste their time. But know something, guys, that the real Star Wars fans that know and love this shit way outweigh the 3 Mickey Mouseketeers that love to see Disney crap. It's the same problem, though, with politics and Twitter and all the stuff. The 3 assholes are the ones that yell, ah! And then everybody else thinks, oh, wow. Imagine if all of you rebels got together and started yelling. We shut down Disney today. Understand that, guys. We have the power. When I was little, I used to believe that Ahsoka dies off screen and rots from Order 66. Why? Because it makes sense that what would happen if Ahsoka stayed on the Order till the war ended. Yeah, well, it's also what George Lucas said. Hey, James Louise. We're just hanging out, talking. Smile. What would be worth 10 cents? Says that to me all the time. I brought you into this world and I can take you out. Princess Leia would bitch slap the shit out of Kylo Ren. That light, she'd be like, boy, don't you know that I am the daughter of Anakin, the chosen one, fucking Skywalker? That I am the twin of Luke, fucking Skywalker? Pa-pow! Before he could even blink, he should be. What's that? Kung Fu Hustle, I think it is, or what is it? Kung Pao? Not Kung Pao. You guys know what I'm talking about, where he like kicks the guy like 80 times before he even. Or you know what else I think does that is Respect the Zohan, or whatever that movie is, the Zohan movie. That's Leia bitch slapping Kylo like 100 times before he even blinked. He'd be like, whoosh. I crashed your computer. Clone. His name is Miguel, the voice of Jango Fett and the clones. He is awesome. Nice. Cloning. If you change the gender of the person you clone, I know X-23 is often called Wolverine's female clone, but is that accurate? Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because it's something I've been meaning to talk about. The definition of clone is an exact duplicate, a replica. So if you clone me and you come out with a redheaded girl, that is not a clone, guys. This applies from plants to people. If you get, I'll just use a marijuana plant as an example because they get cloned a lot. You go to an AK-47 plant and you trim a clipping and you put that in dirt. Guess what's going to grow? An AK-47 fucking marijuana strain. Now, can you splice and alter the genetics to create now from AK-47 to bubblegum, let's say, or Django to Omega? Okay, that's not the argument. The argument is that a clone is an exact duplicate. So an altered or defective clone is not the same as a clone, because a clone is a perfect copy, not a mistake, not a little bit different, not purposely altered. That is no longer a clone. That is an altered clone. That is a manipulated clone on purpose to create something else. That is not a clone. Just like the nonsense they did with the Rise of Skywalker, that the clone of Palpatine is his son and looks nothing like him. Well, number one, a clone is not your son. A clone is your copy, you dumb dicks. And guess what a clone looks like? Just like you. Disney. So this whole argument about, oh, but you can do it. No. If any of those are a clone of Django, they must all look exactly like Django. Same skin tone, same body, same everything. Now, could the voice change? Yes, because depending where you're brought up, under what circumstances, you could pick up an accent. Depending on, could your mentality change? If you're taken away from all the other clones and you grow up on a farm as opposed to all these clones inside of the Death Star, or not the Death Star, but just an example, inside the Death Star, okay, yes, you would act, think, speak differently over time because you're getting away from the group. But all the clones are trained on Camino, live on Camino, eat together, sleep together, know each other. There's not different person. Cody, Echo. No. Go watch the real Clone Wars in 2003. That's what the clones are. All exactly the same. All on the same page. That's the point of making clones, so that they are an army of one. They think, move, shoot, kill, act the same. Easy to control, easy to maintain, easy to deploy, because you know what they're going to do. And they're always going to work as a team because they all think alike. That is what a clone is. Not, well, but I spliced it with this and I changed the chromosome and I crossed it with this plant. That's no longer a clone. That is an altered, manipulated, or defective clone. And that is two different things. Clone and altered clone are not the same thing. A clone, by definition, is an exact duplicate, not a little bit taller, not a little bit whiter, not, ooh, my hair's the lighter shade of blonde and yours is dark. No, 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 fucking no. Clone is an exact copy of Django. Period. Whether you like it or not, go fucking pick up a dictionary. So, to answer your question, no, they are not correct clones. The show is all fucked up, but they did it again and put the back themselves into, we wanted to start playing around that this clone is effective and this, that. So now you thought you were going to be slick. Oh, we'll explain it. Don't worry. We'll explain it later that we alter them. And now what happened? It bit you in the ass because now you got everybody bitching about that this clone is too light and you're whitewashing the clones. And you see, when you try to be slick, the shit comes back and bites you in the ass. That's why you don't break canon. This is why I tell you guys all the time that canon fucking matters. Because then later you get into these fucking problems. Jimmy Smith's Django. Hispanic guy would fix Stormtrooper, not Finn. Yeah. It's ridiculous. Miscast. Adama driver kind of gave me Alan Rickman vibes in terms of his potential. Yes. Thor Skywalker. He sounds like a shill, but he's more like slightly less naive. Yes, that's a very good way of putting it. Again, I think he's probably a great guy. He has a good voice. He does know a lot of Star Wars, but he rides. This is why a long time ago I subscribed for him, because he keeps riding the fucking fence, and it makes me crazy. Either make a decision. You see through Disney and you calling it out, or you're gonna be like, "Whoa, Disney's great." I hate that fence riding bullshit, because you want your channel to get big, because you want people. You got a bunch of fake ass fans, dude. I hate that shit. I have nothing against Thor. I wish him the best. I don't speak badly about him. I don't attack him. I don't go on his thing and comment. Like, I don't know why everybody feels they have to come and comment on my shit, but whatever. I don't go and harass him or all that. But that is exactly why I unsubscribed from him a long time ago. And every now and then, like every 20th video he makes, I'll check it, and but it's always the same bullshit. He just came out with a video, something like why Qui-Gon has to be an Obi-Wan show or some shit like that, but Liam Neeson doesn't want it. Dude, he fucking died. What do you mean he has to be? I don't care. Oh, but he'll be a Force ghost. No. Obi-Wan was by him fucking self on Tatooine. Get over it. By you changing that, you're fucking up the story. But you want to ride the fence and use popular character names and put them in your title and get everybody excited because that gets views. And that shit makes me crazy. I get it from a business standpoint, but I feel like I'm the only fucking Star Wars channel with integrity. It's insane. Every other channel just spits bullshit. That riding the fence nonsense. And it's a shame because Thor is smart, he's mature, he's well-spoken, but it's like, fuck, dude. Stop that shit. Oh, Ahsoka's great and blah, blah. She dies before Order 66, and you know better, Thor. As I've always said, guys, and I don't say this out of arrogance, this is the realest Star Wars channel on all of YouTube. I don't have the biggest budget. I don't have the biggest flashy stuff. I wish I could do a lot more stuff. I barely am able. I'm lucky that I have the few things that I have so that I can do these streams. Because I don't have a professional mic or a great camera or all this budget or people that I pay to edit my videos. But far and away, not even a conversation. This is the realest, most factual Star Wars channel that exists. Period. Bad writing, bad acting, bad casting. Can't argue any of that. Star Wars PT, Star Wars ST Stairworks. Yes. Your geode reminds me of my pal Mando Mark's t-shirt. Mando Mark's t-shirt merch. Everybody reads Star Wars is dead. Yes. Or Star Was is another one I like. Heart of the Jedi book report. Soulless reboot with woke undertones. Yeah. I'm sure Black Widow will be good. I like other Marvel movies. I'm not saying that it's going to be terrible, but the thing is, it's way too late. That should have came out years ago to have any impact or make sense. I'm not saying that it's going to be terrible or woke or any of that. I don't know. But the problem is the timing and what it is. It was just poorly managed, and it's going to flop. It could be a really great film, but it's still going to flop because they mishandled it. Yeah. I mean, I will be honest. I want to see her in the black suit. Yeah. Yeah, something to watch. And again, she's a good actress. She does good action stuff. She looks fantastic in the suit. Okay, I'll watch it. Have fun, but am I going to come out of that movie like, oh, that was really good? Or I very much doubt it. Again, I don't know. I'm just saying that movie is not going to do well. Yeah, most people don't. Cloning, if the initial act of reproduction is based off of cloning technology, changing gender could be hypothetically as simple as editing genes post-cloning. But that's not correct. The second you alter, fuck up, change a clone, it's no longer a clone. That's what people don't understand. How did you make bubblegum? How did you make this bubblegum plant? Well, I cloned AK-47. But that's okay, and that's true. But you're not speaking scientifically correct, because how did you go from AK-47 to bubblegum? Oh, well, I had to cross-splice it and change the genetics and then feed it extra and water it at a different time, and it had a different light cycle. You see, it's not a clone, because the clone of AK-47 is, guess what? AK-47. Definitions. Canon. These things are important, guys. When you start to get loosey-goosey with this shit, that's where, wars happen. That's where people die. That's where people get sick. That's where feelings get hurt. That's where people misunderstand. Now, you said something factual, and the other person's like, oh, you're a liar. Or you understand, this is why these things like the definition of a word and canon are extremely, insanely important. It's like history. Once you start getting loose with, well, but Hitler was not so bad. Meanwhile, he killed millions of people. You can't get loosey with things, guys. A fact is a fact. A definition is a definition. And canon fucking matters. So, while, I understand what you're trying to say, no. The definition of clone is an exact duplicate. No more, no less. No matter how much you want to bend it or would like it to fit or hypothetically but if you alter, no, then it's not a clone. It is now something else. Did it come from that same clone? Okay. Did it start as with the intention or process of a clone? Okay. But at the end of the day, you have this and you have this. And if one of these things is not like the other, it's not a clone. It's just like what Disney has done to Star Wars. Disney's fan fiction is a fucked up wannabe, tried to be a clone of George Lucas' real Star Wars. And that is probably the best example of all clones, is that there's why you can't alter a clone, because then you end up with that three-headed fucking dumb, messed up monster that has now become Disney's fan fiction. Now there's not, but there's always not my Star Wars. Still don't consider the Clone Wars movie 2008 to be canon. You should do a rewatch stream covering if you really think it's canon. I don't know that. I didn't say that that for sure is. I'm just saying that the intention was that, and that when he made that quote, I think that's what he meant, not the entire what Dave Filoni's nonsense is going to do in the future. What he meant, I believe, is that that movie was canon. Now, I haven't watched it in years. Again, I'm not saying that it is absolutely canon. One of these days, I'll be happy that we can watch it. I'm just saying that at that time, you know, the intention prefers Morban or Korban. I might have those switched though. Yeah, Dave, phony, baloney. Hey, DC, good to see you. Time goes on, they start making their own Star Wars, like in KK. Yes. Yeah, we can do that. I'd be happy to. I haven't seen it forever. I would like to see it. I personally liked it from what I remember. The baby Jabba and Ahsoka and all that. I liked it. I had no problem with it. Star Wars in '97. No, I don't agree with that. Incorrect. Irenicus didn't respect the lore from the start. Anakin a knight in the movie, yes. Apparently 2 months or something after episode 2, when at Tartakovsky's he is knighted months before episode 3. Yeah. Remember what I always tell you guys. The only true Star Wars canon is 1 through 6. Period. Punch Ryan Johnson's face. Yeah. Who doesn't? Were we doing something with a video? Were we doing something with a video? Yeah, I'm so busy, but it's funny because I was just thinking about that a day or two ago. He has a force healing video that he wanted me to review. And the thing is, I don't want to like do a quick like, well, you know, I want to be fair and I want to do a correct thing. So that's why I haven't. But what I need to do is upload it, check for copyrights, and then we could probably actually do it on the screen. I think he wanted me to do that anyway. So I have so much going on right now, guys. There's 3 big major projects about to come out. Once I can get past those, get a little organized, I have some announcements coming soon too. Then I can start to free up. Plus, I've been on this mission this month of a video a day every day for a month. So just right now, I'm over fucking loaded. But I have not forgot, and I do intend on doing it. I also have to make the Filoni video. I have to make there's several videos I need to get to, but right now I can only do so much. Star Wars situation. I would erase everything from October 31st, 2012. I would then make real Star Wars, beginning with immediate production of George Lucas's Episode 7 outline. I would also publicly apologize to all the fans, and I would also, that day, reinstate the EU. Got pregnant. By you or in the movie? In real life, yeah, I'd pretty much guarantee that too. BW is probably going to win some money. The real question is the Black Widow, Woke Eternals. Man, Jack Kirby must be wallowing in his term. I'm not saying that Black Widow is going to lose money like Solo, although it might. But what I'm saying, it's not going to be that $1 billion Marvel thing that they thought, you know. It's way too late. People are way too pissed off. A lot of people don't even care about the movie theaters anymore. I mean, it's not going to do it. I'm not saying it's going to be a complete dumpster fire or totally fail. They'll probably make their money back, but are they truly going to profit? Is it going to be one of those blockbusters? Yeah. Yes, you can hate Ryan because he doesn't give a fuck about you or Star Wars. He literally has said, I don't care about canon or story or the universe. I want him to tell my story. So fuck Ryan Johnson. Absolutely, you can hate him. And regardless of who's his, watchdog, whoever's supposed to be watching him, he still went and did that shit. You shouldn't have to tell a kid to not murder. So it's your fault that, your kid goes and murders somebody? No. Ryan Johnson did that shit consciously. Fuck that dude. She got sterilized? Who, Black Widow or Scarlet? There's no fixing Star Wars. They've killed the franchise. Yeah, there is a way to fix it. Again, it can be fixed, guys. Not under Disney, not under this current path, but ultimately with someone like me. Doesn't have to be me, but I will gladly fix that shit for you guys. You think you like my channel now? Holy shit, do I have fans. Someone like me can absolutely fix it. And the first step is very simple.
Wipe them out. All of them.
We start right back from George, right where he left off. I get him on the phone. We're making your shit. Please come, help. We want it as accurate and respectful and canon as possible. And as much as you're willing, whether it's once a month, once a year, once a day, you come over here to the studio, you want to call me, you want to see the dailies, you want to be involved, you want to help write, you want to double check shit, I'll send you whatever. I need it to be Star Wars. It can happen, but it must be removed from Mickey's gloves, and we must start from where we left off. Under the current situation, no, there is no fixing it. But if we can reset, I can fix it. I can fix it. And I'm not the only one. And furthermore, I wouldn't do it alone. I would have a lot of people double-checking me and me double-checking them so that we get it right. She is the huge lady in Deadpool, yeah. The second she became a spy. Tartakovsky's show breaks canon like Grievous portrayal, everyone, OP, etc. But it's still for yes. Why? Because he respects and loves Star Wars. First of all, Gandhi's style is exaggerated. We all know that. Samurai Jack and the stuff he does. So that in itself, we knew that Clone Wars is going to be, a little bit, but it's a exaggerated cartoon. It's not like an official thing like, oh, look at Mace. All of a sudden he's punching battle droids. No, it's Gandhi. So that, number one, is the preface. Number two, it all fit. It all loved. It all respected. Clearly, he knows and loves Star Wars. Clearly, Dave Filoni don't give a goddamn. There's a huge difference, and you all see and know it when you watch Gandhi Clone Wars and fucking baloney Clone Wars. It was over the top. It never was canon, but it was true Star Wars. Feel that can be healed through the Force. I always figured Palpatine was lying about that. Yeah. Well, he was lying about it because he says to Anakin, well, I'm sure if we work together, we can figure out. He lied to Anakin and seduced him with it, but he even physically said, again, George Lucas is not the fool that people think because you're not listening to the dialogue, and he clearly says it. He tells you what you need to know in those movies, and he literally says to Anakin, I'm sure if we work together, we can figure it out. Help me save Padme, remember? Deadpool and Fast and Furious are where I first learned of Gina Carano. She's pretty, she's talented, and she kicks ass. Yeah, she does. Yep. We could. Again, I can't watch it or play it, but yeah. I like Fanboys. One of my favorite chicks is in that movie. Who I didn't connect before, but someone, I think it was maybe Greg brought it up to me that she was Velma in Scooby-Doo. Nom nom. That's all I could say. I love fanboys. I've got the power, but I have the high ground. Canon died in 97. No, that's incorrect. Canon died in 2012. Teenage Negasonic Warhead girlfriend is hella cute. They should have done more with her besides their stereotype of a Japanese girl. The Force is forever, yeah. My mom used to tell us, I wish I could divorce you kids. Yeah, well, parents sometimes say that. I think you missed I think you missed is not my Star Wars, but when you said you didn't have snot coming out of your nose when you cried, I said, that's not very nice. No, I did say that. I said, that's not nice. I did read it. I saw it. Maybe you missed that I saw it, but I saw it. I know for a fact because I know the reference. I saw it and I read it out. I did. And I knew exactly what you were saying. I got it. Yakuza, Japanese manga, they kill 5 times before you hit the ground. Yes. Yeah, no, I definitely saw it. I remember seeing it and I got it. Trust me. So I think he means the Yakuza, the Japanese guy. It was stupid in Last Jedi to have Holdo go up against Poe and antagonize him, but then later she and Leia talk about, yeah, your best pilot in the entire Resistance. He just blew up a freaking dreadnought, and yet, you know, no, you idiot, you're not allowed to ask a question. It's so stupid, so fucking dumb. Not done out of logic, not out of sense or story, or just to, you know, patronize for girls. Not even a real, like, true celebration of women, but look, girls, look, I'm going to make him embarrass this guy who's vitally important to the whole thing so that I look good for women. You don't have to do that. That girl was a retcon of the Japanese redhead from the Wolverine. Yeah. Sure does. So does the Force. Genetically modified clone. Possible. Now, again, if you're talking about Omega, okay, she could have started as Django and then they twisted and prodded and all that. I'm not saying that she didn't start as Django. I'm not saying that she didn't have anything of Django or whatever. That's possible. They also could have cloned Palpatine or any other number. That could be from Luke's hand. And at this point, we don't know what they're going to do, what mess they're going to further make. But be expecting to see Palpatine and cloning in there, Snoke. Believe me, they're going to connect the sequel trilogy. It's coming. You're going to see Ahsoka, you're going to see Grogu, and you're probably going to see Vader. So they're going to start, Filoni's going to start tying all this stuff together. And we're going to see how many more of you are Filoni fans before long. That Luke hand shit and Omega and all that. It's coming, guys. It's coming. But yeah, I never argued that she's not a genetically modified clone. Is she of Django or Palpatine or what? We'll see. No argument there. I'm not saying that they're lying that she is a clone. Or comes from a clone. But what I'm saying more so than what even the show is stating is that people are attacking me or others and saying, you're so fucking dumb. This is a clone. And it's like, dude, pick it. All you got to do is open up a dictionary. Go on fucking the internet, type in Google, clone, and look at the fucking definition. It tells you. You have no argument. It's just ridiculous because you want it to fit. You want it to make sense. Oh, but you know, they twisted and altered, and that's why it works and it fits. See, it's canon. No, you know it's not, and you're not going to convince us otherwise. When something is the truth, you don't have to explain it. You don't have to twist it and turn it and make it fit. That's the thing. It's just that simple. When something's real, you don't have to force it to fit, to work. If it's real, and it works. Because it's supposed to be there. Order 66 is in the Bad Batch. The clones started acting like assholes to each other. They were just told to kill the Jedi, and now they act like they were told to kill everything. Yeah. Where was the Bad Batch in Revenge of the Sith? None of the clones mention them. None of the clones are hunting them. None of them know. Nobody knows about Omega. Camino was long done. The clones aren't hanging out in Camino, guys. The clones are in the Clone Wars. They're or out attacking and committing, performing Order 66. They're not all hanging out in fucking Camino. Hello? They're all constantly being deployed for the Clone Wars. Listen to the movies. Episode 2, which is 3 years before Sith. Okay? We have 200,000 units ready with 1 million more on the way. The other million are finished pretty quickly afterwards and get deployed in the Clone Wars. In that 3-year span, Camino's empty. They've been shipped out, done. It's not like, oh, well, yesterday we just finished another bet. No, the other million were all being, listen, the first 200,000 were like a test run. Boom, they were good. They worked. The Republic was happy. Okay, we already have the other batch of million going. So by the time Sith comes, all of them are deployed. They're not hanging out of fucking Camino. So either they're out with Obi-Wan and Yoda and all these people fighting the fucking Clone Wars, what they were built for or grown for, or they're executing Order 66. They're not on Camino. They've been run out and gone out of Camino months, years ago. 3-year gap. Remember that. In episode 2, they have 200,000 done, 1 million more coming soon on the way. So within months, let's say even a year, okay, the other million are finished. They deploy. They go all throughout the galaxy. Jakku, Hoth, Alderaa's gone, but you understand. Well, no, actually, Alderaan at that time is there. So Alderaan, everywhere. They're all over. Megiddo, Bespin. They're going all over the place fighting the Clone Wars. They're not hanging out on Camino. There was an order placed for 1.2 million. Not keep making them. Not because Palpatine didn't want them in the end anyways. He gets rid of them. Just like he got rid of the droid army. It was all chess pieces. He, at the end of the day, doesn't care about those chess pieces. He's moving them around and using them for his means. Once he won the game, he doesn't keep all the chess pieces. He throws them in the bag and keeps moving on. He only played chess because that was the way to achieve his goal, but he doesn't even care about the chess game. He just played it smarter and better to achieve his goal. And once he was done, all the pawns, including the leaders of the CIS, remember he sends Darth Vader to Mustafar to kill them all? He kills Dooku. Pay attention to the movies. There are no clones of Camino. Long before Order 66, Dave Filoni. And this is the problem when you want to go back and try to force and fit things in that don't belong. Parts of Wolverine kind of lost interest in the whole Wolverine series after Origins. But again, most people see the body. I see the room. And you're not thinking, you're not considering. There wouldn't even be clones on Camino. Never mind this nonsense what they're doing with the Bad Batch. And that Tarkin is there looking at the clones. Get real. Palpatine ordered those clones. Palpatine gets rid of them. He hates the clones. They were a tool. He doesn't have Tarkin going, well, we're considering ending a clone. All right. Dave Filoni's going to do some stupid-ass explanation. Holy fuck. He's going to fuck. I can't wait because now all you Clone Wars fans are going to get so pissed off at Dave. I actually am looking for, I love that they are self-destroying themselves. And it's going to come to a point where every fan is going to get pissed off because they don't keep consistency. So all of you that were trying to talk shit to us, Star Wars isn't for you. You don't understand it. Now when Dave starts breaking the shit that you liked, you're going to start crying and you're going to start bitching and saying, but how come and this and that he's Omega Snoke and oh my God. And okay, you didn't want to listen, but eventually they keep contradicting themselves and you're going to, at some point, you're going to lose your shit because they can't keep their story straight and nobody likes a liar. KK, Filoni, Hidalgo, they have all publicly been exposed as liars, literally liars. But you think that any of them care about Star Wars or you, or are going to save this shit? Time to wake up. It's time to wake up. Correct. Japanese culture, bit biased, hot and good character. Hot and good characters are always a good thing. If we are cloning, splicing genes not out of the question, and other gene manipulation. Yes, sure, absolutely that can happen. But just know that that's no longer a clone. That's all I'm saying. It's the same thing as May 4th is not Star Wars Day. By all means, celebrate it. By all means, I know the pun longer than most of you because I was saying that shit before you were born. But that doesn't mean it's Star Wars Day. Just because somebody wants it to be doesn't make it Star Wars Day. Facts are facts. Reality is reality. When you alter a clone, it is no longer a clone. And May 4th is not Star Wars Day. Did it start off as a clone? Sure. Did it have an intention? Sure. Correct. Unless you clone Scarlett Johansson and now you got two great asses, identical asses, then it's not a failed clone. But if you clone Black Widow and you end up with the Hulk, you got a problem. Oh, but we spliced them and, changed it and took her gene so they could mutate to make the... That's not the Black Widow anymore. Because the Hulk doesn't have her ass. Jimmy Smith was Bail Organa. Yes. His word of gospel. A Dama driver. Oh, I thought it was right. Altered in terms of growth acceleration. Also, Cody is in Revenge of the Sith. So is Cody not canon? Asking for a clarity. Yes, Cody that you see in the movie absolutely is canon. Absolutely. I love Cody's one of my favorites. Gree is probably my number one. Cody's my number two. And he is canon. But in the phony baloney fan fiction cartoon, that's not Commander Cody. Because all of them would act, look, behave, speak the same. Not, hi, I'm Rex. Hi, I'm Cody. Hello there, I'm Echo. No. That's not that nonsense. That shit is stupid. It's nonsense. So Dave's fan fiction cartoon, The Clone Wars Cody, it's total bullshit. It's nonsense. Commander Cody, oh, here, you might want this. Here's your lightsaber, Obi-Wan. That is absolutely. Execute Order 66. Yes, my lord. That is canon absolute. Commander Cody. Understand? So, just saying that Cody is or isn't canon isn't, I guess, enough. Movie Cody, 10,000% canon. All this other comic book, Filoni fan fiction cartoon, it's not Commander Cody. All the clones in the movies, especially in two, well, you see the 501st and others in Sith, but all the clones you see in episodes 2 and 3, those are all 1,000% canon. Gree and all of them. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't know the female clone was 10. Kill it with fire, though. Yes. Yes, and yes. If you haven't noticed, they mimic Rey was 19, like Luke and Leia. Omega is 10, like Boba and the rest of the clones were. Yeah. Fence Rider, did Tim Pool enter chat? My thoughts exactly on Thor. Yeah. Again, I don't have anything against the guy. I think he's very. I think if I could sit down with Thor, have a coffee, and we would have an awesome Star Wars conversation. But dude, you're making videos with this bullshit. Come on. In theory, he's very much, he shows that he's a child still. And I don't mean that to be a dick. I'm just saying, he's a bit naive. So I get it. But Thor sounds like he's got to be, late 30s, early 40s. He knows better, man. Assuming that's what you're saying. But yeah, it's like, fuck, dude. Stop writing that fence bullshit. Fake ass fans will swallow whatever fake does. Yeah. Hell God. Oh. They all have rumors. His room, yeah, I hate talking about other channels because I don't want to be a dick. I don't want to like attack anybody. I want everyone to have success. Even if you totally disagree with what I say, I want you to have your own success and do your own thing. That's the thing, But on the same token, if you guys are asking or you're bringing shit up, I can't be like, well, no, I'm not going to, So, but I think you all know that I don't like go out of my way to talk about other people or make videos about them or stuff like that, But on the same token, if you ask me, I'm going to call out the bullshit. And Big Channel 2, don't know if it will be about Star Wars. Well, you got to keep going, brother. And I'm always here. If I can help you in any way, I'm always here. I think you should do what I was telling you with the translating the EU books because nobody else is doing that. And if you took the time, do one book a month or every 6 months, whatever, just get one of the Thrawn or the bro. Right now, if you were to do this in Spanish, you're going to get 1 million views. And by the way, you should have told me that you couldn't get the book. Furthermore, I'm kicking myself because I should have bought 10 copies. I was like, I'll just get my copy. I didn't even think I should have, But you should have told me because I know you're overseas and it's very expensive. But I could have bought it, and maybe later when you have the $40 to ship it, But at least I could have secured the book for you. If it's something like this, really special and obscure, I will do what I can. I'm not in a great situation myself. Things are very difficult. I don't make money in doing this. But if I can help you, I will. And I know I have family in Argentina. I know. So if something like this happens again, talk to me. Let me know. I'll buy it. To me, it was like $10. I could have put it aside for you, But I'm telling you, you make this in Spanish, you're going to get 1 million fucking views. Was Ahsoka during the montage of Death of the Jedi during Order 66? Yeah. I like it. You should have it be bright neon light that reads Star Wars, but the R in Wars is burnt out. That's a good idea, actually. I like that. I like that a lot. Because apparently all the geniuses couldn't understand. Bro, you spelled it wrong. You're so stupid. You don't even know how to proofread. Again, I'm playing chess. If you literally are saying that, that just goes to show I'm 100 steps ahead of you. That it doesn't even occur to you, Star was. It's all propaganda now. Yeah. Mostly yes. Shaking our ass. Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to, but yes. And if it's Scarlett Johansson, twice yes. Too bad. Yeah. I love women. Reason it was delayed is because Disney is contractually obligated to do a theater release because an amount was agreed by Scarlett, received payments from the movie sales. Right, but if Disney was smart, they would have said, fuck it, we got to eat it, we got to get it out. Because if we get it out on the right timing and put it out there, instead of wasting time on this shit that the movie theaters may not open or this, and people are going to not care about it 2 years later, they should have bit the fucking bullet, put the movie out, honored their contract, and then not only would she be behind it, but so would so many of her fans. But instead, you fucked around. You thought you were going to get out of, you wanted to wait for the money and this and that, and you're greed. I'm talking to Disney. Yeah, you. Your fucking greed is going to blow up in your face because that movie's going to tank. Is it going to be bad as Solo? No. Some people are going to see it. And again, a lot of us are going to watch it just to see her in that suit. But are we going to watch it 2-3 times? No. Are we going to buy the action figure? No. Is everyone going to get on YouTube and be like, wow, this was the best Marvel movie? No. Fire will. When you listen, regardless of contracts, money, disability, illness, when you really want to make something happen, most of the time, you can find a way. When you truly, in your heart and soul, want to make something fucking happen, you can make it happen. Not only can you make it happen, but when people see that you genuinely, from your heart and soul, want to make it happen, they will help you. Not everybody's going to believe in you and back you, but people will believe you, whether they follow you or support you financially or talk about you, whatever the case. If you are genuine and you truly want to make something happen, especially for the better of someone else, or to help people, or to help the world, or animals, or whatever, people will help you. So there's no excuse. The only excuse is you making it for yourself. So Disney, it has less excuses than anybody, because Disney not only has billions of dollars and contacts and power and influence, but they could go to any theater and say, hey, look, we're not going to make any money. You're not going to make any money. Float the bill. Let's get this movie out there. Get it out. It'll get repeat views. And then on the back end, we'll give you an extra, 10% or whatever. We'll work it out. But this way we all win. You see, you can make it happen if you really want to. But when you're greedy and when you think of yourself, it's going to come back. And that's why this movie is not going to do well. Is it going to bomb and burn and lose money? Probably not. But is it going to be that next $1 billion Marvel film? You all know it's not. Mother's Day, it's Birthing Person's Day. Well, both are accurate. Well, not really. You're supposed to celebrate moms. Can't get loosey-goosey or henny-penny. Correct. That's canon. From a certain point of view. Fakers, plenty. They just drew her up as a dress. She really a boy. Anything's possible. They might flip to 2 episodes later and might be like, oh, Omega's actually a boy. She's a confused boy. Watch. She's the way her clone splicing happened, she's actually a transsexual. They're just, anything is possible with these idiots in Disney right now. So she might be Ahsoka's clone. I told someone that Ahsoka betrayed the Jedi Order when she didn't tell Yoda, Mace, Isla, and Kiadi, and Anakin. He said that she didn't, and the Order betrayed her. Her hits. On the contrary, they were always there for her. They offered her to come back with open arms. She could have gone to Yoda or any one of them at any time, and they would have consoled her, took care of her, helped her. Anakin loved her, and she is the one that betrayed, because all she had to do was open her mouth and say something's wrong, and she didn't. Make a love story of Ahsoka and Sabine, since they are what? Well, apparently, Ahsoka and Anakin are supposed to hook up, so that would make sense, though. Ahsoka and Sabine. I never thought of that one. That actually would make sense. Watch the Clone Wars any day of the week than Rebels. Yeah. Oh boy, you guys chatty. I want to take a break, but you guys keep shooting me. Here, let me try to get through some more here. It was boring. What, the original Clone? Oh, because I like the Jabba thing and all that. Well, number one, I haven't seen it in a long time. Maybe I watch it today. I'm like, holy fuck. I saw it when it first came out. I didn't mind the baby Jabba thing. I thought he was cute. And I liked Ahsoka back then. I think, isn't that where Anakin originally gets his scar? But again, it's been so long. I'm not saying that it's canon. I'm not saying that I love it. I'm just saying from what I remember, it was fun. And I don't remember watching it and like, holy shit, that's like not Star Wars. Oh my God, that's breaking shit. Oh, that's so disrespectful. No. I remember seeing, I was like, okay, it's kiddie, it's silly, and but okay, they introduce Ahsoka, I see Anakin, and Cad Bane deserves to be canon. Yeah, I like CAD. He might show up. I mean, you never know. They might pull him out of the bag. Clone Wars film. Why I like the prequels part of me felt the Clone Wars film was the best of them. Yeah, again, I haven't seen it in a million years, but from what I remember, if nothing else, I wasn't pissed off. I didn't come out of it like, holy fuck, what is this? You know what I mean? Yes, I saw it and was like, this is for kids. This is a cartoon. It's a little bit silly. The Jabba baby is, but at the end of the day, just being, okay, well, don't take it so serious. It doesn't have to be canon. He is cute, the little snotty Jabba baby. And I didn't mind, you see Anakin and Ahsoka working together, and, I wasn't pissed off. That much I can say. Can't say that for anything Disney makes. Don't think he did either. Special editions didn't ruin Star Wars as much as people like to say. No, they didn't. Here's the thing, too. Like, okay, do 99% of us prefer the original Star Wars? Okay, nobody's arguing that. But did the special editions break it, destroy it, ruin it? No, you all know it didn't. Did we prefer to not see that silly Jabba in A New Hope? But did that break canon? Did it destroy the story? Did it ruin the whole Star Wars franchise? No. Anybody that goes on with, oh, that's just terrible. I mean, come on, you're being ridiculous. By all means, the originals, I get it. Those are the crown jewels. I'm not arguing that. But to be like, oh, it's so terrible. Come on, man. Stop it. I like the style of the look of the Clone Wars. Rebels just, yeah. Yes, I'm very proud of him. Shout out to Fat Steven. We also have to acknowledge that the clones have been altered. The comedian said so. They altered them to be more docile. Yes. But one thing is to alter their attitude, their personality. Okay? You have a twin, or I clone you. You both grew up in the same house, same parents, eat the same food, same neighborhood, go to the same school. You're going to be, you understand? Now, me and you are twins. We're born. I get shipped off to England. You get shipped off to China. 20 years later, we meet. We're going to be very different now, aren't we? But we're still going to have the same skin tone. We're still going to have blonde hair. We're still going to have blue eyes. We're still going to understand jaw, ears. That's not going to change. Unless, of course, you're in an accident or you broke a jaw or something. But under normal, controlled circumstances, it's not like, well, I moved to Asia, so now my eyes are all, and you're going to have a different accent from me. We're going to grow up with different knowledge because math is the same, but the way you write characters is different, right? Money is the same, but it's different. So our understanding of the world and the galaxy, the way we behave in that sense will be different. But genetically, if I have a scar here on my hand, you're going to have that scar. If my arm is 3 feet long, your arm is going to be 3 feet long. Understand? If I go bald, guess who's going bald? That's what I'm trying to tell you. A clone doesn't mean that you act. Look at twins. Do they act exactly the same? No. If you know twins, they are actually very different usually. They look the same. They have the same hairstyle. They dress the same, right? But if you get to know them, they're not the same. So I'm not saying that a clone is going to be exactly the same. Remember what I said earlier. If all the clones are in the same Camino and they train the same and they eat the same meals and they go under the same protocols and they have the same military training and they always deploy together, then yes, they're all going to behave the fucking same. But if you took 1,000 clones and you ship them to Tatooine when they're young, and you ship another 1,000 clones to Hoth, and then 30 years later they meet each other, well, yes, they're going to behave differently, obviously, but they're going to still look the same. And if Jango was missing a toe, then all those 1.2 million clones are going to be missing a toe too. Understand? So behavior is different. The way they look, the way they are genetically made up would not be different unless it's altered or defective, by all means. But then that's not a clone, because a clone is an exact duplicate. Your attitude changes. We're human beings, so you are in a car accident and you're not, well, your life is going to be different. One may be gay, one may not, because of how you're brought up, the things you see. One may be an asshole that wants to burn down the world. The other one might be an activist because of the world that you're brought. You're a product of your environment. Understand? But guess what? Evil Joker and good Joker is still going to have that fucked up smile and talk the same way and have the same laugh and look the same. And you're not going to know which one to shoot because they both look the same. Star Wars is an insult to all the ILM people who actually made those films. Yep. Correct. Rebels is a sequel to the Clone Wars, but it looks at, yeah, it's awful. It's so stupid. Some people say that Maz Kanata has asshole eyes. Yeah, I call her asshole eyes. I've always called her asshole eyes. ILM with Star Wars, not some cheesy CGI 20 years later. Yep. We should keep 7 through 9 and show the world how stupid Disney is. I can't believe the girl, what was her name? Right now, I can't remember the I know it, but I can't remember the girl that played Maz Kanata. I can't believe she looked at her character and be like, dude, why do I have big asshole eyes? Like, didn't you say anything or think it, or like you accepted that job? But you know, money makes people fucking dumb. I'm going to be in Star Wars and I'm going to get like $1 million. So meanwhile, you've got huge asshole eyes. Keeps up to die. Oh, Lord. Ryan said years ago that he wanted to make a movie to piss people off. Oh, yeah. You don't give a damn about Star Wars or you. I know for you, you think the Clone Wars should be decanonized. No, it's not that I think. It is, never was canon. It's not what I think. It's what is fact. But there are elements of story arcs you think, no. That's not how canon works. Once you break canon, it's all decanon. Okay. I'm your best friend. You know me for 35 years. All of a sudden, I start lying. You catch me once. You catch me 5 times. Now you catch me 300 times lying to you. Even just about dumb shit. Like, what time is it? Oh, it's 4:30 and it's really like 8 o'clock. Just lying to lie. Just fucking shit up. Are you going to hang around? Are you going to still call me your friend? Are you going to trust me? It's the same thing with canon. Once you break that trust, once you've lied, it's game over. Now, some people, they'll take getting punched in the mouth for 9 years. Some people, oh, well, you know, he lied. My wife lied. She cheated, but I still love her, so it's okay. At the end of the day, she can cheat on me, but I'll deal with it. That's on you, dumbass. You lied to me. You cheat on me. You're done. You're through. That's it. You lost. And that is the same with history and continuity. Once you start breaking continuity, bending it, shaping it, oh, but I want this, and it's just a little lie. No, a lie is a lie. You have been decanonized. Disney chose that. We didn't force them. They chose that. So no, there is not what I want, or is there parts? No, it's all non-canon. There's not like, some of it can be said, no. You broke canon. It's all non-canon. You fucked up. Just like in court, the jury, the witnesses, and the judge just heard you lie. Now they're going to assume everything you say from here on out, and probably everything you did say, was a lie. You fucked yourself. You chose that. You have perjured yourself. And now you must live with the consequences. Even if everything else you say is true, which Disney doesn't, they've lied 1,000 times. But even if everything else you say is true, you lied in court, buddy. You just cooked your own roast. You just cooked your own goose. You chose that path. So either don't lie or at least be smart enough not to get caught. Disney can't do either. So no, there's not elements, there's not parts. Once you have broken the canon, your whole story is invalid because everything builds off of each other, understand? Whether it be the clones, whether it be their behavior, whether it be Ahsoka being alive, all these things connect and have to have a continuity. And when you start to stretch and bend, and Grogu was trained in the Jedi Temple by several masters. Come on, man, wake up. No, there are no elements. There are none of that. It's not canon. Someone like you, not sure what you mean, but to fix Star Wars, do it. The day that I got control, I make an announcement. Number one, I apologize for Disney stupidity. Stay calm. I'm about to fix Star Wars. My second announcement, the EU is back. There is no such thing as, if anything, I'm making everything Disney has made from October 31st, 2012, legends. And that's if tomorrow I don't decide to delete it all. I'm going to sleep on it just to be fair. Today, EU is back. It is called the EU, and we're going to canonize as much of it as possible. That is true Star Wars. Everything that Disney has made is fan fiction. So right there, EU has been elevated directly under official canon. First day I'm in charge. I also, my third announcement, it's going to take me 3 years, but George's Star Wars is coming. Because we're going to make correct Star Wars movies where you take 3 years, like you're supposed to. Yes, EU would indeed not only be reinstated and not only be brought back, it would be elevated and, yes, the High Republic, they're all fired. Bye. First day, out. We're going to find some real authors. Now, I don't know a lot of authors. I don't have the time to be searching out authors, but I would make an open call. Hey, you want to write an EU story? Submit it. If it is respectful, if it follows George Lucas canon and can be considered true EU, we will look at it, we will consider it, and we will buy it, and we will make more EU novels. Abso-fucking-tubely. And I will do my best to take as much of that Mara Jade and canonize it. Thrawn, Shizor, Kuat shipyards, all of that. Unless, of course, George is like, no, dude, Kuat just doesn't work because it's Sinar, because of this, and this. Okay. Hey, you're the boss. You're the maker, dude. No argument. But if I can pull things from the EU into canon, absolutely. I'm not going to hire a story group and no. We've got 25,000 plus years of lore. It's time to use it and respect it. Yes, EU would absolutely. Not only would it continue, it would be elevated and it would get much bigger. Because I, like all of you, hate that 3-year wait while we're waiting for films and always want stuff. So yes, there would be comics and there would be novels and there would be stuff, but it would be proper canon and it would be respectful. And it wouldn't be making ridiculous stories up like Luke's fucking hand being saved from Bespin to create goddamn Palpatine and Snoke. Yes, the EU would be back day one. Idea that Star Wars is postmodern piece of art, George Lucas, and is thus inherently and purposely meant to exist within the context of multiple realities. There is no multiple realities. There is one continuity, one canon. There is no multiverse. There is no Filoni-verse. There is no nothing. There is no time travel. There is no hyperspace skipping. There is one Star Wars. After doing a lot of Googling, clones aren't perfect copies. A clone would have its own personality, character, intelligence, and talents exactly as identical twins do. It's a cell replicated through, okay, like I just explained. When you start to deviate, this guy goes to China, this guy goes to Quebec, this guy starts experiencing different things. This guy, by all means. Now, when you clone a clone. Now that's different. Now the genetics start to fade a little bit, and now they're going to start becoming perfect and start to deviate. But it takes several clonings of clonings. So even the second, third, fifth batch are going to be Django. Okay? Now, you purposely alter, something makes a mistake, or several clone generations, by all means, I'm not arguing that. But when you come to me, you take my blood and make a direct clone, guess what your clone is going to look like? Hi. Yeah, well, he was the most powerful Sith. Asexual. Now, if George had his own clone rules, that's something that as well. Which I'm not saying he does. I don't know any specific. All I'm going by, he says they're clones of Jango Fett. That's it. So if that's it, then we have to go off of human science. And if we go off of human science, well, that's what it is. If I clone you right now, that clone is going to be you. The 10th version, okay, that's a different conversation. I ship you to China and the other one to Australia, okay, that's a different conversation. Although you're still going to look the same. You're still going to bald. You're still going to be missing a pinky. Hello there, that guy says. Nice to see you, brother. I'm with you. We should have a group of people with sell Lucasfilm shirts and go to Disneyland. Yeah, that would be, actually, that's a good idea. That's a real good idea. Just leave Clone Wars alone. Clownfish can change sex. Yeah. Nice weather for me. Hope it's all. Yeah, it actually turned. It was a pretty nice day today here. What did I miss? Oh boy, all kinds of stuff. We're going up 5 hours. If you were funding it, I'll go. It's like Honest Trailer said. One animator stood above everyone else and said, "To hell with making the force balanced. I'm gonna make it, Jack." There you go. You can fix General Grievous Clone Wars now. That's why, again, Grievous isn't canon anywhere but in the movies, because in Gendy's he's one way, in the movies another way, in the Filoni baloney he's another way. You can't have that. That's like me taking you and you're behaving differently all over the place. So either you're just a total fraud or it's not really you. Obviously, I've got like representations of you, like people making fake avatars and accounts here in the chat. Same thing. That's why there's only one canon, because there's only one true you. Disney call James getting a troll bitching about Star Wars. Yes. That's what I thought. Yes, I will. I promise I will. I just have a ton on my plate. I thought about it just a day or two, like, as a matter of fact. I will. For canon, it would definitely be a Jedi technique, not a Sith. Yeah. Built his Enterprise on the ground, not in space dock. Done with him. Yeah. And Palpatine built JJ's fucking Palpatine built 5,000 Star Destroyers underground. Is ILM? No, that's incorrect. He's the maker. He can't betray ILM. ILM must do what he says. He doesn't betray anyone. He's true to himself. George, maybe, and if you're unhappy with what he did, that's fine. That's totally up to you, dude. But understand that he never broke continuity. He never betrayed anyone. George makes scene of Palpatine corrupting Anakin. Idiots. What's that thing in the background? George doesn't know what he's doing. Me, bruh. I missed you reading it. That's why my stepdad says every time the topic of snot comes up. Yeah, no worries. More than anything, I wanted you to know that yes, I did see it, I did get it, and I did say something. I didn't want you to think that I did skip it. Totally got what you meant. A booger, but it's not correct. It's not my Star Wars. Done with it. Let Filoni and Favreau do their thing. They're not helping. They're making things worse. Did you see Channel Awesome rewrite of the Disney trilogy? What if Finn was the main character? No, I don't think I know that. Laura Dern should have quit acting after the first Jurassic. She did. She didn't do. She played her cunt character great. So I'm not mad at her because she played what she was told to do. In real life, she does seem pretty woke and airheaded too, so that's a shame. She probably loved her character, but at the end of the day, she's getting paid to play a role. So as far as what she did, well, she played her role. Actually, she probably is one of the best actresses in the entire sequel trilogy because boy, did she do her dumbass shit right. That's for sure. Was just in a comic book shop. Haven't been to in months. Well, there I overheard the #1 comic book guy worker tell the other comic book guy how much he loved TLJ. I just bit my tongue. I'll check it out later. Hello. Self-restraint, yeah. I might have too. I couldn't risk getting a blacklisted from a franchise comic. Yeah. I was busy. In my book, it's easy to get angry. Being passionate is different. That's why when I get riled up, you can tell if I'm being angry or passionate. Bad Batch, they have talked about the transition from clones to mission people. Yeah. Losing my shit though. In my head, I was losing it, but I realized it wouldn't be productive. Yeah. That's correct. As long as you remember that, then we're, Disney, and we're gonna have that real Star Wars because George Lucas would have her out of his mouth or have any employee at fucking Lucasfilm.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Say that kind of shit.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
One more time, just in case you didn't catch it the first time. Unbelievable. Lucasfilm had to make Star Wars the GL way GL said to make it. Now they want to do what they have probably dreamed of doing. Yeah. This is the thing. They all have this ego of George didn't know what he's doing. He fucked up the special editions. The prequels were, see, everybody hated I told them everybody hated Jar Jar. Meanwhile, Phantom Menace made over $1 billion in '99 and still to this day is beloved by many. I know it's not everybody's favorite movie. I'm not saying that it's perfect, but more people love those movies than dislike them. And it's a fucking ego. Just like the Kasdan video I put out the other day, it's that goddamn ego that I'll make it better than George. He didn't know what he was doing. And here we are. Because you all know so fucking better. Yes, they sure did. And that's why from the beginning, I mean, it was already because it's Clone Wars and Filoni. Before it even came out, I already was telling you guys it's already not canon. But right from the beginning, they did it. They're retconning themselves. So if you can't respect yourself, you don't respect your own property, you expect me, that's been around since '77, to respect the monkey shit that you're doing? Fuck out of here. That ass. I'd clone that ass several times. I have a closet full of Scarlets and Padmes. Yeah, I wouldn't have dead bodies. If you guys open my closet, it's no longer cloned, yes. That's America's ass. There you go. Clone of a clone of a clone, yes. And when you make a clone of a clone of a clone, then the genetics weaken and then it starts to have alterations, mutations. But when you take the first sample and you make 1 million clones, they're all going to be the same, guys. They're all going. You saw the fucking movie. Case closed. I don't even have to say anything else. all the troll, or did they get bored and like, who knows? I think they've been gone. Black Widow, clone, Double D9. I like her just as she is, but that's me. I like Captain Rex, but let's be honest, he's a replacement for the originally intended Captain Fordo. Correct. Used to work for, said she thought they were called Cologne Wars. Currently your friendlies. Oh, wow. I do wonder if Lucas were to do a new movie with the EU in mind, how much of it would he have used and how much he would have ignored? Well, that's the thing. The EU is other people's stories. So at the end of the day, you know, his ideas, his sequel trilogy would have been totally different from what Disney did and totally different from EU. Would he have pulled elements? Yeah, possibly. But I think it would be greatly different. You know? Message received. CW's okay. Man, you guys are chatting and chatting. Okay, I got to take a break, but I'm going to show you guys something, and then I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and we can continue on. Man, the chat jumped on me. All right, but since you mentioned this, and I've been thinking about making a video, but you know, then again, how am I going to make a video about this one thing? But anyways, I'm going to show you something. Which I don't think most people have ever picked up on or realized or kind of put two and two together. So I'm going to show you guys something. Because we all know the story of George gave them the outlines. He said it in the interview. He said it in several interviews. We know, corroborated by other people, including KK and Bob Iger themselves, that they had paid for his scripts, his outlines, and they decided not to use it, but that there was a stipulation. We don't have to use them. We all know the story, right? We all know that they just totally disregarded and shit on his story and said, "No, we're going to do something else." We all know that, right? We also know that KK says there's no source material, right? We all know all the story of all that mess. If anybody doesn't know, let me know. I can fill in any blanks. But I think we all pretty much know that story. Now, I want you to connect the dots and look at something here. Because it's one thing to say, oh, well, at the end of the day, we looked over the stuff and we decided that we're not going to use it and blah, 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 blah. But look at this. October 30th, 2012, the day that Star Wars was sold. Passing the baton, meet Kathleen Kennedy. Now, blah, 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 she's great, like 120 Academy Awards, blah, 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 blah. She's so great. Oh, my God, it's amazing, Kathleen. She founded this in 1992 with Frank Marshall, blah, 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 blah. Nobody gives a fuck about her. Here's where it gets interesting. I'm excited to have a chance to work with such an extraordinary group of talented people. This is Kathleen Kennedy, said Kennedy, upon becoming co-chair of Lucasfilm Limited earlier this year. As George moves towards retirement, I am honored that he trusts me with taking care of the beloved film franchises, which we know is a total fucking lie. I feel fortunate to have George there and advise me as we set out to make the next Star Wars films. It is nice to have Yoda by your side. Now, you've probably seen it in my videos, and you've probably seen it in many videos where that day where there's George, there's KK, and then the lady interviewing. And in fact, in the intermission I'm about to play, plus you've seen it, where he does that, right, at the table the day he sold it, and he's talking with KK. That's where that's from. Now watch this. Following the announcement that the first new Star Wars project under her auspices will be the long-awaited Episode 7, it can be revealed that Kennedy and her team at Lucasfilm is already in early development of this new era of Star Wars movies. Quote, "We're in the midst of the really fun part of the process," she says. "We're sitting down with a couple of writers and starting to discuss ideas and starting to talk about what those stories might be." Count the dots. Guys, This is the date it was sold, October 30th, 2012, not 6 months later, not a year later, where they all said, oh, well, we read your stuff, and it doesn't really fit what we wanted to do. We decided to go. No, the day he sold it, she was already conspiring and already working on the day that it was sold. We're in the midst of the really fun part. We're sitting down with a couple of writers and starting to discuss ideas and starting to talk about what the stories might be. So before he even sold it and gave her power without him knowing, just like the Emperor did to Anakin and the Republic, she already was planning on not creating Star Wars. Because the day that it was sold, she said, we're already looking at what the stories might be. Not, we have to honor and respect the story and protect them. And we have your script, so first we're going to make your moves. No, the day, October 30th, 2012, right there, StarWars.com, Kathleen Kennedy is admit that she is ready. I know you guys like the Star Wars channel, but I gotta say it as I always say it. You're wasting your time anywhere else. Because here's where the research is, here's where the facts are, and here's where the love for Star Wars is. I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. I'll drop the mic, and I'll see you guys shortly. Love you guys. Oh, he did it. Here, just this is appropriate. I never get to use it, so just a moment. Here's this is literally.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh yes, I did. I will see you guys in 10 minutes. Thank you for being here. Roger, and all that good stuff. See you soon.
If you think of the first 3 films as one film, which is what it was intended to be, you know, Darth Vader comes in the front door, scares everybody, kills a few guys, and then you follow it through, and then you find out that Luke is his father, and then eventually it ends up with him not being the bad guy, but actually being a rather sad guy, and then eventually being the hero and killing the Emperor. That if you saw it as one movie, that's the movie you'd see. And one of the problems I had is that Darth Vader became such an icon of evil that when it got split up over 6 years, the impact of him as a tragic character got lost. So that was one of the inspirations for going back and doing the backstory, because it really is about, it's really the tragedy of Darth Vader is the story.
Struggle in Star Wars is about passion against compassion, which is greed against giving and giving up primarily. And the whole issue is the flip side of greed is fear of losing. So you're either trying to get things or you're afraid of losing the things that you've got. And the idea is that to let go of those things and because once you start down that path of fear, then you're trying to protect things and you're willing to fight for things and you're willing to, and the Jedi's basic job in the beginning, which we never get to see too much of because we start really during the war, they were like marshals in the Old West. I mean, they would go from town to town and they would, help solve the problems and in a lot of cases the marshals and the judges were pretty much the same thing, and they would just travel and they would bring justice and solve problems for people, which is kind of what Jedi are. And they're negotiators, they're not fighters. Only they're negotiators, sort of like the mafia. They're compassionate negotiators with a very big laser sword, which they don't like to use, but if somebody, doesn't want to solve the problem, then they'll solve it for them, so to speak, which is an incentive for people to solve their problems without fighting.
The first film starts with the last age of the Republic, which is it's getting tired, it's old, it's getting corrupt. There's the rise of the Sith, who are now becoming a force. And in the backdrop of this, you have Anakin Skywalker, a young boy who's destined to be a very significant player in bringing balance back to the Force and the Republic. In the second film, we get into more of that turmoil. It's the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's the beginning of the end of democracy in the Republic, sort of the beginning of the end of the Republic. And it's Anakin Skywalker beginning to deal with some of his more intense emotions of anger, hatred, sense of loss, possessiveness, jealousy, and the other things he's coping with. Then we will get to the third film where he is seduced to the dark side, which brings us up to films 4, 5, and 6, where Anakin's offspring redeem him and allow him to fulfill the prophecy where he brings balance to the Force by doing away with the Sith and getting rid of evil in the universe. A lot of the issues that are in films 4, 5, and 6 become much clearer when you begin to realize what's behind the issues and how things came to pass. Because there's a lot of things that really are alluded to in the last 3 films, but they don't make much sense unless you really get the gist of what happens, and you really have to have seen 1, 2, and 3 in order to get it all. You get to see the universe, kind of, in the first 3 films. You know, you get to go to the Senate, you get to go to the center of the galaxy, you get to go to these very sophisticated planets and all this kind of stuff. And you're seeing things that are very sophisticated. You're seeing very sophisticated aliens, all kinds of things that are digitally created, you know, large scope, very vast scale and everything. So then when you get down to episode 4, it's all very small. You know, everything's real tiny. There's no scope to it at all. And it's in a very small corner of the galaxy. You talk about those things, but you never ever get to see them. But of course in this thing, you'll have already seen all those things, so you know what they're talking about. And you'll know when he's saying, you know, I'm stuck here in the far corner of the galaxy, you'll know what he's talking about. And you'll realize that he is stuck in a little dim corner of the universe. Found in all living things, around us, flows from us, controls individuals, yet we have free will. We have a destiny if we want to follow it. We live for a reason and must discover what it is. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish, you get stuff, or you want stuff. Mm-hmm. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure, experience. Mm-hmm. Once you become afraid that somebody's going to take it away from you, or you're going to lose it, then you start to become angry, especially if you're losing it. And that anger leads to hate. And hate leads to suffering. Mostly on the part of the person who's selfish, because you spend all your time being afraid of losing everything you've got, right, instead of actually living. Where joy, by giving to other people, you can't think about yourself, and therefore there's no pain. But the pleasure factor of greed and of selfishness is a short-lived experience. Therefore, you're constantly trying to replenish it. But of course, the more you replenish it, the harder it is to, so you have to keep upping the ante. You're actually afraid of the pain of not having the joy. So that is ultimately the core of the whole dark side, light side of the Force. And everything flows from that. Obviously, the Sith are always unhappy because they never get enough of anything they want. Mostly their selfishness centers around power and control. And the struggle is always to be able to let go of all that stuff. And of course, that's the problem with Anakin ultimately is you're allowed to love people, but you're not allowed to possess them. And what he did is that he, fell in love and then married her and then became jealous. And then he saw in his visions that she was going to die. He couldn't stand losing her. So in order to not lose her, he made a pact with the devil to be able to become all-powerful.
I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you.
But of course, when he did that, she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So he lost her.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Once you were powerful, being able to bring her back from the dead
Well, if I can do that, then I can be Emperor of the Universe. I can get rid of the Emperor. I can do everything. I can make everything the way I want it.
And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
And once you do that, you know, you'll never be satiated. You're always going to be consumed with this driving desire to have more stuff and be afraid that others are going to take it away from you. And of course they are. Because every time you get two Sith together, you have the master, you have the apprentice, and the apprentice is always trying to recruit another apprentice to join with him to kill the master. And the master knows that he's basically everybody below him wants his job. The only way to overcome the dark side is through discipline. The dark side is pleasure, biological, and temporary, and easy to achieve. The light side is joy, everlasting, and difficult to achieve. The great challenge must overcome laziness, give up quick pleasures, and overcome fear, which leads to hate. It's about good and evil in us, as well as our institutions. So, and the idea that some of us think we're really great people, but in the real world we're not. We're terrible people.
Or you can make bad choices.
Well, you make bad choices, but you run your life in a very selfish way, and you think you're doing good when you're actually not. And at the same time, it's you know, how do democracies turn back into dictatorships? Why do people who have the power to have the freedom and everything turn it over to somebody who's going to take it all away from them? It's happened through history forever and ever, and all Star Wars is a way of updating that idea to say, watch out, because there are people out there who don't play by the rules, and if you're not careful, you're going to lose all your freedom. And at the same time, those people who may not play by the rules because they're selfish and greedy turn themselves into evil people who don't care about other people.
All right, I'm microwaving some food so I can stay here longer. So I need about 5 more minutes. I'll play another intermission. I'll be right back. But I just wanted to come let you know. So about 5 more minutes. I'll be right back, guys.
Fade in.
Another mechanical creature from the movies, R2-D2 from Star Wars.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, you know, it's a book about what I consider to be, you know, the great adventure of the 20th century, the development of the rocket, which happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought. And it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. And I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's a behind the scenes book. In the same way that's making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien were behind the scenes books, this is also a behind the scenes book.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
I'll just have to run him over and wreck it, otherwise he put me out of business. I don't know.
A brave, bold future without limits for each and every storyteller.
Leaving all of us wondering, where's the story gonna go next?
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I will even learn to stop people from dying. It's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back.
Oh, my poor circuits. It's all so very complicated. I don't see how they ever put all this together. Well, really, R2, of course we all want to see how it worked out.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Star Wars, it's a journey, y'all.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below. All right. The Keeper of the Wills, R2. The true star and hero of the entire Star Wars saga. And the storyteller. Before I forget, a few quick things. Gina was mentioned in the report. I talked about it earlier, but just again, real quick. After all they did, she's not coming back. Be real. Theaters. They mentioned, oh, well, theaters are going to start opening up and this and that. And a lot of people aren't going to go back to theaters. They're over it. They've been enjoying stuff at home. They know they don't have to go to the theaters. There's not really very many good movies anyways. So, the clones. I want to reiterate, just like a marijuana plant or a Django Fett, when you continue to make a clone of that clone, yes, they deteriorate. And in fact, somewhere in either EU or one of the visual guides, it is talked about how Django's genetics started to deplete and they were having problems with later versions of clones. There's no argument there. But when you're making the first batch of clones, even the first few batches, the genetics are going to be strong. They're going to be Django's. KK. Just a caveat. Bob Iger in his book mentions how, we told George we don't have to use his stuff. We might not use it, blah, blah, blah. Fine. But I don't think that it was Iger that did that crap. I think that Iger, yes, he signed off on it, but I think that Iger went off of what Kathleen was saying. He was trusting in her because she was put in charge and that he thought she knew Star Wars and what to do with it. And she went to him and said, that these aren't the correct stories. People didn't like the prequels. We got to do something different. So then Iger was like, okay, well, you're the boss. I mean, you're the president of Lucasfilm. We'll go with it. So he signed off on it like a dumbass, but it was KK. As I showed you, day one, she already was planning on doing some other shit. But there's also precedents. Star Wars Land. For those of you that don't know the story, Star Wars Land was going to be this massive park. It had the Death Star in the center. It had Endor, Hoth, Tatooine, Mustafar. It was going to be amazing. All the characters walking around the park. It was going to be a true Star Wars Land. KK comes along and says, no, we need to do something different. Galaxy's Edge. Why? Because we can't worry about the 50-year-old fans that have carried the franchise. We need to worry about all the movies and stuff that we're going to be making in the future. And that's why Star Wars Land got canceled, and we have shitty-ass, fake-ass Galaxy's Edge. So there is precedence. There's more proof that KK did that crap. Now, what else? All right, that was the main things. The chat kind of jumped on me, so I'll try to get back to as far as I can go. Upbringing also doesn't guarantee people will come out the same, even if they're clones. They're, at the end of the day, sentient. Yes, and again, if you are experiencing different things, like you go to school, right? You're twins. You go to school, and you make friends with these people, and you make friends with these people, and then you guys are having different conversations, and you go to this party, and you stay at home and study, and you start having variations. You're going to turn out to be different people. When you are on a schedule, you eat the same meal at the same time, you train the same way, with the same people, in the same way. Everything is a controlled environment. You are going to be identical. Okay? I was in the military. We are taught all the same. That's not to say that they want you to be a drone and just be a Borg, but we're taught under the same conditions. Why? Because that's how you control an education or a training, is by putting people through the same controlled environment or experiment. So once again, yes, twins aren't necessarily identical, but twins aren't clones. And twins, they have variants. Now they're going to have more variants because they're not genetically the same. Clones are all going to like strawberry ice cream because Django did. Now, if a baby clone is sent to China and a baby clone is sent to Boston, and Boston cream pie is a really big deal in Boston, and all your life you're eating and seeing Boston cream pies, you're probably going to like them. Whereas in China, you don't know what the fuck a Boston cream pie is. And by the time you're 30 years old and you go try a Boston cream pie, you might like it, but there's a good chance you don't because you like sushi instead. That's different. You're under a different controlled environment. Clones on Camino were all under the same education, rules, schedule, environment, uniform, bunks. There wasn't like guys that had more than the other. They all were the same. The Bat Feed's gonna do a Gotham of Gaslight video called Gotham 1989. It looks like it's gonna be another fan-made documentary. People don't give Jar Jar Abrams enough hate. All people seem to focus on is Ruin Johnson. Yes, they're both dumbasses. Could you sum up the report, please? There wasn't much. They're in more debt. They are in less free cash. They didn't announce anything or say anything much. Just the numbers show, you know, the stocks are down, way down today, more than usual. And yeah, just, you know, more bad numbers for them. The other piece of news is that they've gained 4 million subscribers in the past quarter, which is nothing. But that's about it. There wasn't a whole lot. I don't know much about GBG. I know real life murderer named Jack the Ripper. Batman and GBG Bruce, Wayne's ancestor. GBG was what if Jack the Ripper escaped to America, where Victorian era Batman resided in Gotham. By the way, I can't highlight some of these because in StreamYard that I use, the chat is way gone. Whereas on YouTube, I can still at least go back a little bit. So, if I owned Star Wars, I'd scrap anything but 1 through 6, cancel Marvel subscription, make the GL sequel trilogy, reestablish LucasArts, Dark Horse Comics, build a new continuity around 1 through 6, and the new ST that follows. Yeah, basically I would do the same. Yeah. And yes, LucasArts would be back. The real LucasArts. I actually making games. And it doesn't just have to be, you know. Remember that Lucas is Red Tails in Indiana and other things. Comic where Bruce got killed and Thomas became Batman instead of Martha became the Joker. Huh. Word limit. He could be an ancestor, but as far as anyone knows, it's just an Elseworlds what if story. DC, Marvel, I never liked the idea of multiverse. Just make it a non-canon story. Yeah. And here's the thing. If you state that we're doing a side, like Solo, Rogue One, like, okay, it's not canon. We're just doing a fun side Star Wars film. Cool. Establish that from the beginning and make what you want to make. I'm all for a horror movie. I want zombie stormtroopers. But you can't say that this is the Skywalker saga and that this is canon, and that's where they fucked up. They're the ones that were like, we're getting rid of the EU because we want everything to be canon and have continuity. Everything's going to match up and fit together. Remember? And yet everything they make contradicts the previous thing they've made. I don't even think the Lucas 7 through 9 should be made. Just end it at 6, happily ever after the end. I mean, if we have a choice between putting it in the vault, end it with 6, and this Disney bullshit, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'd rather it be vaulted and respected than to continue damaging it. But if Lucas was willing and I had the power and the stuff to make them, yeah, I'd make them. I know some people, just like the prequels, that's like George Lucas. Blah, blah, blah. Me, I would be thrilled to see what George Lucas had in mind for 7 through 9. And I think that most Star Wars fans would too. Would it be everybody's favorite? Would everybody love it? Would there be complaints? Of course. But at the end of the day, most people, most Star Wars fans would love to see it. Been interested, especially now after all this mess. I've always been interested in the thought of parallel universe realities. I don't mind it in fiction as long as it's not overdone, like no more than 2 continuities. Yeah, I don't like that. When you start to have different timelines and continuities, that starts to become a problem. When you do isolated side stories and things for fun, okay. Would be the new one continuity would be the new one I'd make that revolves around 1 through 6 GL sequels. Then the second universe, it'd be the EU but fixed up. I'd take a different approach. I would fix the little bit of the EU that needs to be fixed so that it does fit into perfect canon. And even then, it wouldn't be perfect, but it would be much closer and respectful. And again, I would pull as much of it as I could into canon, where it makes sense, not forced like Filoni. Feels interesting to see every few generations of Wayne being a detective dressed as a bat. Maybe in my show, Bruce can find old equipment in the cave that belonged to his ancestors. Not a bad idea. Hit the collection shift gear. That's my Star Wars. That's not my Star Wars. Happy to be there. Godspeed. Good one. I wonder if Laura Dern is sexist. Let me see if it's caught up on this end. We might be synced up at this point. Fence Rider. Did I miss a bunch of stuff already? Currently eating friendlies. Okay. Lucas, Destroy All Jedi. I like CWs. Fence Rider. I'm imagining a naughty pinup upon hearing that. I see. I get it. All clones, not pure clones, since they're all made to grow faster. Again, in cloning, when you clone a clone, they start to diminish. The juice, the genetic potency starts to diminish. So yes, then you start to get variants of weaker versions. And like, for example, they wouldn't be as strong or agile or as athletic as Django. They'd be a step behind. The first few batches, especially the first batch, would be pure. But as but the Bad Batch and Omega is like a total variant. Like, they spliced and made a whole other thing, Not that they're not cycles of clones. They're just like a whole other mutation of a clone. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. In the Bad Batch, they say that they are mutations, that they're defective clones. That's not the argument. The argument is saying that those are clones of Jango Fett, which they're not. Omega is not a clone of Jango Fett, nor is she a clone of Luke's hand or whatever, because Palpatine was male, Luke was a male. You understand? So Omega's got to be some fucked up Frankenstein experiment. And at the end of the day, that's okay. That can happen. All I'm saying is you must speak and represent things correctly. And if you're going to say that she's a clone, that's incorrect. She's a mutated clone, an adapted clone, a defective clone. Now that's a different word. Now that's a different thing. Now that's a different conversation. It's not that it's okay that that can't be. It's that people are saying shit, just like May the 4th. That's Star Wars Day. No, it was never Star Wars Day. There's nothing wrong with celebrating May the 4th. By all means, I have celebrated it for 30-some years. But it's incorrect to say that that is Star Wars Day, when factually, May 25th has always been Star Wars Day. That's all. That's what I care about here, is continuity, canon, and facts. Things being properly represented. Just because I'm correcting something and stating the fact doesn't mean that I'm discounting or saying, oh, well, that can't be. Omega can't exist. I never said that. I never said there's a problem. But you must get the story right, and you must represent it correctly. And she is not a clone. A clone is an exact duplicate. Just like you get a flash drive. I put it in. I copy my hard drive. And I give it to you. What's going to be on your computer? An exact copy of my hard drive. Now, is it compatible? Could it be damaged along the way? All kinds of things can happen. But a clone is a direct copy. It's not, well, I picked and chose and okay. You have 100 files on the computer. I copy 99 of them. And I give it to you. That's not a clone. I gave you 99 out of 100 files. A clone is I copy exactly what is on my hard drive and I give it to you, or I have the second copy or whatever. That's a clone, a 100% accurate duplicate. No excuses, upbringing, this story, that place, this what? No, none of that is relevant. A clone is an exact replica. Some people are starting to say that Omega is a clone of Jango's dead. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that she's Palpatine. I heard that she's Luke's hand. There's all kinds of ways it could go. I'm just curious which dumbass route they're going to take. Because at the end of the day, whatever they do is going to blow up in their face. But what I'm curious in is what Dave Filoni's explanation to this nonsense is going to be. That's what I want to see. If that's the case, how did Jango keep her DNA? Not sure what you mean there. Oh, you mean his sister's DNA? I mean, theoretically, he could have, but no comment. Of the book? The Heart of the Jedi? Is that what you're asking? I agree. Okay, let me see the other side. So let me try to make sure I get everybody's. Laura Dern is sexist. Even in Jurassic Park, she made 2 men drool comments. Yeah. One was uncalled for, as Hammond made known. inclination he should go because he's a man. It's because, well, reasons. He's knowledgeable about the park, and she's a guest caught up in a mess he inadvertently created. He says that like he's using the effing as a verb. Every 3 generations, Batman shows up for a couple decades to face the worst people of the time and then disappears. Those idiots are all ego, no humility. How awesome the GL in episode 1 introduces us to Padme, even without force powers. We loved, appreciated her, and Disney couldn't do that with Rey, though she had more force powers than everybody, and nobody likes her. If I did Clone Wars, I would have wrote a way for Ahsoka to live in the OT, but not be needed to be a New Hope. That Luke is destined. Nah, that's no good, dude. There are no Jedi. She cannot be alive. That breaks the OT. Whether she's hiding, she's interfering, she cannot be alive. That breaks the OT. No, no, no. Bring Starkiller back. I can imagine Fred wearing a shirt that says that. Ahsoka must die. I should make that shirt. Ahsoka must die. What was this somebody said earlier? Oh, for us to walk around the park with sell Lucasfilm. But somebody else said something else too. Another shirt. Shoot, I don't remember what it was. I gotta try to remember. It was a good idea. Fred wearing a shirt. Not my Star Wars. Is Freddie Prinze Jr. a Star Wars fan? If so, how knowledgeable in Star Wars is he? I don't think he is. He's a fanboy. He thinks he knows it. He talks like, well, Dave Filoni taught me. Well, first of all, Dave Filoni doesn't know Star Wars, so your teacher was fucked you up from the beginning. Second of all, no, he doesn't know, and he doesn't care. You don't talk to the fans that way. You don't, somebody on Twitter was like, dude, you did a good job in Rebels, but, it's ridiculous that you sound the same as Caleb. And he's like, well, that, he said some dumb shit. It's like, dude, you should know better. When you're in the audio booth, you should be like, Dave, I'm like 20 years younger. Shouldn't I sound like a kid? But that doesn't cross his mind. All he's thinking about is, I got another Star Wars contract. I haven't worked on anything in years. I broke. Sarah Michelle is paying all the bills. All excited to do Star Wars and be around Dave again. He's not even thinking about what Star Wars is or what it's supposed to be like, or wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. All he's thinking about is I'm getting paid and I get to be in Star Wars again. That's all he's thinking about. He's not knowledgeable. He said all kinds of dumb shit. Like, everybody's mad because Rey gave, or because Han gave Rey the Falcon. No, he didn't. He never did that. Never did that happen. But again, when you're not thinking, when you don't know what you're talking about. Now, what we all are pretty pissed that she just assumed that she could just own everything and take it. That's different because we all know that Chewie, and if not, then Lando would get the Falcon. Hello. Hell, Luke would get the Falcon before. Luke and Leia would get it before Rey did. Because Han's going to give it to some smart-ass, all-powerful girl that he has no idea who she is. And not Chewie. Right, Freddie Prinze. That makes perfect sense. But we just hate women, so, dumbass. I have my own Star Wars plan. The 2004 film Troy, but in space. My Padme is Helena Troy. My Anakin is Achilles. Obi-Wan is Hector. Do it. What is this new Star Wars news? I'm back. I had a set tutor class. I don't know. Which new Star Wars news? Robo, not my Star Wars. I'm so glad to have George right here by my side. I'm his Dick Grayson, and he's been my Bruce Wayne. Cameraman, we're clear. Dave. All right, George, get out. Yeah, very well said. Your voice cutting out. Hopefully it's okay now. Yeah, let me know if anything. Now my Star Wars became a droid. Connection problems. Was something cutting out? The Force is female. Yeah, well, KK said so. So, to be fair, he likely didn't know she was one. He trusted her. Lucas KK? 2KK. I'm still waiting for that fun part. Yeah. I watched a video of a droid cleaning saying it's the worst job in the droid army. Then it showed a collection of clips of droids getting killed. That sounds funny. Honestly, cleaning sounds like the best job in the droid army. Yeah. Well, Grievous. So his battle droids kills more droids than the Jedi do. Thanks for subscribing, Sid. What was the new Star Wars news? Yeah, I'm not sure which part, dude. Jill mentions dim corner of the universe. Why did I automatically think Galaxy's Edge? Disney didn't really mention anything Star Wars, but the numbers aren't looking good for them. Yeah. Yeah, there wasn't any Star Wars news. Ends and yet the screen is off. Patience, young Padawan, patience. I dig this AT-AT screensaver though. Yeah. Well, and that's what Star Wars has become. Broken down freaking AT-ATs. I think I'm catching up here with you guys. 5-minute break. We'll be right back after these messages. I still have the R2 mockumentary. Nice. Poor R2. He's been through so much abuse behind the scenes. Yeah. Poor guy. Love that little guy. Hey, Disney's got him as a fucking diaper caddy. R2 knows how to party. Yes. High Republic. Whatever. I took a shower that lasted the intermission. There you go. What Star Wars planet would have been the perfect theater, and what attraction would the Naboo area be? I think that the Death Star was going to be the theater. Naboo, well, it would probably, be like that, like an Italian city, maybe a waterfall. I don't know, but it was going to be gorgeous. But too, it would have been cool if Naboo could have been on and above and below water. Yeah, they could have totally done like an aquarium, right? Like a city aquarium, not in your house, where you could walk around parts of Naboo, but you could also like go down lower level, and there would be like this massive, so like you're walking in an aquarium, like right where you see the sharks and stuff, but you would see, Jar Gungans swimming, or the Jedi and the I forget right now the damn ship, the submarine. Yeah, there's so many things they could have done. We post the ones that got lost. 2011 character encyclopedia came out now. They would probably leave out some characters and put in 3 pages about how awesome Rey is, and it would immediately become dated every few months. Fence Rider. I'm imagining a naughty pinup upon hearing that. Got it. Do you think that John and Dave will save Star Wars? No, absolutely. They are destroying Star Wars, especially Dave. John innocently because he doesn't know better. Dave on purpose because he does know better. So, no, absolutely not. They will save Star Wars. On the contrary, they're making it more screwed up every day. Repost. Wow, Disney really doesn't like honoring contracts. They went against the contract with Terrence Howard on Iron Man 2, 1, and 2. Iron Man 1 and 2. The Star Wars contract, and now the Black Widow contract. Oh, yeah. Most people fussed over the changes in A New Hope, but my issue was in Empire when Luke's funny line, "You're lucky you don't taste very good." Yeah, I always like that line. Yeah, I always like that line. Sometimes I even like say it, and then I watch Empire. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, I remember that as a kid, and I always loved that. The little Archie didn't taste good to the swamp monster. I always. Speaking of good and evil Joker, I have an idea for my own Batman Elseworlds. What if Batman was evil and Joker and the Rogues Gallery were heroes? Not quite the same as Earth 3, but it's similar. Some people will realize they broke the trust and they try to earn it back because they are sorry. Trying to figure out if they are truly sorry is a tricky part. Well, a way to start is Dave Filoni to stop being quiet and come out and make a video, whether Disney endorses it or not. He can make his own video and put it on Twitter or YouTube and say, hey guys, I'm sorry, I fucked up. I thought I was being clever. I just wanted to create a bunch of stories, but I realized that this shit has become a fucking mess. So for what it's worth, I screwed up. I'm sorry. Don't consider any of it canon or Lucas real Star Wars because it's become a freaking out of control mess. And you know, it is what it is. And there's a chance he would get fired or reprimanded for it. But at least he would have his integrity and he would have respect. But know that Dave is doing it on purpose and he don't give a fuck. So that's never going to happen. Because when you genuinely want to fix things, you can, not always, but you can. They don't have the humility, first of all, to say that they're sorry or they screwed up. So that in itself, it's never going to happen. When will Disney release the Star Wars original trilogy? Never. It's never going to happen. Ma'am clone. Yeah, that's all we need is 1,000 holdos. Omega, duplicate. Yes, very good. I'm a new fan of the channel. I discovered you through your posts. There can be a lot of Disney fanboys in there. Oh Lord, you have no clue. How's a clone gonna have a scar like its predecessor? I'm circumcised. Are you saying my clone won't have? Well, no, that's different because that's an after thing. When I said scar, I didn't mean like, oh, in battle he got a scar, so now you're gonna. No, not like that. If you're born, maybe a scar. Well, a scar could happen, but let me be a little bit better, a little clearer. Let's say you have a mole right here. Let's say you have the Cindy Crawford. Your clone is going to have the Cindy Crawford. Now, at 3 years old, you fell, you bumped your head, and you got a scar. No, that's not what I meant. I meant like if you were born with a deformity, a scar or something. A scar wasn't the best word. I was just trying to find an example. But like if your toes bend like this, well, then your clone's toe is going to bend like this. If it's you're born with something that is in your genetics. Unless through the birth canal, your leg got broken or twisted and that's why you walk funny as an adult. That's different. But when you're cloning something, you're taking the exact genetics. And if Django was born with size 11, well, not born with, but he has feet that, bend in a little bit, don't have, are kind of flat and grow to be size 11. Well, guess what? All the clones are going to have kind of flat feet, size 11, and bent in a little bit. You can't get around that. As far as the clones being circumcised or not, hey, I don't want to know. Not even if Ahsoka cut herself off from the Force and settled on a planet. No, she cannot be alive. That's the point. And by the way, that myth of that's not how the Force works, dude. Remember the movies. The Force is everywhere. It penetrates us. The rocks, the trees. You don't cut yourself off from the Force. That's Filoni nonsense. It's not how the Force works. The Force that's like saying you cut yourself off from air. It's not. The Force penetrates everything and is there everywhere in the galaxy, not just on a certain planet, not just for certain people. The Force goes through everyone, even non-Force users, even non-Jedi. or Sith. Just because you can use the Force, that's different. But the Force is life. It's everywhere. It flows through everything. You don't cut yourself off from the Force. Especially not the son of the Chosen One, Luke Skywalker, the most powerful Jedi in history. That's not how that works. That's Filoni nonsense. No, she cannot cut herself off. She cannot leave. Not to mention, didn't you see her Mandalorian? She's using the Force to communicate with Grogu and push the rock. No, dude, that's why you can't have Ahsoka, because there's no such thing as her cutting herself off and not knowing where Luke is. And no, dude, no. It's not how the Force works. Welcome to the Rebellion t-shirts. I've thought of making them, but so many people do it already. Ahsoka should have died before episode 3 for another reason to drive Anakin to the dark side. Correct. She should have been a hero, saved Yoda, for example, got killed, Anakin trying to save her, but he fails, and that's more of a catalyst for him to become detached, to not want to have love someone, and and it's the reverse effect, because Jedi aren't supposed to have attachments, but he takes it so personal because all his life is loss. He lost his mother. He knows he's going to lose Padme. Now he does lose Ahsoka, you see? So Ahsoka goes down, a massive legend hero, gets her out of the way, which you need to do because there's only Luke Skywalker. There are no other Jedi. Not retired, not cut off, none of that nonsense. There are no Jedi. If Luke doesn't succeed, we are all fucked. That's the weight and stakes and importance of Star Wars, of Luke Skywalker. That's the whole point. He's the last and new hope. That's the entire point of all of this, guys. And it's not some random Jedi. It's the son of the fallen chosen one. You cannot have Ahsoka. Not any which way. She must die. And instead of making her a fucking legend and killing her properly, now we got to deal with her in the fucking future and making a whole fucking mess. I remember Dash Star did an interview with Dave Filoni a few years back. Really. Freddie seemed like he knew what he was talking about, and Dash was having fun. I feel bad for Dash and can't stand Freddie now. They used to do like trivia stuff on what's it, Schmodown or whatever. Okay, there's an episode where Freddie and Whitwer, all buddies, they get on a team and they're challenging to Campia and some other idiot, all four of them. Well, to be fair, Whitwer does know a lot of Star Wars. I will give him that. So it was Freddie and Sam against these other two guys, Campy and some other airhead. All right. All the questions Sam answered. And it wasn't just because Sam was quicker, or like Freddie was even like, well, I don't know, I'll just let you. He literally like sits back the whole show and Sam is answering all the questions. Why? Because Freddie doesn't know a goddamn thing about Star Wars. You can find it. It's very easy to find. Trivia. Sam Witwer and Freddie Prinze. And you're going to see. Freddie doesn't know. I think he answers like one question. Another one that made themselves look like a dumbass is Jenny Nicholson. Claims she knows so much and she's so righteous. And Last Jedi, you guys just don't understand. She went on that same type of trivia shit. She couldn't answer a fucking question. Meanwhile, Sam Witwer and Jeremy Johns were crushing it. So, proof is in the pudding, guys. You know. Dash. All right. Chewie should have got the Falcon correct. That's not even a question. That's obviously if anything happens to Han, it's Chewie's. Duh. And then back up Lando. I will do it. Good. Do it. Was just mothballed. Falcon was mothballed in a random desert. Just like Sabine picking up the Darksaber. It was just there available to take. Correct. Dave Filoni's phony baloney. You were cutting out when you had the screen share up earlier. Oh, okay, sorry. Screensaver. High Republic is trash. Geode and the Vessel is lazy. Correct. Nostalgia Critic said that the Disney trilogy was good, but it felt like it wasn't meant to please the imagination anymore. There's a monkey with elf ears, and you just feel like it's not as creative. Yeah. Disney Stairwokes. By the way, stare, that's stare like going up the stairs. If you mean stare, stare, has no creativity. It's terrible and obviously unwritten. I mention it because you've written it many times in many streams that way, just in case, James. It's maybe your phone is being dumb and autocorrecting it. It's terrible and obviously unwritten. You know it wasn't meant to please the imagination. I think I read that. Bad Batch is a good show so far. I mean, if you like it, to me it's nonsense, but if you like it, enjoy it. They could have made them rocket jets with X-Wings and TIE fighters flying around the Death Star. Naboo is my favorite planet. I love Naboo. I love the city of Thede. It could be an Italian restaurant, and the scenery would have added to the atmosphere. Otagunga could have been an aquarium. Oh, yeah, they could have done amazing things. Dave Filoni is full of baloney. What does he say now? Check out Nostalgia Critic's video on the prequels and sequels. He said he thought there were rules and said 3 rules that were never seen as rules. I don't even think you can make them rules. Okay? Did you notice in Rogue One, J.E.J.'s voice wasn't as strong as it used to be? It had a warble. J.E.J. Who's J.E.J.? Right now it's not coming to me. J.E.J. Oh, James Earl Jones? Yes. Fake Vader. Han shot first. Everyone thought, but you know, in Disney's mind, well, he's younger, so his voice would have been. No. I mean, how fucking dumb are you guys? Han shot first. Everyone thought lightsaber bait was going to be the biggest problem with the new movies. The prequels suck. Those aren't rules. A trilogy sucking isn't a rule. Yeah. Unless you're Disney, then that is a rule to make sucky ass movies. The clone of Picard in Star Trek Nemesis didn't look like a young Picard. I forgot what they said that explained that. Who knows? I know that Star Trek has become a mess, and I haven't seen it in many years, so I can't comment. The clone, you can't cut yourself off from the Force. Yes, that is nonsense. There's no such thing. Cutting one off from the Force was a thing before Filoni. It was done to Mitra Surik in KOTOR. Okay, again, not canon. And who's the one that brought it into the movie and tried to make it canon for everybody? Rian Johnson, Luke Skywalker, Jake Skywalker. You see? So I haven't played KOTOR 2, to be fair, so I don't know that. I'm not saying it's not right. I'm just saying I don't have that experience. But again, that's not canon. It's not a separate entity. It surrounds us, penetrates us, it binds the universe together. Correct. You can't cut yourself off from it. That's like cutting yourself off. The only way you can cut yourself off from the Force is to die, to kill yourself. And a true Jedi wouldn't still be cut off from the Force because he becomes one with the Force. So you can't cut yourself off from the Force. There's no such thing. The movies show you very clearly. Not Dave Filoni. I meant he did an interview with Freddie Prinze. Okay. Sorry, dude. Got to go for the night. If you're still around in the morning, I will stop to say hello. Thank you for being here. Always good to see you, Private Eye. You have a great night. And I'm probably going to get off here in the next hour or two, but We'll see. You never know. But as always, good to see you. Why did Rey just take ownership? Because she's Rey. I'm sorry, because she's Kathleen Kennedy. I call it stare because I wouldn't be surprised if they made a movie about Darth Vader falling down the stairs. Okay, there you go. That makes sense. Salamari, introduced in the original Thrawn trilogy, were the only species that could cause force bubbles, but that's in EU. Yes, one, not canon, but two, even then, it was not cutting yourself from the force, but kind of blocking it. It's a difference. There's a difference from just severing your connection and turning it off and causing interference. That's like saying you're getting TV from an antenna and now there's some interference. Your rabbit ears are messed up or some other transmission comes and it's making it all fuzzy, but the actual transmission is not different. The transmission is there. The signal is pure and it is what it is. Your reception of it is being distorted, but that's not cut off. The force, the transmission is still there. You cannot cut yourself off from the force, even if you're not a force user. Why did Rey take ownership? Stare. When Rey and Finn were running from the TIE fighters, Finn says, "What about that ship?" Rey says it's garbage. Garbage, right. Was that a throwback to when Luke said, "What a hunk of junk"? I mean, maybe, but it was terribly executed. Furthermore, the reason she says that is because they know that the intention was that she did not know about the Falcon. Later, they said, "Oh, well, actually, she repaired the Falcon or worked on it, and she studied Y-wing computers and knew how to fly and all this because she studied computers and all this stuff." First of all, you live in the desert. How would you even know how to turn on or interpret a fucking computer? Even if you could figure out, okay, here's the light switch. How could you know like the language and how to read it and function it? One thing, guys, is you're hungry. You're going to instinctively eat. You're horny. You're going to know how to have sex. You're going to figure it out. But if you're a caveman or even someone intelligent, but you live in the middle of sand and I throw you in water, you're going to drown. And if I hand you a laptop, you're going to be like, you might understand, oh, there's buttons, so you can push them, but you have no perception of the letters, the language, the order, the numbers, what a function does, why there's a space bar, what a mouse. I mean, maybe years of fiddling around, you kind of figure out the UI, but still, because you don't even know the purpose of a laptop, you're never going to know how to study it and unlock it and open stuff, and it's ridiculous. So they knew because it's in the movie. She thought it was a piece of junk because she didn't know anything about the Falcon. But then they retroactively went back and, oh, well, she worked on it and all this mess. There's also a story in their nonsense fan fiction that she was going out into space and scavenging parts from a fucking abandoned Star Destroyer in space. I mean, they know no ends to their nonsense. Oh. Anomaly Inc.'s breakdown of Nostalgia Critics video on the prequel. Pure facts. Okay. I bet, but I guess I can call it stare wokes. They stare at everything in that stupid trilogy. Yeah. Well, I kind of figured you're like, when you stare, you're either really zoned in and focused on something, or you're just like, lost. You're like daydreaming. So that's kind of why I took it that way. But if you meant stare, okay. I was just saying, if you meant stare. James Earl Jones, yeah, got it. Star Wars is a mess. Yes. George, rule number 1, do not touch anything. Kathy, breaks bottles. Someone broke that. Yes. Yeah, that's a good analogy, James. She is a bull in a china closet. Absolutely. She has been a bull in a china closet. It binds the galaxy together. Correct. To be fair, I didn't play KOTOR 2 either. I just know it by skimming the wiki. Okay, there you go. Joker. Last call. This is the last call for alcohol. Maybe not cut off from the force, but one could suppress the force within themselves. No. Didn't know we want to. No. Why? Why would you say that? He never took the Force from himself. Think. He uses the Force to scare the Sand People. He checks Luke. Not Force heals him, but checks him through the Force. He's been sensing him and knows if he's in trouble, right? Through the Force. He does the mind trick on the stormtroopers. He uses on Tatooine. He also on the Death Star, remember? Does the mind that doesn't he does like a sound so the stormtroopers turn, the two that are talking when he's turning off the tractor beam. So what? All of a sudden he just, I reconnected and I got all my Force powers back. No, dude, he was never disconnected from the Force. Absolutely not. He was meditating the whole time. How does he become a Force ghost? Because he was studying and meditating and getting enlightenment so that he could become one with the Force. So obviously he did not cut himself off from the Force. The movies show you everything you need to know. It's all there, brother. It's all there. There is no suppressing. There is no cutting off. That is not how the Force works. Obi-Wan was always very powerful in the Force. Now, was he using it every day and fighting and doing all that? No, nobody's saying that. But he never cut himself off from the Force, never lost any of his Force powers. And the second he needed them, he used them. I don't think Obi-Wan did that, did he? No, he didn't. Absolutely not. So if Ahsoka suppressed the Force, she cannot. Then technically, could she live like that and choose not to intervene? No, because then she's still a betrayer and coward to the Republic and to the Rebellion, dude. Let's just say, for some reason, she shut off the Force. Or the universe, the will, said, okay, we're cutting you off. For whatever reason, like she lost the ability. Why wouldn't she seek out Yoda? Why wouldn't she help the rebels? Even if she's not a Jedi anymore, doesn't believe in that. Even if she's not technically a rebel, she's a good person, right? She should care about freedom and life and the galaxy. If she does nothing, well, the rebellion's just going to win. So just like Jyn Erso, who's got no Force powers, she knows how to fight a little bit and scrappy. Well, Ahsoka would have done the same thing and participated and helped the rebels. Why wasn't she there with Leia? Even if Lucas originally said, oh, well, she was a powerful Jedi, but like she lost the Force and some other shit, well, then that would be canon. But she would still be there with Leia, right? Ahsoka must die. There is no, trust me, guys. I've said it a million times. People see this, I see this. I've thought this all through. 1,000 steps ahead of you. Ahsoka, no way can be alive. Unless you just say, like, Dave, fuck it, I want Ahsoka to be alive. And that's where we're at. There's no excuse. There's no escape valve. There's no nothing. Ahsoka cannot be alive. I serve the Force. I like your Mickey Tears gift, but I miss Video Man. No worries. He will be arriving shortly. I heard him around the corner, ironically. Hello. I just dreamed a yellow duck said to me, Uba Uba. That's funny that you say that. I figured it out. I'm just trying to, because I'm looking at two things here, so I'm trying to just catch up in the chat, and then we can play a little bit. I figured it out. I've been zoning out a lot at school lately. Why? TFA also showed Rey's parents being left on Jakku with Uncle Plutt, right? But in that movie, he didn't seem fond of her, correct? Why would they leave her with him? Because Disney. Because they didn't know that they were going to do Palpatine. Or, guys, I have a video where Daisy says, no, we didn't know. First she was going to be Obi-Wan, Kenobi, then maybe a Skywalker, then maybe a nobody. Then, we decided a Palpatine. She said it. Ian McDermott said it. We all know it. They didn't know or plan on Palpatine. That was a last minute, like, holy shit, Rian Johnson killed the protagonist or the antagonist, Snoke. What the fuck are we going to do? Well, I guess we'll do member berries and bring in Palpatine. That's why you can't do that shit, because as much as you try to explain it, it's like I said, the metaphor of court. No matter how much you try to talk yourself out of that story, eventually someone is going to say, wait a minute, dude, 2 and 2 don't add up. You're trying to make this story work, but it doesn't add up. And that's why. Because there was no intention of having a Rey Skywalker or Rey Palpatine or any of that. That's why. Because the intention was that she was just some random girl in the desert and left there. Later, they tried to build the story up, well, about her parents and Palpatine and blah, 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 blah. Everything that Disney has done has been without a plan. Rebels, clones, all of it. They're just making it up as they go along, and that's where they're fucked up. When they should have, in 2012, sat down and said, okay, here's what the next 10 years of Star Wars are. We got to get this shit right. Here's what we're going to do. Here's the overarching story. This is the people that are coming. This is what's going to happen. We need to connect everything so that now you have that grand plan, and then the High Republic group gets that plan. Alkalite nutball lady gets that plan. Patty Jenkins doing Rogue gets that plan. The Mandalorian show gets that plan. So now everybody has to build off of that vein of this is what is going to happen. You can't start you can't kill Snoke because then we're fucked and we have to bring in Palpatine. No, Snoke is the antagonist. Leave him the fuck alone. We need to develop Snoke and tell his story and make him interesting and make people fall in love with him like they did Vader. And then at the end, he can get killed. And now all the comics and books and stories and movies and shows revolve around the fact that Snoke was a real thing, not some fucking clone from Palpatine, who now we find out is a clone of Luke's fucking hand. Come on. And that's because there was no plan. Zero. No plan at all. Just make it all up as they go along. All right, let me see where I'm at in the other chat. See if we're back in sync. I think we might be. Star Warsism. Furious Canadian. All clones, not pure clones, since they made to grow. Some people are starting to say Omega is a clone of Jango's dead sister. Okay, but I don't remember if that was earlier that I read that, or is it we're back on the same. I think I'm almost on this end, so I'll just go here and then we'll look back. I showed Rey's parents being let right. What I meant was if Obi-Wan used the Force on Tatooine, right, doesn't that risk him being detected by Vader or the Emperor? Not if they're far away. Just because a Force user does something on this planet doesn't mean that others are going to. Not at all. Not when you're trying to conquer the galaxy and the last thing you're worried about is outer rim Tatooine. It's nothing but sand. Vader purposely doesn't want to go there. That's established throughout the movies. Not to mention, people don't always know that Jabba the Hutt was super fucking powerful. He ran the outer rim. And when I say the outer rim, guys, it's not like a section or Tatooine. The outer rim of the galaxy, like Jabba ran that shit. He was a powerful gangster, and he had control. The Empire had to go to him to ask permission to go into sectors and do things. They had to respect him, just like they had to respect other. Palpatine understood. You can't just always go in. You can do some places with Force, but in general, you need to get the permission and respect from others. It's much better to gain the respect and have an ally in a sector than to go in and try to invade and take over. Because people are going to rebel. The rest of the galaxy is going to see that you're taking stuff by force. It's different when the CIS was made up by all these people wanting to join with Dooku. That's a totally different thing. Now they are willingly joining because now they feel on the same page that the Republic's out of line and we need to do our own thing. That's very different from Palpatine going in and throwing clones all over the place or droids and trying to take over places. Yes, some places he did, but in general, he was trying to gain support, not take over things. Now, once he's in power, he's like, fuck it, I'm the boss, fuck all of you. Now I'm going to do what I want. But getting to where he could be the new galactic empire, that was done by making allies. And the Outer Rim, you couldn't just be fiddle fucking around. Jabba had clout, and he would fuck your shit up. Even Darth Vader and the Empire would respectfully, Dooku, their stories as well, would respectfully have to go to Jabba and ask permission or try to make alliance. Remember, the Clone Wars movie, what was the whole thing there? They kidnapped the baby to try to get the favor of Jabba. Remember? Jabba's a bad mofo. So you have to put the weight on that you can't even fuck around in the Outer Rim. Plus, Anakin doesn't want to know anything about that area. Plus, the value of the galaxy. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the Outer Rim. And it's great to be in the unknown regions because you're anonymous and hidden. But where all the clout is Coruscant and the Inner Rim and Mid Rim, that's where all the jewels and princesses and castles and shipyards and all the important shit is in the mid and central core. The mid rim and central core, not the outer rim. The outer rim is, the ghetto. It's a lot of power and strength in the ghetto, but just saying it's the ghetto. Understand? So when you factor all these things, no, they wouldn't even be close to Tatooine. Never mind thinking of going to look for him there, which is ironic, but it makes sense. Sometimes the most obvious is the least obvious, and Vader isn't going to go there. Yoda said, take him to his family, which is logical, but also Yoda wouldn't be like, well, it's highly dangerous. Luke's going to be spotted there, so, but fuck it. No, he also sent him there because Obi-Wan's going to overlook him and because he understands that Vader doesn't want to be anywhere near Tatooine. Remember when Anakin kills the Sand People? Anakin, no, that's Qui-Gon from the other side talking to him. And who hears and senses that? Who feels that? Yoda. So Yoda knows from way back that Anakin does not have fond memories in Tatooine. And why did that happen with the Sand People? Because of his mother. So he knows. So him saying, take Luke to his family wasn't just like blindly like, oh, I don't want to deal with him. Take him to his family. It was, that makes sense. But also that's the logical, safe place to take him where Vader's not going to go. He's not going to look for you. He's not going to look for Luke because that's not where he would think you would go. Plus Obi-Wan's from, I forget what planet, and been in the Clone Wars and the Temple, and what the hell would Obi-Wan want to be doing on Tatooine? So there you go. Vader's not going to think to look for him there. So no, they wouldn't have sensed him. It's not like you just sense each other. It's not the High Republic where Avar can just like talk to every Jedi in the galaxy and unite them through the Force. That's not how the Force works. No, Obi-Wan would not be detected. Now, if they were in close proximity, that's a different story. Just like I felt the presence that I haven't felt since. That's a different story. But being out, your castle's in Mustafar. You're going around this mid-rim and the core. Palpatine's stationed in Coruscant. So you've probably been to Coruscant quite a bit. Last thing you're going to sense is all the way out in Tatooine. Remember, the galaxy is vast and big. It's not like, a little... I am one with the Force. I only bend it to my will when I absolutely have to. Man, the chat jumps. Not recommended. Which part's not recommended? The Force is everywhere, yes. Vader sensed Obi-Wan when he arrived on the Death Star. Correct. All his energy. The Jedi did do Ahsoka dirty, though. Well, but regardless of the fact, let's say she's like, fuck the Jedi, never wants to do anything with them, whatever, and that's fine. That's her decision. That still doesn't cut her off from the Force or the responsibility to the Republic, the Rebels, and the galaxy. And the Jedi that brought her up and gave her a life and taught her. She betrayed everyone. Fuck Ahsoka. And I used to love that little snips. Now she's a piece of shit. Rey, I am every Jedi. Me. You wish, Rey. You wish. By the way, cut off from the Force. She's in The Rise of Skywalker talking to Rey as a Force ghost, dude. You can't back out of it. You've established in canon that 30 years later, she's a Force ghost consoling Rey. So you can't, anything in between, from Rise of Skywalker to Sith to Rots, means she has to be a Jedi. Regardless of the cartoons, comics, everything. She's in the canon movie, right? Well, then, there's no escaping. You cannot say that she's not a Jedi or cut herself off, because she's a freaking Force ghost in The Rise of Skywalker. You see how they do it to themselves. How they don't think the shit through. How Dave Filoni's are like, well, fuck it. Even the movies that are supposed to be canon, he's saying, well, screw it. You see? Should we have been involved somehow? She would have been involved somehow. Yeah. Some way. Baby Jin, who is just a girl. I mean, granted, she's the daughter of the guy that built the Death Star. She's not just an average person, but hundreds, thousands of rebels around the galaxy are doing something. You're going to tell me you're Ahsoka fucking Tano, the Padawan of the Chosen One, in the temple at its height with Yoda, Mace, all these people, and you're just going to sit there and watch the galaxy burn. Like, nah, I'm going to cut off from the Force. I don't want to do anything. Bullshit, Dave Filoni. Fuck you. Fuck you, Dave Filoni. Ahsoka would try to interfere, and that's what endangers the canon. In some which way, either listen, if she's involved, that breaks canon. If she's not involved, that's also breaks canon. That's out of character. Forget Ahsoka. She doesn't want to do anything. Yoda doesn't know that Ahsoka's alive and doesn't seek her out. Why doesn't Yoda say, hey, Ahsoka Tano is around. Find her. I'm 900 years old. I can't train you, dude. Go find Ahsoka. She's a powerful ally. You can bring her back to the Force. You see? There's no way, dude. Believe me, I've thought it through. She must die. There's no way. Obi-Wan and Yoda know her well. By the way, Anakin kind of knows her now, doesn't he? Why wouldn't he be hunting down Ahsoka? Why wouldn't he sense her? Why wouldn't he know about Ahsoka? Because she doesn't exist. Because you're trying to force something that doesn't make sense or exist into existing canon. And that's where you fuck up. Phony baloney. Good and evil are subjective in this universe. Connected at least. Yeah, well, that's true. Some people think the dark side are the good guys. Especially, or the Empire, right? Especially the Imperials. Adaptive. Hello there. Hello there, bro. Nice to see your geode rock. Yeah, Ahsoka should die before episode 6 at least. No, before episode 3. She cannot be alive in the OT, period. Her being alive one day past Order 66 breaks the entire Star Wars franchise. 1 through 6 is all broken. She can't even survive to the end of Rots. She must die by Order 66. And Lucas said she dies before Order 66. But at best, I'd give Filoni, okay, you keep her alive a few more days, she does a few more cool things, and she dies as soon as Order 66 is executed. Okay, fine. That works. But you had to get greedy, and you had to do all that extra shit. All the Jedi, Master Jedis, are getting gunned down by clones, right? Ki-Adi-Mundi's killed by what? 10 clones. Yet Ahsoka's on a Star Destroyer with Maul trying to kill her, and there's what, 100 clones? And they can't kill that little fucking girl? The fuck out of here, Dave Filoni. No, dude. She must die by Order 66. There's no other way. No, no, no. She cannot be alive in the OT. If she's alive one day past Order 66, the entire Star Wars franchise is broken. She was canon. She was awesome. I loved her. She was great. She served her purpose. She could have been a legend. Now, she's one of the biggest fucking problems in Star Wars. George, rule number 3. Do not press this button. Kathy, what does this button do? Press button. George, why? Kathy, I like doing things. George, nice job. You just started World War III. Correct. Fanboys have never hit the red button. How could Luke hide on that island? I could find him with a MacGuffin. Yeah, we all could have. Charming to the left. Why would Luke Skywalker be hiding on the island? What? Okay, let's pretend that he went into hibernation, hermit mode because he was messed up, whatever. As soon as he knows that Han died, Leia's in trouble, all these things are happening, the Emperor's back, Luke Skywalker's not going to snap out of it and come back. First of all, he would have never been in that situation. But let's just play along. He wouldn't eventually come out of it and come on, man. Disney's fucking stupid. Charming to the last. Love those rules. I meant episode 4. Ahsoka should die before episode 4. Yeah, she has to die. No, at latest. Pushing it, like really fucking pushing it, Dave Filoni. The day of Order 66. I'll let that go. That can happen. If you do it correctly, okay. She dies the day of Order 66. Okay. We can work with that. That's okay. But outside of that, you've broken Star Wars. You've broken it. Might have worked if they trusted in the Force. What's the point of Luke facing the Emperor if Ahsoka, Kanan, Ezra, and more are alive? Correct. What is the whole point? What's the point of, oh, well, you must face Vader? And he could have been like, fuck that, dude. I'm a farm boy. I got nothing to go. I know there's Ahsoka or some other Jedi I've heard of. Let them deal with it. The whole point, guys, is that's all we got is Luke. That's the whole point of Star Wars, all of it. The story of Star Wars, and like one little sentence is, most powerful Jedi of all time falls to the dark side, becomes the most evil thing in the world. His son is the only one left that can possibly save the galaxy. And how does he save it? By the love of his father, redeeming his father, and sacrificing himself to the point of nearly being killed to save his father. That's Star Wars. There's a lot more. I could give a whole paragraph or synopsis, but in a nutshell, that right there is Star Wars. Now, if that's the story of Star Wars, think about Ahsoka, Ezra, all these bullshit. They all break Star Wars. All of it. Kathy, what were the first 2 world wars? George, why did I even hire you? Kathy, because I could make some damn good coffee. George, you're right. Can I have some coffee before the Nazis kill us? Star Wars Theory, loving the new Vader comics. Oh, he loved that shit. And that's why I said the boy's naive, because he's like, oh, Canon comics. And listen, he's a fanboy. So he gets excited. You know, he's like, oh man, new comics and it's Vader. I love Vader. And he's not thinking of the consequences. He's not thinking of George Lucas or the story. He's just focused on, I love Vader. I love Anakin. And it's so cool to see new comics. And he gets all excited. And it's like, you know, and he's not even thinking of the damage that he's doing and how foolish he's making himself look. I'm not saying that he does it on purpose. That's the thing. That's why I don't like hate on him, and I'm not like trying to trash him, because I don't think he's like literally like, fuck Star Wars. I'm just gonna, you know, chill and Disney. And I think he just truly is. That's the thing. Like, he's kind of clueless as to what really Star Wars is. And that's why it terrifies me when people are like, oh my God, Theory, you're so great. And you need to own Star Wars. When he literally said on a stream, well, if I bought Star Wars, I would just hand it to John and Dave and they could do whatever they want. Holy fuck me. You thought we had a mess now. Holy shit. Anyway. First 2 World Wars. Kathy, no. Plan. There ain't no plan. Pig Killer from Beyond Thunderdome. Yes. Why did they use motion capture for Snoke in episode 7? He just sat there. They even had the guy who played Gollum be Snoke. Well, because he's much larger. Remember that Snoke is very tall. And Andy Serkis is, I don't know if he's even 6 feet. he wouldn't have the size, the weight, the height, plus his face. I mean, to do that makeup and all that. I agree. I mean, I would have old school made the mask and all that, but I'm just saying, because of what is portrayed as Snoke. We don't need another year. Yes. All we need is life beyond Thunderdome. Correct. Very good. 2 enter, 1 leaves. 2-man enter, only 1 leave. There you go. You guys were thinking the same. What happened, James? What's going on? You're getting deleted messages. Or I can actually see it because I'm the boss over here. Got makeup artist made it up cheaper than CGI, but Disney wants everything to be 3D. Look at me punching you out of the screen. 2010. 3D is the future of cinema for 4 years. Would you like the Mandalorian in 3D and you have to wear the glasses? I don't like the Mandalorian, so I really could care less. It's more Disney fan fiction nonsense. Remember Ahsoka is in the Mandalorian? Remember Grogu, who doesn't exist, was in the Jedi Temple? It's fucking stupid. I could care less about the Mandalorian. 3D is not new, and it's overrated. Yeah, 3D is 80s. Watched The Phantom Menace in the theater when it was released in 3D in 2013. Jaws was in 3D. I loved the movie, but the 3D effect was annoying. That's why I didn't watch the Jurassic Park release. Why are you, Adaptive, why are those messages being deleted? Did you make a mistake? Yoda, whatever. Later that year, they made Jurassic Park in 3D. I had no interest. I watched it in theater years later in 2020. Everyone was in there at my theater. Felt like June 1993 again. Why did the Jedi wear Tatooine desert robes in the prequels? Or why is Obi-Wan still wearing them if he's in hiding? Well, first of all, those are Jedi robes. It's not about desert robes. That's Jedi robes. Obi-Wan's still wearing if he's in hiding. Well, I don't know that Obi-Wan's really in hiding. Hiding in plain sight. I mean, he's not really hiding. He's just staying away. It's a difference. Okay. Remember who General Kenobi is? He's kind of a badass, remember? It's not like he took down Anakin Skywalker, remember? So it's not like Obi-Wan has to hide. He's keeping his distance and staying like out of, but in Tatooine, Jedi and monks and thugs, bounty hunters, all kinds of people come in and out. It's just robes. It's not like those are, oh, look, that brand, those are Jedi robes. I mean, it's just. I don't think it's really. He's not really hiding. He's, furthermore, never is it said that Obi-Wan is hiding. He's watching over Luke. Nobody said he's hiding. Now he's smart enough that he's not drawing attention and pulling out his lightsaber and, saying his name. But that's why most people probably know him as the old crazy Ben, the wizard Ben or whatever. He's not hiding. He's staying out of the way. And he's doing what he's supposed to be doing, watching over Luke. He's not hiding. Remember, he struck the fuck down Anakin Skywalker. So he ain't hiding from nobody. The High Republic. 3D looks nice in new movies, but when you make old videos in 3D, it doesn't look good. Yeah. Trying to adapt a lot of things doesn't always work. Although the 4K stuff, a lot of it, they can make it look pretty good. Dave Filoni wants Ahsoka to live 900 years. Yeah, I'm sure he does. I watched one of the Lucas films in the theater, that and The Empire Strikes Back. The same time I watched Jurassic Park, and I just like Jurassic Park. Everyone and their grandmother was there and looked at yeah. First Jurassic was cool. Part was stupid anyway. I'm all the Jedi. Mickey Mouse wrote it. Nightwish. To be fair, she kind of is every Jedi. She never needed to train and is stronger than all of them combined. Yes. Force Awakens came out the same time as The Empire Strikes Back. No one gave a crap and skipped out. If it was A New Hope, it would be just as full as The Empire Strikes Back. I'm Tom Baker. To be fair to Ahsoka, there had to be other actual Jedi out in the galaxy who also did nothing. No, there's not. That's, again, dude, the point of Star Wars is there's one Jedi. Luke. That's it. Yes, Yoda and Obi-Wan are there. Obi-Wan dies real quick, don't he? Yoda is too old to be fucking around fighting Vader. And he dies, does he not? So even though they're still physically alive, they're old and done, and they know that the only hope, A New Hope, is Luke Skywalker. That you're confusing EU and the side stuff, that there's Jedi around and Asherad head, and that's not canon. There are no Jedi. Luke is the last Jedi. That's the whole point of Star Wars. Is Luke is the last hope for everyone. If Luke fails, we're all done. That's the point. There are no Jedi. And there certainly ain't no Ahsoka. Now, after Order 66, yes, directly for a few weeks, months, there's a few scattered. Obi-Wan even says it. Vader went down and hunted them down. Eventually, they killed the Jedi. Whether it was 2 left or 50 left, there was very few left. I'm guessing there was about a dozen. Vader and the Empire hunted them down, and by the time A New Hope comes, there's no Jedi, dude. There's none. That's the point. That's the stakes. That's what makes Luke and the story special. Because if we fail, we are done. That's why blowing up the Death Star and, Luke eventually beating Vader and Jedi is so emotional and important and beautiful and special. Because he's the only one. That's it. There is another, yes. Leia. And Leia was never trained. If Luke completely failed, Leia, well, there's hope because she's a Skywalker. She does have the Force. And there's a chance that they could potentially train her. And maybe there's one last out. But Leia was never interested in being a Jedi, never became a Jedi, never trained to be a Jedi. That's all EU. And the EU is not canon. Yoda and Obi-Wan would also have sensed Ahsoka's presence and tell Luke to find her. How did Luke get out of Hoth? Because Obi-Wan's fucking Force Ghost went and found him, right? And spoke to him, right? And kept him alive. Like, hey, dude, don't give up. You got to go to Dagobah. Remember? So not only is Obi-Wan, one with the Force, on the other side, coming in from the other plane as a ghost, but he even personally knows Ahsoka. So why wouldn't he have gone to Ahsoka as well and said, hey, there's this guy Luke. He's the last one. He's the last Skywalker. You need to go team up with him. He's the son of Anakin, your master. You see how it doesn't matter. You guys can give me right now 10,000 scenarios, and I'm going to put 1,000 holes in it. I already been there. I already did that. I'm 1,000 steps ahead of you and Dave Filoni. Ahsoka must die. There is no resolution. She breaks Star Wars. If Ahsoka's alive, Darth Vader's not going to be hunting her down and looking all over for, of all people. He doesn't know he has kids, so he doesn't know about Luke and Leia. But the whole movie would have been about him going around the galaxy trying to find Ahsoka. Hello? Let's use some common sense. Yoda, he knows is old as fuck, probably dead. Clone Wars, something happened to him. Obi-Wan, well, he knows he's out there, but what can he do? He got turned to burnt bacon, and one day he'll run into Obi-Wan. Outside of that, he doesn't know he has kids, so that's not an option. So who's left? Ahsoka, of all people, his Padawan. He's not going all over the galaxy trying to find Ahsoka. Be real. Yoda, and he didn't censor or anything. Come on. Yoda and Obi, his whole thing would have been chasing down Ahsoka. That would have been the whole Star Wars, is him chasing all over the place to find Ahsoka. Yoda and Obi-Wan, whatever, yes. Have you spoken about the rumors Kathleen Kennedy is supposedly going to start her own production company and will be leaving Lucasfilm? I'm, of course, skeptical, but boy, I would love to see that happen. It's just a rumor. I'm not saying it's impossible. It would be nice if it happened. I'm all for it, but she's not going anywhere. She's getting a renewed contract, and she's getting promoted to a Disney executive. Mark my words. She ain't going nowhere. I will choose Ahsoka versus Rey any day. Ahsoka over Rey? Well, sure. No argument there. But still, she would break the entire franchise because Ahsoka must die. They should have just done what George said. Kira, and started fresh, got away from Ahsoka and all this fucking mess, and not a Mary Sue. They should have made Kira and done it correctly. But, you know, Disney. And don't get me wrong, I loved Ahsoka up until this Filoni bullshit with Order 66. Once he kept her alive, that's it. Fuck Ahsoka. I don't want to know anything about her. Don't think it's like me hating or I never liked her. On the contrary, right from the beginning, when everybody was like, she's dumb, Snips, and Sky Guy, and R2E. I love that. I thought she was so cute and awesome. She's Anakin's Padawan. She's young. I had a young daughter at the time. I loved Ahsoka. Absolutely loved her. I never had problems with it. From the beginning, I was like, they're going to make her badass. I know it. They're making her a little kid and being silly, but I already know she's going to be awesome. And then she became awesome. She legitimately trained. She was around some of the greatest Jedi in all time. She learned and she struggled and she did all. Ahsoka was beautiful. And then Dave got fucking greedy and ruined her and broke her, but more importantly, broke Star Wars. Fuck Ahsoka. Fuck Dave Filoni. I'm tired of being told wrong in school. I said Ahsoka betrayed the Jedi when she didn't tell them and that Anakin was in danger. Someone said the Jedi betrayed her and didn't let her talk. Bullshit. Yoda and Mace will say, hey, Padawan, is there something you need to say? Is everything okay? No. I'll just talk to Anakin. No. And then even Mace goes away. His hologram goes away. And it's just Grand Master Yoda, who him, of all people, she should have felt that she could speak to, that brought her in as a Padawan, that taught her as a Padawan, that assigned her to, of all people, the chosen one. Someone that she got so close to, that cared about her, that had a connection with her. She should have, of all the masters, had the highest respect for Master Yoda and been able to talk to him. And once again, before she leaves, he says, Padawan, are you sure there's anything you want to tell me? No. It's Rex too. Rex is standing right there too. Like, I'm not going to say anything. Even though, like, all my brothers are about to die, even though all the shit's about to hit the fan, the entire reason why I was born and grown and made was to protect the Republic, and here I am. Not only am I going to follow a chip that tells me to do Order 66, but right here I have a conscious chance to save the fucking galaxy, and I'm going to stand here like Ahsoka and not say anything. Fuck Rex too. Most people think that they're the good guys. Yeah, well. Only way I can see Ahsoka living in the OT and beyond is if she crippled on the outer rim world with little to no technology she is being cared for. She cannot be alive, dude. There's no way she can be alive. Nope. Prime Directive 4. I always thought Ahsoka died about 7 months before Rise. Yeah, she should have died like way before. George Lucas said so. But like I said, okay, you want to keep her a little bit longer. She's a valuable asset to the Disney company. We can milk the money and the story and everything a little bit longer. Okay, fine. I'm the lore guy. I'm there. Okay. We can stretch it, but the day that Order 66 happens, guys, she has to die. You can't, because now you break the entire Star Wars franchise. So if you want to drag it out a little bit, okay, we can work it. But the second she survives Order 66 and fucking survives 100 clone troopers trying to kill her, and she escapes, you literally trashed the whole fucking franchise. Tomorrow is my and George Lucas's birthday. What a gift KK's resignation would be for both George and I. Yeah, well, but it ain't gonna happen. Yoda let her speak, and she said, "Never mind." Every time I rewatch the last arc, I skip that scene and imagine her dying when the ship was destroyed. Yep. She betrayed the Republic and the entire Jedi Order. And her brother, Anakin. If nothing else, why wouldn't she go to Yoda and be like, oh my God, Anakin's going to fall to the dark side. I love him. He's my master, my older brother. We have to save Annie. Right then and then, Yoda would have been like, oh my God, let's go, Padawan. And they would have gone and tried to help Anakin and stop. So she said, fuck the Jedi, fuck the Republic, and fuck Anakin. Because of her, not true, because it's not canon, it's nonsense, but because of Filoni, she is the reason why Anakin turns to the dark side and the Republic falls. You see? And that's why he did that. Because he's not counting on you knowing canon or connecting the dots or caring. All he's doing is saying, see how important Ahsoka is? Because of her, the whole Republic fell. See how important my little pet is? That's why he did that. He doesn't give a fuck about Star Wars or you or canon or any of that. George Lucas, fuck all that. He doesn't care about that. What he cares about is, see how important my little pet is? That's why that happened. No, she dies long before. I mean, she could have been, but she wasn't. That's Rebels nonsense. Yeah, Rebels never had. That's stupid. Another fucking fan fiction mess. All right, let's see if on this end I'm caught. 90-10. That was Isla. Big bucks. Yeah, somehow I'm either way behind on this end or way ahead. The two chats don't line up is the thing. Kill her, don't try. Circa was dead. Should make sketch. Prime director. Okay. Ahsoka was killed by Vader. Okay. Here we go. Now I'm caught up. Not caught up, but caught up from this end. All right. No, that's phony baloney bullshit. Luke is our only hope. That is the point of Star Wars. The stories I made when I was 5 make more sense than these strokes. Darth Vader versus Thomas the Tank Engine made more sense. Ezra was gone in the OT. Was he now? Because he's probably going to show up in Mandalorian. So guess what? Mandalorian's 5 years after Jedi. Are you sure he was gone? Not according to phony baloney. Kathy, more coffee? And by the way, Rebels has been completely decanonized at this point. Because you got the Darksaber fuck up, you got Darth Maul and Darth Vader fuck ups, and you've got Palpatine fuck up, and you've got now Caleb Doom. That fuck up. So Rebels is completely irrelevant and non-canon anymore. You see how when you want to play around and stretch and not respect shit, you destroy your own shit. So Rebels is completely irrelevant at this point. Whatever happened to Rebels is non-existent. What could make sense is Ahsoka dying like a month after by Vader. I mean, it could, but it causes problems later because Vader, coming across Ahsoka, it fucks up. It makes a mess. There's going to be more holes and problems. Where she could die a month before or days before and be this legendary hero that saved, or at least tried to warn the Jedi, or saved Yoda from, I don't know, a Sith or something falling or whatever. She could have saved Mace or Yoda or Obi-Wan or even Anakin. She could have done a million things. What should have happened is she should have died while saving someone like Yoda, been a legend in everyone's eyes, and you move on. Now she's out of the way. Problem solved. Anything past Order 66 is problems, dude. You can't have her. Listen, Anakin, okay, use your brain. Palpatine sends Anakin to Mustafar to kill the CIS leaders, right? Because he wants them out of the way. He wants no traces. Then, first he goes to the temple, correct? Right? Because they're on Coruscant. So he goes to the temple, kills all the Jedi. Then he sends them to Mustafar to kill the CIS. Why? To kill all traces and all threats. Why didn't he say, "You're Padawan, you must get rid of Ahsoka"? You see how she cannot be alive past Order 66. Because Anakin and Palpatine's number one priority would have been Ahsoka Tano. The Padawan of Anakin, that knows his moves, that knows his character, that knows she's going to be a problem. So of all the Jedi, yes, you want to get Grandmaster Yoda out of the way and Obi-Wan, but Ahsoka would have been a prime target. You must get your Padawan, get her out of the way. So the temple's on fire. She doesn't do anything to stop it. And Anakin doesn't even know she exists. Never mind is hunting down number one priority target, Ahsoka Tano. The clones all have communication devices. Where's Ahsoka? Now all the clones are communicating. Where's the last sighting of Ahsoka? We must find her. All the clones, especially since pretty much all the Jedi are dead anyways, would have now been hunting Ahsoka Tano. The whole fucking thing would have revolved around finding Ahsoka. You see? She cannot survive past Order 66. No matter which way you slice it and dice it and think, oh, well, it can work. No. She must die before Order 66, or at least like minutes, an hour after. She cannot be alive. And even on the day of Order 66 causes problems, like I just said. She must die. I should make a little sketch about what I said. I wouldn't have it if George and Kathy, it would be two completely different characters. And please, guys, I want to stress, I loved Ahsoka. I really liked her. It's not that I don't like her or that I have a hate or I don't want her. It's not that. It's about protecting Star Wars, the integrity of the story. And Ahsoka being alive destroys the entire story. She cannot live past Order 66, period. Not because I don't want her to, because she fucks up the entire Star Wars saga. Think about Boba and the Mandalorian. Boba Fett would never paint his suit. He would never repaint his armor. That was just stupid, Dave. Holy fuck, was that dumb? While we know he's a Jango, I really not thrilled about seeing him without his helmet. And oh, look, it's Jango. I mean, it makes sense. It does have continuity, but plus he would be so different from all the other clones. Back to what I was saying earlier, he's been off on his own doing other shit. He would be so different from the other clones. I love Boba Fett. He's my favorite character. It's nice to see him, but half-assed Boba Fett. That wasn't Boba Fett. Boba Fett was always a Mandalorian. That whole, chain code and my dad, and he's a Mandalorian, but he's not a Mandalorian. And this shit is just dumb. Dave is trying to be cute and clever, and he's just making more holes and more mess and backing himself in corners. It's just dumb. Overall, I don't hate him. I didn't think he was totally off or terrible. Some cool parts. I love, again, Boba Fett is my favorite character of any franchise, all time, over anything. Boba Fett. But that wasn't real Boba Fett. It was kind of Boba Fett. Not to mention, we went through this whole mess of a dumbass, fake-ass Mandalorian when you should have just made a Boba Fett show to begin with. So why did we go through all this mess, break all more canon, to make all this stupid shit, to just be right back to what you should have done in the first place, Boba Fett? The whole shit is dumb. So overall, 5 out of 10. Boba Fett in the Mandalorian. Why would Boba fucking Fett stand around for 5 years and not have his armor? Why the fuck was Slave One just parked collecting sand and rust? Nobody stripped it or robbed it or the whole. You see, when you start to think, none of it makes sense. When you just look, oh look, it's Boba Fett. Look, his armor on the Slave One. But the second you turn on your brain, you're like, well, wait a minute. Why doesn't he have his armor? Cobb Vanth, that skinny dude, is going to keep Boba Fett from his armor? Come on, dude. How did he escape the pit if he didn't have his armor to begin with? Don't shit his thumb. Mandalorian is fucking stupid. It's fake Boba Fett. As lore-breaking as it was, I cheered when Ezra saved Ahsoka. I was mind-blown and glad to see her alive. And again, I'm not telling anybody what to like. I'm not saying that you can't enjoy Rebels or whatever. But all I'm saying is the problem with that stuff is then you come and you want to have a conversation about Star Wars and you're all confused because, well, but Ezra did this and this timeline and this. And then you see, whereas if you had not messed around with any of this Disney garbage, just stayed with George Lucas' real Star Wars, you wouldn't have this confusing, conflicting shit. You would just know Star Wars and immediately be like, well, Ahsoka doesn't fit. That's dumb. So it's not a matter of me wanting to take anyone's happiness. If you had a special moment that you enjoyed in any of the Disney stuff, okay, it's not me being a dick trying to steal their happiness from you. But what I'm saying is you're convoluting your own mind and making a mess with nonsense, which later then concludes to you getting confused as to what real Star Wars was or how things fit. And now you're asking, well, but Ahsoka could live with this and Ahsoka could live with that. And I'm telling you, no, she cannot. And it's okay to have the conversation and to ask the questions. And I'm not like saying you're dumb or wrong or all I'm saying is you see when you get all this other dumb, stupid information in your head, now you're all confused as to why it would even work. When if you had not messed with any of this Disney nonsense, you would have instantly been like, well, no, Ahsoka obviously can't be alive because it breaks the Star Wars. But that's why I'm here, is to clarify the error. And it's not because some people are just dumb and some people are just ignorant, but it's not because all of you are dumb. It's because you, like anything in life, CNN being a great example, fills your mind and your eyes with all kinds of nonsense. So now you're confused as to what's what. Sports as well do the same thing. Sports are there to distract you from what's going on. You're worried about who got a sack, and meanwhile the president is, killing people in another country. But you're not thinking about that because you're too distracted with a quarterback yelling at the TV. Understand? And I have nothing against sports, but when you really start to think, you're being distracted by the news and sports and all this white noise. And that's what Disney does. They distract you with all this nonsense. So now you forgot. And that's on purpose. So then you forget what Star Wars actually is. And now everybody's fighting. And this is my headcanon. And this and all this nonsense. There is none of what I want, the alternate. No, there is Star Wars. What George Lucas made 1 through 6 that maintain continuity always. And anything that goes an inch off of that is not Star Wars. Sorry, but that's a fact. And that's why I tell you guys, if you want to watch Rebels or Mandalorian or whatever, and you like it, cool. I'm not sitting here cussing you. I'm not telling you you're stupid. I'm not telling you not to watch it. All I'm saying is you're setting yourself up for one heartbreak And two, now you're going to have a whole bunch of stupid shit in your head and you're going to be all confused as to you're going to forget what Star Wars was. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. You're wasting your time because ultimately you're just going to later figure out, oh, wait, yeah, she can't be alive. Oh, fuck. So this whole time I liked all these stories. I watched Ahsoka. I thought she was cool. And then later you're going to be like, well, fuck. Luke is just going to be Jake, isn't he? So although they were crying and got excited over Luke, you're going to feel real fucking dumb when you see that he's Jake Skywalker. When Jon Favreau himself said, we're connecting everything, including the sequel trilogy. Why are you doing that to yourself? Why are you going to get convoluted and mixed up and attached to nonsense? Just because you want Star Wars. Well, it's better to not have new Star Wars, but cherish real Star Wars than to be getting all confused and heartbroken by nonsense. Believe me, guys, I want Star Wars as much as you do. Probably more because I've loved it longer than you have. If Disney legitimately made real Star Wars, I would be thrilled. I would say so, and I would be like, okay, yeah, right. Man, good shit. They maintain continuity. They're respected. I would, by all means. But they choose not to do that. So why get your mind all twisted and your heart all detached when at the end of the day, you know it's all bullshit? And I think I'm different from most people. Most people, man, my girlfriend's got a great body. She cheated on me, but I can't let her go. So you just continue on, and she lies, and she cheats, and she steals. But man, she's got a great body. I'll never meet another girl. I got to hold on to her. Me, like, oh, you told a little lie? You're cut. Fuck out of here. I have zero tolerance with that shit. Especially when there's 3 billion other great asses out there. That's something that people forget. If you don't respect yourself, if you don't maintain a standard for yourself, no one else is going to. So you can continue on with a girl that just lies to you and cheats on you and fucks your life up, or you can go find a real girl, one that's honest. Or you could maybe potentially go back to the old girlfriend, you know, the one you didn't think was that good, but now you realize, oh shit, that was the real deal. Maybe I shouldn't get so caught up in other people's opinions, or that, you know, her ass is a little bit younger than this one when that ass was consistent and great. Maybe you got to start humbling yourself and thinking about what really matters and what's real, instead of, oh, the newest hottest thing, and wow, she's a model, so I got to have her. Instead of thinking about, is she going to make me food? Is she going to take care of me when I'm sick? Is she going to give me healthy children and actually care about them? Those are the things you should be thinking about. Not, oh, well, she got a great body, so it's okay that she trashes me every day and cheats and is, you know, slept with all my friends. And, you know, those are the things that you should care about. Stop being thirsty for Star Wars when we have 35 years of real Star Wars. Go out and buy the EU. Buy all the old games. Come on here and let's talk about it and remember, and we can watch the stuff. And I know we want new stuff. I get it, guys. So do I. But not at the cost of trash. Not at the cost of destroying the point of why we're here. Star Wars. So again, I don't fault anybody. But if anything, guys, know that I'm here to protect you. To show you the truth so that I know your girlfriend's cheating. I have proof. Stop being a dumbass, dude. There are other women. Or go back to the real one that really loved you. Instead of, you know, worrying about the newest one all the time. That's why I'm here, is to show you guys and remind you what the fuck Star Wars is and protect your hearts and your minds so that you don't later come back and like, holy fuck, dude, my favorite character just did this absurd shit. My whole fucking life is shattered. My heart is broken. I don't want that for you. Me telling you the truth is not trying to shatter your dreams. It's trying to protect you. No. Not at all. That's what Filoni and Disney's going to do, but that's not what Thrawn is. Thrawn has no power. Thrawn has this. Thanos barely has this, but he has a lot of power. Two completely different characters. And no, Thrawn cannot be the catalyst, and all the shows connect, and Thrawn's the ultimate. What the hell is Thrawn? A guy with a blaster can take out Thrawn. What good is that going to do if there's a Jedi or Ahsoka or anybody? They'll take him out. Ahsoka beat the magistrate, right? With the Beskar thing. How is she not going to take out Thrawn, who doesn't even hold a fucking weapon half the time? From what I remember, he doesn't even have a blaster on his side. What the fuck is Thrawn going to do? Now, in a game of chess, on a bigger scale of a battle and circumstance in the galaxy, yeah, he'll fuck you up. He's one of the most ruthless and intelligent and wise and cunning officers. Thrawn's amazing. But at the end of the day, me or you walk in with a blaster, Thrawn's fucked. He's done. What's he going to do? Now, he's got guards. He's got power. He's got influence. Okay. But one-on-one, what the fuck is Thrawn going to do? He's not a fighter. He's just a military mind. Understand? Thanos is literally the opposite. Doesn't think. He's a fucking airhead. Thinks he's doing something and he's just totally fucking off. But yet he has the power to completely different. Metaphorically and literally. Thrawn can't really be the catalyst because at the end of the day, Thrawn, Vader, any Jedi, anybody could just take him down. So what good is that? Can he be a major role? Can he be an amazing story and character? Absolutely. Not taking anything from Thrawn. But Thanos? Only Star Wars. Let's make 20 shows about Ahsoka, each show taking place in its own continuity. The way that's exactly correct. And you're joking about it, but do you realize that that's literally what he's done? What is Rebels about? Ahsoka. What is the Clone Wars about? Think about it. Ahsoka. What is Mandalorian going to become? It's about Ahsoka, right? How did the Mandalorian find Luke and Grogu and all that? Because of Ahsoka. So those are all about Ahsoka. They're trying to make the OT and PT about Ahsoka, right? Because if she's alive, well, then she was important and she was involved and all that. So now the OT and PT are about Ahsoka. The sequel trilogy is about Ahsoka too, because she's one of the Force ghosts that helps Rey. You've got an Ahsoka show coming. She's certainly going to show up in the Rangers of the Republic. You see? Every last thing that Disney's doing right now revolves around fucking Ahsoka. That's Dave Filoni. He's forgotten what Star Wars is. He's forgotten about Luke and the Force and all that. What he's doing is making everything revolve around Ahsoka. It all connects with Ahsoka. And most likely, Ezra and the World Between Worlds is what's going to happen. And it's going to become an even bigger mess than it is. So, saying it jokingly, but really, when you really think about it, everything that Disney has made is what? Revolves around Ahsoka, outside of High Republic. Because all of it revolves around Ahsoka. Bad Batch, we're going to see her in the next episode or two. I promise you that. Guarantee you're going to see Ahsoka. There you go. It's all about Ahsoka. Because he wants his little pet to be the face of Star Wars. He hates that Luke Skywalker was the face of Star Wars. He's got to have Ahsoka be that. Fuck the past, Yoda, whatever. I feel it. I named my daughter's middle name Ahsoka, so I'm biased for her character to live. Again, as I can't stress, I loved Ahsoka. And I know all about her. Ashla, created by George Lucas. People try to say, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know who she is or where she came from. No, actually, you don't know, because I know. I loved Ahsoka. I wish it didn't have to be this way. But the second she made it past Order 66, I was like, fuck you, Dave Filoni. Nope. I don't want to know nothing about Ahsoka. Ahsoka's dead to me. Disney Star Wars makes no sense. Correct. But Vader killing Ahsoka would be the best way to go. No, because she cannot be past Order 66. Now, before Order 66 or during Order... Okay, what should have happened? She goes into the temple to stop Anakin. Anakin killed all the Jedi. They have a duel right then and there. Before he's in the burnt bacon suit, he strikes down Ahsoka. End of conversation. Now you make her legendary because in the process she ends up saving Obi-Wan or Yoda. She could have saved Obi-Wan, who then is the catalyst of now destroying Anakin, right? Well, Vader at that point, but you know what I'm saying. So if Filoni was smart, he could have done that. She's in the temple, Anakin gets her, but in the meanwhile, he gets her because she just saved Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan in turn and rots, takes down Anakin or Vader. And here we go. Fine. Clean. No problem. Bow. Move on. But anything past that, you've fucked up the whole story. Because again, the only thing Vader would be consumed by is hunting down Ahsoka. The entire Empire, everybody would be hunting down Ahsoka. Remember Maul, who escapes? Who died in Phantom Menace, but anyways, remember Maul that's alive too and that escapes? Who the fuck is he? Vader doesn't try to fight him or doesn't try to team up with him. They're both not hunting Ahsoka. Maul's not jealous of Vader and then tries to kill Vader because he wants to be the apprentice. You see how all of this fucks up everything? No, no, no. She cannot live. She cannot fuck around with Vader or do anything. Like, within the hour of Order 66, she could be alive. And then after that, she must die. She must die. Why do you hate Favreau? First of all, I don't hate him. Second of all, I don't know why you would really say that, but he doesn't know Star Wars. That's why he's with Dave Filoni, because he loves Star Wars and he's good at making TV shows, but he doesn't know Star Wars. And he himself admits it, like, I don't know that lore. That's too deep cut for me. I don't know. He doesn't know Star Wars. He doesn't know the lore to maintain continuity. So that's why he was paired with Filoni, because Filoni knows better and is supposed to maintain continuity. And Favreau, not knowing continuity, is trusting in Filoni. And instead of questioning or wondering, he's just going on, well, if Dave said it's canon, if Dave says it fits, then we'll make it work. It'll be cool to have Ahsoka. If Dave says it's okay, we'll go with it. Meanwhile, if John would have said, hey, George, does it make sense for Ahsoka to be alive? He'd have been like, dude, she can't be alive. Luke is the only Jedi, dude. Wake the fuck up. Which goes to show they're not even consulting or talking to George, because he would have been the first person to say, dude, she has to die. I don't hate Favreau. He's just not the man for the job. That's all. Now, if he had me working with him, oh, now the Mandalorian would be something real juicy. First of all, it would have been a Boba Fett show, and boy, would it have been badass. But Dave Filoni, that only cares about Dave Filoni and Ahsoka, it's a big fucking mess. I don't hate Favreau. I think he's a nice guy, and I think he's very good at doing shows. The problem is he doesn't know Star Wars, and that's where the big problem is with Disney. Is you got all these people that don't know and don't give a fuck about Star Wars. They actually hate Star Wars. They don't even not like it or love it. They hate Star Wars, and they're the ones that are making Star Wars. Imagine that. I don't hate Jon Favreau. He's just not the right person. Jedi should wear whatever and use more weapons than sabers. No. The point of lightsabers is a civilized time, like samurai, honor, eye to eye, man to man, hand to hand. Not sloppy blasters and cheating and range, and you must face your opponent mano a mano, and win the correct way with honor. That's the point of lightsabers. A weapon for a more civilized age. That's the point of Star Wars. Nobility, respect, love, honor. That is why Jedis use lightsabers. Not because they're flashy or fancy or technological. It's because they're swords. They're a metaphor. Star Wars is not lightsabers. Star Wars is not spaceships. Star Wars is an opera. Star Wars is nobility and lessons and morality and family and friends and love. That's what Star Wars is. It has nothing to do with lightsabers or TIE fighters. Absolutely nothing. And if you are watching Star Wars for that, or that's what you thought Star Wars was for, then you're in the right place, because you must unlearn what you have learned, because that's not what Star Wars is. You've misunderstood Star Wars from the beginning, because it has absolutely nothing to do with Star Destroyers or Death Stars or the Emperor shooting lightning. None of that. They are all metaphors. The Emperor is the devil. Anakin falls because of his own greed and desires, not because the Jedi mistreated him and all that's nonsense that people say. No, it has nothing to do with that. Anakin betrayed himself. Anakin couldn't let Padme go. The movies spell it right out for you, but people don't want to hear or see. Star Wars has absolutely nothing to do with lightsabers or spaceships. What the heck? I didn't do anything to hide, remove nerds' comments. I have no clue what happened. Maybe when I picked up my phone after I dropped it, I did something, but that's not like it. Yeah, for some reason, all of his stuff was blocked by you. I don't know if it's showing it as opening up for you guys, but I can open them and read them. Yeah, just be careful. Why? Who says they're desert robes? They're just robes, dude. Why are you equating them as desert? Because you saw Obi-Wan and Tatooine. You saw Qui-Gon on Naboo, didn't you? You saw Yoda and Coruscant, didn't you? They're not desert robes. They're just Jedi robes. Why are you thinking they're desert robes? Because they're brown? All Jedi wear black or brown robes. Most brown. Has nothing to do with the desert. I think you're getting caught up on desert robes. They're not desert robes. They're Jedi robes. Really sorry. Yeah, no worries. Luke is Star Wars. Yeah, he's the face of Star Wars. That's for sure. No, there is another. Yes. Leia. And again, there's that potential that if it all fails, well, Leia is the daughter of Skywalker. There is a chance that we could, even if nothing else, through Force Ghosts, communicate and try to train her, and that she might have the will and the guile and the strength and the resolve to learn and maybe even win by love like Luke did. But Leia had no interest in that. She never trained. She even said, I don't understand it. Lucas tells her everything in the movies that you need to know. Remember, she's talking to Luke on Endor before he goes to face Vader. You have powers I could never even understand. No, you have these powers too. The Force is strong on my family. Remember? Do you remember Star Wars? So yes, Leia is the other. But that's just potential. That's like all ends, well, maybe we got a shot because she is the blood of Skywalker. But there is no, realistically, the one that trained, the one that's there, the one that's chosen. You see, that's the thing. Like, Anakin's always the chosen one. So it's not right to say that Luke's the chosen one. But the one that truly brings balance to the Force is Luke, not Anakin. Luke is who brings balance to the Force, because he's the one that sacrifices himself and technically wins the battle and brings back Anakin. Anakin, or Vader, physically kills himself and the Emperor, but the one that brings balance to the Force, that is the catalyst that makes it all happen, is Luke. So ironically, the chosen one couldn't do that. His son is the one. The son of the chosen one is who brings balance. Now, yes, physically, Vader kills himself and Palpatine, and you can say, well, see, he brought balance. Okay, well, I'm not arguing that. But I'm just saying that the point of the trilogy, the point of the films, and how that all happened was Luke's love, faith, belief, resolve is what brings balance, because he's the one that brings Anakin back. Anakin doesn't come back on his own. The Force doesn't do that. He doesn't correct himself or see his ways. Luke brings the balance. Anakin will always be the chosen one. From Lucas's words, even when he becomes Darth Vader, he's still the chosen one. But the one that truly brings balance is Luke. Luke is the last Jedi. He is the last Jedi. That's exactly. So therefore, in order, and that was Rian Johnson not understanding. He thought he was clever. Oh, well, he's the last Jedi. I'll show everybody. And yet, obviously, they didn't get it. Just like Empire was a horrible film. If it came out now, everybody would hate it. Right, Ryan, the most beloved movie, the most beloved Star Wars movie, arguably the most beloved movie in all time. But yeah, Empire, nobody liked it. Like a dumbass. So therefore, in order for Luke to rebuild the Jedi Order, he needs to younglings to train. No old veterans to seek out. Yes, and in fact, George Lucas himself says that the sequel trilogy would have picked up right after Jedi, and he would be training 2- and 3-year-olds. Not Ahsoka Tano, not the straggling Jedi that survived, or there are no Jedi, guys. Now there's a new batch, new children that come because the Force manifests. So, yes, he would start the Jedi Order, but Luke, I can show you the proof, and I've shown you in other streams that Lucas said he's training 2- and 3-year-olds. It's not, I never said that more Jedi won't come. But if at that time Luke Skywalker does not bring balance to the Force, there aren't going to be Jedi, and there aren't going to be planets, and there ain't going to be Star Wars. There's nothing, because the Empire would win and we're all fucked. I don't know, maybe in 100 years a new Jedi would grow up and, by chance, maybe the Force Ghost could talk to him, and maybe, but you understand, like in the immediate, next several decades, we're fucked. That's it. The galaxy's screwed. Unless Luke brings balance. And Lucas himself said, shortly after Jedi, Luke rebuilds the Order, training 2- to 3-year-olds. Or 2- and 3-year-olds. From Lucas's mouth. I just hit unhide user. Apparently, I must have accidentally hit hide user by accident. I constantly drop my phone and pick it up, so I must have done it that way. No worries, it's all good. When 900 years old you reach, I think he says when 900 years old you are, but yeah, I could be off. Look as good as you will, not Ahsoka. That, and why do I still have these nice curves and milkers, Dave? So I can do this. Slaps. Yes, that's about it. Correct. Can breathe vacuum. Well, yeah. In Disneyland, she can. Ahsoka is Filoni's little waifu. Yes. I can sense Grogu. Yeah. Well. But she's not a Jedi, right? You see? So again, everybody gets their stories mixed up. Oh, no, dude. She could be alive because she's not a Jedi. Oh, really? But the Mandalorian episode is called The Jedi. And she uses the Force. She not only uses her lightsabers, but she uses the Force to push a rock, communicate with Grogu, knows his name, knows his story, senses him. She obviously knows there's other Jedi and the Seeing Stone, but she's not a Jedi, and does all of that, beats the magistrate, all that, because she's not a Jedi. And then there's the Rise of Skywalker. She's a Force ghost who tells Rey that she's all the Jedi. But she's not a Jedi, so make up your mind. Is she a fucking Jedi or not? You see, when you want to do extra shit, Dave Filoni, you end up you put yourself in a corner. You can't get away. I've said it many times. A child tells a lie, so then he now has to say a second lie to cover the first lie. and then 5 lies to cover the first 2, and then 20 lies to cover the first 5. And before you know, you've got this whole snowball of you had to tell 100 lies to cover up what? The first fucking lie, instead of just telling the truth and doing the shit right the first time. But instead, you wanted to be cute, you wanted to do extra, and now you've created all these problems where you have to explain something, to cover something, to explain something, to fix something, and now it's a big fucking mess. Now you couldn't even, that's why I say delete it all, because for even me to fix all that mess, it would take me years. Why would I waste my time fixing Disney bullshit when I can right now fix Star Wars? Just that easy. Vader thought Ahsoka was dead based from the final episode of Rebels, and Rebels is not canon, and it's nonsense. It's fan fiction nonsense, so that's irrelevant, and it's after Order 66. She dies before Order 66, so Rebels is totally irrelevant. Again, another problem. More convoluted mess. You're breaking my heart. Well, I've said it many times. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not here to make you happy. I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. I'm here to tell you the truth. I'm here to tell you the facts. I'm sorry, Padme. I'm sorry, baby girl. But I'm here to tell you the truth. I hope I can make friends. I hope you guys like my stuff and I have fans. I hope that the channel grows. But at the end of the day, I'm not here to please you. I'm here to protect Star Wars and George Lucas. That's what I do. To protect the truth. So everyone can hate me. Everyone can be brokenhearted. Everyone can be like, God damn it. But at the end of the day, after you're angry, and I'm not saying this is you, Sylar. I know you're being funny. I'm just saying it as a general thing. For anybody that watches now, today, a year from now, you may be angry, you may be this, you might be that. But later you're going to cool off, and you're going to think about it, and you're going to be like, God damn it, he's right. And I have no choice but to wholeheartedly respect him because he told the truth, and he's right. He's telling us the facts. And none of this makes sense. None of it connects. He's right. And at the end of the day, that's what I care about. Not is that getting you all to like me or admire me or get respect. No, but at the end of the day, know that I do things out of integrity and out of truth and out of love for Star Wars. People think, you hate Disney. No, I don't hate Disney. I love Star Wars. More so than shilling for fucking Disney's bullshit. I'm never going to tell you what you want to hear, but I'm always going to tell you the facts and the truth. That's what Not My Star Wars is. Most people hate the shit that I say because they know it's true. Like the May the 4th thing. You know how many people are like, oh, you're a fucking idiot. It's been Star Wars Day forever. No, it hasn't. And either you're too fucking ignorant to know that, or you just want to argue because that's what you were in love with, that you thought, and it hurts you because you know that I'm telling you the truth, that it's not, it never was Star Wars Day. And you know, when you think about it, when you calm down and you be real with yourself, look in the mirror, you're like, oh, fuck, he's right. That's not Star Wars Day. Obviously, May 25th is Star Wars Day. But I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here to make you happy. I'm here to tell you the truth. Impossible in this continuity. She appears after Return of the Jedi in continuity on The Mandalorian. And that's what I'm telling you. That's why it's all bullshit. Ahsoka cannot be alive because she breaks the entire Star Wars franchise. She can't be a Mandalorian because she couldn't even survive Order 66, never mind being Mandalorian. And therefore, Mandalorian is not canon. It's not just Ahsoka. They break canon 100 other times, but one of the biggest reasons is Ahsoka. Him trying to be cute broke his own canon and destroyed the Mandalorian from ever being canon. So, haha, Dave, dumbass. Ahsoka never seems to age. She gets slightly taller and gets hotter, and that's it. 900 years old. she will reach. It looks like Elizabeth Olsen. I mean, she definitely looks older, right? She looks about 40-ish. She looks damn good, but she's definitely older than she was. She just is aging very well. Yeah, that's for sure. Ahsoka doesn't even make sense between 2 and 3. It's hard to imagine movie Anakin ever being allowed to train an apprentice, correct? Throughout most of the war, I'd always imagine Anakin could be a Padawan himself. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Here's the thing. George gave... Okay. Ahsoka exists for 2 reasons. 1, he wanted his teenage daughters to have a Jedi directly that they can relate to. So he made 13-year-old Ahsoka Tano. A badass little snippy Jedi because, you know, like all dads, they got the snippy daughter. That was the point of Ahsoka, to make something for them. Also, to give Anakin a short-lived Padawan that would teach him responsibility and appreciation for life and all this, and the tragedy of losing her now intensifies him becoming Vader. But the idea was she's going to be around like 1 season, a few episodes, and she gets off. She gets killed. That Anakin has that failure, that he goes through that. But for the most part, Anakin's the Padawan of Obi-Wan. He's busy going all over the galaxy. He doesn't have time to be fucking around with a 13-year-old girl. He's got a wife. He's the chosen one. He's still training with Obi-Wan. They're going around missions every day trying to save the galaxy, put balance to the Clone Wars. He's got way too much to be dealing with this little girl. Ahsoka was like a few months thing, 1 season thing, a few episodes thing, just to give Anakin a little bit more depth, a little more character, a little the catalyst. She was supposed to be in and out, cute, cool. You start to fall in love with her. She starts to become powerful. Then boom, she gets killed. And Anakin's like, ah! And then he has to keep going, being strong and trying to deal with it and continue on with Obi-Wan through the Clone Wars. That was the point of Ahsoka. But then it kept going. And Filoni couldn't let her go. And I understand the fans liked her, so they wanted to keep. But at what cost, dude? Regardless of what the fans want, regardless of your ego, you have to say we must respect George Lucas and Star Wars. And that's why this all falls apart. Because it all comes down to, at the end of the day, with everything that Disney does, is at the end of the day, they're like, well, fuck it. It don't matter. We just need to keep Ahsoka more episodes because that makes money. We need to now make a whole Bad Batch cartoon because the Clone Wars wasn't enough. We guys got to keep going and make more money, which, by the way, why not just do 12 seasons of the Clone War? Why are we doing this stupid Bad Batch stuff? Anyways, so that's why. Because Disney wants money and Dave Filoni just can't let that pet go. Whereas Dave, if he had integrity would have right away been like, okay, 1 season, she's out. She's got to die because that's the whole point. That was the point of why Ashla was created. But now you keep her going, and people get attached to her, and now nobody wants to let her go. And now it's like, well, we could fit her in here. Well, but this was never mentioned, so it'll work. We'll just, put her in there and don't ask questions. And, and now, again, the snowball gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And now you've got this fucking big snowball. It's out of control. Even if right now, Ahsoka died, right? Last episode of Mandalorian, everybody would be like, oh my God, why? When she should have been dead years ago. Because you've gone too far. You've done too much. She should have died, yes, between 2 and 3. She would have been a short stint, a few months with Anakin. She gets fucking chopped down. Anakin's like, fuck. Another loss, another irresponsibility. It would be his fault. So then he would feel the guilt. You understand? And that would have, if you talk about, people bitch all the time. Anakin didn't have any character. He sucked in the Clone Wars. He was so stupid. Well, that was part of why, you understand? Why did Lucas have Rinzler redeem Jar Jar in the Clone Wars? For the same reason that he created Ahsoka, to redeem Anakin. Because all you little pussies were complaining about Hayden Christensen. So now he wanted to give more depth. And why is Anakin this way? What happened in the Clone Wars? That was the point of Ahsoka. Not to have her own show and be this whole thing. She was meant to be in and out. Come in, pull on your heartstrings a little bit, and crushes Anakin's progress. Boom, killed, done. Anakin's even more fucked up, but has to continue on through the war with Rogue One. That was the point of Ahsoka. Yeah. I think Favreau's awesome. Well, not totally, because when Gina got fired, he should have been the first one on fucking line apologizing. Not apologizing, but making, if nothing else, Gina, I'm so sorry this happened. We miss you. We love you. This is wrong. You know, he didn't say nothing. I don't care if he called her behind the scenes. You should have got online and struck down, counterbalance what Disney said, abhorrent and all that shit they were talking. You should have got online and said something, even if it was very neutral. Sorry, we love you. We're sorry this happened. We miss you. He could have said this. The Mandalorian will never be the same without Cara Dune. He could have just said that. Done. Little tweet. But grab your fucking balls and say something. Nope. So I lost a lot of respect for Jon Favreau. Outside of that, I think he's okay. I think he's good at doing what he does. But he doesn't know Star Wars. And he didn't stick up when he was supposed to. And furthermore, the only thing that Star Wars truly has is the Mandalorian. Therefore, he could have walked away. He could have said, Bob Iger, you either apologize and bring back Cara Dune right now, apologize to Gina, or I'm fucking walking. And they all would have got on their knees. Please, John, do not go. Because John holds all the cards. If he leaves, Mandalorian's done. And if Mandalorian's done, holy fuck. Disney's crushed. Because this little Bad Batch shit is going to last like 5 episodes, and everybody's going to be like, oh, this shit is stupid. And, you know, the 100,000 people that love it and watch it, that's not going to help Disney. That's not going to make Disney Plus's ratings or get new subscribers. It's not going to do it. You need something that's like, wow, and everybody watches it. Mandalorian, for as stupid as it is, at least it was accomplishing that. So Jon Favreau had all the power in the world to say, hey, look, you fix this shit right now today. Bob Chapek, Bob Iger, fuck Kathleen Kennedy. I'm calling up Bob. Hey, you fix this shit right now or I'm out. Guarantee you, they both would have been like, holy shit, John, no. We're sorry, we'll fix it right now. And Bob Iger would have got on Twitter and been like, hey, that was some crazy employee that spoke for us. That's not correct. Gina Carano will have a new contract. We can't believe that happened. We apologize. That was some lunatic that's been fired from our social media team. Oh, they would have like that. But John didn't grab his nuts and stand up and speak up. So I've lost a lot of respect for him, especially since he claims to love Gina and he handpicked Gina and Cara Dune was his thing and he loved her and you sat there like a little pussy and let that shit happen. When you have all the cards right now, if they're in a room in front of Bob Chapek, the shareholders, and Bob Iger, Alan Horn, Alan Bergman, all these guys, and you've got KK and you've got Jon Favreau, and Jon Favreau says, hey, listen, all of you, right now, you apologize to Gina and you fix this shit or I'm walking out of the room. And then KK's like, don't listen to him. I'm the president. Fire his ass. I'm the one. Guess what's going to happen? Be honest. What's going to happen? KK, get the fuck out right now. Get on the phone. Get on Twitter. We need to fix this shit. We cannot lose Jon Favreau. KK has done nothing but failures. Pissed off the fans. Shit all over the franchise. The Force is female. It's all a fucking mess. Who are the fans? Who is everyone at Disney going to pick? Jon Favreau. So you see, he didn't just have the ace. He had the whole deck of cards in his fucking pocket. And he didn't choose to even pull one card. Never mind. I own the deck. So I don't really have faith or respect for Jon Favreau anymore. I don't hate him. I don't wish him bad. I don't want him fired or canceled. I don't want him off of Star Wars. That's all fine. All I'm saying is I could never go to bat for him. I don't respect him as a human being anymore. And I certainly don't think that he's going to save Star Wars or anything else when he didn't stand up for bat on his fucking show with his fucking character. Nope. R2 was cute. Yeah, I loved Ahsoka. I truly, genuinely did. Because that's what a 13-year-old, I know, because I had a little girl. And that's exactly how a little girl would say R2 and Sky Guy. I get it. A lot of people hated her. Now it's funny. All those people that hated her are now like, oh my God, she's the greatest thing ever. Ahsoka, don't take her away. I mean, people are so fucking... Whatever. My cat is on the keyboard now. She's out of control. Power of the pussy. Don't try. It's the will of the force, yes. 2008 through 2014 was when she was at her best. After that, she was ruined and turned into a coward and a traitor. I'm going to disappear while the son of my mentor, who became a dictator, is close to dead. I mean, when you think it through, stop looking at, oh, she's cool, double lightsabers, all this and that, and I like her story, she's cool. Stop. Step back and look. Does this shit make any sense? And if you have this much of a brain, you can see that, no, none of this makes sense. Nobody wakes up intending to do evil. It's objective. Some people do. Some people, like the Joker, just want to see the world burn. Wow, you guys are chatting away. Maybe I got to do more Wednesday streams. What the hell? Read the Ahsoka book. Have you watched Star Wars Rebels? Not all the way through, but I've seen enough. I know the nonsense. The whales and the bitch-ass, little punk-ass Thrawn, who's not Thrawn. The world between worlds, and Anakin, or Ahsoka Vader fight, Mezra Pulsar. I know all about it. The dark saber bullshit. I mean, I know all of that shit. Have I sat down and watched every episode all the way through? No, but I know and have seen enough to know what the fucking nonsense is. And by the way, Clone Wars contradicts the Ahsoka novel, which contradicts The Rise of Skywalker, which contradicts Rebels, which contradicts The Bad Batch, which contradicts everywhere. Ahsoka alone, her story contradicts. Why? One, because the story group is worthless and they all write their own shit how they want. And two, because again, when you create a lie, now you have to create another lie to cover that. And 3 more lies to cover those, and then 10 more lies to cover those. So that's why she can never be consistent or beloved, because at the end of the day, she's a big lie. So now you have to make up all these different stories that contradict each other to try to make her to fit. You see? Mandalorian contradicts the Ahsoka book and Rebels. So which part is canon? None of it. And if you guys like to watch a mixed up, jumbled up, fucking stupid ass child fan fiction bullshit, well then enjoy. Me, I can't do that. I respect my woman. I respect my Star Wars. I respect my child. I expect my friends to tell the truth, to be consistent. Can you be sick for a day? Sure. Can you tell a little fib? Okay. Can you make a mistake? By all means. But when you're going to sit here and look me in the eyes and be constantly lying to me, no, we got a problem. And that's what Disney's fan fiction is. I blame the cat. Hey, the cat is always, is often the fault. The Jedi was about to kill her for murder. Can you blame her? The Jedi was about to kill her for murder. Fuck Ahsoka. Fuck Dave Filoni. That's my answer. I would have left too. By the way, are you talking about her trial? Or what are you talking about? Because that was her being a child. As responsible adults in the balance of the galaxy and the Jedi Order, yes, they had to question her and see what was what. They weren't mean to her. They just asked her questions. They were maybe a little bit stern, but she was never banished. She was never betrayed or lied to or mistreated. She was held to be questioned correctly, like they would have held Dooku or any other Master Jedi. She was the one that was immature and acted like a child and ran off. Because not only did they not treat her badly, but on top of that, they said from the get-go, you're all good. You're welcome to resume your training. She chose to walk away. And even when she walked away and she later came back, hey, you always have a home here. You always can come back to the Order. You are a Jedi. No, I'm not ready. No. So that's all Ahsoka's dumbass fault. Ahsoka didn't do anything to help her brother or her nephew and niece. Correct. She could have helped Luke train with Yoda, and both went to the Death Star. Yes. She went from badass to jackass. Correct. And even if she was older, even if she wasn't going to face Vader, even if she still would have met up with Luke, imparted some wisdom, given him some pep talk and some gusto, and be like, yeah, dude, you got it. Hey, I know Anakin. Yeah, let me tell you the story. He's actually your father, and he was my master until, this tragic thing happened, and he became a machine, and Luke would have better understood. And you understand? But she can't do any of that because she never existed in that time. And by forcing her to exist where she does not exist, you now break the story. And I don't know about you guys, but I've been here 43 years later with my channel and doing all this because I loved that story. Because of that story, it shaped a lot of my life. So for you to 40-ish years later come along and be like, well, this character that was supposed to die is now changing every fucking thing. No, I'm not okay with it. And you shouldn't be either. Because no matter how great that girl's ass is, if she's coming into your life and into your family and hurting and pissing off everyone that you love, then you gotta fucking be smarter than, getting caught up in her ass. You gotta say, hey, as good as she looks, as great as it is, you're a fucking problem. Because you're destroying the things that really matter and what I truly love. And by the way, there's a whole lot of other ass out there. Let her go. I get it. She's the last ass on earth. Okay, we're all going to fight over her. I get it. But guess what, guys? There's 7 women to every man on the earth. Let her go. There's bigger and better things. Stop being stupid. And if you're a woman listening to this, well, there's other D's out there. Stop being stupid. Same thing. In fact, I did. Deleted scene. Not to mention, you go to season 7, screwing up Rebels, and how Ahsoka and Rex were handled compared to what they said in Rebels. Correct. Every show contradicts itself. So again, if you at every turn are lying to me, how am I going to take you seriously? How am I going to defend you, love you, want you? None of that. I don't care how good you look. Now you're starting to look ugly. Okay, Brie Larson. If you think of her, you're like, now, forget you know anything about her. Be real. She's a good-looking girl. I'm not saying she's a goddess or the best thing, but let's be real. She's naked or in a bikini. Be real. She's a good-looking lady. But when she opens her mouth and you know her past and all the dumb shit she said, she's not that attractive now, is she? Now, as tempted as you would be, you'd be like, ugh, cringe. And if anybody found out I was a Brie Larson. Now, ultimately, behind closed doors, well, yeah, pretty much any guy is going to jump on her because she's a good-looking girl. You can't deny that. Is she perfect? Hell no. Is she even my type? Not even close. But let's be real. It's a good-looking woman. But why is she so despised? Why is she not so attractive? Why is she not a top model or people talk about her on the cover of Vogue or the red carpet? Because she's got a fucked up attitude. Right? So it's the same thing. Disney fan fiction is Brie Larson. She's literally what looks good, but then when you really actually hear her open her fucking mouth, you're like, oh fuck. To the point where I probably wouldn't sleep with her. And of course, what happens? Bad Batch comes along. Well, she just got naked, so what are you gonna do? God damn it. Nobody's gonna know. I mean, she does look good. So what are you gonna do? Be real. 99 out of 100 guys are gonna sleep with her. I would. And I have zero interest. It's not my type or anything. But she's an attractive girl. Just be real. But if you have a choice between another woman or you're thinking about it, you're not going to put yourself in the position to be seduced to sleep with her. Understand? That's why I would never sleep with Brie Larson, because she would never have the opportunity to be alone in a room with me, never mind to get naked or to tempt me. Understand? Because I'm not going to waste my time with her. I'm going to spend time with a real woman. First of all, that's even my taste. But second of all, that has integrity and knowledge and wisdom and caring and tact and all these things. Not, well, look at me. I'm Brie Larson. I'm Disney Star Wars. Look at me. It's the same exact thing. So basically what I'm telling you is start using this head instead of the other one. And maybe we can fix the Star Wars fucking problem. Oh, boy. Ezra and Thrawn got lost to the unknown regions in the OT. Did you watch the Rebels finally? In Disney's fan fiction? Just saw Moose. It has a ball section. Yeah, it kind of does. If Ahsoka dies right after or before Order 66, it would erase it. Yes. Mandalorian's not canon anyways. It's a bunch of nonsense. So, okay. And it doesn't necessarily have to erase the Mandalorian time. Why does it have to erase? Pretend Ahsoka doesn't exist. You've never heard of Ahsoka. Why does Mandalorian have to not exist? Well, first of all, it's supposed to be the Boba Fett show. Let's first of all get it correct. But let's play along. Why can't the Mandalorian exist? Ahsoka has no bearing on the Mandalorian. Ahsoka was just pulled into the Mandalorian because Dave has to show his pet. Ahsoka doesn't have to be in the Mandalorian. She doesn't affect anything. She's not a Jedi, remember? Oh, oops. She is a Jedi in the Mandalorian. Oops, oops, oops. She doesn't have to exist. If there was no Jake Skywalker, what would be happening in the Mandalorian? Luke would be training the fucking new Jedi Order. So why does Ahsoka even have to exist? She doesn't do anything to the Mandalorian. I mean, to me, fuck that dumbass show anyways. I don't care. But what I'm saying is Ahsoka has no bearing on anything. But her being alive fucks up everything. That's the difference. But her being gone and dead doesn't affect anything. If she was gone and you didn't hear her Force Ghost in The Rise of Skywalker, does that stupidity change? No, it's still the same dumbass movie and dumbass shit with Palpatine, and all the other Jedi would have talked to her, right? Ahsoka has zero bearing on the galaxy. The only way she has bearing is because Dave refuses to get rid of her, and now she's trampling all over everything. But if she didn't exist, on the contrary, she's complicating every fucking thing. If she wasn't around, everything would be much cleaner. And that's a big part of all this mess, is Dave is revolving everything around his fucking pet. Possibly use the show to make the alteration through time travel, but we would lose the Mandalorian related shows such as the Book of Boba Fett. Yeah. It was supposed to be the Boba Fett show to begin with, so I could really care less. Order 66 targets Anakin as well. No, because he's a Sith. Darth Vader said snips. Again, breaking canon and breaking continuity, because Darth Vader wouldn't say that. He's pissed off at Obi-Wan. I hate you. Tries to kill him, but he's going to be like, oh, snap. You're so important, little girl that I've known for like 3 months. As opposed to Obi-Wan, who's he known since he's been a tiny boy. And this is master. And this has been training him for all these years. And he fucking hates Obi-Wan. But he's going to be soft. And in the Vader suit, way past, done sold his soul to the devil. And he's going to say snips. Dave, phony, baloney, fucking macaroni. Because Dave isn't thinking of the consequence. Dave isn't thinking of the continuity. He's just thinking in that moment, oh, it'll be heartfelt. People will see that Vader has humanity deep inside. No, he doesn't. That's the point. That he doesn't. That he's lost and that he terrorizes the galaxy for decades. And that the reason why Luke is special is because he's the only one that can get through to Vader. That is the point of fucking Star Wars. Boba Fett absolutely can do whatever he wants. I wholeheartedly agree with you there. That's why I suggest months before Rots, so that could give Anakin some time to overcome her death to the point where he doesn't mention it in Rots. Well, he doesn't have. That was part of the beauty, is he wouldn't get over her death. That's part of his fall. That failure. So whether it was the day, or 6 years earlier, it doesn't matter. On the contrary, it's good that he doesn't get over it, because that pushes the catalyst of him not being able to let go of Padme. I lost my mom. I couldn't save her. I lost my Padawan, Ahsoka. I couldn't save her. No chance in hell am I losing Padme and that great ass. There's no way I'll burn down the fucking galaxy before I lose my Padme. Understand? So Ahsoka would have just strengthened all of it had Dave done it correctly. If Dave knew how to tell stories, if Dave didn't have such a fucking big ego, if Dave actually cared about Star Wars and George Lucas, Ahsoka could have been one of the most legendary of all characters. Now she's going to get played out, overused, show up everywhere. People are going to start looking back, but wait a minute, she's here, she's that, she's there, she's this. How come she's alive? She's going to end up being this totally hated character because Dave couldn't leave her the fuck alone. It's all going to backfire. You're going to see. Anyways, whether it was a day, hours, the same day, 6 months, 6 years ahead, it's okay if he can't get over. On the contrary, that plays into Anakin's fall. Not saying that is a good thought, that it's earlier. Yes, I agree with you. But I'm just saying, even if it was that day, the point is that the weight of him failing Ahsoka, thus failing himself. And I will remind everyone, Boba Fett can do whatever he wants. Not a Mandalorian. Boba Fett was always a Mandalorian. The reason clones, Mandalorians, the Clone Wars, Bad Batch, all the shit is because of Boba Fett. Respect Boba Fett. He is Mandalorian. Has always been Mandalorian and always will be Mandalorian. Unless you're Dave Filoni and you're just stupid. I thought Admiral Gender Studies Holdo was your favorite character. Yeah, you're right. She is. I'm sorry, I admit it. Makes zero sense. Which part? At least we got Mandalorian spaghetti Western music. Yeah. The music's half decent. It's not really Star Warsy, but going to watch, but yes, I will. And in fact, as you probably don't know, the guy that played Boba Fett in the special edition, Mark Anthony Austin, did a stream with me, and we agreed that when the Book of Boba Fett comes out, we're going to review it. I don't know if we're going to do like the whole season or we'll do it by episodes, but we're going to review it as a guy that's been a Boba Fett fan since 1978. And him also being an old school Boba Fett fan, but also that he played Boba Fett in the movie. So we're gonna, for fun, being two big Boba Fett guys, we're gonna review each of the episodes and see what we see of this new Boba Fett. I can tell you that if you watch our interview, but also afterwards, we had a little conversation that he's just like me. Not just like me, but what I'm saying is as far as Boba Fett goes. Which he agreed with the stuff I was saying. We had a great time. It's not to say that he's not, but just saying that, he agreed that Dave Filoni's all over the fucking place. He does like Jon Favreau, but that Dave is just making a whole fucking mess of canon. Boba Fett would never paint his armor. That was not Boba Fett. And he also said it in the stream, but he also said it again afterwards. Hey, like I said, that's just TV. It's just fantasy. It's not canon. It's not real Star Wars. It's just fun to see, Mandalorians on TV. And I agree. If you just watch it for the fun of it and forget about lore or that it's canon or that it even makes sense, just watch it. Forget it's even Star Wars. Just, these guys going around spaghetti Western. Okay, it's fun. But the second you start to think about it, just the show itself, never mind Star Wars, the show doesn't make sense. And then you bring in, well, is this Star Wars? Does it line up? No. So, anyways, we will be reviewing all of the Book of Boba Fett together. So, look forward to that. That'll be probably January, February. I don't know. We might do episodes. We might do it after the whole show. I don't know how we're going to do it. When we get closer, we'll figure it out. But Not My Star Wars and Mark Anthony Austin will be doing live stream reviews, reactions, whatever, to the Book of Boba Fett. And for what it's worth, we both know Boba pretty damn good. The real Boba. Had to die. Could she have died in Rogue One? No. She can't live past Order 66, dude. Stop it. No. How could she die in Rogue One? Now she changes the whole thing with the Death Star. Okay, why didn't she go after the Death Star plans? Again, she's a coward. She betrays the Republic. Because if anybody, Luke's young, right? He's not ready to be a Jedi. She's an experienced Jedi. She's the only one around. Yoda's in exile. Obi-Wan's protecting Luke. That's his only job, his only responsibility, the only thing he gives a fuck, because he knows Luke is the future and what's going to bring balance. So he's not out fucking around. He's watching Luke. So then what? Why isn't Ahsoka going to stop Galen or to get the plans or to stop Krennic? Or, you see, she cannot live, dude. Stop it. No. No matter what you say, no. Ahsoka cannot live. It's fun. I mean, go ahead, if you have a theory. But she can't, dude. She can't. Every avenue you take with Ahsoka ends in a dead-end street. No good conversations. It's a mess. Not sure if you're talking about me or Star Wars or whatever. Bread and circus. Sports are all rigged. Huh? Love the first game. Yeah, awesome. Beautiful game. Fantastic. I love Starkiller and all that, but it was never canon. And that's why it's not a problem, because you're playing it fun. It's an extension, a continuation of more of the Star Wars you love, because it respects and is Star Wars world and it makes sense and it's okay. But it was also never officially canon, so then it doesn't break or bother or hurt things. It's just for fun. It's a video game. War's more fun. Here's my Clone Wars headcanon. Number 1, Anakin is knighted 1 year into the war. Number 2, Ahsoka becomes his Padawan 5 months later. Number 3, Ahsoka dies and is only Anakin's Padawan for 8 months. Yeah. Me, I would have said, 1 year or 1 season, if even that, maybe just a few months. But anything more than that defeats the point of what Ahsoka was for. And she gets in the way. because we know that Anakin and Obi-Wan were all over the place fighting. Well, we assume that from the Clone Wars cartoons. We do know that they fight quite a bit in the Clone Wars, but if we go by what is true canon, actually they weren't together that much now, were they, in the Clone Wars? The cartoon is what makes you believe that they were always together and fighting and they travel and ever. But in reality, if you watch the movies canon, they're not together all the time, now are they? I mean, yes, they're together. They're master and apprentice, and they do, but they're not like that all the time together, are they? If you really think about it. So in a way, Ahsoka is just like Star Wars, created by Lucas, but then had it taken away from him and made it into something they're not. Correct. Exactly. Like everything in Disney Star Wars, that's exactly what this beautiful thing that they've franken fucked and made into a mess. They made Star Wars into Brie Larson. A great rack with no fucking brain. Star Wars used to be cool. Yeah, it did. It used to be the best fucking thing on earth, the best franchise on earth, best IP. 2008, before Clone Wars ruined it. Yeah, I mean, I can't really argue that too much because all the Clone Wars shit is a fucking mess and very contradicts. But at least, again, if you make something as a separate thing, just to like the EU, just to expand the universe, just to give us more stories, but at the end of the day, pretty much respects and tries to respect. Okay, as long as it's not declared absolutely canon, okay, fine. There's nothing wrong with new stories and stuff. That's why I always say 2012, because that's when George lost control. But, yeah. Clone Wars did fuck up. I mean, it breaks canon over 100 times, so I can't argue too much with that. I just say always 2012 because that's officially when George, the maker, gave up, the rights. So. Because here's the thing. Even if Clone Wars became a whole huge problem, it was stupid. George at any time could just say, well, don't worry about it because it's not canon anyways. Or him being the owner could be like, erase that bullshit. We're going to do something else. Understand? So ultimately, until he sold it, and ultimately he always said that the only canon is 1 through 6, my movies. So what really is the end is when he, the maker, gave up control. That was the fucking Jedi Academy game. Struck zero. So you're saying we need to cheat on Star Wars with another franchise? Correct. Instead of being suckered into thinking that's your babe, the one that you love for 35 years, that she's lost, she's gone. I accept that. She's with another man. She done fucked up the whole relationship. Stop going back. Stop being the fucking thirsty, greedy, fucking self, what's the word I'm looking for? Not having any self-esteem or self-respect. Stop that shit. Stop believing that she's who she was because she's not. You're fooling yourself. So if you're just going for the ass anyways, well, then, dude, there's a whole lot of ass up there. Why be with one that's lying to you and cheating and hurting you and being destructive and breaking all your memories, all your love, all your relationships, hurting your children, hurting your friends, hurting your work, showing up at work and disrupting you? Why deal with that when there's a whole lot of other ass out there? So go cheat with something else. Go do something else. Or don't cheat at all. But that's the thing. Like, stay with real Star Wars. Stop fucking around with this nonsense. It just at the end is just going to hurt you anyways. But yes, I do like what you said there. Cheat with another franchise. Oh, that's good. blow it up. Fallen Order. I haven't played it, so not Star Trek. Yeah, that's a mess too, and so is Doctor Who. Where to go, I don't know. To me, just go back. Always stay back with what you truly loved and what got you here in the first place, and that's real Star Wars 1 through 6, and things of that era. That's all. It's really, well, not really, but money. You're all right. I'm always right. I have the high ground, didn't you know? K2SO being season 2 of Andor. I have a big surprise coming in the next few days, so I can't really comment. But you're probably going to see him sooner than you think. That's all I'll say. My cat is named Moira. Difference between movie Thanos and comic Thanos. Movie Thanos kills half the universe to save it from overpopulation. Comic Thanos kills half the universe trying to impress Lady Death. Yeah. And either way, he's a fucking dumbass. But he's really powerful now, ain't he? Just want the last Cad Bane and Boba Fett episode. All I want. If it follows continuity and ignores everything else in the Bad Batch, I'm considering it canon. Well, but it won't. And you can't have something that's in something that's not canon just because you have a little piece that doesn't make it canon. That's not how that works. The show is non-canon. Everything the Bad Batch does from here forward is already non-canon, so it doesn't even matter. Yeah, I don't think you're going to see that. Maybe, but I doubt it. Characters of the High Republic might be force fidget. Anything is possible at this point with Disney Wars. Features Ahsoka. Yeah, well, unfortunately, you're going to see Ahsoka everywhere. Crimson Dawn with Maul and Kira. I wouldn't so much, but I'm not against it. But Maul died in episode 1. This is bringing back, Mace fucking Windu died. Get over it. Move on. This shit about bringing. Because now, then, we're bringing back Palpatine. We saw him die 3 times in 3 minutes in Return of the Jedi. I mean, come on. Stop it. But hey, I'm not here to tell you what you like and want. How could Ahsoka dying in the temple save Obi-Wan? Not saying that inherently because she dies, she saves Obi-Wan. What I'm saying is there could be well, first of all, Obi-Wan wasn't in the temple, but it was just an example that there could be any other Jedi. Isla's a court. Well, no, she's on Felucia. Just whatever Jedi. Okay, but I say Yoda or Obi-Wan because now it's like super weight. All right. Obi-Wan, well, but then it fucks up rots. So there's 2 ways about it. Either they would have to have another scene away from the temple, or Obi-Wan, for whatever reason, for example, or Yoda, would have gone to the temple to stop Anakin. Okay? In that, Ahsoka, who knows he's going to turn, right? And the Republic's under the Sith control anyways, goes to the temple to stop Anakin. In the process, let's say Anakin is either fighting Obi-Wan, like they could have fought and then continue to do it in Mustafar, for example. But let's say he's fighting Obi-Wan. Ahsoka comes, interrupts the battle, or, Obi-Wan's about to get struck down, and Ahsoka gets in the way and saves Obi-Wan. But in the process, she gets killed or injured, and then Vader ends up killing her. But she ended up saving Obi-Wan by self-sacrifice, by virtue. Bang. she goes down as legend because now Obi-Wan, one of the most beloved characters of all time, that ends up creating and defeating Vader, was because of Ahsoka. You understand? So now you made her a legend, a hero. You get her out of the fucking way, and everybody's happy. You could have one of the most legendary of all the characters in all of Star Wars, Dave. Instead, you couldn't let her go. So maybe I had to clarify a little bit, but really Obi-Wan wouldn't be in the temple anyways. I was just trying to give an example of the weight. If she would have somehow saved Yoda or somehow saved Obi-Wan or even like Bail Organa or Mon Mothma, I mean, she could have, Padme. Look at that. She could have saved Padme. I mean, there's a million scenarios. Had Dave thought for 2 fucking minutes, just sit there and write it out and be like, does this make sense? How can I give Ahsoka weight and value and make her legendary? She saved Padme. She saved Yoda. Gets killed, she's out the way, and now she's instant, boom, legend. It's not that difficult. When Solo tanked at the box office, instead of realizing that The Last Jedi was the problem, they came up with Star Wars fatigue, yeah. Then they canceled the Boba movie and Obi-Wan, yeah. And now they're making like 23 shows in 6 months. You see how Disney's all over the fucking flip-flop and all over the place? We could have a Star Wars movie every year coming out. They would be in 3-year cycles to be made, but we could have started. If I was the president of Lucasfilm back in 2007 or 2012, I would have started the sequel trilogy. First priority, George's outlines first. Get that out of the way. That's the most important thing. Then from there, we'll start looking at shows and games and other stuff. In the meantime, while we're making the movies, we could do a couple things too. But the main thing is knock out that sequel trilogy respectfully, concisely, professionally, and wrap it all up and really show homage to the characters and love for George Lucas and the franchise. Boom. Solidified with all these millions of fans that Disney's going to take care of this baby. And then from there, they could have done all kinds of other shit. But when you come in hot right from the beginning and you're shitting all over characters and, Han gets killed like an idiot and you done fucked up from the beginning. But they could have started correctly on a cycle every year, starting a new movie so that every 3 years, concurrently every year, right, you would have a new movie. And no Star Wars fan on earth would have been tired or bored or upset that there's a new Star Wars movie every year. Not a damn person on this earth. If it was done correctly. If it was respectful. We're fatigued of your bullshit, is what we're fatigued of. Not of Star Wars. Disney. Favreau is how he didn't give us a proper Mandarin in Iron Man. He initially had Mandarin and Ironmonger as the villains of the first film. Scrapped him because he wanted the films. All tech and no magic. Yeah. I don't need a lightsaber. Funny thing is, most of the hype for Mandalorian is gone, just like the Rome Total War remaster. People are seeing it for what it is, a soulless cash grab that relies on no money nostalgia. Yeah. That's the thing, a lot of people are just so desperately want some Star Wars and they think it looks cool. But as time passes, people are going to look back on the Mandalorian and be like, this shit doesn't make any sense. This is just dumb. I need nothing. Totally desert ropes. Okay. Usually when messages are deleted, that means he was either timed out or banned. If so, it was an accident. You might just want to look it up. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but I have a rating one. The StarCraft technology used for the Mandalorian is revolutionary. Yeah, and how did they get there? George Lucas. I'm gonna go eat. Enjoy your food. Lucas, my emperor. Cool to have a Luke Skywalker series with Grogu and Calico Tarn training Jedi at Yavin 4 and have a cat. I wouldn't want to see that at all. But teach his own. I think it would be awful. Grogu doesn't exist, dude. Grogu can force heal. Luke can't. What's the point? It's so dumb. And Luke is just going to become Jake. And by becoming Jake, he tries to kill his nephew. And guess what? His nephew kills all the students. So Grogu's just going to get killed by Kylo anyways. So you spend all this time falling in love with Grogu, showing he's powerful, he's special, to just get struck down as a little boy by fucking the most bitch of all characters, Kylo freaking Ren. Think it all the way through. Nope. No, thank you. I want no parts of that. Sister. Now I'm hungry. Something must be wrong with me. You're human? Stop lying. Be yourself. I respect the fuck out of your brutal honesty. Yeah, well, that's what it is. Again, I'm not here to make you guys happy. I am here to tell you the truth. Now, I hope along the way we can have fun. And I am totally open to being your friend and hanging out with you guys. I'm not saying that like, oh, no, fuck you guys. You're not good enough. Don't misunderstand. All I'm saying is that I'm not here with the motive of seeking your validation. I have the high ground. I'm Master Yoda. I don't need your validation. You must learn. That's not me being a dick or arrogant. It's just I'm Master Yoda. I'm the one that has the wisdom. That's all. So you can take it as, he's arrogant, and he thinks, and he hates him. Or you can say, whoa, he's got 900 years of wisdom. Maybe I ought to shut the fuck up and learn. And by all means, you can challenge your teacher. You can question your teacher, but you just have to be respectful. And you just have to be willing to listen. Rather than, I got to prove a point, and I got to say, believe me, I read all your guys' stuff. I always try to listen to everything you say. And if you give me a valid argument, I will look at it and either tell you where you've missed something, or if I missed something. There's been times where people have made a point and I'm like, hey, yeah, wow, good point. I didn't think of that, or whatever. It's pretty rare, but I'm not here to be arrogant and talk down to you. It's just that I've been around for 900 years and I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So I don't have time to waste with, well, but your feelings and but this and that. And it's like, I'm always going to be straight. And I'm always going to tell you the facts, and we're going to keep moving. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to seek your validation. I don't need your friendship or any of that shit. I'm here to teach. When you go to college, the only difference is I ain't getting paid. But when you go to college, you're not there to like convince your teacher and win him over and be his friend. Well, I don't know. Maybe you want to, maybe if your teacher's hot, but you understand what I'm saying? Like, you go to learn, not to argue, not to go back and forth, not to question every fucking thing. The reason you're in that math class is because that person knows math and you don't, or knows much more math than you do. And if something just doesn't click or seems totally wrong, by all means, bring it up, ask a question, raise your hand, write it down. There's nothing wrong with trying to understand. But you go to college to learn, not to argue and debate and you're an idiot and all that mess. Now, if you don't want to learn or you don't like what I'm teaching, you don't have to be here. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Correct. And again, I celebrate May the 4th. I'm not saying it's not a day to celebrate Star Wars. By all means. I've been doing that for over 30 years. I have no problem with May the 4th. But that doesn't mean it's Star Wars Day. Just because that's what I thought, or that's what I was used to, or because everyone else says it and I thought that that's what... No, you're not using your brain. It's not Star Wars Day. Star Wars Day has always been May 25th. Use your damn brain. Prime Directive 4. Join me. The story is over. I really believe these rumors we hear on the well-known Star Wars channels come straight from Disney, and then they read and collate the responses and use the reactions to gauge. Yeah, that I'm not. Disney does say and put out things to see the reaction. Here's a good example. They announced a whole bunch of shows, remember, not too long ago. Has a single person even mentioned a peep about Lando? Everybody's forgot about it. No, there's no rumor. There's nobody asking, nobody talking, nobody looking. Why? Because they threw it out there and everybody was like, nobody wants to see that. So nobody talked about it. And they even keep trying. Like, they just made him a, he was trans? I think he's trans now. Literally. Lando, the biggest pimp in Star Wars, is now trans. Or pansexual, or whatever the fuck. They just recently said it. Right now, it's too much for me to think about. But Disney throws out, when they announced all those shows, they knew that like 3 of them are going to stick. They just splattered a bunch of shit on the wall and see what sticks. Yes, they do say and do shit to see how we're going to. But wouldn't it be easier to, 1, listen, and 2, like, you have StarWars.com, dude. You have YouTube. You have all these things. Make a poll. Do you guys want the sequel trilogy or no? Do you guys want Ahsoka to live or no? Do you guys want this character or not? And you would see, all the fans would immediately, but you know why they won't dare do that? Because if they had the balls, and I fucking dare you, Disney, I fucking dare you, on that site, StarWars.com, I fucking dare you, put a poll up there. Should the sequel trilogy be deleted? I dare you. Because millions of fans from around the world are going to say, yes, Order 66, that bullshit. And like 1,000 people are going to be like, but I love Rey, but my sequel trilogy. And you're going to see the mass of like millions of people that say, dump that trash, compared to like 10,000 people are like, but I like the sequel trilogy. I dare you, Disney. Put that poll up. You want to know what the fans want? Go look at your YouTube channel. That's not even a poll, and you're getting wrecked. So go ahead, I dare you. Start putting polls up again. But real ones, not like, what's your favorite lightsaber color? No. Is the sequel trilogy canon? I dare you. Put that poll up on StarWars.com. I dare you. They won't, because they will get destroyed, and they know it. And then publicly, they're going to be like, oh, shit. 10 million people just downvoted the sequel trilogy. Holy shit, what are we going to do? You see? Now they have to admit they're wrong. Now they got to delete and remake that shit. Now it's all a fiasco because they know they have to admit that they fucked up. How the fans publicly respond to different moves they can make, and they then make their moves an official decision based on the reactions. Yeah, if they were smart, they would be listening, but they're not. Instead, they listen to 3 twits on Twitter. They listen to literally like 20 people are like, Gina Carano is an anti-masker. And then you fired her, and then the shit hit the fan, now didn't it? And I will remind you, if all that drama happened over Gina Carano, Cara Dune, a side character, not to belittle her, she's fine with me. I don't mind Cara Dune, she's all good. But a side character, what would happen if Jon Favreau, news got out that he walked and went to AT&T or went, by the way, every studio has offered him tons of money. They want him out of there. They want Jon Favreau to come work with them. They say, fuck Disney Plus. So Jon not only has the power, but he can the second he walks out the door, like before he can even totally open the door or step off the Disney property or Lucasfilm property, already he's hired. Like before he can even get through the doorway. He's already got 16 other jobs. for millions of dollars, if not billions. He doesn't need Disney. So all the snafu over fucking Gina, imagine if Jon Favreau, that he publicly says, oh, I left Disney because they're full of bullshit. I walked. Holy shit, Disney's fucked. Even better, they fired him. Holy smokies. You thought the Gina thing was... Holy shit. People will literally be going to Lucasfilm and Disney headquarters and like throwing shit and breaking shit, and like it would actually get ugly. Like the parks, all that shit, people would get fucking nuts. Because usually the Mandalorian is the one defense. Oh, well, all the Disney shit's shit, but, you're just a hater because they do make some good things. The Mandalorian was great. Maybe you need to watch it again because it sure was not great. Holy shit, it's not great. Turn off your brain and have some fun? Okay. It ain't great, and it ain't Star Wars. It most certainly ain't canon. The show ain't great. But that's the one thing that everybody goes back to. But the Mandalorian, but it was great. Okay. Now Jon Favreau walks. What's going to happen? Holy fuck. People are going to go to literally to Disney and put the shit on fire. I dare you to fire Jon Favreau. I dare you to piss him off. Because that's the one go-to that a lot of people are like, but Mandalorian. Okay. And then what happens when Jon Favreau walks or gets fired? You thought the Gina thing was big. Oh, boy. You didn't come to make friends, but you picked up some regardless. Oh, yeah, and believe me, I love you guys. I'm not trying to be arrogant or a dickhead or none of that. All I'm saying is at the end of the day, I don't do this to gain acceptance or make friends or I hope you guys will agree with me or no. I present you facts, period. Research, experience, facts. Very objective. People think, oh, your feelings or you're butthurt. No, you're the one that's butthurt because I told you the truth and you can't fight the facts. And now you're the one that's butthurt and says all this little nonsense. Because I don't come on here with theories or rumors or feelies. I come on here with truth. And it's not to say that you have to agree with everything I say or do anything that I say. No. But just know that I'm not here for your feelings. I'm here to tell you the truth. And sometimes that's a hard smack in the face. I'm sorry that I got to be the one to do it. But I'd rather smack you and piss you off and wake you the fuck up. Not so that you come back to me and be like, oh, you're so great, thank you. No, but for you. So that you remember. So that you don't get heartbroken. And so you don't waste your time on some bullshit. And by all means, I love you guys. And I'm more than happy to be friends with any of you as long as you're respectful and kind. If one day, I'm not a Star Wars celebrant because what do I want to be around all this Disney fucking airheads for? But, one day if there's like a Phantom Menace or like fan thing, I would love to. If I had the power, I would make a Star Wars convention. Fuck all that Disney and this and forth. A Star Wars for real convention. Just fans. Not even endorsed by Disney or all that bullshit. Real fans celebrating real Star Wars. And I would be happy to meet a lot of you guys and hang out and all that, But I don't come on here for that. No balls. Card, well, hold the card. Well, that too. But I'm just saying that Jon Favreau is in a position to where he could be like, listen, Disney, you're not only going to fix this shit right now, but you're going to do what the fuck I say. Because if not, I'm about to fuck your whole shit up. And nobody, not a shareholder, not Chapek, not Iger, not nobody at Disney Corp can be like, oh, no, fuck off, Jon Favreau. Oh, no, they know they cannot right now lose the Mandalorian because then they're holding on by a thread as it is. They fuck up the Mandalorian. Oh, boy. I mean, they already been fucked it to me. I'm like, but just saying, like they fuck around with that. Oh boy. Ooh, boy, are you guys chatting? Actually wants to tell a good story. Yeah. Not sure which part you agree on, but have you ever seen the movie PCU from the John Favreau's character named GETTR is awesome. And no, I don't think I know that. PCU. I don't think so. From John. EVS does what? Not sure. If I bought Star Wars and erased Ahsoka just to make it make sense, my friends would throw shit at me. I wouldn't care as long as Star Wars isn't ruined. And here's the funny thing. If right now I got possession of Star Wars and I said, oh, Ahsoka, that's done. You ain't getting no Ahsoka show. And in fact, I'm officially announcing right now, all that shit ain't canon and she didn't exist. She dies at Order 66. And in fact, we're about to redo Clone Wars episodes to correct that bullshit. Guess what? 10,000 people would be angry for like a week. And then they would forget about it because it really isn't that important and they didn't really care in the first place. The same thing when I delete the sequel trilogy for a month, you're going to have 100,000 people, oh, boy, Ray, and you're misogynist, but you just don't want a woman, and blah, blah. And then in a month, it would go away, and people would be like, oh, you're making real Star Wars. Oh, you're using George Lucas scripts? Oh, okay. And believe me, it would be forgotten real quick. Now you're going to have the hard noses are going to be like, well, you better, I'm going to wait. There's nothing I can do, but fine. Your episode 7 better be amazing. And some people are going to hate it regardless because they're just going to be stubborn. Some people are going to hate it because they just apparently they love Star Wars, but they hate George Lucas. That makes total sense. You're going to have that kind of stuff. But for the most, you'll have some people like, all right, well, let's see what your episode 7 is. And it'll be what George Lucas said. And most people are going to love it. And it's going to make more than $1 billion at the box office right from the get-go and sell a whole shit ton of toys. And people will be rejoicing all over the world that even if they loved it or not, even if it was what they thought, even if it was, wow, this is a lot better than Disney ever made. Wow, this actually respected and maintained the story from what they said. Imagine that. Wow, this actually, for better or worse, is what George would have done. So all this Disney shit would be long lost and forgotten. So let your friends throw shit for a month, because for the rest of their lives, they're going to be thanking you that you've made real Star Wars. I've convinced myself into doing good. Hello there, Shadow Dragon. I have not seen you in a long time, buddy. Well, I've seen you around, like on video or comment or something, but I haven't seen you stream in a while. Whatever that is, General Kenobi. It's not fan fiction if it's not made by fans. Yeah, well, I guess you got a point there. KK Film is not made up of Star Wars fans. That is true. You're a bold one. As bold as they get, baby. General Confusion. I vote yes for Wednesday chill streams and Friday chill film streams. Anybody else? That's if Not My Sword has the time and energy for 2 streams a week. I have the energy. The problem is, am I always going to have stuff to talk about? Well, if you guys are this active, then yes, we have plenty to talk about. But me on my own to always come up with stuff. Plus, I can keep the stuff secret because I'm working on projects. Plus, it takes a big chunk of my editing time. it complicates things. Do I have the love and the energy? Yes, but it also interferes on me relaxing or resting or doing other stuff. I don't know. I'm not against it. We can. Plus, I have some announcements coming, so we'll see. We'll see. But I try to. I always listen to you guys, so that's what a lot of you want, and you need to let me know. So Disney Star Wars really is for fucking kids. Well, Disney Star Wars is. Dave Filoni ruined Ahsoka by overusing her. Yes, he has. And you guys know that I don't do this for the money, but keep in mind, I'm here 8.5 hours, and I make no money. I make videos. I relax. I think I can breathe. I don't have to be, answering questions and going on and cooking my voice and being tired. And I can actually make money off those videos. Not that I really make any money on this channel anyways, but just saying, you have to consider all of it. I'm not Nerdrotic that's getting $500 fucking super chats back to back. I mean, it's insane. So, but at the end of the day, if you guys want me around on Wednesdays or more, then sometimes you just have to speak up. I would have left. Kid 1, it's not George's universe anymore. Kid 2, Ahsoka needed a movie. Kid 3, stop being so gay. James, Kid 2, stop being so gay, James. Kid 2, he's bi, man. What does that have to do with the situation? Kid 3, no. Welcome to Disney. She walked, about ran away. La la la. Concept of her was good, but Filoni's over attachment to her was what ruined her. Okay, now think of the irony of what you just said. What is the whole moral of Star Wars? Why does Anakin fall? What does George Lucas always say? That you can't have attachments. Because when you have attachments, you have ego. And when you have ego, you turn. You fall to the dark side. And Filoni has a worse attachment for Ahsoka than Anakin had for Padme's ass. And believe me, Padme's ass is a serious tragedy to lose. So I understand. But, you see people say, oh, his apprentice. Well, his apprentice is a Sith. Because he's doing the exact biggest sin in the Jedi Order. Attachment. Because attachment is greed. Attachment leads to fear. Fear leads to suffering. Suffering leads to hate. Remember, Dave? Oh boy. Is Ahsoka the most retcon Star Wars character? Probably. I mean, all of her stories are all mixed up and contradicted. So, Luke, at least they shit on him as Jake, and then pretty much now they've left him alone. There's other stuff like his hand and some comics, but for the most part. But Ahsoka, yeah, probably is. Yeah. Everything she comes out in contradicts what was previously there. So, yeah. Talk to Luke in the Mando era of Star Wars. How come at the end of Return of the Jedi, you only see Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Anakin? Where's Ahsoka? Where's her Force skills? Or if she's alive, where is she? Ahsoka living past the Jedi person introduces huge plot holes. Where the fuck was Ahsoka during the OT? Correct. She didn't seek out Luke. She didn't help Luke. She didn't look for Yoda. She didn't look for Obi-Wan. She didn't join the rebellion. She didn't do a goddamn. Even if she did something like simple, like stole some plans and handed it to the rebels, or just anything, but she's completely not a part of anything. just let it go. The Jedi are aware they should know the truth. If the Jedi are aware, they should know the truth. I'm not totally sure what you mean. Aware of what? Throw it into the fire. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Exactly. Season 7 of Clone Wars is Disney canon. It is not the original concept for it. Season 7 of Clone Wars is Disney canon. It's not yet. No, there's no such thing as Disney canon, but no. Thank you for subscribing, Salvador. Salvador? I don't know. Oh, what's the correct? Brie Larson is an Academy Award winner for Best Actress. Dave, Ahsoka, please come back. I can't live without that finance. Me, what about Ali Zagura? She can suffocate me. Dave, okay. Me, well, now my woman is gone. Time to go on Raven's OnlyFans. Yes. Man, Ali Zagura needs an OnlyFans. I'm sure she would be quite popular throughout the galaxy. Brie isn't that terrible, but not my type. Yeah, and again, I'm not saying she's like, oh my God, super gorgeous or anything. But I mean, just be real. What man is going to kick a naked or bikini or lingerie, panty Brie out of bed? None. Unless, of course, she opens her mouth. Ahsoka's ass over Brie's. Oh, well, yeah, that's not even. She doesn't have an ass. I'm not saying, you know. What could have worked was if Luke, after the fall of the Empire, found a young Targaryen resembling Ahsoka, and her name is Ashla, the daughter of Ahsoka and Lex Bonteri, and he takes her as his first Padawan. The only problem is the timeline. If Ahsoka's dead 19 years before A New Hope, that Padawan or Ashla would be like 20-something by the time Luke finds her. Like I said, dude, no matter how you try to bend it, twist it, look up, try, it's not. Ahsoka must die. I'm going to make that shirt. I guess I got to make that shirt because it doesn't matter which way you go. Can't work. They got lost in the unknown regions because they realized they screwed up DOT. Yep. So gonna die. Yeah. That's. And remember, that was his creation. He created her for his daughters. So for him to say that she must die is because he understands. Again, George sees the whole fucking room. So he knows from the get-go, I'm going to make her bitch. She's going to be temporary for my daughters and to give some more impact to Anakin. But ultimately, I know my own story, and Luke's the only Jedi, so Ahsoka obviously can't be alive. And Dave Filoni, even out of his mouth, admits that she was supposed to die. Only liked by prequel-hating boomers and Disney soy fans. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that seem to like Mandalorian. Me, I see right through that garbage. But good. Glad she fucks up everything. She is his pet. Yeah. Order 69. Yeah, well, it depends. It depends on who's involved. If I have a bunch of Padme or Baby Jin clones, well, Order 69 would be executed daily. Oh boy. Man, you are way behind. Yeah, well, because I read all the comments and talk about that. I'm way, and you guys are chatting away. Yeah. Will Rex be important to the Mandalorian? No. It's 5 years after Return of the Jedi. Rex is probably dead. Rex is another one that doesn't work. Remember, clones age at twice the rate, guys. So if he's born, he's 10 years old like Boba Fett in Attack of the Clones. Only as a clone, he's 20 years old. Inside, he's 10, but as physically, as you know him, as aging, he's 20. So that means 22 BBY. So 22 years plus what is it, 5 years, 7 years, 5 years Jedi? 7 years, 3, 4. Oh man, I'm tired right now. I can't think. But around 5 years after Jedi, or after A New Hope. So you're looking at 22, 27-ish years. Now double that. No, wait. In Mandalorian, right? Okay, so now you got to add another 5 years to that. So you're like 32-ish. Now double that because he's a clone at accelerated rate. That means he's 64 years old. Now, could he be alive? Okay. Actually, wait a minute. 64? Actually, he would be 74, right? Because he's 10 years old. Or no, he's 20 years old. So 20 with 32-ish years means he's like 52 times 2. Well, I got to write it down, but I figured it out before. He's like 80 years old. I remember. I actually made an image on it because I was on Echo Base one day talking about this. He's about 80 years old. I actually wrote it down and did the math. He's about 80, 82 years old by the time Mandalorian, because remember there was rumors of Ahsoka and Rex being a Mandalorian, so I did the math. He's like 82, 84 years old. So he's not going to be fighting or doing anything, or, you know. Plus, he probably wouldn't even make it that old because it was known that the clones were deteriorating over time. So Bo-Katan, same thing. She's in the Clone Wars. So she's a little bit more in the middle, although she's already been around. So quick math. She's what? 25 years old in the Clone Wars, right? When she's there with Ahsoka, would you say she's about a 25, 27-year-old babe? Prime time, nice woman, right? 25-ish? 23, maybe the youngest, but she's pretty smart. She's pretty sharp. She's experienced. I'm saying Bo must be 25, 27 years old. 32 at the oldest. But, you know, that's like a prime time, juicy woman, 27 years old. Okay. Math. She would be like 50-something in Mandalorian. Does she look 50 years old to you in Mandalorian? So you see? So now, if she's inconsistent because she was Babylicious in Clone Wars many years ago, and she's Babylicious in Mandalorian many years later, one of these things is not like the other. So now you got to pick one because they both can't be true. So now which one is canon? Does that mean that Mandalorian is not canon because it's total nonsense? Or does it mean that all the Clone Wars is not canon because now you've broken it by bringing in Bo-Katan? Why? Because we don't give a fuck about you. We don't give a fuck about George Lucas. We don't give a fuck about canon or Star Wars. We care about member berries. They're going to see Bo-Katan, and they're all airheads, so they're just going to be like, oh my God, Bo-Katan, oh, look, and not even be thinking, like I always say, people don't connect the dots and consider wait a minute, Bo-Katan would be like 53 fucking years old right now. She's not gonna look that good. But you didn't think of that, now did you? All you thought was, oh, look, it's Bo. She took off the helmet. Look, the hat, the hair, and Katie Sackhoff's awesome, and we love her, and she's a great actress, and oh, she did a great job, and it looks cool, and she's got an awesome figure, and she looks like Bo. Her suit looks amazing. She's acts badass. I think from the outside, isolated, Bo-Katan's awesome in Mandalorian. Cool. Katie did a fine job. Rosario Dawson, I think, is amazing as Ahsoka. I think Ahsoka moved, acted just like Ahsoka. I thought she was awesome. But are you using your brain? Because Bo would be 50-some years old. And you're going to tell me that that little sweet pie is 50-something years old? No, she's not. So then again, I present to you the question. So then which one is not canon? Mando or Clone Wars? You got to pick one. But as a matter of fact, as they're both contradicting in the same universe, and then they both contradict what is the original George Lucas pre-established canon, guess what? Neither is canon. It's all a bunch of fucking mess. It's all a big fan fuck, franken fuck. But then later people say, you just want to hate. You just, because of Disney, you just, no. It's because I have a fucking brain. I have an IQ. And I know that when I see Bo-Katan, as cool as she looks, that ain't a 50-some-year-old woman. And yes, it is a problem. Because now she's the ruler of Mandalore in Clone Wars. Then she's ruler of Mandalore in a different timeline of Rebels. Then she's ruler and going to become ruler, or I guess Mandalore in Mandalorian. All different times, all different eras. The lights, the Darksaber rules have all changed every fucking time. Canon matters. Well, it looks damn good for 52, 54 years old. Some amazing fucking Mandalorian cream she's got. Where are you?
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
No. Behind in the comment, yeah, because when it comes Darth Vader, Dave tries to confirm something that already has an answer. Correct? It's not fucking Star Wars. Yep. I think you are correct. I am correct. No Peace from Concord Dawn. Jasper Morel. That's EU. The films are canon. He is a Mandalorian. Stop getting confused with comic books. It's an awesome story. Don't say I didn't enjoy it. I'm not saying it's not awesome. But at the end of the day, Boba Fett is Boba fucking Fett, the original Mandalorian. And the reason that anyone knows anything about Mandalorians, clones, Clone Wars, all that shit, you're welcome. His name is Boba fucking Fett. Mandalorian. Not Jaster, not this guy or the other. He's the clone of Jango. You right now are contradicting yourself because in the film you see that he is the clone of Jango Fett. He's not Jasper Morel. He is a Mandalorian. It wouldn't surprise me if Dave released something where Ahsoka tries to defend Luke's fame from Vader, and he tells her he's Luke's father, and everyone is shocked and keeps wondering if Anakin's there. Anything's possible. She was AWOL. She wasn't AWOL. You saw her in the Clone Wars, surviving Darth Maul and 100 fucking clones. She wasn't AWOL. Just pretend the Mandalorian is its own thing, so it doesn't ruin its own continuity. But that's the problem. Even if no other Star Wars existed, Mandalore breaks its own fucking continuity from episode to episode. It's not even about the bigger universe. It's about the show's a fucking ridiculous mess. Not even episode to episode. In episode, it breaks its own continuity. Bo-Katan, Boba, and Luke aren't the ones from the other stuff. Huh? Can't help it. Just adding to the fun. I know she must die in order to see it. Yeah, and again, I don't mind at all. By all means, throw the shit at me so that I always know all the arguments and so that I can show people why it doesn't work. No matter what you try, it does not work. And I've seen a hell of arguments. I mean, I've seen on one of my streams, I said how Ahsoka, somebody had wrote something that was a really good argument, but at the end of the day, I destroyed it because phony baloney. That's another video I've thought of making, the Ahsoka problem. One of these days that might come because it's a whole fucking mess. Bo-Katan never seems to age. She still looks like the kind of person I want to pick me. Yeah. I think she's a cool character. I think she looked great, and I think Katie did a great job. I think she looks very cute and sexy and badass and all. No problem. But hello, you were the ruler of Mandalore in the fucking Rebels and Clone Wars. Now you can't touch the Darksaber. Hello, you are like 20, 30 years too young right now. Katie Sackhoff, who is totally clueless about Star Wars, by the way. She's done interviews, and it's like, oh shit, she has no clue. Ahsoka went her own way. Franken fucked. Yes. And God bless the creator. Yes, Disney is a franken fucked Brie Larson. Oh Lord. Star Wars ended in 2014, establishment of the woke Disney canon. Well, 2012, but don't forget. I love Vergeer. I hope he doesn't throw her into the dumb canon. I don't know. Who knows what the hell? Yeah. Disney says they hate the EU and the canon. They dismantle it and throw it away because they're going to make their own canon. All their canon contradicts and it's a fucking mess. And then they're pulling in now characters from the original canon, from the EU. But shitting on them. Like, to what ends? Like, what is the point of all this? Decanonizing and changing and demoting, and now you're just bringing them back anyways, but then they're half-assed, so you're just pissing off people. There's no logic. And it's because there's no leadership, and because the people there that are making Star Wars are all clueless, and they all think they know better, and there's nobody checked. There's not someone like me that's in power saying, no, dude, that's not how the Force works. No, dude, that's not what this is. No, dude, that person needs to die, and you know it. Stop fucking around, Dave Baloney. Chess played how was the well, yeah, by one or two dumbasses, and particularly Anita freaking nutball Sarkeesian. I mean, how fucking stupid. Good thing from that is the thick tomboy Mando meme. Women have had armor for centuries, and guess what? They have these things called breasts. And if you wear a flat metal plate on your breast, it's going to hurt, and it's actually not going to be good for your defense or movement or anything. Yes, women would have titty fucking armor. I mean, hello. And what's so funny, he wasn't even a guy or an alien. He was a woman that has a chest that was arguing that it was sexist and stupid. You, of all person that every day has to put on a bra, are saying that titty armor is fucking wrong. You know you're woke when you're trying to die on your own fucking hill. Holy fucking stupid. Any woman on earth, if I came to you and said, hey, I made you a chest plate, here you go, go onward and fight, she would be like, dude, I need it to be like this. Now, granted, some girls, need that, and some girls need this or that. But, dude, have you seen a woman's body before? Oh, have you seen your own body before? Oh my fucking god! This is the world we live in. I was drooling for a sweet 15 minutes of her fame. Tomboy Mando was hot. Yeah, I mean, she looks good. Again, isolated Bo-Katan. Hey, that's good. So was Casca. The other dude that was there for 10 minutes and then everybody forgot about, they just discarded his ass. Forget all about him. Just keep going. That girl scene. But anyways, they were all fine. But when you're writing ridiculous, nonsensical stories, when you're contradicting yourself from half an hour ago in the show, never mind the last 2 episodes, when you're just making shit up, when you're now breaking your own show with the Darksaber, and you're breaking Star Wars with Mandalorians, they'll take off their helmets. Oh, really? Jango Fett had off his fucking helmet when you met him. All the Mandalorians in the Clone Wars, even Death Watch, have their fucking helmets off. You created this shit, remember, Dave? But again, he expects you to be an asshole. You're not going to notice. You're not going to care that years ago in the Clone Wars cartoons we established something, and now we're just doing whatever else. Shh, they're too dumb. They're going to see Star Wars and they're going to gobble that shit up. And sure enough, what happens? Oh my God, look at the Bad Batch. It's great. Okay, keep gobbling it up. Keep guzzling on Mickey's cock. Don't come to me when your shit is fucking, when he shits all over that too. How do you get these Bothan spies? Are you disgruntled employees for Lucasfilm? No, but I do have some Bothan spies and I got some good stuff coming. Not canon, enjoy it or not. Have you watched The Bad Batch? Next episode? Yeah. I have been watching it. I will watch it. As a matter of fact, it comes out tonight, right? We're on Thursday. Tomorrow's going to be a long-ass day because here I am in a 9-hour stream, and then I got to do some editing. I got to watch the Batch. I'll probably sleep most of the day and then be back here again for a stream. So, have you watched? Yes. Die in Return of the Jedi 3 times in 3 minutes. Yes. I don't know what kind of energy or how I'll be feeling tomorrow night, but I'm pretty sure we'll do the part 2 of Return of the Jedi. We'll see. Maul gets cut in half as a humanoid. The bottom half of his body has intestines, bladder, etc., and all that falls out when he falls down the shaft. Probably breaks bones from the impact. As far as it all falling out, probably not, because it gets cauterized by the lightsaber. So immediately it's just a clean cut and it's sealed. But yeah, it's kind of a problem if you're cut in half. And if I lost my legs, my waist, I can't walk, my spine is severed, and not to be crude, ladies, but my dick, I don't want to be alive. So, this stumpy top thing. I don't care about robot legs. Yeah, I don't want to be alive anymore. So, oh boy. But yeah, he would definitely have fallen and broken bones and all kinds of shit. Absolutely. I already feel like Rick is going to mention Ahsoka surviving, and the rest of the show will be about them trying to find her. He can't. He died in episode 1. We all saw it. Just like we saw Mace get fucking roasted. Bring back Greedo. Greedo's life matters. GLM. He never actually died. In fact, Greedo saved Jabba at the last moment. I'm pretty sure we saw him get shot and go stump on the table. Ahsoka could have gone up there as one of the best EU characters next to Mara. Well, she didn't have to be EU. She could have. Well, yeah, I guess she. Well, Clone Wars isn't EU. It's also not canon. It's like in this weird. It could have been canon if they would have treated it correctly. It actually could have been canon. That's what's sad and ironic. They could have done it correctly, and it could have been canon, and would have had so much more value and weight, and But yeah, she wouldn't be EU. She would have been either canon or just like up in the air, like she is. But yeah, she could have been legendary. But Dave's not thinking that way. Dave's not looking ahead. Dave's not looking at the big picture. He's just looking at, more Ahsoka. If I can keep Ahsoka alive, I get to play with my pet, and I get to satisfy my ego. I get to masturbate to Ahsoka every day. And I get to extend my job. Because now Ahsoka, everybody loves her, and everybody wants her. And now I'm like her daddy, so now I got our show. You understand? And it just keeps going on and on and on. Because Dave is long forgotten about George Lucas or Star Wars. Dave is in Ahsoka land. Revan, Starkiller. Now she's part of Disney fan fiction and become responsible for it. Yeah, she literally is. And I don't know, Dave is like happy about that. He like proudly did that shit. What was the point? I'm sure I don't know that George has seen it, but George would probably look at that like, dude, she could have just right there stopped all of it by just saying something. Yoda movie. Oh, they would have done all kinds of shit. Yoda totally died. Well, we see him fade away. Love the Darksaber. I don't, but again, that's what you like. That's what you like. Well, I can tell you, I think the Darksaber is pretty ridiculous, and that it was invented by Jon Favreau, by the way, him and Dave Filoni. That was not a Lucas thing, because Lucas wouldn't contradict himself, and he wouldn't have made blades hotter and more powerful than lightsabers. The point was lightsabers were the most powerful weapon in Star Wars. He said it out of his mouth. But as far as Yoda is concerned,
now, as far as the characters in these stories, how closely did you work with the artists on creating characters? As you said, we didn't have the canon to pull from, aside from a couple characters like Yoda.
Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
Yoda, whatever. I'm
and
so
not nice pirate.
Shirt, Charles. It says, and Yoda,
whatever.
And then also Yoda. Whatever.
Yeah, Yoda, whatever.
Then, yeah.
whatever. That's your Disney Star Wars. Leia. Never mind. Vanta Black Saber is sweet. TV show done right between 1 and 2 with Anakin and Obi-Wan. Star Wars project, or you want none? I have no interest in any of this. No, there is no Star Wars. There are no Star Wars projects. That's That's why there's none to be excited about. There is no Star Wars. Star Wars died in 2012. And I'm certainly not excited for any Disney fan fiction. I watch this shit to laugh. I watch this shit to review, to educate, to expose, to make videos. I'm not excited for any of that. Obi-Wan's going to be a fucking mess. Andor, who the hell wants to see an Andor show? All the characters, what? Who the fuck wants to see Andor? Make a K2SO show or make a Jin Urso show, but Andor? Casio keyboard? Who the fuck wants to see that? Fucking dumb. Book of Boba Fett is already broken canon, and that's not Boba Fett, so that's going to probably be a mess. Mandalorian Season 3, I don't care less about the Mandalorian to begin with, but Season 3 is probably not even going to happen. Acolyte, I'm certainly not interested in Leslie Headman's woke shit. There's nothing, dude. There is no Star Wars. Hear about Disney's next attempt to purchase a well-established and/or well-loved IP and blowing up in the news. They won't be buying any more IPs. They're way too in debt to be doing all that. In fact, they're going to start selling them. Star Wars will be first. So, and it's going to happen. The question is, are you guys going to keep prolonging it with bullshit like Bad Batch, or you're all going to finally say, okay, I'm done with this mess. I'm done with this nonsense. Get the fuck out of here, Disney. Because once all of you start saying, nope, the game was over, we're not looking at your show, we're not subscribing, we don't give a fuck about you and your fake ass Star Wars, then they're going to have to sell it. It's just a matter of how long is it going to take you guys to wake up. How many more black eyes do you need to take to realize this shit ain't going nowhere, that nothing's going to change? That the Luke you saw was not for you. That was their desperate attempt to get ratings because that shit was tanking. So they just threw that shit in there real quick because that's all they could do. And guess what? He's still going to be Jake Skywalker. So what was the point of crying and doing all that and, you know, cheering Luke when he's just that same asshole? What are you celebrating? Hey, I can't make you guys think. You all do what you want to do. Why not? Why not? Which? Trash, but I hope not. Yeah. You thought all this other shit made damage. Wait until they got Vader facing Obi-Wan in the show. There goes the whole fucking OT out the window. Pansexuals are people who have sex with objects, yes, including robots. Mr. Mo. They're gonna trash it. Plus, Haley, there's a bunch more. Yes. Yeah, they're gonna make your old pussy pansy-fied stupid. Double dare you. There you go. Happy birthday, yes. Oh wow, it's 1 in the morning. I didn't even realize that. Terminator Salvation and Genesis suck because they not only retcon, but they also try to appeal to little 5-year-old kids. Little 5-year-old kids shouldn't be watching Terminator. No, probably not. Neither should watch Alien. I've seen Alien. If I was a 5-year-old kid who wanted to watch Alien, I'd tell him to wait 5 years. Yeah, I think Alien was pretty strong for a 5 or 10-year-old. I think you need to be at least 13, 15. Doc Fisney. You spelled it wrong. Let me fix it for you. Fuck Disney. I actually watched Alien with two 12-year-olds. One of them kind of bored, and the other thought the xenomorph was cute. It was fun. Man, the chat jumped again. Holy shit, are you guys chatting away? Also, Alien Dad in 79, and I was 6 and never scared by any movie after that. Is the canon of Star Wars. Mandalorian is the best Disney Star Wars. Can't agree with that. Rogue One is the only thing that even tried to be Star Wars or be respectful. Mandalorians was very, very poorly made, very weak, very bad. I skipped all the Terminators after the third one. I did enjoy it, but it wasn't as good as 1 or 2. Is there all? What do you mean all? Isn't there just one more, a fourth one? All the Terminators? Am I mistaken? My cat is scarier than any movie, unless it's Kylo Ren, because he's real intimidating. Alien made me relax. A lot of sci-fi movies and shows made me feel relaxed. Star Trek, Alien, Cowboy. Doesn't count because it's fantasy. It's not like 10% sci-fi, and yeah. Disney can't seem to understand that, sadly, so they see it as psycho. Yeah. I like it, circle. I used to love her. I really did. Honestly, I genuinely did. Now I want no parts of her fucking punk ass. Rogue One might be the only Star Wars thing that I can believe it exists in the Lucasverse if you ignore some of the problems. Everything else and the other stuff is so hard to ignore. Yeah, it's all a mess. Rogue One's the only thing to even like pretends to be close, to even try. That's got problems too, but at least it's one, it doesn't shit all over the franchise. 2, so it somewhat respects, but and then 2, it tries to be Star Wars anyways. At least takes a serious swing at it instead of just like, oh, well, we're just gonna do whatever we want. Look, oh look, there's a Ewok. Oh look, there's a Jawa. They're gonna love it. Not that there's Ewoks in Mando. I just, look, there's a scout trooper. They fly now. Could live without her though. Who? Bree or Bo-Katan? Ewoks new movies. It's been a million years. They were never canon or anything serious. I suppose if you're a little kid, they're fun. I love the Ewoks. I don't have this huge issue with them like a lot of people do. I think they're awesome. I love the Ewoks. So. But I'm not like pressed to go watch them or own them but certainly ignore them. They're Star Wars. They're fun. Series and the Ewok series plus the Droid series. Yeah, they're all okay. I mean, it's Star Wars. That's the thing. Star Wars isn't always what you like or what you want. There might be stuff you dislike in Star Wars, but you can't deny what is Star Wars and what is not. And it's very simple. You look at stuff like Ewoks, and then you look at Mandalorian, and you're like, okay, well, Mandalorian's new and got cool effects and all, but this shit don't make any sense. This does not feel like, smell like, taste like, look like Star Wars. Whereas the Ewoks is like, oh shit, we just left Endor. Or we're on Endor. It's just a total disconnect. It's a totally different, 2 different worlds. One is Star Wars and one is far from Star Wars. Not even trying. Maybe before I go to sleep, I'll watch an episode of Next Generation to relax while I'm going to go to bed. Why the Ahsoka hate? Sorry, hard to type because the cat is on my keyboard. It's not hate, it's facts. I've been watching Long Way Up, a mini series where Ewan goes Chile to USA. Yeah, electric bike? Or I thought it was on motorcycles. We're talking about the same show? You can tell them he's like a Jedi when he talks with people and searches for peace. Yeah, and I don't know if you guys saw the newest announcement that he'll be facing someone that people don't know, an old friend, and like he was making all these hints. Who knows? Yes or no? The original concept was there would be a Wookiee planet, but then he made Chewie. People knew and understand, loved Chewie, so then he had to distinguish because the battle was supposed to be by a primitive tribe, and Chewie was a little too smart because he was flying the Falcon. Oh, imagine that. Back then he's flying the Falcon. I wonder who would get the Falcon if everything happened to Han. Oh, well, Rey, of course. So then, yeah, because he didn't want to confuse the characters and remake them, and he went from the opposite, from someone very tall to the shortest, for the contrast. So. Not enough money. I know the feeling. I don't hate Ahsoka. I hate what Ahsoka became. Yes. I hate what Ahsoka has become. Filoni has got. No, he does not. He's absolutely purposely says fuck you and George Lucas. He does not have good intentions. Absolutely not. Dave Filoni was on the set of The Last Jedi watching Rian Johnson make a piece of shit out of Luke Skywalker. Dave Filoni has never had good intentions, and he most certainly does not today. Dave Filoni's a piece of shit, honestly. Yeah. He's a Sith. His intentions, he has only one intention. Ahsoka, my pet, Ahsoka. That's the only intention he has. He has no good intentions. Avoid to be your true self. That puts you on a place of suffering, just like Vader. You can't rationalize. That is the dark side. Yeah. I can rationalize all of my actions. I can do no evil. Nice haircut. If you could put it on a Jedi, who would it be? My haircut, or are you saying if I would be a Jedi? I'm not sure your question. I've never, like, okay, when I was growing up, I love Luke. And of course, like any kid, I was like, oh, Luke Skywalker. But the thing is, I love all the Star Wars characters. Notice I said Star Wars, not Disney fan fiction. Real Star Wars characters. I love them all. Lobot, Ewoks, you know. I love them all. But I was never like, oh, I want to be the Sith Lord Vader, or I want to be the Luke. I'm Boba fucking Fett. And we never saw Boba Fett's face. We do later, theoretically, because we see baby Boba and we see Jango. But we never saw Boba. So, anyways, that's who I idealize. That's who I care about. And I mean, I care about them all. I love all the characters. But I'm just saying that to me, to relate to one or to give my haircut, it would be Boba Fett, and you would never see his hair anyways because he wears a helmet. So it's kind of hard to answer that question because I don't have like a guy you could think of like Mace or, I don't know, Luke or whatever. I love all those guys. Don't get me wrong. I love all the Star Wars characters. But I'm Boba fucking Fett. That to me is the end all do all. Fuck everybody. I'll take Boba after disintegrate all you little bitches. Bye, Boba fucking Fett. So at the end of the day, I'll never join anyone. Politics in Star Wars. I hate the politics in real life. Disney is replacing Star Wars politics with real life. Yeah, I've been doing that for a long time. Star Wars politics are kind of stuff. Listen to my hour. He watched new political stuff that bores and annoys him and me. Yeah. When necessary. Yeah, according to Pony Bullet, no, he was not. It's more Disney nonsense. That again is Filoni trying to fit his characters in and trying to justify. Why? Because if you believe that he was in Jedi, now he's bought time to say, see, that's why he's going to be a Mandalorian. See, that's why he's going to be a Rangers. See, that's why it's okay to pull him out and Boba Fett, because 5 minutes ago you guys believed that he was in Jedi. Just like you see that Rey isn't a Mary Sue. She's for real. She's just the bestest Jedi ever because she can force heal. Why? Because 5 minutes ago you saw Grogu force heal. So now it's validated. You see, now we've given you a reason to say, well, oh, see, Rey, it makes sense as your force heals because Grogu could. Meanwhile, who the fuck is Grogu? Why the hell would he, a toddler, be able to do anything? Never mind force heal. Use your brain. Seriously, Rex was not on Endor. Dave would like him to be so that he can explain away and make justification of his nonsense stories, but he was never on Endor. That's what I do, baby. But I try to use it for the greater good. No laser sword. I don't either. I'm Boba Fett. I got blasters and bombs and all kinds of grappling hooks and jetpacks and whatever is that greater good. I am your wife. I'm the greatest good you're ever gonna get. It's so funny, man. What would you like with that Mandalorian cream? Yeah. She looks damn good for 50 something. Damn good. I'll give you an example of Mandalorian. Okay, it looks good and very isolated. There's some cool parts. But when you start to use logic, Mando, episode 2, he comes back to his ship, and there's all kinds of problems before that. But I'm going to make this real quick and sweet because I've got chapter 2 coming out soon, and you're going to see all the problems with the child. He comes back to his ship. It's stripped by the Jawas. Number 1, why do you take off your scope to look to then just put your scope back on your rifle and then shooting? Why wouldn't you, like a normal sniper, just look through your scope? Number 2, why would you just shoot at a Jawa that's going to alert all of them, and then they're all going to run and close up their ship and take off with your ship? Dumbass. Either you got to throw a bomb and kill a bunch of them at once to really throw a message and to cripple them, or how about you go down there and be like, I'm a Mandalorian, and if you don't give me back my shit, I'm about to fucking disintegrate all of you. How about that? How about when he fucks up, alerts them all, and they start driving off, and he's running like a dumbass, which he drops his rifle and says, fuck the baby, who the whole point of the show is revolving around this fucking baby, but then he says, fuck the baby, and he's just running for his parts because he got himself in this mess in the first place like a dumbass because he parked where he didn't park in season 1, although it's supposed to be the location, but they can't keep track of their own fucking shit, so now the ship is in a totally different location. Okay, speed round. So now he's going chasing like a look, let me run after a sandcrawler. Okay, then climbs up. There is no yellow ladder, but he somehow climbs up, and next shot, oh look, there's this yellow ladder, and he climbs up the yellow ladder, and he does that whole thing. He gets on the ledge, they throw trash, he climbs down the yellow ladder to then right back, climb back up the ladder, then to go up and do all this thing. When all he had to do was 1, go down and talk to them, and 2, instead of like a jackass, dropping your shit and running and doing all this drama and embarrassing yourself, and you should have been killed. The drop that you made from the fucking ship, shocked, all your bones should be broken and you should be fucked up. But no, you fall and you black out for 5 minutes and then you're okay. Well, how come if you're a fucking bounty hunter, a Mandalorian at that, an ancient race of great warriors living in a modern galaxy after the Death Star has been destroyed, you should know all about Luke and the Empire and have technology. How come instead of doing all of that stupidity and looking like a dumbass and running like a little bitch after your parts because you don't have a fucking car alarm on your own goddamn ship, why didn't you just run up to the sandcrawler, pull one of those bombs that you have on the side of your belt, those little round ones that we see all the time? Why didn't you just grab one of those, put it on the treads of the sandcrawler? 5 seconds later, boom, tread starts flapping, falls off, sandcrawler, What are the Jawas going to do? Where are they going to go? They're all 1 foot tall. What the fuck are they going to do? Their fortress is now stuck in the sand. Your weapon's right there. You got Baby Yoda, and you are Mandalorian. You say, I told you, bitches. Now, I want my shit back. Oops. While you're on the council, we deny your ranking of master. Norman, what? I started this company. You know how much I sacrificed? I read the books. Read them again. Long before this films. Your dream. You dream your own dream. Not worth fighting about. Robot motherfucking fat. BFF. Cat is texting. Wrong. Self-destruct. No, zeros. Woke people want to die on their own sort of democracies, yes? Yep. Can you imagine being a woman arguing that your chest armor has to have breast shaping? I mean, really. Hi, Bull Run. You hit a stupid mouse crying cringe, and you just said you don't know Maul. And you just shot down that Canon question, lol. You hate Clone Wars. You hit a stupid mouse crying cringe. You hit or you have? I'm not sure what you mean. And you just said you don't know how. You don't know Maul. I don't know Maul. How do I not know Maul? And you just shot down that Canon question. You hate Clone Wars. Well, first, I don't hate Clone Wars. I can't respect it or take it seriously because it's a nonsensical fucking stupidity. I don't know Maul. I'm not totally sure what you mean. And which canon question? Either way, all of Disney stuff is non-canon, so. Dave's not looking big. That's ridiculous. Okay, Jake Skywalker. Oh boy. Truth hurts. And why are you here? There is no Star Wars. There is no punchline. It's not a joke. You guys think the Ewoks are supposed to be Jews? I don't know about that. Whack. Why then comment? I feel Dave has little man syndrome. Oh, yes, he does. He sure does. He has, I'll never be George Lucas, and nobody is going to respect me unless I do ridiculous shit and make Ahsoka. I need to create my own character or elevate my own character so that everybody thinks I'm great. And there you go. Because notice he didn't create a new character. He doesn't have the Dave Filoni. He's riding off of George's coattails with Ahsoka. He just realized that people were attaching to her and started liking her. He's like, I'll run with this. If Salvation isn't canon, then does that mean Terminator 2 isn't canon? Well, first of all, I don't think the Terminator adheres so much to canon like Star Wars does. If Salvation isn't canon, as to, well, no. You establish and create something. Then you start to grow that And as long as your foundation has always been consistent, that's canon. Later, something breaks that canon. It doesn't mean that the original canon is damaged. It means that you're a dumbass and you decanonize yourself with your new nonsense, Disney. See, I think part of the thing that this is Disney's stupidity is that Kennedy thinks that by doing all this stupidity, it's going to break, damage, or make you forget about or stop loving real Star Wars. But what she doesn't understand is that Star Wars fans don't work that way. So by trying to do all this damage with all this nonsense, in reality, all you're doing is making yourself look stupid and decanonizing yourself, because canon's already been established. Fact, lore, history, this is it, 1 through 6. All the nonsense that you make around it doesn't break 1 through 6. 1 through 6 is always the rule, the law, the lore. It is what it is. Everything else around it must adhere to that. And if it doesn't, then it self-decanonizes itself. Doesn't change the 1 through 6. 1 through 6 is untouchable. It is what it is. So if you're going to look at it as far as that, well, Terminator 1 and 2 are canon because that's what was made in canon, in order, and establishes law. If a movie comes later, especially a different director or somebody else writing or, this other mess, but a movie comes afterwards, whether it be next year or 6 movies down the road, whatever, if it does not adhere to the original established canon, then no, it's not canon. But just because something later breaks canon doesn't mean that the originals get affected. It means that nothing can ever be canon unless you adhere to, respect, and follow what has been pre-established. Canon. So the answer to your question is no. Salvation is just a fuck up of a later movie. Canon is canon. 1 and 2 will always be canon. And Terminator is a great example. See how they didn't. You had a, while advanced to us, awesome cybernetic robot, right? He's basically a tin man. Next movie, they upped the ante, right? They made the T-1000. He was badass. Liquid and chains and shades and weapons and all that. Badass. A whole new level of Terminator. Kind of embarrassed the old one. But did you notice how they respected the story? They respected the characters. Even Sarah Connor, a little human. That Terminator could wipe up the floor with Sarah Connor. But they made her badass and resolved. They made John Connor awesome. They respected the old Terminator. Yeah, the new Terminator was far superior. But guess what? He couldn't really break the old Terminator. Now, could he, right? Remember, the old Terminator was fucking whacking him around. Like, no, dude, you might be all advanced and cool and cute and special, but I'm solid, and I'm the real fucking deal. I'm your daddy, Liquid Boy. Remember? So, they still respected Arnold and what a Terminator is, even though it's a much more advanced, newer Terminator. It respected what was established. Arnold. You know what I mean? Fuck off, dickwad. So yes, those are canon, and Salvation, Alex, is all from some other shit. But you understand what I'm telling you is that that's the beauty, and that's how you properly do that. You can bring a new badass in. You can do all kinds of new shit. Liquid fucking Ray, best of ever. But she must respect. She must earn. And really, she shouldn't be able to beat the original Terminator. But even if she does, it's going to be a whole lot of trouble, a whole lot of fight, and a whole lot of work to get it done. It ain't going to be that easy. And at the end of the day, it's been a while, but the Terminator doesn't even technically die, right? He fucking lowers him on the thing, right? And he puts his thumb up because the liquid guy goes into the lava or the iron steel pit thing, right? We all knew the new Terminator was badass and much better than the Arnold, but they didn't have to shit on him. They didn't have to make this other guy like toss around Arnold like he's a fucking ragdoll to, ooh. On the contrary, you knew Arnold's a big bad mofo, and I don't care who you are. You're not just going to slap him around. You might be more versatile and liquid and powerful and all that and faster, but at the end of the day, that's a true OG, and that's how life works. You can't just walk up to the OG and think you're going to just smack them around or take them out, because guess what? You're going to get smacked down. I wish Disney had the balls to let Cairo Ren drop those balls, load in Rey and the Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, well. Hey, Jake Skywalker, you don't even know what Star Wars is. So naturally, the realest Star Wars channel on YouTube is not going to be your Star Wars. You don't have to be here. Nobody's forcing you. I mean, with the Jake Skywalker avatar, you're probably not going to enjoy this place too much. The truth, I know it's not your reality. So, Terminator 2 was marketed as at kids and went against what was in T1. I don't agree with that. How? How did it go? How was it marketed for kids? And how did it go against what was said in T1? I don't agree with that. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I don't agree with that. Cat. Don't know what has happened to this fandom, but you have and the funny thing is that you don't even realize that you're the one that has fucked up Star Wars. You don't even know what Star Wars is. Poor, ignorant fool. There were a bunch of toys. That's a little high. Anybody can have an opinion, but you should base your opinion on facts and logic and knowledge, and not like, oh well, he's destroying Disney and he sees right through their bullshit and it's breaking my little feelies, so I'm going to call him trash. Your opinion's based on stupidity, so Bull Run, sorry, you're not smart enough to understand. Yeah, you're not. Obviously, you're not capable of analytical thinking, because your avatar is Jake Skywalker, dude. I mean, seriously. That doesn't make me angry. If you think you're going to come in here and like trigger me or hurt my feelings or make me angry, you're wasting your time. All it shows is you have no clue of what Star Wars even is. And you know what? I really feel sorry for you, because you never understood or enjoyed Star Wars, and that's kind of sad, actually. I actually feel sorry for you. I'm not angry. I'm not going to ban you. I'm not going to cuss you out. I'm not going to make fun of you. I actually feel sorry for you. They fly now. I mean, they flew in 1978 with Boba Fett, but they fly now because, Disney. Man, it is trash. Absolute fucking trash. Yeah. What planet did Jin go on to find Grogu? It looked Typhon? Like Tatooine? Oh, to find Grogu, he was it Navarro? I believe it's Navarro. Tatooine, but I can't be sure. Also, why does Disney keep bringing us back to Tatooine? Because they have no originality, no thought, no creativity, no nothing. That's what happens when you don't know and you don't care about Star Wars. You just recycle. Oh, well, Tatooine. Actually, they go to several planets that look like Tatooine. There's Navarro, there's actually Tatooine, and there's like 2 other planets that they go to that look just like fucking Tatooine. And there's, oh look, pick me out Jawas with red eyes instead of yellow, because oh look, we invented Jawas, but not really. I don't remember the names of the planets because they're so unimportant. They're so fucking dumb. But Navarro was one of them. Ewoks are cheaper Wookiees. See why Anakin hates sand? Because you keep going back to the planet. Yes. We should touch tips. You are far from being a Star Wars movie. Okay, Jake. I wonder who should have gotten the Millennium Falcon instead of Rey. Oh, I know, Rey. Well, no, maybe Jake should have. Because, Chewie getting the Falcon, that would make sense. But, we're Disney. So we don't make sense. Literally, they can't make any sense because they're billions of dollars in debt. Check out Long Way Down and Long Way Round. Ewan and his buddy Charlie riding motorcycles down to hey, that's the one I'm seeing. Right. And that's Disney Star Wars. That's literally the way that Disney Star Wars works. That's what he's showing you. Jake. Resident Evil Village disappointed. Really? I've been hearing mixed stuff. Like I said from the beginning, you have no clue what Star Wars is. And again, I'm not going to attack you. I so sincerely feel sorry for you. Yep, Palpatine kills Samuel L. Jackson. Now he's going to play Nick Fury. Yes. 4-hour cut. George Lucas said it better. George Lucas dictates with Star Wars, not fans. I mean, I'm not against it. It's fun and whatever, but I'm good with rots. Try to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, and then I'll see. Whatever band ever, anyone. I like that version. Yeah. It's not that I dislike it. I'm just like Superman, yeah. But why? Deleted scene where Anakin made beeping noises was weird. I see your post, dude, but you're not going to waste my time with your nonsense. You're at the big boys table now, so acting like a child, you're not going to have a voice. You're not going to... It's that simple. This is the big boys table. The scene I think should have stayed in the movie was the scene where Grievous killed Shakti. Yeah, I would have liked that. But Re-release, yeah. What did you see in 75? Jeez. What movie did you see in 75? You said you saw the first movie in 75. What movie was that? Star Wars came out in 77. So. Far Awakens. Last week about the story of Canon being different on the book. I was going to talk about that. We can. I do have some news on that. I thought about making a video, but it's not that much. I was like, fuck Pablo. But and I thought about bringing it up earlier, but you guys have just been so chatty. So, but I do have something on that. If you want to talk about it. No, he just basically said, "Hey, whatever. There's different canons, so you just do whatever you want." I mean, no. Are the only ones that are canon 3? By the way, MJ, you never explained how Terminator 2 says different things from 1. I don't remember that. What you talking about, Willis? Can't see anything. Droids. Everything in Rochester, I remember it was 1975 because a year later. Okay. That's amazing how you saw it before George Lucas finished it and even saw it himself, but that's awesome. Needs to lay off the blues, but yeah. Terminator 2 did right as it acknowledged the first film, but let's be honest, if Terminator 1 wasn't great, we never would have, well, no argument there. Not denying that. I'm not saying that I prefer the second Terminator, just saying he's the newer, shinier, badasser model. At the end of the day, I'm going with the tried and true OG. Didn't say I prefer him over. I'm just saying, you know, he's newer and shinier and all that. I think he did. Rise of Skywalker would be better if Kylo Ren, and Rey made sweet, sweaty love instead of just kissing. No, it would be much worse. $75. Okay, cool. T2 said that 2 Terminators were sent back in time. In T1, Reese states that it's just him and me. He could have been lying. He could have not known. They could have been in separate locations. Remember that T1 and Reese, I forget exactly how they come back. They come back separately? Yeah, right? Because T1 comes and then Reese. Well, but the T2 could have been in a totally different place from Cyberdyne. Plus, depends on the time loop. At the first jump, it was just them. But after the events were affected from that jump, that now affected later, that then affects T2, the second jump would have had, the second time that first jump occurs would have been different because the effects that were altered from T1 to now T2. Holy shit, is that confusing, but I think you understand what I'm saying. The fact that Arnold went back affected the outcome of Cyberdyne to then later have T2, and he, because remember, T2 come about. At the end, remember, they have the piece from T1. So now you've affected the timeline. So when the jump to the past is made, everything's different in the modern future world. So yes, it does make sense because now the time loop has been changed. The time continuum. I don't know if any of that made sense, but I think you guys got what I'm trying to say. Oh. It's like Mickey Mouse, you know. That reminds me, I meant to do this a long time ago, but I got distracted. I think it was Shadow Dragon. Somebody had asked. Star Wars. So now you make the rules in my fucking chat. You come in here and talking nonsense, but yet now I'm supposed to. Yes, you cannot change canon, but you can always add to it. You can expand on it. You can grow. That's cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Filoni painted Boba's armor or Mando so Disney doesn't pay royalties to George. I mean, like trying to say it's his. That's part of it. That's why they alter all the characters is for royalties. Part of it, he thought that was going to be slick, like, ooh, everybody's going to be like, ooh, shiny Boba Fett. Meanwhile, the whole reason why you loved and respected Boba Fett was because his suit's all fucking marked up. Another possibility is that they did that on purpose so that later, I think the Book of Boba Fett's going to be a lot of flashbacks. Because where do you go from where you're at? So I think it's going to be a lot of flashbacks. So by them painting his suit, you can tell easily, like, is this real time or is this a flashback? I think that was kind of the logic there. We'll see. All I know is that under no fucking circumstances would Boba fucking Fett paint his armor. It's ridiculous. Dave Filoni, how can you be so fucking stupid? Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. I'm hearing very mixed things about that game, so I don't know on that one. The first film is the only film. Not necessarily. Why would it be the only film? The first film plays out. They find the chip. That affects now in between 1 and 2. 2 happens. Now they make a jump. Like, because that's time. That's history. That jump is going to occur. What happens in the jump, how the jump happens, who's in the jump, that can change, but that jump is going to occur. You've altered the future from T1 because you went back and messed with T1, with that future, which now affects, or that present, which now affects the future in T2. I'm not sure how there's only one film. That's not true. Resident Evil stopped being Resident Evil Code. Jill. The game ended with a hype up of a big battle against Umbrella and Wesker, and Steve might still be alive. Wesker. Yeah. But RE4 squandered. Last one I played, I think, was 5, where you had the co-op. Been a while. I think it was 5. Not my Star Wars. Yes. Well, I don't know about perfect, but it's a damn good film. Yeah. For instead of fighting and exactly. Actually, it's the green milk which he needs to lay out. That's true. Yeah, me too. I haven't seen it, don't know it, so I can't comment. Consider salvation canon because in T1, Reese says you stay down by day, but in salvation they move in the day to stay down at night, showing changes in the past affecting future. Well, and see, that's the thing. If you from the beginning are establishing that the whole fucking mess here is that a Terminator from the future time traveled back to kill you, and that's like the first 2 minutes of the film, then by all means you can jump time and affect time, and you're affecting the time loop, and no problem, because that's what you have established in the canon. But when you've established 35 years of, well, obviously we can't hyperspace skip because this isn't like Dustin Crops, boy. And we can't time travel because, well, I would just go back in time like 5 minutes and Qui-Gon wouldn't be dead or Anakin wouldn't become Vader. So you can't go against something that's being established. Oh, now we can heal people, but yet, we let all these people just die. So yeah, that's fine, because when you've established from the beginning that this is how things work and there is time travel and that's what's affecting the future, well, then you have that loop of next jump, something else is going to change. Next jump, 2 other things are going to change, and you infinitely these jumps, unless you do everything to the T, a single word said differently, a different step made, a different thing you bring or move or do, is going to alter the timeline. So there you go. Video man. QAnon. I don't know about that. Terminator. That's why one of my secondary channels is Technom. Right, true. Because I'm a Terminator 84, 88. Yeah. Now, and to be fair, it's been a year since I've seen it. I don't pretend to at all be a expert at Terminator or whatever. But, I've seen them quite a bit, and I remember it, and I love that film. And it's been a while, and I can't pretend to be. I'm just going off of memory and logic, and as you can see, I remember it pretty well. That yeah. But it's as I always say, guys, canon's not hard to adhere to. You just follow the rules that have been established. And if in Terminator, the first 5 minutes of the fucking film is a guy, big ass dude, naked, fucking kneeling, give me your clothes, well, then that's what it is. And then therefore, that without you thinking about it, because you're not even thinking, will there be a Terminator 2 in a few years? Will there be other? Without you, it's being implanted in your mind. You're understanding that in this world, time travel exists. And a fucking badass cybernetic huge robot just came through that motherfucker, which you don't even realize at first. But then you start to think and go back and connect, and you're like, okay, yeah, it makes total sense that in T2, this other dude comes, because now the loop has been. But that's proper storytelling. That's proper story development, character development, even world building. Because even though they're on Earth, and we don't have to establish what's on Earth and what's going on, they do world building, don't they? Because we see Cyberdyne, and we see the idea behind it and how those things work. And then you got the character of the Terminator. So that not only develops the character, but that also builds the world. Because now in this world, we have these cybernetic badass Terminators. So that's world building, because now you're establishing, holy shit, what's going on Earth, right? Plus you have connections to Cyberdyne. Plus you have connections with the future. So that's massive world building. It's called great storytelling. It's also called a lot of luck, because I came out at the right time with the right actor, had the right dialogue. You know, I'll be back. I mean, holy fuck. What a simple, stupid line. And it has become one of the most iconic things of all time. What's made the set of questions? Here we are 5.5 years later, and only 1% of questions are answered, if that. Plain Arch. Yeah. Well, and the thing is all Star Wars had questions, but it wasn't set up like, okay, we're going to leave you totally clueless, and here's a mess, and, you know. What Star Wars did was it was so good, it made you want more. You didn't have questions because shit didn't make sense. You had questions because, like, holy shit, that girl's amazing. I don't just want to look her ass. I want to know what ice cream she likes, what's her favorite color, what is interesting to her, what time did she go to sleep, where did she live. You wanted more because you were interested. Not because, well, I'm totally clueless. She gave me no idea of anything, so I don't know what the hell to do. Big difference. Don't at me. I don't know if I played 6. I don't remember. It's been a while. 4 and 5, but they stopped with Umbrella and zombies. They radically changed things too soon without wrapping things up. Yeah. Now, ironically, here's a good example. What's canon in Resident Evil? Not the movies. The games. This is one of those rare cases where the movies are actually off from the games. Now, I think the Resident Evil movies are awesome. I like them. I think they're fun. They're cool. Great effects. Alice is cool and all that. They're not the best movies I've ever seen. They're not like perfectly to the game. So they're not canon. They're, you know, but I thought they were fun and they're cool. And they're at least trying to be Resident Evil as opposed to, you know, just some all other crazy shit. But canon, Resident Evil games. Those movies are absolutely not canon. But did they shit on the games? No. Did they act all crazy? No. Are they illogical? No. Did the movies fit together and like balance and equate and respect each other? Yeah. So at least it's not shitting on the franchise, whereas Disney, okay. So this is the thing, dude. You're all this nonsense. You're pushing getting banned. Just you've been warned. You did this shit last time, and you're wasting my time. Time travel needs to have consequences. Yep. Merchandising. There's a link. Click it. Hope your screen doesn't blow up. Hit that like button for the fastest growing Islamic channel. Oh boy. Really? You're another one that you're pushing it. 67? Yeah, well, you're a little confused. Terminator, Adam Driver, he proved he was a great actor. Oh boy. Adam Driver is a Terminator. You would take him seriously as a Terminator? Bro, I would fall over fucking laughing at that dude. Are you serious? Merch includes Not My Star Wars cups, shirts. Yep. Anyways, he's trolling. Don't waste your time. You can't move forwards. Look in Terminator. It's in the mid 80s and looks very gritty and dark. I like the look. Blade Runner. Blade Runner is amazing. Resident Evil films based on the games. I want the first to open like 2003 SWAT, where we hear cops and SWAT under fire, and one cop yells on the radio, "Get the stars down here." Raccoon City. Love Resident Evil. It's been a long time. I haven't been able to play games like I used to. But the Force is in blue mode. Oh, here we go. I warned you. It's your last warning. Playing Max Payne, the game starts with my baby dead. That's how I want to start playing a new game that came out 20 years ago. Whether any of the sequels or fans, I was secondary to first telling a good story, the cliche, good old days, yeah. Black Klansman and Marriage Story was amazing. I heard that a Marriage Story is really great, but that doesn't translate to a Terminator, dude. Being a bitch boy Kylo, emo little bitch, to a husband that doesn't know how to talk to Scarlett Johansson. I mean, really? Oh boy. He's going to be a Terminator? Yikes. I don't think he's a very good actor. Each his own. Circles around Arnold? I don't agree with that. Emotional intelligence he would bring to the franchise would be excellent. Now, don't get me wrong. Certain roles, yes. It's not that Arnold's a great actor, but when you're doing Commando, Running Man, Predator, there ain't nobody can do that better than Arnold. Not even close. Not even close. Arnold's the right actor for the right job. Is he going to stack up against Al Pacino or Robert De Niro? Or no, of course not. But Al Pacino could never be Dutch and fight a Terminator or a Predator. Not in a million years. Not with you believing it. Gotham looked like Los Angeles. Can see what Chris, Jill, and Star's officers are in live action before the mention incident. We never got that, unlike S.D. Perry's story of Jill being a cat burglar. Yes, indeed. Gotham series, the problem is that I wouldn't know how to fit nuance if we got someone like Snyder directing the Terminator. Could be interesting. 4 different ways I want the Joker to go out, and I don't know which one to pick. So why not make him go out all 4 different ways. If he didn't get such shitty roles and better acting coaches, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he's like just a total rank amateur, terrible, god awful actor. I'm not saying that. But I feel like so many people overrate this guy. I mean, I don't think he's that great. And sorry, Kylo Ren was just, that couldn't have hurt his career or couldn't have helped his career. That shit was terrible. Teen Titans. Favorite hold on. Sure, last warning. This is a Star Wars channel. I have no problem against Allah or Muslims or anybody. But this is a Star Wars channel. So last warning. I don't want to hear about your prayer bullshit or Islam or, going to... I don't want to hear any of that crap. It's your last warning. Rom-com, not really my thing. Oh, Lord. Yeah, you're also pushing it. Justice League to exist in the show. Yeah. Terminator movie, Arnold and another man appear. Arnold protects someone from the other guy, but then kills the other guy, and Arnie is revealed to saving Skynet's activator. Protect someone from the other guy. Excellent. Huh? It's a little complicated, but yeah. Justice League, but I only want the stuff in Gotham to be in the show. Umbrella, yes. I tried, dude. I tried. But you keep coming in here, and you keep with that nonsense for weeks, and I'm done. You're not going to come and tell me what the fuck my channel is. Yeah, well, he's blocked now, so he ain't got any choice of any of that. Not a place for it, yeah. It's everywhere, yes. Wasn't there was a T virus and a G virus, right? I believe. It's been a while. Yes, the T virus. New metal could work as a soundtrack for Terminator. What's new metal? Is that a new genre or a band or I don't know new metal. Sorry, I can't comment because I don't know new metal. But if you show me or explain it, kind of think of it. I think DC Comics was one of the reasons why I got into gothic stuff. You know, speaking of gothic stuff, where's my dead girls at? I haven't seen her today. I want to learn about all the Star Wars. Oh Lord! All right. Last warning. We're not dumb, dude. We know you're trying to be cute. Last warning. Churchill doesn't do nothing to me. I'll ban you in 2 seconds. It's your last fucking warning. Linkin Park, Papa Roach. Oh, okay. I'm not a big fan of any of those, so that's why I wouldn't really know. As a Terminator, I feel like it's too rocky, and it's too, maybe not rock is the problem, but it's like it's too much dialogue and too much noise. Terminator's more like that eerie, futuristic. I mean, there's scenes like if he goes to a bar or by a restaurant or something, and there's background music like Def Leppard or Papa Roach or whatever. Okay, but as a general theme for the movie, it's kind of hard for me because I'm not really a big fan of any of those. I'm a hip hop guy anyway, so for me, it's not a very fair or kilted or knowledgeable thing to comment. But from what I do know of those bands, and I do know quite a bit, I don't know. I think it's like too much noise, too much vocals for it to be Terminator. Just for me. I don't hate it. I'm not like totally opposed to it. I'm just thinking, like Terminator isn't one of those movies that has a ton of music in the background where like there's dialogue. Because the movie is very much dialogue driven, So I mean, what really sells the Terminator? Yes, there's scenes where you see him as the robot, but some of them look cheesy. So what really like convinces you that the Terminator is you know what I mean? The effects are okay, but I think the Terminator is very dialogue driven. It's very heavily dialogued. The conversation is what's putting the fear and the concern and the belief into the movie. Yes, of course, you see him with the lightning and he teleports. You see, him doing things. You see the eye, and of course, you see him damaged. Doesn't she take bullets out of his back? And well, in Terminator 2 anyways. But you see what I'm saying? Like Terminator to me is really dialogue. The special effects is just kind of like the cherry. To me, it's not like a visual effects movie. Terminator is dialogue, especially the first one. Arnold's slappy lines, the conversations they have. And it's not to say that it's like heavy dialogue, but the movie, to me, is really told through the dialogue. John Connor coming back and explaining to Sarah, what the Terminator is and all that stuff. Their combination, their conversation, their chemistry, them sleeping together, falling in love, creating Johnny Jr. Right? Was that his name? John is the boy? Or the boy is him that's going to grow up to be John. Man, it's a time loop. It's got me all fucked up right now. I'm late. It's tired. It's late and I'm tired. Now I'm starting to get confused. But anyways, the point is, the Terminator to me has always been very dialogue driven. So. Rocket skates. Maybe a good contrast is Karate Kid. That's totally different. Karate Kid is very cheesy and short and snappy dialogue and doesn't really establish much. That's much more the karate and the actions, the bullying that he trains, like the dialogue in Karate Kid is all pretty much nothing. not saying it's terrible or trash. I love the Karate Kid. Just saying that that's not a very intellectual or serious or dialogue-driven film. That's the dialogue fills in the pieces and kind of moves things along, but at the end of the day, it's about the karate and the young babes and hanging out in summer at the beach and that type of thing, being bullied. So, I mean, it's been a long time, but if you watch Terminator and you were like to cut out all the actual action scenes, first of all, there wouldn't be a lot of clips. You're talking about just a couple minutes of, just not a whole lot. And if you cut them out, yeah, it would take away from the movie, but you would still know what the fuck is going on because it's so heavy dialogue. It's heavily driven by dialogue. So if you just cut out all the action, you would see it was like 3 minutes of like not a whole lot of stuff that he does. And I don't mean like physical action. I mean like action, because like him getting the sunglasses and they're, like that I don't consider an action scene. I'm talking about like him as a Terminator, like holy shit, that's a robot. You know what I mean? What is there, 3 minutes in the whole fucking movie? So when you think about it. Anyways, that's just my opinion. Raven, not particularly. Or Raven Simone. I'm actually making a crossover video series, Terminator, Resident Evil. T2 Sarah and John flee to Raccoon City, get caught up in the mansion incident. It could be wicked. Prologue and chapter 1 posted already. Nice. I've been so busy, dude. I haven't been able to watch much of your videos. The other day, though, I did check you. You were doing some stream, and something was all fucked up and jacked up. It wouldn't work. I was there for a few minutes. For some reason, all your shit stopped working. You were having, like, all these technical issues. It's okay. It happens to everybody. You were trying to play some game, and, like, everything was going wrong. Like, there was no sound, but then you fixed the sound, or, like, the screen went away. It was, like, this whole thing. Unless you were that was the world's greatest troll and you just had people watching like thinking you're trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, you got them in your stream. I mean, you know, I'm not even gonna. And the funny thing is, you actually think it's funny. Like, look, you've been warned, dude. Starfire. Oh, is she? You're gonna. I'm not gonna get into the Starfire trap again. Is that Raven her mother or related or? Yeah, I just don't know enough about those. Nemesis T100. What flavor? Mint? No, it's okay. Peanut butter fudge. I love peanut butter chocolate. Seen the movie Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker. It shows a flashback on how the Joker died. It was so chilling. I want to say that I have a million years ago, but I want to say that I have. Oh Lord, here we go. See, here. I tried, dude, but I'm tired of every fucking week. Bye, you're done. And then you're talking stupidity, like, oh, for years. And this channel isn't even 2 years old. So how do you figure for years this has been in the line? I mean, that's the kind of shit, dude. I'm losing my patience with people. I try to be nice. I try to be patient, but the more it happens, the more I'm gonna start striking motherfuckers down. Suffering from OG virus. Is that a light switch? It's in Chicago. Embarrassing. treating dilated movies. I appreciate the time you guys. I try. I don't know. I'm sorry, people agree with me or whatever, and I again don't pretend to be a movie expert, a Hollywood, sci-fi. I know Star Wars. That I know as well as 98% of people. I know more Star Wars than most people on this earth, all day, any day. But I don't pretend to know everything. I don't pretend to. But like you guys, I grew up with Predator and the Transformer cartoons and G.I. Joe and Terminator and all that stuff. I just, I don't want people to think, well, man, he knows so much about Star Wars. I bet he knows about Ghostbusters or this or the other. And the truth is, I don't. I love that stuff. I know it decent enough. I've watched it, but it's also been, I can't remember the last time I saw Ghostbusters. Not for any reason other than just being busy in life. And I would love to actually, now I think about it, I got to watch Ghostbusters. But, I couldn't begin to tell you like secrets and behind the scenes and lore of Ghostbusters. I can tell you this, though.
There's something very important I forgot to tell you.
What?
Don't cross the streams.
Howdy, Bubby. Skynet, yeah, they're definitely online in 2021. Right, Teen Titans. Deadpool, PS3, the audio had issues, so it clearly didn't go. I hoped, yeah. Yeah. I caught a little bit of that. I wasn't going to stay long anyways. I was doing other shit, but I had stopped in. And you were like, oh, I could just imagine you like, pulling your hair out off screen. Like, what the hell? It's kind of funny. Raven and Starfire are Teen Titans, but the teen part drops eventually when they are older. And they're just the Titans. Even though it's not. My stream about 9/11 conspiracies. Well, really late. We were talking a little bit. Well, I have another channel that covers some of that stuff. Not specifically that, but truths, occults, stuff like that. So there's another channel for that. This isn't the place for it. I mean, yeah, we have conversations and sometimes we talk about, from women's asses to Tower 7. I mean, I'm human and we're hanging out. But in general, I don't do too much of that here. But I do know a lot about that stuff. It's just that this is not the place for it. So, and I don't really do streams on that kind of stuff because I'm just so busy. But my other channel, it does a lot of that. Titan anyways. Well, I don't know if you're exactly the context of you're asking that question, but and I don't remember the specific definition, but loosely it's a major, big, powerful thing. Not sure what you mean by the question, or you're just kind of thinking out loud. I never saw it. I've seen little clips, but they're making queef jokes, and it's woke as fuck and just terrible. Dude, what fucking stupid thing. I don't know a single person. Well, I can't say that. Very few people I know that like that film, and the ones that do are women or feminists. Not too many normal people like that film. It didn't do very well. I know that. From all accounts I hear, it's pretty freaking bad. And again, I've seen clips. I know, like, basically that it's fucking dumb, but I, try to be fair. I haven't watched the whole thing, so I don't want to be a hypocrite and be like, oh. All I know is I don't really know anybody that says it was any good. Carpenter. Dialogue spot on. What year is it? 2021. I know, go to the other channel that has this stuff, that stuff. I've been meaning to upload some more stuff. I've been real busy, but I got more stuff to put up there. Should have tested it with the record function before they actually started running the stream. Yes. It's usually good to test. Here's a little piece of advice. If you're going to run any kind of clips on your stream, either do a test stream first, or if you have something like I do StreamYard where you like play clips, right? I can play these little clips. Always upload those clips first to YouTube as unlisted. YouTube will process it and run the checks on it. If you're monetized, even better. Try to monetize it so that it runs extra checks to make sure. So my point is, people sometimes are using clips and shit on their streams, and then they get shadow banned, they get demonetized, all this, because you didn't check your clips. Always, always, always. If you're going to use a clip on YouTube, upload it to your channel first. Let YouTube run its checks. And if it's clear, then 99.99999 of the time, you're not going to have issue using it in the stream. But if you blindly go into the stream and like, oh, I'll use this clip and this clip, it'll be okay. Well, guess what? You're going to get hit for something because you didn't check. And it's a shame to do like a 4-hour stream. You have a great time and interview all these people, whatever, and it's demonetized. Now, it's not always about the money. Maybe, okay, the stream is demonetized. Maybe it doesn't matter. But most people care. So you don't want to be demonetized. Not to mention, by being demonetized, you've hurt the health of the stream. So therefore, it's not going to get as pushed as much in the algorithm. So then not as many people are going to see it. So even if it wasn't about the money, you just want the views, well, you're not going to get the views because you've now been demonetized. And furthermore, you might not just get demonetized. They might just block or shut down the whole stream, which is the most important part. Is if nothing else, if you're not going to make any money, at least be able to run the stream that you intended to run in the first place, as opposed to being cut off and you have to start a new stream and all that. So just again, if you're a creator, always upload stuff that you're going to use. Test it first in YouTube. Check it. Let the checks run. Let it make sure that it's clear before you try to use it in a stream. It only happened to me once, but apparently some commercial or something played on one of my streams, and that freaking stream got demonetized. Granted, it didn't get a copyright, it didn't get taken down or anything, but it got demonetized. Is it the end of the world? No. Was it a big deal? No. But it is what it is. So just a piece of advice. Always test your ship first. I ain't afraid of no ghost. I want to say it's kind of impossible that there's not something. But on the same token, as I haven't physically seen one or been haunted or seen, like, my lamp fly across the room on its own, I can't sit here and say, yeah, I do believe. But I also can't, now a UFO, I'm pretty positive I've seen. But a ghost? So I just go by my gut that I believe that, yes, there are some souls that get lost somewhere in the middle. But I also can't say, yeah, I saw one or I got a picture. I can't confirm. I cannot confirm or deny that statement. Well, it's not about 9/11. It's about occult and truth and freedom and history. It's my other channel, True Hemp Clothing International. You can just search. There's different ways. You can just search THCINT, and it's going to come up. Or you can go to my channel, the homepage, and if you scroll down, you're going to see other featured channels. Those are all my channels. I have a comedy channel, a digital marketing channel, there's True Hemp Clothing, and there's a gaming channel, Not My Star Wars Gaming. So I think you should go subscribe to them all and watch all the videos. But anyways, yeah, there's other stuff there. So if you guys want to look at it, it's just the same. Like if I was doing a stream on the comedy channel, I'm not going to talk about unless it's jokes, but I wouldn't talk about Star Wars or I try to keep things as what they're supposed to be on the channel. Not that I really would ever do streams on the other channels, just saying. But as far as occult stuff, space, law, I mean, all kinds of hidden stuff. There you go. And there's plenty more coming. I've just been so busy, and that channel's not a priority, but it's there. Michael Biehn is John Connor's dad. Right. So what was his name? Was he John Sr.? No. What was the hell was his name? I can't. Reese. Was it Reese? Ah, man, it's been so long. I think it was Reese, right? It's always good. YouTube's been on a tear, taking them all down or making them very hard to find. Yeah. Yes, I will. I'm not totally sure of the topic, but most likely we'll do Jedi Part 2. My spelling has been terminated. That's... CNN and Fox are both farthest thing from the truth, especially CNN. So I don't know what you're saying there. Holy fucking lies and bullshit of CNN. 2016 Ghostbusters do not exist in this dojo. No, it does not. No, Sensei. One problem I have with GB16 is that they all, Ghostbusters 16, try to act funny. They were all funny, but only one of them was the real funny one. Everyone else took it. Okay, and now what you said is true of Star Wars and really everything these days. All these modern franchises, most of them anyways, are now under new ownership. And the new owners don't understand that you're trying to be Star Wars. You're trying to be funny. You're trying to do things that the classics did. And that is why you fail. Because while you try, the originals just work. They just did. George didn't have to try to make Star Wars. He just made Star Wars. Dave Filoni is desperately trying to be Star Wars. And that is why he fails. Now, why doesn't he know how to just be Star Wars? Because he doesn't have the enlightenment or the proper heart to even be on that level of ascension to pretend to be Star Wars. Sweater hanging from your door. I'll show you in just a minute. They seem really scared. Ghosts, which makes it feel more real. Okay, let me get through these last few chats. I need a break, but let me get through these last ones. Chicago nurse, the window man. Not sure what that's about. Just made jokes about how the suits look stupid and Chris Hemsworth being dumb and so unfunny. The worst part. Batman 89, never going to use soap again. You mean this? The best Batman ever made? The real canon Batman? Fuck all that other shit. I do love Dark Knight. Don't get me wrong. But that's the real Batman. Keaton, Basinger, Nicholson. Fast food. You know, I don't really eat fast food. I do like Checkers. It's actually been a long time since I had Checkers. I don't really do fast food. A nice Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich. I used to love Whoppers. Now they're all like no cheese, all flat. They don't taste as good. I don't know. Sometimes they come out good, but they're not like they used to. I don't know. Every now and then again, like a week ago, I had Taco Bell, although that's very rare. If you're considering, well, Popeyes, I guess, is fast food. So if that's the case, oh, far and away. Love Popeyes. Absolutely love Popeyes. So I kind of consider that medium food, not quite fast, although you walk up and they just fill the box with chicken. So I guess it is fast food. Yeah, Popeyes, far and away. Box of spicy with Cajun sparkle and hot sauce. Good Lord. There's your answer, Popeyes. And I don't have one that's at all close to me. It's like a little ride, so I never get to go. I haven't had Popeyes in forever. And it's funny because I'm always thinking about it. And just recently I've been like, I need Popeyes. So that's so funny. Where I grew up, I had like 3 Popeyes right fucking next to me. And it's like now I so none around. Popeyes. I shall have to call it a night. Sorry for being active in the live chat as I have been in the past. I had things to say. I'm dog tired. I'll leave a comment later. Yeah, no worries. Either way, tomorrow I'll be on. So no worries. I always like to hear from you guys. Know that. Not only does it help the stream get traction and seen, and we have things to talk about, but regardless of my comment or whatever else thing in the stream, I love to see you guys. But it's also not necessary. If you don't have anything to say or you don't want to talk or whatever, it's okay. I mean, I'm not mad. I don't, I do like it. At least you say hello. But at the end of the day, Anyways, you have a great night. I don't know how far back you said that. Let's see, 2:37, a few minutes ago. Never cross the streams. Correct. Honestly, I don't believe ghosts. I don't think they exist. I can see why some people believe them. Religion or theories. I'm saying many beliefs, but I'm not saying I'm right either. Pretty clearly, yeah, possible. I saw a ghost once, maybe. Actor's name, Kyle Reese. Thank you. Yes. Again, it's been a long time. I don't remember all this stuff, but you see that I remembered Reese. Anyways, I don't pretend to be an expert of Terminator or a lot of other stuff in the 80s. A lot of you guys know that stuff better than I do. But, naturally, I grew up with that stuff. I love it too. Went after it, found nothing. Human from walking down the hallway. Clicked on your Twitch link, but it doesn't show your channel. What you talking about, Willis? I noticed some links like LinkedIn never likes to go to the proper, it always has to load incorrectly. Fucking Parler has been busted all over again. My Twitch isn't working? Just went to my channel. Yeah, it just worked. On my Star Wars Gaming. Try again, maybe? Or are you talking about YouTube? Where are you talking about, first of all? My Twitch, right? I just clicked on the link from the stream and it took me straight to it. Try again, maybe? Not my Star Wars Gaming. You don't see it? Boba Fett in the corner. The logo is almost the same. Try again. I don't know. Seems to work for me. Maybe it doesn't like you. Man, every time I start to catch up with the chat, you guys go off on, okay, I need to take a quick break. So I'm going to leave that so that I remember where I'm at. I will show you the sweatshirt here in just a second. Where did you go? Oh, because I'm on the wrong. That would make sense if I actually looked at StreamYard instead of. Okay, I'm going to mention this real quick. I don't want to go down a big rabbit hole, or because again, this is not the channel. But ghosts, government, conspiracies. A lot of problems in the world today are due to control. At the end of the day, money, the economy, the pandemic, sports, all these things lead back to one thing: control. Because at the end of the day, power is, people think, money is the biggest key. Well, no, at the end of the day, what does money buy you? Control. Money gives you the power to control or order or manipulate others to do whatever you want. You can get whatever you want because you have money. But at the end of the day, what does that money do? It's control. So many, many centuries ago, people understood that most people are like sheep and they'll follow and believe whatever bullshit as long as you tell them it enough and you show it to them in a certain way. Few people realized this. So then they started finding ways to make control. For example, governments like the United States Corporation. It's not a country, it's a corporation. Every state is incorporated. Every city is a corporation. Every borough is a corporation. Control. So the original versions of the Bible, many, 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 many years ago, would talk about all kinds of things, including witches and witchcraft and witches being burned at the stake. And this was part of how they would persecute these people as to being witches, because they were against God. They were demon and devil worshiping, and they were doing occult things and evil things that go against God's ways. So a bunch of people without any proof, just because you got Me Too'd and canceled, and hey, that person's a witch. Next thing you know, they're getting hung, even though there's no real true proof or trial or anything. It's just like people were canceling each other. And cancel culture is not a new thing. Okay, so irony number one. So for a long time, people were getting hung under the belief of not only like the fear of the dark and the occult and paganism and witches, witchcraft, and all that, but the main root to that is because it goes against God. And in the Bibles and in references associated with God, there would be talks of these witches and how they are against God and that they must be dealt with. That's why people were being hung and burned in the fucking streets, because some people are so ignorant as to believe that by killing someone and hanging them, that they're doing something for God. Okay, so you had people with this belief are good, wow. And in the name of God, whether they were realizing it or saying out loud, they were killing people, hanging innocent women and people because they are so fucking blockheaded that they believed that killing, just like Germans killed Jews for Hitler, they thought, oh, well, we're doing the right thing, because instead of thinking for a second, wait a minute, I'm killing people. Obviously, God wouldn't be okay with this. But anyways, go ahead, believe in the Bible, the greatest story ever told. It's not to attack anybody, but it's time to wake up. That's a fairy tale. And in that same fairy tale, it would refer to how witches and ghosts and all kinds of things were going on. Now, later, with technology and understanding and realization, people realize, now wait a minute, maybe they're not really witches. Maybe this is wrong. And then that, over time, roughly in the 1600s, went away, started to fizzle off and went away. And then it got written out of the Bible. And people realized, wow, that was wrong. We were killing people in the name of God. But that was the original belief, is in the Bible, that was part of reality, that these people were witches and they needed to be dealt with. And you got today people that swear by the Bible, live by the Bible, will tell you, but this is the truth, but I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, I'm a this, and I'm a that, and my book, and my faith. And yet you're not even realizing that some man a long time ago wrote up a fairy tale, made up some fucking story, and you, over the years, bought into that story, and you're believing in a book that a man wrote for men, not for men and women, not a book written by men and women, not a book written by God, but a man for control, in particular the king, who would convince you that virginity is important, not because of morality or faith or God, but because the king wanted all of the girls in the town to be virgins. Control. He would make you feel bad that women would be tainted, so that in reality he got to crack all those cherries. Control. So the same people that used to believe in that bullshit and worship that bullshit and believe that God, that there were witches and they need to be hung in the streets, now come to the realization that that's bad, but yet to this day you're still believing in that same fairy tale, the greatest story told, the Bible. I'm not trying to attack anybody or their religion or their beliefs, but know that the Bible is a fairy tale written by a man, for men, for control. I'm going to take a break. I need a drink. I need a snack. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and we can continue to talk about whatever. Again, this is not really the channel for that. But I know a lot about that shit, and a lot of that stuff is deep and dark and centuries old. People think that like this culture today is all canceled and woke and all crazy. This is actually centuries old. It became more prevalent in modern day. The past, it was centuries old, and then the past 100 years it got really intensified, and then the past 50-ish years it got really intensified, and then the past 20 years it's like whoa, and then now in like the past 5-10 years it's like bam, pedal to the metal. They're really pushing it. But know that it's a lot of very powerful people, because there's only a few people that own all the money and all the banks, and they control all of this. The Federal Reserve and banks and all that has nothing to do with the government or justice or the economy or any of that. It's a few people with a lot of control, because at the end of the day, money, what does it do? It's a means to an end. Control, to get what you want. And that control has different ways and different levels. Just having money means you got women, you've got a house and food and all the things you want. You got friends all of a sudden. Everybody wants to be your business partner and get involved with you. When you have money, you have control. People will jump up and down for you just because you have money. You don't even have to give them the money. You're just flash that I got a bunch of money, and people are willing to act stupid and do whatever they want, they can, to get your attention and be accepted by you. Just because you got some paper that ain't even worth anything. It's all fake. Anyways, this is a very deep rabbit hole with a whole lot of problems. Just know that it's a very ancient and sinister thing. And unfortunately, most of this works because most people don't think. They go by a fairy tale, the greatest story told, by some random ass guy that wrote a story for men, to have control. I'll be back in a few minutes. And you guys can think on that. And by the way, I owe...
Uba. Uba. Uba.
I just got so distracted with other stuff. I also owe you the...
Hey!
That's my homie, Video Man. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Fade in.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by...
Are you tired of scratched, lost, or broken glasses? Bulky, hard-to-use sun and eyeglass holders? Then you need the Clippy. It's as easy as pinch, clip, hang.
Did you know the average American spends 101 minutes a day in the car? Wouldn't it be great if your customers could see your company logo every time they hit the road? Then you need the Clippy, the perfect, unique, affordable product to promote your brand and with constant marketing exposure. Plus, it's 100% made in the USA. No longer will your promotional investment become someone's unused, unseen, discarded item.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
We have here all the original movie costumes, props, and models from the Star Wars movies. We'd like to take you on a tour. This is Darth Vader from the Star Wars films. Darth Vader was played by David Prowse, an actor from England, and his voice was done by James Earl Jones. If you look closely on the chest plate, you can see that Hebrew lettering underneath the 3 coin slots that are on the right side of the chest plate. This is Han Solo in carbonite used in Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. The face is a casting of the actor Harrison Ford. The rest is someone else's body and hands. Chewbacca the Wookiee was played by an actor named Peter Mayhew, who's 7'2". The gold insect droid from Star Wars, and there's a Jawa at his feet. R2-D2, C-3PO, and a Stormtrooper from the Star Wars movies. There were many R2-D2s used to make one character from the films. And these are some of those. R2-D2 was sometimes played by a man in a suit named Kenny Baker. Luke's Landspeeder from Star Wars. This was an actual car that was ridden. The miniature Landspeeder was used for long-distance shots. They gave the impression of the Landspeeder floating by putting mirrors underneath the fuselage of the ship. The Imperial speeder bike used in Return of the Jedi. At times it was doubled by a miniature speeder bike with a puppet representing the different characters sitting on it. The TIE Interceptor from Return of the Jedi, along with some miniature TIE Interceptors.
It's broken. Can you understand what he's saying? I'm not a protocol droid. I'm pretty sure that beep is down. I sense Count Dooku is above us. Oh, yes, you're right. Beep is up. I think.
The Rebel X-Wing fighter, complete with R2-D2 in the back. Boba Fett's Slave One. The ship was inspired by a street light post. The Y-Wing. The
the Snowspeeder, both Rebel crafts. A miniature pilot from the Rebel Snowspeeder. This is the probe droid that found the Rebels on the ice planet Hoth. The generator on the ice planet. The Millennium Falcon. This is a large 4-foot version of the model that was built for Star Wars. You can see the corner of the smaller 6-inch model that was built for Empire Strikes Back. The ship was also built full-size in England by a shipbuilding firm in Wales.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below.
That's the thermal detonator that Princess Leia threatens to blow up Jabba the Hutt with. The Rebel blaster. Imperial Stormtrooper blaster. Luke's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi. Darth Vader's lightsaber from Return of the Jedi. The Tusken Raider and his gaffy stick from Star Wars. The 3 helmets here are 2 Imperial helmets and Luke's X-Wing helmet from Star Wars. This is the Imperial Beetle helmet, Luke's X-Wing helmet, and the Imperial Guard helmet from Return of the Jedi. 3 bad guys helmets from Star Wars movies. The Stormtrooper, the Snowtrooper from Empire Strikes Back, and of course Darth Vader from all 3 Star Wars films. C-3PO's mask from all 3 Star Wars films. An Imperial controller helmet from Star Wars. And Luke's Rebel helmet that he used on the Imperial speeder bike, seen here in the miniature. This is a prototype for the Tauntaun, the creature that Luke and Han rode in Empire Strikes Back. And this is a stop-motion version of the Tauntaun. These are miniature figures used on the sand skiff when the rebels escaped from Jabba the Hutt in Return of the Jedi. The Jawa Sandcrawler from Star Wars. This is a radio-controlled model that was filmed in the deserts of Southern California. different versions of the Millennium Falcon. The Imperial Shuttle from Return of the Jedi. 2 different versions. This is one of the creatures from Jabba's palace. This is Bubo. And that's Jabba himself. It's actually a half-scale Jabba. Boba Fett from Empire and Jedi. This is the cockpit dashboard of the land speeder. Jabba's sail barge from Return of the Jedi. This was built full size in Yuma, Arizona. The Wampa ice creature from Empire Strikes Back.
May the Force be with us.
Poor Adat. Man, I'm thirsty. I saw a notification. I guess you found it, Mega. I saw that. I'll get you back when I log in. I haven't been on there much, but when I do, I'll find you. It's possible. I mean, there were giants. It could just be a mutated. There were tall-ass people. So, some hairy guy that didn't evolve, that lives in the woods. It's possible. I don't have proof. I haven't seen it. But I wouldn't say that it doesn't exist. It's totally a possibility. Ghostbusters 2. Well, but Ghostbusters 2 wasn't horrible. I mean, yeah, it's not Ghostbusters 1, but thank you. I appreciate it. I put a lot of love into it, and I have a big surprise coming in the next few days. It's going to be it's about an hour-long documentary. It was about 2, but I've whittled it down, condensed it a little bit. Some of you are going to be shocked because it's kind of a Disney thing, but just keep in mind that I'm reporting. I'm not saying that I'm supporting it. I don't want to give away too much, but there's a pretty big project coming very, very, very soon, and it's going to be pretty awesome. So I hope you enjoy the editing there, and I appreciate it. Sometimes I can't get stuff out as fast as other people. Like if I was like, and again, this is not at all downing someone like Jeremy or RK Outpost, or I like those guys. Ryan, I watch a lot. But when you can just come on and just talk and show like 3 little pictures and there's not much editing done, you can put out the news quickly. Me, I can't. I tend to have to do it the next day or a couple days later or later in the day because I take the time, like my Heart of the Jedi video. I meant to put it out that day and it didn't get put out till like 1 in the morning the next day because it's too much. There's editing and research and so, you know, that's the one bad thing is that I put so much love and detail into things I can't always get them out as fast as I would like to. But I think in the end it's worth it. Well, I meant to just pull a little strip and it turned into, you know, like when you pull the thread on your sweater and it turns out like you pull the whole sweater into a string, like in the cartoons. Like that's what just happened. Should have just snipped the thread. Instead I pulled the whole thing. Tom Hardy as Bane. Yeah, I thought was just dumb. That movie I thought was just stupid. I hated that, but I know a lot of people like it. I like Batman Begins. I love Dark Knight, but that Bane shit was just dumb to me. Villain just be Johnny Depp as a Riddler. Yeah. Well, I've seen Big Feet, but I've never seen Bigfoot. Too funny. I am getting tired, so we're maybe got another. Well, it's 11 hours, so at 12 I got to stop anyways. But talking about the witches and that stuff gave me an idea. I have an announcement coming in a few days. Probably, I would say early or middle of next week. I'll do a short stream. And that gave me an idea for that announcement, so I'll touch back on that. But try that Popeye spicy burger a few years back that people were beating each other. You know, I never got, because I don't have a Popeyes around me, so I never got to that spicy chicken sandwich that everybody was going nuts over. No, I never got to, unfortunately. Never got to. Now, I've had their chicken sandwiches in the past, but I don't know if it was something different, a special recipe or something. I know people were like going crazy over it, though. Yeah. Ghostbusters, I thought was funny. Was what that outside? Oh, it's a bird. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I don't know. I only saw clips of it. Playing basketball. His name is Shaq. Yes. That fool's got like size 22s. Just a little side fun story. I grew up in the Maryland area, DC area, and when the MCI Center was built, the All-Star Game was there, and they had all kinds of like exhibits and different things. Anyways, one of the things is they had like these different like panels with different NBA players' hands, and they were like cut out, like dug out, so you could put your hand in there to compare the size. And like Shaq's hand was like this thing, like my hand. I don't have particularly big hands to begin with, but I mean his hands were like freaking ridiculous. Yeah, you never know what's out there. What state you in? Weird symbol guy. Oh, that reminds me, just a second. Hopefully you're still here, or for anyone else. Which I've worn the shirt and you'll see it at some point, but come on. It's my little Not My Star Wars Menace Mouse attributes card. That's what it is. Which I used to have. I don't know if I still have it here. Think. There you go. It's my Menace Mouse. What state you in, weird symbol guy? Okay, you're asking me what state I'm in? I'm in Pennsylvania. Weird symbol guy. What do you mean by word symbol guy? Are you talking about what I just showed you, the sweater? Or are you talking to, oh, I see. You're talking to him. Merlot. Okay. I got you. When I clicked on Twitch link, I got them as sorry, unless you've got Time Machine, this content is unavailable. Where did you click that link? On the Not My Star Wars gaming channel? Or on the Not My Star Wars, like in this description? Maybe that's why, because recently, when I first made that, I made the name Not My Star Wars. And as soon as I made it, it was like, ah, shit, it should have been Not My Star Wars Gaming. And then you can't change your name for like 2 months. So this was like 6 months ago. Anyways, just recently, like a week or two ago, I fixed the name. So if you clicked on the link from Not My Star Wars Gaming, yeah, it's probably wrong. Or an older video. I have to go through and fix some links throughout all my videos. So maybe that's why, because I just fixed the name from Not My Star Wars to Not My Star Wars Gaming. That's probably why. Old house in downtown Charleston. Old Time Machine. You should watch Dark. If you like time machines, watch Dark. It's the best show I've seen in years. And Cobra Kai was amazing. But Dark, I mean, far and away, best shit I've seen in many years. Dark Crystal was amazing. Cobra Kai was amazing. There's a few other shows out there that were amazing, but not many. But Dark, holy shit. Checkers, yeah. I like their fries, their burgers. Yeah. It's been a while since I had Checkers, but I really like Checkers. I agree. I'm not sure which part because I've said so much stuff, but yeah. I typed in the search and followed you. Recently started streaming on Twitch. I started Indiana Jones, Emperor Tim. Nice. Yeah, I don't get to play too much just because I'm so busy. But I have it there. You know, and it's just another outlet. To me, it's like maybe one day people will follow and maybe it'll make money, but I don't take it as that. It's a way to stream the games, and for me, like, I have all these other socials and things and connections, but at the end of the day, it's all to bring people to this. This is my main priorities, Not My Star Wars. And not even the streams. Like the streams, I do it for you guys, and I enjoy hanging out with you guys and talking, so I do it. But I'm not really a streamer, or this isn't a streaming channel, you know what I mean? Nerdrotic, his main bread and butter is the streams, not videos, where I'm the opposite. I'm about making videos, but I enjoy it. And I do it because of you guys, because if you guys weren't hanging out and talking, United States of Atlantis. United States Corporation, 1871. Do some research. You do not live in a democracy or a country or any of that. This is a corporation. There's a reason why Washington, D.C. is not a state or anything else. It is the corporate headquarters. There's a president, a secretary, a treasurer, a vice president in every corporation. Citizen, the definition of citizen is employee of the corporation. You're not going to find that in a new law book or in a new dictionary, but if you go back and you study, you're going to see that it's the United States corporation. This country was incorporated in Delaware by a company in England. Pretty much. And I'm not saying this to call anybody stupid. I'm not calling anybody. First of all, the word ignorant. Most people don't understand the meaning of that word. Most people think that's some derogatory, evil thing. No, ignorant is not, nor is occult an evil word. The word ignorant means you're just unaware of something. It doesn't mean that you're stupid or unworthy or less of a person. It just means you're not aware of something. We all are ignorant to things. I don't work in the paper making industry, so I'm ignorant to a whole lot of shit that's involved in paper making. I didn't grow up in Minnesota, so I'm very ignorant to a lot of shit that is in Minnesota. The way they talk, what they eat, what they like, what they think. We're all ignorant to things, number one. So being ignorant doesn't mean that you're less or stupid or any of that. It just means you don't know. And most people are very ignorant as to what this world really is, or even our country or government is. Occult is not some evil, dark thing. Occult just means hidden. And we live in a very occult world where things are hidden right in front of your face and you don't realize them. Like the fact that bills have serial numbers on them, and so does your Social Security card. Why? Because if you take your Social Security number and you look on the stock exchange, you're going to see that you are being traded as a stock, because you think you're a person and you're not. You're an entity. You are being traded and you're not considered a person. All your IDs, all your paperwork, passport, license, everything that you own, look at your name. It's written in capital letters. Whenever something is a corporation, it is written in all capital letters. You to the government are an entity. You are a corporation. You are not a person. You do not spell your name capital D-A-V-E. You spell your name capital D-A-V-E lowercase. But all your documents are going to say Bobby in capitals, B-O-B-B-Y. Why? Because you are a corporation. You are an asset. You are not a person to the government, to the corporation. You are an employee and an asset of that corporation, and you are being traded on the stock market. So it is the United States corporation. You just don't know it. And there's a reason why Washington, D.C. is not a state. It's not part of the United States. It's not. It is a separate entity for a reason. So sometimes it's hard for people to hear that, because all your life you're made to believe something. You're told something. And I don't say this to insult anyone. You're just ignorant to the fact. Not stupid. You're just not realizing or been enlightened to the fact that 90% of everything you have grown up and learned and known and been showed, it's all lies. It's not what you have been told. Now, some have searched out the truth and looked into stuff and figured a lot of the stuff out. But most people, and again, this is not to belittle or attack anyone, don't realize that everything that you know is pretty much a lie. From the news to the government, NASA, all of it, it's all fucking lies. Money that people kill each other over doesn't even have any value. It's fake paper. United States Corporation. Do some research. 89 was great, but the Joker was not very scary. Well, yeah, it's scary. No, not so much, but he was nasty. He was villainous. This is Atlantis. You are cool. Well, thanks. I've been told that. I've also been called all kinds of other names. Just about to go to work, but I just wanted to know how the best. Oh boy. Oh, I'm good. Some nice Kleenex moments. Oh, what a trip. Power. 1066. Man, yes, I know. Nice break video. Thanks. I'm glad you liked it. I need to make a couple more, but for now I have like 4 different intermissions. Bigfoot. Never saw Bigfoot. I saw a ghost. It's terrible at times. Was it terrible, or was it meant to be in a different time, in a different era? Remember that or you may not know, but it was meant to be like a 1930s serial. It's not meant to be a futuristic space thing. And that's what most people don't pick up on, is the nuances of what those movies were. I said it earlier, I don't think you were here, but Star Wars has nothing to do with lightsabers or spaceships. It's absolutely nothing to do with it. Those are just the ways of expressing the metaphorical stories in a cool way. But it has nothing to do with lightsabers. It has everything to do with love and friendships and rebellion and sticking together and fighting for what's right and family. And if you understand the context that the prequels are coming from and what they're supposed to be, they're actually very well played. It's just a lot of people seem to have a perception of what they were supposed to be, and that's where you get tied up. Don't watch Star Wars thinking of what it should be. Watch Star Wars as what George Lucas is telling you and showing you it is. Now, at the end of the day, if you like that or not, that's totally up to you. Just saying, too many people get caught up in, I think Anakin should be this way, and Star Wars is that, and Star Wars is this. You got to take your opinion and thoughts out of it, because that's irrelevant. Don't mean a goddamn thing. What you need to do is watch it very open-minded, very open-eyed, and take it in for what it is. Then you're going to understand and appreciate, holy shit, George Lucas is a genius. But when you put your own mind, thoughts, blocks, mentality, opinions, desires into it, then you're never going to be satisfied, because you're trying to imagine Star Wars the way you want to, and you have to get that out of your head. It's just like women. We ideally think, like some guys like huge chest, some guys like long hair, whatever. So you're idealizing in your mind that this is what a woman should look like, instead of just saying, hey, let me talk to this girl and see what she's about and really understand who she is and take her for who she is. At the end of the day, that might not be the girl for you, but at least you're going to appreciate her for what she really is, instead of pre-idolizing. You know what I mean? Just keep that in mind. Now, me, like, for example, I don't like short hair at all. That's a big roadblock for me. It's a big no-no. But I'm not going to not individually talk to a person or a woman because she has short hair. At the end of the day, it would probably bother me, and I don't know that I would be with her, because that's just a thing for me. But that's not to say that I can't be objective and be her friend or understand who she is. And you might be surprised, maybe that's the perfect person, not who you imagine. Beep boop means up. Goes in the woods. House in Charleston. Goes to my room once, got up and punched it out, but I punched a hole in the wall instead. Huh, interesting. Just know, and I'm not saying that you didn't, but just know that sometimes our mind plays tricks on us. You might have been half asleep. You might have been, your mind was focused on something. I can't tell you what you saw. I'm just saying that remember that sometimes our eyes and our minds play tricks on us. So the fact that you said once got up and it punched, but I punched a hole in the wall, you might have still been in a lucid dream. Just saying. Were you clearly during the day with bright light, saw the ghost, and you see what I'm saying? Objectively saw it. So I'm not trying to discredit you. All I'm saying is that sometimes our minds play tricks on us. Which items? You mean the ghost? I saw a man in my room, so I went to attack. But when I punched, there was nothing there, and I turned on the lights in the room. Nothing there, just me. Used to be hobbits and giants millions of years ago, and then they evolved into humans. There most likely was. There was giants. There were giants. That's a fact. There were also giant trees. That's a fact. Also, something to think about. When you see mountains, are you really seeing mountains? Or are you seeing petrified trees that used to be massive, giant trees? because there is evidence of massive trees that have fallen over. And when I say massive trees, I'm talking about like the size of cities, like just insanely big fucking trees. So when you see mountains, is that the stump of a tree that's petrified, or is that a mountain? Start to think, start to look outside of the box. Don't believe everything that you're told, because guess what? Most of it is bullshit. I saw that. A lot of problems with science is that they tell you things that you yourself cannot confirm. It's easy to say, well, in space, we saw this, because you can't go to space and just prove it. Real science is a observable and repeatable controlled experiment that can be performed by anyone. Now, sometimes it can't be anywhere because you have to be in a certain location to make certain things occur. But anyone should be able to go to that location and perform and repeat the same experiment. And unless that can happen, then it's bullshit. Because now it's, I told you so. Now it's, well, I'm a mathematician and I can do problems that you could never figure out. So just believe me that this is the way telemetry works because I told you it does. That's not fact. That's not science. If it truly is, then anyone could do the math equation and we could all prove it. We could all understand it and observe it. Stop listening to what they tell you and start using your eyes, your senses, and start for yourself thinking and saying, well, you said that this happens, but I'm going to actually check that for myself. And then when you're looking at yourself and you're not having the sensation that they're telling you, or the things aren't occurring the way that they're telling you, and you start to think about it, that's what you need to start trusting it. Because your senses can deceive you, but they're also there for a reason, to physically show you what's there. So wipe your mind, open your mind, and start to personally observe things that you're being told. Do they match up with what you're being told? And if you're really being honest and objective and clear-headed, you're going to see that most of the stuff you're being told is not indeed what is going on. Waldo, who lived in the 1930s, I believe, was 8'2". Yeah. And that's the thing. Who's to say 300 years ago, before there was any recording or any proof that you could see, that there wasn't 12-foot people, or 1,000 years ago that there wasn't 50-foot people? Thank you. I appreciate it. You'll know because it's about an hour long. You all are going to be kind of shocked because it's like a Disney thing. And you're going to know. You're going to know what it is. And in fact, I'm probably going to do a premiere, so I'm there in the chat with you guys. I just got to wrap up some things, and it'll be very soon. I have to get it out because it's a hot topic right now. It's hot news. So different dimension on time. Sometimes you see them. Yeah, can't argue that. It's hard to say. I can't confirm or deny. And if I can't confirm or disprove something, then I can't say that yes. But I'm also not going to sit here and say no because I haven't seen it. I haven't. You have to always be humble and open-minded and understand. A lot of times people will say to me, or I've seen in other examples with other people, but many times in my life, people will be like, you didn't do that. You didn't know. You don't know that. First of all, you're telling me what I've experienced and lived. Foolish. Second, just because you're unaware of something doesn't mean that a lot of other people are aware of it or aren't aware of it. Just because you've never experienced, a roller coaster in New Jersey doesn't mean that me, or I never have, but I'm just saying that me or 10 million other people have it. So sometimes people get too caught up on what their experience was or what they've seen or what they've done. And you can't just sit here and go to someone else and be like, I don't know what you're talking about because I haven't seen that. Meanwhile, you might not be aware that 50 of us others do know exactly what we're talking about and did observe that shit and did do that shit. Just because you don't know how to make fire by rubbing two sticks together doesn't mean that people haven't been doing that for centuries. You might not even know that you can do that. But that doesn't mean that it's not true or that it can't happen. So always remember that. Try to stay open-minded to things, because just because you haven't experienced something or you don't know something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist or that other people don't know about it. Now, if you ask questions, you talk to enough people and do enough research, then you can see, okay, well, nobody has, no human can fly. Well, we all know that. That's been proven many times in many ways. But there's just sometimes things happen in life and people are like, no, that's not true. There's no way. Or I didn't experience that. But yet other people did, or other people were there, or other people saw it or heard it or whatever. And you can't sit here and pretend to say, well, just because it didn't happen to me, then you don't know what you're talking about. That's foolish. Never do that. I don't think The Dark Knight Rises is overrated. No one talks about it. Been their favorite movie or anything. Yeah. Now, on the same token, like I said, in space, well, none of us can confirm that because we can't go to space. So that in itself means take it with a grain of salt. But what I'm saying is have an open mind and ask questions, as opposed to assuming and attacking someone. And if you ask questions, well, if something's real, well, then there's going to be witnesses, or they can show you like, hey, dude, we saw this. And you're going to be like, I don't know. And then they'll be like, dude, it happened. Here, come here. I'll show you. You see what I'm saying? But if you come in hot, like acting like, you don't know what you're talking about, then the people that saw that aren't going to be willing to show you. If you come in humbly and say, hey, I want to learn. I want to see what you guys saw. I want to know. Then most of the times they're going to say, hey, come here. I'll show you. And while the rest of the world could be ignorant to it, some people will know. Here's a really funny, simple example that kind of talks about this. Many years ago, I was dating this girl, and we were hanging out. And where I grew up in Maryland was very city, but it had rural areas, and there was also a lot of old farms there. It was an old, important farming area. That doesn't sound right, because it sounds like, oh, well, it was all farmland. And no, this was much later in the future where it was all city and built up. But it had a lot of history. Maryland's one of the 13 colonies. It had a lot of important farming. So one day we're hanging out. I think we're like leaning on the trunk and just, looking at this field. And there was like this massive amount of cattails. And they were just like swaying in the wind, the most basic thing. And I've seen that before, but I never really thought about it. And we were just chilling and looking and talking, and I was like, man, that's trippy how the cattails are. And she said out of her mouth, oh, you didn't grow up in the country, did you? Now granted, where I lived was just not far from being where there's farms and country, but I was in a very city area. But that's true, I'm a city boy. I pretty much grew up in very populated areas. And while I know that cattails sway, and I've been on farms, and it's not like I'm totally ignorant to that, as I didn't grow up in that environment, it just didn't occur to me like, oh, look at that field of cattails. They're all like this, and it looks really trippy. But to her, it was like, man, I've seen that 1,000 times. You see? So even though that reality was just right up the street from me, I just never sat down and really thought about it. But it would have been foolish for me to say, well, that's not how cattails function. What is that? Something's wrong. Or that somebody could tell me, and I'd be like, that's not what they do. That's not true. Even though this shit is right in front of your face, sometimes your mind doesn't believe or doesn't realize. But when you have an open mind and you just look at things, you're like, oh, look at that. And it was just funny because she was like, you didn't grow up in the country, because she's used to that. So again, just because you don't know about something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist or it's not true. And that's one of the things with Not My Star Wars is like, I tell you guys stuff. I show you the facts of where it comes from. I show you the links, the sources, the page. And yet people come on here thinking they're slick. Like, you're an idiot. This channel's cringe. And you don't know what you're talking about. Instead of coming in here and like, well, if he's saying this, well, then let's see. Does he have proof? What is he talking about? Does it make sense? No, it's just like, it's my narrative. You're calling out Disney for their stupidity, and Disney's great. So, you're dumb, and that's where you lose. You could learn something, and instead you want to come in here with a Jake Skywalker avatar and think that any of us are gonna put any weight to what you got to say. I mean, really. Overrated. No one talks about it in their favorite movie. Yeah, I didn't like that movie. If this is for a good question. 11 hours. Yeah, I thought it was going to be out for 4, and here we are. I don't know why I even pretend. I think the Dark Knight trilogy as a whole is overrated. I only like one of the 3 movies. Can't even call it a ghost. It was a wispy smoke body. Yeah? No idea. Maybe you're smoking some good stuff. I'm teasing. That could be like a predator type being. Yeah. See, and there's things like, okay, I was in the army. I saw an invisible tank. And you might be like, what? Okay, now you're just talking crazy. I saw an invisible tank. Now, stop and think. What does invisible mean? Invisible doesn't mean transparent like Wonder Woman's invisible jet. Number one. Invisible means not visible. You can't see it. Doesn't mean it's not there, and it doesn't mean it's clear see-through. Stop reacting and getting crazy and listen. I've seen an invisible tank. What was it? It was one of the first Bradleys, and that Bradley had a very quiet whisper motor, and it had an insane smoke screen that not only could it put out tons of smoke, but it was very thick. So it could put out a perimeter of smoke so thick and so wide of a breath and was so fucking quiet that you wouldn't even see that tank, and it's like 10 feet in front of you. A massive battle Bradley tank, and you wouldn't even know it's on top of you. It would literally like be running over you before you even realize the shit is there because it was so quiet and you can't see it. Now that's one. Imagine if you had 10 in a row and they smoked out a whole entire fucking field. Now you got all these tanks running you over and fucking your shit up, and you can't even see it or know where it's at. So yes, I've seen an invisible tank. And if you only take it for face value, you're going to be like, that's stupid. That's a hyperbole. How could you see something that's invisible? Well, because I saw it before it did the smoke screen. They showed it to us. They explained it to us. We had to get in a foxhole, and it would drive over us so that you would hear it, and you would realize that the tank is fucking on top of you, and you don't even know it because you can't see it, and the motor's so fucking quiet. Meanwhile, you've got this thing that's like 100 tons on top of your fucking head. So if you take on the surface that I tell you I've seen an invisible tank, you're going to be like, yeah. But if you listen, they exist. As do predator suits, and as do all kinds of things. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Because there's a whole bunch of other people that know that there are invisible Bradleys out there. Most people don't, because you don't see it in the movies, and it's not something that's commonly talked about. They exist, I can assure you. Yes, people do go missing. My ranking? Mine is 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Very simple. If you're asking my ranking. Who knows? It's hard to say. I'm not against the idea that there are lost souls that are kind of stuck in the middle and they don't know which way to go. Or that God isn't allowing them to go a certain way. Maybe they have to learn a lesson or complete something. Or I do believe that there's kind of spirits that get stuck for whatever multitude of reasons. I'm in Pennsylvania, Scranton. I'm very close to Pittsburgh. Had not seen it, I would have written it off as my imaginary or just shit in my eye. Yeah. Well. Yeah, there is. Abandoned mental hospitals and prisons. Yeah, there's some of those around here. They might bite giants. Yes, the music or the people. Cobra Kai so much. I paid $117 for the red Cobra Kai. Oh, nice. Yeah, Cobra Kai was badass. Abandoned stuff. Yeah. Exploration myself. Never found anything paranormal. Cobra Kai season 2. Kind of cool. Yeah, it was really good. Sorry, but exploring really old structures was exciting enough. Weird stuff seems to find me when I'm not looking for it. Yeah. Always the way. No, we've never been to the moon. And in fact, your boy Disney was part of that lie. Never been to the moon. It was chilling for me. The scariest part is he's always smiling. Yes, I love the Jack Napier Joker thing. 89 Joker was scary. Heath's Joker was scarier. Yeah. I think Heath's was scarier, but I think Jack's was more cunning, more cold, more. I just think a better performance. I don't know. I just and I love the Heath Ledger Joker, but what do you got to lose? I suppose you might gain some time. Most people, you only live once, so look at it that way. I think George Lucas is a genius for having created Star Wars. I can't say that as a genius, like in general, as a genius with everything. But as far as space operas go, yes, he is a genius. If someone wants Anakin their own way, then I'd like to see them make your own Star Wars. I mean, exactly. Arguably, and not even arguably, it's far and away proven the most valuable and successful franchise. Every movie he made completely changed the film industry. It's not even close or a thought. I mean, he literally established pretty much everything that you know about films was George Lucas. Outside of like the beginning, film and filming and sets and all that. But as far as like the standards of film and moving the film industry, and George Lucas. Giving people the tools, the practical effects, the digital effects, the cameras, the techniques, the computer software, all of that is George Lucas. When I only sleep for 2 to 3 hours, I'm not tired. When I sleep for 8 hours, I'm tired. Yeah, that's something that happens to some people. Sometimes you can oversleep, believe it or not. You are a company, correct. World is a business, correct. Most people should know this, but most of science is actually subjective. People still don't understand exactly what gravity is. There is no such thing as gravity. There's nothing pushing or pulling. If you drop something, it falls because of its weight. If you drop a feather, it falls slower because it doesn't have the same mass and weight. And it has resistance to the air. But there's nothing pulling this or pushing this. It's just there. Gravity is a way to explain other theories and to justify things that are more bullshit. So they had to come up with gravity. But there's no force there. If something weighs 100 pounds and something weighs 10 pounds, well, obviously the 100-pound thing is going to fall harder and faster because it has more weight. It's just that simple. You can take a very good experiment is if you take a piece of paper or a bag, like a shopping bag, like a take one of these bags, and you weigh it, and then you get another object that weighs the same, and you get on a ladder and you drop them together, you're going to see that the other object is always going to fall faster. Why? They weigh the same weight. Because this has more surface and the air. Now, if I crumple this up, you might say, well, that bag, it's a plastic bag. It doesn't have the weight. It's never going to fall as fast as this cap or another object. And guess what? If you get up on a ladder and you drop them, they're both going to fall at the same exact rate. But they make you believe that, you know, well, this thing, gravity works on this and the other, and it's all bullshit. There is no gravity. If there was gravity pushing or pulling you down, how come you can jump off the ground? How come we're not all like slunched over like this because the gravity is constantly pulling us down? How come our clothes aren't constantly? Start to use your brain. Not what they're telling you. Start to observe. You have senses for a reason. You have eyes. Start to think. Start to look at what's going around you. Does gravity behave the way that they tell you it does? Stop believing, well, yeah, there's just a gravity thing that just holds everything. So we're here and people in China are standing upside down. Start to use your brain. And of course, the scientists, well, but the Earth is round, and because of the, they're on the opposite side of that curvature. The gravity's pulling in that direction, and thus, in relative to the position of the Earth, that person is just like you, just opposite to them. You're the one that's upside down, and blah blah blah. And they're going to give you all excuses. Okay, but a minute ago you said that there's a pulling or a pushing force. So, regardless of how you are relative, if there is a force that is pulling me down, that same force has to apply on all sides. Is everything behaving the same way around the Earth? If that is the case, you have to start thinking instead of just going by what they tell you. Start to think and try things for yourself. If the Earth is spinning at 1,100 miles per hour, how can I show you this? This is the ground. This is you. If you jump, even just like a foot, and the Earth is spinning at 1,100 miles per hour, what's going to happen? You're going to, it's hard to show you, but if I'm here and I jump, well, then the Earth is going to spin and you're going to land in a different spot from where you jumped. Use your brain. What happens when you jump? You land right in the same spot. What happens when you pitch a baseball? If the Earth was spinning, you would have to pitch the baseball there so that it ends up there. Because by the time the baseball goes across the field and gets to the base, the Earth would have spun to the position of where the baseball is. When Michael Jordan would go to dunk from the foul line, he would have to jump at an angle, because by the time he got from the foul line to the basket would be over here and he would be dunking into the ground. When a plane is landing at a fucking airfield, how come when you're in the air, the airstrip isn't spit? A plane would have to be going like this, sideways the whole time just to land. The Earth doesn't spin. That's why planes go straight and land and take off straight, because the Earth isn't spinning. Hello? Hello? But when you're convinced all your life that it's spinning, use your eyes, use your senses, use your brain. It's all right in front of you. Oh, but gravity and the force, everything spins with it. So therefore, the plane is spinning in the air with the landing strip at the same speed, so that to you it seems like it's straight. But oh, really? That's why a bird can fly in the opposite direction, or a feather or smoke goes in a completely opposite direction. Clouds go wherever they want to go because it's all spinning together. So gravity works selectively. It grabs airplanes and makes you spin in line with the airstrip. But yet a bird, a feather, a cloud, smoke from a cigarette just goes off wherever the fuck it wants. You see, gravity works when you want it to, but then it doesn't when you don't want it to. It conveniently works on certain objects at certain times. Start to use your brain. Stop listening to what they're telling you and use your eyes. Use your nose, use your ears, use your feeling, use logic, use your heart, and start to look. And when you start to think, well, he's right. If I fucking jump, I should land at least a foot over. But every time I jump, I land in the same spot. Hell, I can long jump purposely, and I land exactly where I'm projecting myself to. I don't have to jump this way because I know I'm going to land over here because the earth is going to spin underneath. Furthermore, why would we have airplanes? Why wouldn't you just get in a helicopter, fly straight up, hover for an hour, let the earth spin underneath you? And why would I have to fly across to Australia when I can just sit here and let Australia spin underneath me, whether it's an hour or 15 minutes or 3 days? You just sit there and let the earth spin underneath you, and then you land on Australia. Start to use your brain. Stop listening to what they are telling you, because it's all fucking lies. Soon, maybe Wednesday. I just got to wrap up a couple little things. I'm also waiting on a photographer. Again, I don't want to say too much, but it's going to be a cool, about an hour long. So be prepared. If you're going to watch that premiere, it's going to be about an hour. I mean, you could always watch the replay or come back or whatever, but just say. Okay. There's 9 minutes left for the 12-hour mark. And if I go over 12 hours, it just doesn't curate and we're wasting our time. So I'm going to wrap up here in the next few minutes. But OKC bombing was no way. Terry Nichols and Timothy McVeigh, they committed that. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with those types of things too. 9/11 is one of the biggest problems. School night. See you tomorrow. Okay, James, have a great night. I'm going to be finishing up anyways. Devil's Tower. Yeah. Right now, I can't get too much into it, but think about Devil's Tower. Look at how that is. Now, your mind is always like, well, that's a mountain. But now reshape your mind and imagine, is that a tree stump with a tree that was massive and that eventually was cut or broken down? Now think about it. Is that a mountain or is it a tree stump? Because trees do petrify. So start to look at things differently. Giant graves. Yeah. That is true. Yes, I was. A lot of people have seen them. Yeah, I haven't either. But by no means am I saying that they don't exist. You don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Reminds me of the scene in A Few Good Men when one guy was asked where in manual it discusses code rights. Correct. Yes, you can't dismiss it. People going missing in those national parks, a conspiracy on its own. Park rangers talk about a group of like inbred people that live in them. Well, all kinds of things could be happening there. People could have accidents. Some people just want to disappear. Correct. Dennis Martin. Why the moon landing would have been faked. Well, that's a whole thing. Right now, I can't even pretend to get into it, especially when I have 7 minutes. If they make you believe in the moon landing, they make you believe in space. If they make you believe in space, then they make you believe in the globe and the way that the Earth moves and works and functions. If they make you believe in the way that the Earth moves and functions, then it makes you believe that there is no God. Because now everything is contrary to God and the fact that the sun spins and not the Earth. This is a very condensed, real quick thing. So by these types of things, they are changing your belief system and the way you look at the world. They're making you believe certain reality, or not realities, but what they're trying to make you think are realities. It's all a very big thing. It's not a simple, quick answer. But that's why, is because of the bigger picture of making you believe certain principles and things about the world. Again, it's way too much to get into right now, nor is this really the place for it, but we can talk about it at some point. We're real, but I see why people... Again, right now, I can't even begin to... I can show you 100, 200 reasons why they were totally fake.